just doesn't matter. Because like when you're a caliber team like Falcons and Tundra, it's really about who's going to show up today. Because both these teams have championship wins, lots of them. They all know what it takes to be the best. It really just comes down to who's going to be better today. I think all past results do not matter anymore.
I think what I love about Falcons is they seem to be the disrespecter of narratives, I guess would be kind of a way of putting it. You know, a lot of us thought Spirit were clear favorites for this tournament. Falcons play them, they get stomped initially, and Spirit run over Falcons, and you go, okay, our read was great. Then in the rematch, Falcons stomped Spirit, and there's not a lot of teams that have done that recently. It was an absolute clinic. They were so dialed in and perfect in their execution. And yet here we are. It's still not a given that Falcons are going to make it to the final because there is just that little element missing from the old Falcons, the one that dominated 2024.
Yeah. No, you have nothing? I thought you had something to say on that.
No, I thought maybe you.
No, I mean, I definitely agree with everything you just said. Falcons is just such an amazing team. Same with Tundra and what they can do and what they can accomplish in all the games. I have something to show on Tundra regarding that as well, because like there's their early game, which is very nice, but it's a mid game I really want to focus on. And this is a game where they killed Puck and go to the Roche pit. It's a relatively close game. And a lot of teams look at Dota in an interesting way now. Some think it's, oh, we got Dazzle Beast, we can just go death ball down a lane. But they think about the bigger picture in these games. They see Ursa on the top lane, and they send the minimum amount of heroes needed for each kill. So they take the gate down here, they TP one other hero, and Radon, he finds himself, okay, there's 3 heroes top. That gives Laurel confidence to think, okay, I should push out bottom lane as a response. But 33, he stayed here this entire time, knowing that would happen. And then meanwhile, BZM, he's running back mid immediately. So the moment in which they got the Aegis, not only do they get the Aegis kill, they managed to pick off 3 heroes on the map. And I feel like this is what Dota is just becoming about now. Like closing off the map quickly, using the minimum amount of heroes you can to just get on the map. And Tundra is doing that better than almost anyone right now. It's just playing the map.
This is such a 33 way of playing, actually. Like anytime you see a play that just looks like optimal, but like it's like risky optimal, right? Because like if you don't get that calculation right and you send 3 heroes and they have 2 and you thought that they had 1, then all of a sudden you've miscalculated that. A couple of enemies TP in or they get there or whatever, and you just lose someone everywhere on the map. The whole game snowballs out of control. But this is 33. Like this guy, every single millisecond of the game, he's got figured out.
Yeah, well, I guess we can talk about him too. I mean, he had some Death Prophet games that we were a bit leery about, I guess would be a word for it. Obviously, the hero, not particularly in a great place, even with the new facet where you get those souls building up. And then he didn't take that facet and just died a lot in a game that they lost. So what have you made of 33? Obviously one of the greatest to ever do it.
And he got flamed. He got flamed by Sox as well for the Death Prophet.
Yeah.
So holding each other accountable. This is good.
I mean, the thing is, like, there's so many factors in Dota in which it's very easy as a spectator to be like, oh, he won with that facet. That means because he picked this facet, it's bad, right?
Yeah.
It's very easy to like think that way. So it's hard to say. He saw an idea behind what it was going to look like, but the whole game state, you have to keep in mind, just changed. So I think DP is just one of those heroes that potentially we could see come out. It looked very good, like the Tusk DP potentially versus a Tide Hunter, which is meta, but versus like the Tiny or something, not a same story.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think like he kind of said it in the interview a bit, like he was playing this in pubs. It felt really good. I think it does like counter a lot of the popular meta, but it does depend entirely on the game state. And for Tundra, here we have some of the most successful heroes. So we did see the Batrider stats were not looking so good in terms of his win rate. This is not the truth for Tundra. Soxa has played an incredible Batrider.
He's the one player.
He's the one player that can make it work. Of course, they have the BZM Monkey King. He's the one player who seems to be able to make that work. Everybody else, we really feel the lifesteal, the universal lifesteal nerfs. And then Whitemon on his Tinker, like this guy will legitimately be second on net worth on his team. Oh, yeah. So he scales incredibly well. And then for the side of Falcons, entirely different heroes. They picked a lot of Crystal Maiden for Snay. Nobody else seems to be valuing this hero highly, even though it looks incredible in the games that they play. The laning is so good. Nature's Prophet, of course, they will play this on multiple roles. The Bristleback, like Amara, said in an interview at Dream League, he just thinks Bristle's the best hero in Dota, and if his team will pick it for him, he'll play it no matter what, and he'll win any game. And it seems like this is still an opinion that he holds highly.
Oh, sure. I mean, he takes over a game with that. I said earlier in the tournament when people were specifically trying to ban out Amar when they were playing Falcons, I was like, I just don't think you're going to see him get to rock a Bristle back for the rest of the tournament. And then people gave it to him, and he just wins those games. I think that's definitely going to be a factor here in this.
Yo မင်္ဂလာပါကိုတွတ်တောင်းအေးမင်္ဂလာပါကိုအေးခဏလေးပါနော်ကျွန်တော်ဒီမှာဆက်လက်လေးလုပ်နေလို့မိုက်လေးခဏပိတ်ထားခဏလေးပါ guys ခဏလေးပါ
goes for the goo back, the green facet, right?
Yeah.
He'll go for the red one, which is essentially the carry facet, and he's the only one who does it. And it's very interesting to show like how he thinks about the game. It's always like, yeah, I'm an offlaner, but he brings in the concept, I'm an offlaner, but I'm going to be the reason we win the game.
Yeah,
and it'll come across in his items, his facet choices, everything about this guy.
And I think having Skeeter as your carry is something that really enables that. Like if Skeeter is on Abaddon, Dragon Knight, one of these like semi carries, it feels a lot better to have a Bristle that is essentially taking like all the space on the map, you know, taking all the kills in team fights and like playing as the carry, because you don't need it so much on those heroes as a carry position.
Yeah, it's a very interesting style contrast as well between the offlaners.
Yeah, and I think Skeeter had to change his playstyle.
Oh, sure.
Because like I think Amar is Amar. You have to cater to this guy. I know Skeeter can play Terrorblades. He's like master tier on these heroes as well. But you see a big difference when this Falcons team is playing 4 Protect Run around Skeeter instead of having a tri-core and allowing all their cores to get farmed.
Yeah, I mean, I think his most played hero this tournament is actually Dawnbreaker, and this is like, this is not a carry hero. Well, it is, but it's, you know, mostly an offlane hero. And the thing is, like, the interesting thing about this matchup is that dyrachyo, very similar. He will always go through the portal. He will always TP towards mid, even if he's playing a hero that is like more of a traditional carry, like the Void. He will go Time Square, and he will go for Heaven's Halberd Radiance. Like this guy will play aggro no matter what. So both teams have a carry that is just pretty much not a carry, not a traditional 4 Protect 1 carry.
I think with Falcons, one of the really useful things about the way Skeeter approaches the game as a carry is it just gives you so much flex potential when you're drafting.
Yeah.
You know, you never can be quite sure where the hero's going to go because he will be willing to play it as a 1, and it can make their draft super interesting and super hard to read.
And I definitely think that's Falcon's strength going to this series is going to be flex picks. They have a lot of players that they've always had this power, essentially. Like, whether it was the Timbersaw, like, Razor meta, now it's more of like the Tidehunter, Abaddons, and Magnuses. You don't know who's going to play this hero, potentially, from this team, which makes it very strong, where I feel like on the side of Tundra, though, they're not as much of flexers, I want to say. Like, dyrachyo, he picks Mag, 33 is not going to play that, so you already know that first pick Mag is going on dyrachyo. Same thing, you see a Bat Rider, it's just going to be Soxa's hero.
It's actually Soxa and dyrachyo that will often flex their heroes. You see
strange,
You see the Mag, and you're like, there's like a 10% chance that's Soxa, right? You see the Void, and you're like, I don't know if this is Soxa or dyrachyo.
Yeah, true.
You know, so depending on the hero. But yeah, you're right. Like, if you see the 33 hero, it's like, you kind of know that he's going to play it, you know?
First pick Sand King, yep, that's 33.
Yeah, exactly. That's an interesting hero, actually, the Sand King.
Stonks have been going up.
It seems like it's going up, but sometimes a team will just like first phase pick the Sand King, and then the entire meta of the draft changes, and then the next game, Sand King is like entirely ignored. You know, it's really like feels to me. And speaking of Falcons Tundra, like when they were playing in the Fisher GrandFinals, where the
ကဲအားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါ။ဘာကြိုက်လဲခဏလေးပါအောင် draft လေးကြည့်မှရမယ်ဒီနေ့တင်က draft ကြည့်မှရမယ်ပေါ့မရအောင်
and then everything changed in terms of the drafting styles, and it seems like Sand King still fits that bill for them, where
draft မကြည့်ရင်ခွေးဖြစ်သွားမှာဗျာ
that's entirely unlike game 1. They just first pick Sand King and say, okay, meta's different. Good
စ
luck.
ဝါရီခါခပနခါယာအာစကလတာပကလတာတကဒတာ
Really necessarily want to waste a ban on. The CM on the Snake King, we've seen that respect banned a few times. The Mars on Amar, we've seen that respect banned a few times. So it's just, it's really tough for Tundra here. And the draft is about to start, guys.
Yo တဲ့ကိုအောင်သူမင်္ဂလာပါ Yo မင်္ဂလာပါဗျာနော်အချိန်မီလေးပဲလားအချိန်မှန်လေးပဲနော်ဘလောက်အချိန်မှန်နဲ့ streamer လေးဗျာခင်ဗျားတို့တန်မိုးထားမှာတန်မိုးထားလေးထား subscribe သွားလိုက်နော်
Well, he's not here now, is he? I mean, there's either a Dark Mars or Bristleback, potentially. What's after that on the list? You know what I mean? It's like that's when the Centaurs come out.
Oh no, not
สวัสดีค่ะขอบคุณนะคะนายา
And that's where you kind of like can't blame the offlaners too much at some
Okay.
point when.
ရှာမယ်ဖွင့်မယ်ရှာဖွင့်မယ်နောင်ကြီးအတွက်ကိုလောင်းပြီးရှာကြမယ်
It's almost worth it to just get it into the game as soon as possible.
ဆိုတော့ရှုံးတဲ့လူထွက်ရမှာမနေ့က Falcon ရော Tundra ပွဲတွေကအရင်ကြည့်လို့ကောင်းတယ်ဒီနေ့ Tundra versus Falcon ပြန်တွေ့ပါပြီဒီကောင်လေး play off မှာတွေ့ခဲ့သေးတာမသိဘူးတွေ့ခဲ့တာဗော Falcon နဲ့ Tundra တွေ့ခဲ့တယ် Falcon က Tundra 2 နဲ့ရိုက်ပြီးအောက်လွှတ်လိုက်တာနှစ်ကောင်တော့ lower bracket မှာပြန်လာဆုံတယ်
Tundra is willing to give Tinker. Not something Snay plays a lot, I believe, right? So.
Yeah, he has played it, but it's not like the CM for him where he's
ကျွန်တော် Falcon ပဲကြိုက်တာ
get into every
It's not a signature hero. That's
yeah, it's not
ကျွန်တော် Falcon ပဲကြိုက်ကျွန်တော် Falcon fan
so they have to make a choice. Do they want to?
Is there anything else I'm missing that's like
Probably.
permaban?
PA has been permabanned
PA?
in the
Yeah,
past
that's
few
true.
days, but I don't think, as I mentioned before, Skeeter has a 0% win rate on Terrorblade, and I think PA is not going to be a hero that is the style of Falcons. Yet again, it's not that he can't play these heroes,
Yeah.
but those are very 4 protect 1 type of heroes. And they'll go with the Mars Bristleback. They left in the pool. They banned the.
ဘာပေးရမလဲငါကြည့်လို့နေခဏလေးဆောင်အောင်ရာ
Yeah, I think the break
ဘာပေးရမလဲစဉ်းစားနေရေးအေး
the bristle.
ခဏနေရောခဏလေးစိတ်ရှိရေးရေး ဝင်အောင်အော်တော့နှစ်ယောက်တော့ညီရနော်ဝင်အောင်အော်အဆင်ပြေ
Did
ကြ
not
ပဲ
see the trends? Were you not paying attention?
I was paying attention.
We were paying attention, Professor Fee.
Yeah, I mean that hero. It's not great right now, unfortunately. If you pick it late in the draft, it's fine. But I don't think you can just. There's a
sorry.
Bristleback. Because what's going to happen more than not is
sorry
this cool mechanic you have where you can. I don't even know what it's called. It was a cluster cluck before, right? Where you disperse. You just press this one quill spray and you just die every single
Yeah,
time.
yeah. No,
Like, if you can get away with
you
that
don't-
spell, it's good.
you don't show.
ကျော်
I think-
33 bridge
I
back
think they were discussing between the PA and the.
ဟာရဟိုဘက်ကပီတန်းယူပလိုက်တာနော်ဟေ့အောင် dry show ပီတန်းယူလိုက်တာ bridge back ကိုနှွာလို့ရတယ်နော်ပထမဆုံးစပြီး first play မှာတည်းက Tundra ကတော့တာဝါခဲ့ပြီပေါ့နော်အဲ့တော့ Agni shot final night လေးတစ်ခွက်ပါတာနဲ့ bridge back ကိုနှွာလို့ရတယ်ဆိုတော့ cherry လေးရှိတယ်
And of course.
shot တက်လို့မရတာက30အဲဒီ bridge back ကင်ရတာက
Game on PA this tournament.
ADF ဖြစ်နေရယ်
Yeah.
နော် itemization မှာအရန်ကိုတစ်ဖက်ကန်းထူးညွန်နေတဲ့ player ဖြစ်နေတဲ့အတွက်
No, I mean, I think one game, whatever. Like, he can play the hero. I know he likes it. I think when you are playing this Bristleback, it's not just the fact you can get the shard and break him, which is a big plus for sure. But one thing I noticed about a lot of these Bristleback lanes is they get goo at level 1 or level 2. And sometimes you just get chased down to death and you can't move. So having that mobility to be able to blink strike to your position 5 will allow you to not get destroyed in the lane, ideally. But it is dyrachyo. He'll probably use it to initiate.
Yeah, that is true. He does tend to do that. They ban out the white one warlock.
ကြိုက်ကြလေးတစ်ခုပေးရမယ်နော်
Invented warlock.
အဲ့ဒါကအပြင်းပြေပပလေးပဲပျော်ရိုက်ရှင်နေဆိုရလူအတွက် 5
The other
15.
hero- the other hero people are mostly picking with the PA is like Silencer. And I think this
That's
hero,
good, very
this
good.
hero does extremely well against the bristle, of course. Arcane Curse completely punishes the bristle spam.
I could see like a potential ancient apparition being good as well. That hero's rising in popularity.
Yeah, you're right. In the tournament or in
The bone chill
the
too.
games last night were the stocks in that hero were rising.
အားလေးပေးရတယ်15မိနစ်မှာ16កောင်တက်ကမှာ no
Get a satanic at some point on this bristle.
Oh yeah.
15မိနစ်16កောင်တက်တဲ့ဥစ္စာကို no ဟာရပိတ်သွားပြီကွာဒီပဲကွာ
Okay, so we mentioned a few games, which is
ငါပြည့်နောက်ကြပါကွာ
they feel like whatever Falcons takes, they'll just take what's
no တဲ့ကေတကယ်ကြီးတို့ပိတ်သွားပြီ sorry ကွာ
Then they just have a bad draft.
That's a bad draft. That's not a good draft. Then you press TP scroll.
Yeah.
If they did take A, it's
ငါမင်းတို့ကို
ring
ငါ
master or
မ
something
င်း
like
တို့
that.
ကိုပါပေး
Although
ရ
they
မ
tend to
ယ်
pick the Phoenix when there's a
စဉ်း
hero
စား
that
ရင်တွေးရင်မိကုန်နေတွေပေါ်လာ
White Mon can take the
Falcon
safe lane. PA's not really that hero.
ရော့ Falcon 23កောင်
Chen. All right, this is something they've ran in the past before. I really want to see an AA come out for Tundra.
Talk me through the chant.
ရောအဲ့ဒါလေးတော့အရန်သဘောကျတယ်ရော22កောင်23កောင်ပေးရဆိုရဲပျော်ကြီးထည့်တယ်ရော
early item, whether it's the glimmer cape or the mech, and then grouping up.
ရောအဲ့ဒါပဲတော်ပြီဒီနေ့တော့အဲ့ဒါပဲ
Strong laning state.
ဒီဘွဲတော့ကအဲ့ဒါပဲဒီဘွဲတော့ကအဲ့ဒါပဲ
Can't really
No?
do the creep as well. I think
နော်ဒီ
when
ဘွဲ
you
တော့အဲ့ဒါပဲ
commit to your Morta 4, that does remove the possibility.
ဆာဝါရီခံကဘောနာခံရအာ
Creep right away, such as Marana. But yeah, it's a hero that only. I mean, we'll see. They're just protecting the bristleback, you know. It's a block pick.
Yeah, because you don't want that level 15 break mechanic to come out.
It gives you, you've got early Roche potential here as well.
Now they get the 15 break count.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
They do.
Still think
So-
the silencer very good.
sneaking ရဲ့ chance ဆော့မယ် crit က shaman ဆော့မယ် brazil bat ဆော့မယ် ADF ကတစ်ဖက်ကကြတော့လေ
Creep, Doom the
Morata Saxa ယူလာတယ်ဒါမှမဟုတ် White Moon
They could do that.
Morata ပေါ့နော်အဲ့တော့ Jackie တို့ဝါလောက်နှစ်ကောင်လုံးဘန်းကန်ထားတဲ့တော့ PE အတွက် baby sitter တစ်ကောင်ထပ်ရှာရမယ်ပေါ့နော်
You do take the 33 hero.
အဲ့တော့ PE အတွက် baby sitter ကို White Moon မဲ Morata နဲ့ပဲဆော့မလား
If you do
တစ်
take
ချက်တော့
the Dharma,
စောင့်ကြည့်ရမယ်ဗျ
is it
နော်
redundant to have silencer?
Falcon ဘက်မှာတော့ PE အတွက် lockdown ချလို့ရတဲ့ Shadow Shaman ကို crit အနေနဲ့ရွေးချယ်တာဗျ
Touche.
အဲ့ကရုံးတော်ဆိုရင်ပေါက်လာပြီပဲဒီကရုံးတော်
I feel like if they pick silencer, if they pick either of those heroes and they have a doom, they lack a little bit of disable.
33 dun share ပဲ
Maybe they just do.
မမြင်မတွေ့ရတော့ကြာပြီနော်
for the lane,
ဒီ tournament မှာမမြင်ရနည်းနည်းကြာသွားပြီ33တော့ကအဲ့စန်ကင်းနေ
going late.
ဂျိုက်စီယာတွေဒါတွေထုတ်နေကြဆိုတော့အဘာနဲ့တွေထုတ်နေရဆိုတော့ဒုံးမမြင်ရကြာပြီတော့33ဒုံးမရွေးချယ်ရတယ်
You could just go for the ringmaster here if they just want a white mon hero.
နှစ်ဖက်လုံးမှာဒုံးအရင်ကောင်းတဲ့ player တွေရှိတယ်
Interesting versus shaman to protect people from getting chain stunned. Pretty bad versus bristleback.
Could this be a White Mon Muerta? We've seen 5 Muerta. Maposhko is playing it.
He's yet to play it, but it could be.
Yeah, but Sox is also yet to play it, so I'm not sure. But they have options here. Maybe they go for more disable.
Phoenix ဆို White Moon Phoenix Saxa က Murata ဆို Phoenix ပြီးလဲ strong တာပဲเนาะ Brazil against မှာလဲ
As
ဆော့ရ
we
မှာ
mentioned before, maybe
အော် Brazil က magic damage နည်းနည်းကြောက်တယ် Phoenix က lane မှာ magic damage အများကြီးပေးလို့ရတယ်
overlap quite a bit with the silence.
baby စစ်ပေးတာတော့ show shaman
So that definitely makes a little bit of sense.
Yeah,
ကောင်းပေါ်မှာ quick spray တွေနဲ့များတင်ခံထားမယ်ဆိုရင် shaman ရဲ့ disable နဲ့ဆိုရင်တော့ပြတ်တောင်ဖြတ်လို့ရတယ်မှာပါတယ်
I mean, Ursa kind of pops out a little bit right now with this draft.
You think against Muerta with the 100% physical resist PA with the
ညရှော့လာတာမျိုး
Or so those are Mortis, whatever. You can't really do anything about that until later, just outplay. But I think Ursa is good versus PA in the late game.
Yeah.
You do buy MKB naturally. You do like Abyssal Blade too on that hero. So it gets to the point where you are fine eventually. The lane is very strong. This
Eh,
you
so-
can bully him pretty hard.
4 bit
You can't
4 bit
really-
ပြီးတော့မှ banning this ပြန်လာမယ်
Not sure if they
နှစ်ဖက်လုံးကတော့ mid laner တွေလုံးဝမပြရသေးဘူးဆိုတော့အခုတော့ skitter ရဲ့ hero ကိုပြရတော့မယ်
then Doom doesn't last very long as well. So, but they're gonna save the carry pick till the end. They decide that getting this Pango in the game is the most important thing they can do.
Pango
I mean, this is
ကြိုက်တယ် marine Pango ကြိုက်တယ်ဟုတ်မယ်
there's not really anything on Tundra to properly deal with the Pango.
လက်ရှိ Pango mid တွေထဲမှာ marine ကြိုက်ဆုံးပဲ
Some disable, like,
Queen ဆိုတဲ့ကောင်ထက်ကြိုက်တယ်
Like the Pango doesn't care that much about that. He can roll through it. He can roll through the Muerta. Of course, he can't deal damage to Muerta.
ဒီတော်လေးလောက်ပါဗျာ Chassis နဲ့ပူတယ်
But you can roll through the ghosts, which is really nice. And they definitely needed a little bit of team fight on the side of Falcons. Like all of their heroes are, group up and push. Good disable, good skirmish. But who's actually like disabling people in a fight? Because I can tell you it's not going to be Shadow Shaman in this game.
Yeah. I mean, Skeeter has a very interesting hero pool, but if I'm thinking about heroes he can pick here, obviously, if you're not thinking about Skeeter at all, you're thinking Medusa versus Doom. That's the classic.
Yeah.
You are potentially thinking of Ursa. This is a hero he's played before. That's also good versus the Doom. Just heroes are limited when you play versus Doom, essentially.
I mean, you can also just Dragon Knight, just go with the other
It's uncontested. It's good versus Doom.
You don't think?
I don't know. It is Skeeter. We did talk about it. Could he? Pick the Wraith King. Could be a game for it.
It could be. How good is Wraith King against a PA, though, in a 1-to-1?
How good is anything versus a PA in a 1-to-1?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're right. Okay, what about Bloodseeker then? You want to talk uncontested?
Ooh, that is uncontested.
Let's get down and dirty then.
That is too dirty, I think, for me. Is Nature's Prophet banned?
Yes.
Okay. Tide versus Doom. I don't know if that's good.
Oh God, no, don't do that. Lifesteal is definitely not bad. I mean, it's the old PA counter, but you don't disarm her anymore. So maybe
Dawn. I mean, I think he's playing something new here. I mean, I will say Sven might be okay for this game too. Just because you're gonna snowball the game, Chin can stack for you. You don't care that much about getting doomed. I mean, nobody likes getting doomed, but
I kind of trust your read on the Wraith King. I mean, look at this guy's face. This is the face of a man who's about to play the Skeleton King.
it is one of the heroes that he does play, and I think it complements their draft pretty well because he's not to carry the game anyway. Doom him. I dare you. He doesn't care. He's Wraith King. Amar will come in.
Yep.
And that's why I hate this Medusa pick. Even though if this was like, you know, Satanic or something, one of the few Medusa players left, he'd go for it, sure. But I don't think this works with Falcons. So what is it? Mr. Scooter. Ursa, Wraith King, or...
What was the other one we were suggesting?
I don't know. Did you mention it?
Yeah, I did.
Sven? Oh yeah, that was the other one I mentioned. And then we said no to the Tide, but they're gonna do it anyway.
Geez.
They said, you say no, we say yes.
Jeez Louise, playing into Doom, a
Phoenix?
classic counter.
Doom and Phoenix, right?
You cannot dispel any of Muerta's mechanics. You cannot dispel any of Phoenix's mechanics other than Fire Spirits, who gives a shit. And PA has a break. This is a bold pick, and they clearly picked this like purely for tempo. Because 1-to-1, this is not a good pick. But if you think of Dota in terms of 1-to-1, you know, you don't make it this far into a tournament, right? They're thinking in terms of what can we group up with, what can we fight with, what can we get early timings, get Vlads, and just run at towers with Chen, run at objectives with Chen. Like, they're looking to snowball, because if they don't, if it's 4v5, Tundra will win the late game. If they don't pick this final hero.
What's a good BCN hero?
You don't think. You don't.
I'm thinking.
Nah, you can't invoke her. There's no setup for it.
I wasn't actually thinking.
Yeah, I mean, I was, but not for good reason.
Yeah. What? I wonder what happened to Ember. That could have been a decent Ember pick too, but
Yeah.
Tiny he builds more like a carry nowadays, right? So he potentially could buy Silver Edge, which reverse Tide Bristle. You have the break on top of that from PA, breaks for days.
Yeah.
I have to say, this Tide last pick, I'm not seeing the gotcha in it there. Everything from Tundra just looks good. However, Falcons have the timing where you have 3 offlaners running at you, and the Tide, Bristleback, and the Pango, and they're going to be very strong with their spells. And it really just comes down to, can they have a net worth advantage this game that is very substantial? Because if they don't, yeah, this Doom PA, it's going to take over the late game.
Yeah, I completely agree. Falcons is looking to snowball a lead. Like, I don't think Dota is in a state anymore where when we talk about snowballing, it's like, you gotta end the game by 20 minutes. No, it's not like that, right? It's like they want to have like a 5 or 6K gold lead by like 25 minutes and be choking out the map and getting every objective. And like, to them, that's enough snowball against the Tundra lineup. But if Tundra is even at 25 minutes, there is no way Falcons wins this unless they play like absolute gods.
Yeah, I feel like Crit has to be a secret carry this game. He's going to have to get very farm in the Shaman, and really, as you say, get these pick-offs on the map, get a Blink Dagger, Glimmer, maybe an Aether Lens, just all the reach needs to be on Crit for these pick-offs.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like, somebody on Falcons, I mean, you can always count on Amar to somehow be top net worth snowballing. Like, this can't happen. But he's playing versus the Doom. So even if he does that, the supporting path needs to be able to peel the Doom off of him, because even an underfarmed Doom will counter a very farmed Bristleback. This is a hard 1-to-1 counter.
Yes, I 100% agree. I think in general, though, the lane I'm going to be looking out for the most is going to be how the carries are going to do. Like, dyrachyo, is he going to have a start that's going to be very compelling? Is Tidehunter going to get stacks and get really far ahead? Because, yeah, it'll be interesting.
All right then, guys. Well, to come to a PGL event, there's one thing you have to know. Slacks lives in the wall.
Absolutely. Owie, man. What happened in there?
Only bad things.
Doom? You're going to pick Tidehunter into Doom? Bristle? with the PA. They got breaks, man. Just, it's not your draft.
Hello.
What was the thought process behind the draft? You guys feel like you won that one, or do you feel like it's okay? Your team has a lot to work on.
It's very like people are confident in certain matchups.
Similar, hey.
On paper, it's not too good. Like people want to play these because we have the option.
Yeah,
to
name
like,
bien
ban
lo
videos
kana,
and
no?
stuff, but I think we're like happy with it.
Yeah,
I don't know this turn of the draft is good for us, honestly. I think we've had some.
တော်တော်ပြောလို့ထင်တယ်ဝုန်းဝင်မျိုးတုံးသွားပူလို့ခင်ဗျာပူ
Usually
လို့
not like that for us. We usually play for stable. So honestly, I don't know. I'm a bit. I don't know.
That's okay. That's okay. Let's talk a little bit about some meta stuff, right? I mean, this morning, Tundra came in on a 30-minute early shuttle. They requested the shuttle to be earlier. A very early morning team. What are your guys like? Are you guys like an afternoon team? Are you a morning team? What's the deal?
I think Amar plays his best around 4 or 5 a.m.
Oh.
So that's really good for us when we, yeah. It is what it is.
Well, some people say that athletes can enter into a flow state when they're super like loopy and tired. Do you feel like you guys really do well with these kind of loopy drafts and you're all kind of loopy from sleep exhaustion?
No, I mean, I think the team's fine today. Just
မနေ့ကမိုင်းနဲ့6တော့ပါဗျာဟိုကျွန်တော်ပေးတဲ့ပွဲနိုင်တယ်မဟုတ်လား
We'll see if his performance
ကျွန်တော်
today.
မင်းနဲ့ပြန်တော့မဖြေတော့ဘဲနဲ့ထွက်သွားပြီးတော့
Skippity Riz, my friend. Let's get into the series.
စိတ်တွေလည်းညစ်လာပြီးစောက်တော့တော့မနေ့ကျွန်တော်ပေးတဲ့ပွဲနိုင်တယ်မဟုတ်လားအဲ့မှာ3000နာမတူထည့်ထားရဲဆိုအဲ့ဆို3000ရှုံးတာနဲ့3000ပြန်ပေါင်းတာဆိုအရင်ဖြစ်သွားပြီမဟုတ်လား
It's going to be exciting to see. Can Falcons run Tundra over with this lineup?
ဟုတ်တယ်မလားကျွန်တော်အဲ့ဟိုကမေးနေသေးတယ်ဘယ်ရောက်သွားလဲမသိဘူးလို့နိုင်သွားတဲ့ဥစ္စာကိုပျောက်သွားပြီဆိုတော့
The last pick BZM Tiny, his last 9 games in professional on Tiny. He hasn't lost. You know, he's on a pretty impressive.
ဂျွေးရှင်းအန်တာလေးအဲ့ဟို42အန်တာလေးဖဲကုံပွဲပဲ42အန်တာ liquid နဲ့ပါတယ်မသိစိတ်ညစ်လို့ရဘရိုပေးထားတဲ့ဟာက6မိနစ်ရောကန်ဆိုးတော့ကန်တော်ဆိုးတော့နည်းနည်းပွဲကြောင့်နည်းပဲထည့်တိုင်းပြီရော
Yeah, it's definitely a good choice for the side of Tundra to have that kind of counteract versus.
ကဲအဲ့တော့ဒီပွဲပေးရပါတယ်
I mean, Fear was talking about it. It's like 3 offlaners. They want to push. They want to have pressure.
ဆို
They
တော့
want to have
အောက်မှာ
early
PE Phoenix ကျွန်တော် lane ခုန driving face မှာလည်း analysis လုပ်ပြီးသား PE Phoenix strong နဲ့တစ်ဖက်က Brazil Shaman Chris Spray များများတင်ခံရပြီးတော့ Shaman ရဲ့ lockdown ချလို့ရတဲ့ spell တွေနဲ့ဆိုရင်တော့တကောင်တင်အောင်တက်လို့ရတယ်ဗောနော်ဘာလို့ဆိုတော့နှစ်ကောင်လုံးက escape spell ပါနေတဲ့ hero တွေဖြစ်တော့ကကျွန်တော်အဲ့ဒါပြောပါဗောနော်ဒီ Chris Spray များများတင်ခံနားမှာရမှာအခုဆို dyrachyo ကောင်းမှ2ဆင့်ကွာ3ဆင့်လောက်ဆိုရင်တက်လို့လွယ်တယ်ကွာအဲ့လိုမျိုးပေါ့နော်နောက်တစ်ခုကကျတော့ဗာလဲဆိုတော့ပေါ်လမ်းမှာတိုင်ဟန်နာ carry တိုင်ဟန်နာ channel မှာတစ်ဖက်က Dawn နဲ့ Murata နဲ့ရှိရ Dawn Murata တိုင်ဟန်နာ carry တိုင်ဟန်နာ carry တော့သဘောကျတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့နောက်ပိုင်းမှာအေးဟိုတနေ့ကလိုပဲတိုင်ဟန်နာနဲ့ Brazil နဲ့ဆက်တွဲရပါတော့ Brazil ကို carry ထားလိုက်တယ်တိုင်ဟန်နာကိုကြောင့် off lane ပေးနေပြန်ဆော့ခိုင်းတယ်ဒီလိုမျိုးပဲဖြစ်သွားမှာပေါ့နော် lane တိုင်တာလို့ပေါ့နော် lane မတာလဲ off lane လိုပဲဆော့ပါဒီကောင်တွေကဟို ADF ကိုပဲနဲ့အထောင်လေးပြီးဆော့မဲ့ပုံပဲနောက်ပြီးရင်အလဲမှာ Tiny နဲ့ပန်ကိုTiny rotation ကောင်းတယ် best timing ထွက်တယ်တခါတိုင်မင်လေးရောက်သွားရင်လောက်ွက်တွေအများကြီးပဲရှိရယ်လိန်ထဲမှာလက်စစ်တတိုင်းပါညာကြည့်မယ်ဆိုတိုင်နီမှာ3 crash ရှိတယ်ပန်ကုန်းမှာကျတော့10 rate 0ရှိရယ်ဗျ10 rate 0ရှိတော့လက်စစ်စားတော့ကောင်းတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့တိုင်နီက3 crash နဲ့စားမယ်ဆိုပို့ပြီးတော့ damage ပိုများတယ်ပေါ့နော်အခုကျွန်တော်ပြောရတဲ့အတိုင်းပဲလက်ရှိမှာလည်းတိုင်နီက12ကောင်တော့စားပြီး9ကောင်တ9ထားတယ်ဗျအဲ့တော့အလယ်မှာတော့တိုင်နီကို60လောက်ကြိုက်ပြီးတော့ပန်ကုန်းကို40လောက်တော့ကြိုက်တယ်အပေါ်ကဘယ်သူကြိုက်တာလဲဆိုတော့အပေါ်ကဒီခြံနဲ့တိုင်ဟန်တာကိုကြိုက်တာဗျခြံနဲ့တိုင်ဟန်တာကိုကြိုက်တာအပေါ်မှာဖဲကွန်ကြိုက်တယ်အလဲမှာတန်ဒရာကိုကြိုက်တယ်အောက်လမ်းမှာဖဲကွန်ကြိုက်တယ်ဖဲကွန်ကြိုက်တယ်မဟုတ်ပါအောက်လမ်းမှာညီမျှပါပဲ PA free နဲ့လည်းပါနေဆိုတော့အခုမှအေးရနိုးလို့ရ British ကမမီရောဘူး Okay duration over 40ပဲထိလိုက်တယ်တစ်ထောင်နဲ့ Okay ဗျာကောလက်ပါ duration over ဝါဖဲကွန်တာဝိုင်းတော့ဖဲကွန်ကစောစီအမ်ပါတရားတန်ဖဲကွန်တာဝါပြီးတော့တန်ဒရာကရှောင်ဆုံးနိုင်တော့မစိုးဘူးဘာလို့ဆိုဖဲကွန်ကလေဂိမ်းမကောင်းလေလေဂိမ်းမကောင်းတော့ဒီကောင်ကအာလီဂိမ်းအမ်ကိုကြိုးစားမှာပဲတန်ဒရာကြတော့လေဂိမ်းဆွဲဆုံးမှာနိုင်လေဂိမ်းဆွဲဆုံးမှာတန်ဒရာတာအောင်ပေါ့နော်
I would say between 15-25, you know, it's like climbing the first tormentor, getting the first early towers down, and then you just kind of snowball because each one of you will have at least one of those items likely on the side of Falcons. The Bristle will have the Axe plus the Shard likely. The Pango will probably have Diffuse +1 if he wants to go down that route. since he's playing versus Tiny and Doom, I imagine it is going to be that Diffusal. And then Chen will have one of the aura items, and Skeeter, probably what, Phase Vlad's +1? So all that timing will come together, and that's ideally what they want to have to be able to just close the map up as quick as possible.
Level crit rotation လာတယ် BZN ရှိ over နော် အဲ့တော့ roam secure ထားတာဗျ အပေါ်မှာတယောက်တစ်ခုစီယူသွားတယ်ဒီဘက်မှာ ADF နေနေတော့လုံးဝ crit ပဲဆွဲပြီးတော့ပဲစားတာဗျအဲ့တော့ point 1ရဲ့ဒီ fire spirit တန်တွေသူနည်းနည်းကြောက်တဲ့ပုံပဲပေါ့နော် magic damage ကြောက်တယ် Brazil ဘက်ကနည်းနည်း
No pressure coming out so far onto dyrachyo, even though
တူနေတော့ final အထိရှိမယ်မဟုတ်လားမနေ့ကလည်းကျွန်တော်ရှိရလေမနေ့ကကျွန်တော်မနေ့9နာရီထိရှိသွားတာနော်မနေ့4ပွဲလုံးတပွဲမှမလုပ်ပဲကျွန်တော်ပြသွားတာ
I mean, for me, it's a lot of.
ရိုးနေပဲလိုက်တော့မယ် okay ကျုံးပြန်ကျုံးကျွန်တော်ဒီ series အကုန်ရှိမယ်နောက်ပြီးလို့ရှိရင် final နဲ့ဒီဟာနဲ့ကြားမှာ break တင်တဲ့အချိန်မှာကျွန်တော်နည်းနည်းလေးပြေးစရာရှိရမြန်သွားပြီးမြန်ပြန်လာခဲ့မယ်အဲ့မြန်သွားပြီးမြန်ပြန်လာလို့ final က final အီးနေအောင်ပါ final မတိုင်ခင်မှာအီးနေအောင်ပါ player တွေကို break ပေးအောင်ပါအဲ့တော့တဲ့မှာကျွန်တော်မြန်သွားပြီးပြန်လာမှာဆိုတော့ပြီးပါတယ်မမီနောက်မှတည်းမှာနည်းလေးအားလီပိုင်းလောက်ပဲလွတ်သွားပဲရှိမှာဘာလို့ fight 9ပွဲလုံးရှိမှာစိတ်ချ liquid နဲ့ဆိုတော့9ပွဲဆော့ပါဘယ်ကောင်တက်ဒီနှစ်ကောင်လုံးက play ဆိုင်တူတယ်ဒီနှစ်ကောင်နဲ့ liquid နဲ့တွေ့မှာဒီနှစ်ကောင်ဘယ်ကောင်တက်ကွာ play ဆိုင်တူတယ်ဒီက final split မပါနဲ့ကျေးဇူးတင်တယ်တကယ်ကျေးဇူးတင်တယ် final မနေ့ split ပြုတ်သွားတာတကယ်ကျေးဇူးတင်တယ် split မလား split ကိုမကြည့်ရင်တော့ final မှာ
To see that they are getting those stacks at the ready.
အခုချိန်မှာ family ကိုကြည့်ရမှာဆိုရင်တော့ Brazil ဘက်က30ဒါ30ဆိုတာက lane creep တွေပဲမဟုတ်ဘူး top creep ပါစားတာပေါ့နော် jungle creep နဲ့ lane creep ကိုတိုက်ပြီးစားတာ dash shot ကိုလည်းရှောင်နေရယ် dash shot မှန်သွားတော့တေးလောက်တယ်အဲ့တော့ dash shot က Brazil ဘက်အရင်ကြောက်တဲ့နေရာမှာပါတယ်သိလား Brazil ဘက်ကဘယ်လိုခါကြောက်လဲဆိုတော့ dash shot ကြောက်တယ်နောက်ပြီး Mars ရဲ့ spear ကြောက်တယ်နောက်ပြီးလို့ရှိရင် Lynch ရဲ့ senator case ကိုကြောက်တယ်ဘာလဲဆိုအဲ့စပယ်ကောင်ကမျက်နှာလှည့်ရတဲ့စပယ်တွေအဲ့ Amani နဲ့ Fablet ရသွားဆိုမှ Ama ကပြန်ပေးရတော့မှာဗျ dyrachyo နောက်ဆုံး blink strike final strike နဲ့ပဲဆုံးသက်ပေးထားတယ်ကြောင့် crit over တက်ချေဆုံးမှာ fortification နဲ့မှာကာပြီးတော့လိုက်တာဆိုတော့တေးပါမလား majestic ဆက်ခူးတောင်ရှိသေးတယ်ဆက်တိုင်တာဝါလေးတိုင်တော့တေးမှာနော် dyrachyo တေးမှာနော်
1 for 1 but Falcons they do get the first blood.
Heavy rotation coming in. I guess 33 also feels like he doesn't really need the help as much top now since he's playing versus a Chen and a Tide.
Look at this.
He can pull waves.
Marine.
It's an early move.
Yeah, coming in with the amplified damage play.
Uh-oh, dyrachyo. They can't stop the
အော်မှာ dyrachyo ရှက်ကဲနော် size package လုံးဝတနမှာလိုက်တာပြီးသားနှစ်ကောင်လုံးတေးလောက်တယ်ဒီလားmarine နေနဲ့ ADF တို့နဲ့ပဲထားခဲ့တယ်နောက် white moon ကိုတွားချေတယ်ပြီးတော့ dyrachyo ပါထက်ရကောင်းလိုက်တယ်ကွာနော်လိုက်ထည့်ထားရင်တော့ share ပဲ
early move you want to be seeing here from the Pango.
Anytime that he can see those type of rotations with Rolling Thunder, he gets the power rune too, which is really important for that move. So much damage coming in from it. The amp damage is the best one you can get on the Pango. BZM, not looking to match the rotation. And still, these, oh, and the stacks are insane already. Snaking, double stacking with his two neutrals as well. See, Tundra is getting some stacks on their side, but they do not thrive on the stacks as much as we see Falcons.
So, အဖွင့်လေးရလှပါပြီ
Is it going to be sort of split? Who
Falcon
clears the
star
stacks
နေပြီ
up, or is there going to be a single hero? You think across the board they want everybody?
They're stealing them. Look at this, BZM at 33. They've actually found the stacks from snaking. They might even find
Avalanche
I think they will.
toss channel ကောင်တော့ပေးလိုက်ရပြီ
They're
ကျင်
gonna
ကြတယ်
get
မှာ
one
ပဲ
stack.
They're at least that's a triple
Well, this
stack.
one, yeah.
There's a secondary one to the north in the marsh, but they're not going to go for that one. That's a big hit.
I mean, Whitemon's scouted out these ones as well, right? So they have pretty good info, Tundra.
Does he want? He puts in obs as well, so he's going to block and then put vision, so they can potentially look to contest.
And these stacks are very important for Falcons' timings, right?
It's all about that momentum that they're able to build. The other one's getting they're actually both blocked out from Sentry, so Whitemon doing his homework. And Maureen, we do see he's queued up the diffusal as expected since he's playing strapped and looking to snowball. And it's from the mid lane, so most of these Pangos do get it as the rune.
ဒီ map ကိုလုံးဝမတုံးတတ်တာကျွန်တော်
It's a really
ပိ
big
တ်လိုက်တဲ့တက်ကိုပြန်ဖွင့်တတ်တာကိုအော်ဒါပဲရ
Falcons can't afford for any more of these stacks to get taken away from them.
တီးတော့
It's all going to be watched, so they're going to know exactly when they can if they would like to contest for them.
BZM and Saxa, seeing what they can find.
ကျွန်တော်ပေးတာပါဆို16ကောင်15မိနစ်မှာ16ကောင်
BZM able to walk up.
ကဲ Avalanche toss ချန်မဲလားနော်ချန်မဲတည်နေတာ
Getting these early moves here, BZM picking up this action, and now
He's going to keep going, right?
you'll see this stack.
Yep.
So he's going to take this one as well.
All of this matters so much. Being able to just slow down any timings of Falcons is super important.
Is he going to check out this? Do you think he'll check out the other camp as well?
Oh my god, if he sees that one
now because now he's got these 2 camps, he's going to know this sort of stacking's been going on. Marin's going to turn up in the area.
BZM is here. 33 is kind of tanky. They do
so 33ကိုပြင်းမယ် Ravage လည်းလက်ထဲမှာကင်နာပြီးသားပေးလိုက်တယ်တန်တယ် Ravage ပေးရနောက်ကနေ Advance လာပေးတာဆိုမှ33မသိသေးဘူး BZM မှာပြန်ရောက်လာပြီးတော့ Toss နဲ့ပဲပြန်တွန်းလာတယ်ဗျနောက်မှာ Sunray တွေပဲလိုက်ထိုးတိုင်းတယ်နည်းနည်းလေးတော့ Falcon ပြဿနာတက်သွားပြီကျွန်တော် Skater တေးဖို့များသွားပြီ Skater တေးသွားပြီလောက်ဆိုရင်တော့အမှလည်းကျွန်တော်ရေစည်းနဲ့တော့ရေစည်းကြောင်းနဲ့တော့ပြေးနေတော့မှမရဘူးဗျနောက်ဆုံးမှာ White Moon ရဲ့ damage နဲ့ပဲရှော့သွားပြီရိုင်းတော့တိတ်တော့မကောင်းဘူးပေါ့နော် Rabbit ပေးလိုက်ရပြီ Kimi อ่ะဒီမှာ crit ပါနဲ့ရှော့တော့မယ်ရှော့သွားပြီ
going down. That is a very insanely impactful move.
3កောင်ပဲရသေးတယ်တကယ်ချင်းတော့အခန့်အဲ့တဲ့အရင်ဆုံးစိတ်ပူပါမှာ15မိနစ်မှာ16កောင်15မိနစ်လောက်အထီးတဲ့ Noah စိမ့်နေရင် over လောက်တယ်မဟုတ်လား over and က Noah နဲ့မဆိုင်ဘူးဗျ Noah နဲ့မဆိုင်ဘူး Hero power Hero timing နဲ့ပဲဆိုင်တယ်
Might get another power rune too. And now the words, I mean, they're snaking's trying to
ကျွန်တော် over ကျင်းနေပြီဆိုတာဘယ်ချိန်လောက်ကြာရင်လဲဆိုတာပြောပြပေးမယ်ဒီပုံစံတိုင်းသွားနေတော့ဒီပုံစံတိုင်းဆိုတာတက်ကွာ timing ကိုခဏစောင့်လိုက်အဲ့ timing ညမှာသိရကွာတဲ့ duration over မလား under မလားဆိုတာတွေကထားပါတော့ဒီ Falcon ဘက်မှာဆို Brazzerback ရဲ့Against Scepter ရဲ့နောက်ပြီးလို့ရှိရင်သူ Glimmer Gate သွားမှလို့အဲ့ item နှစ်ကွက်အဲ့လို timing နေနောက်ပြီးရင် Pango ဆိုရင်ဒါ Diffuser Blade ရတော့မယ်ခဏနေရရင် Diffuser Blade ပြီးနောက်ထပ်တစ်ကွက်လောက်အဲ့လိုမျိုးပေါ့နော်သူတို့ရဲ့ timing မှာသူတို့ battery ကိုနိုင်သွားပြီလားဆိုတာပဲကြည့်အဲ့ပုံမှာမူတည်ပြီးတော့ over and ဆုံးဖြတ်လို့ရတယ်အဲ့ကြရင် Tundra ဘက်ကဘယ်လိုရှောင်ဆုံးလဲဘာညာတွေ15မိနစ်မှာအဖြေကမသိရသေးဘူး Hero timing တွေအကုန်လုံးကအများစုက23 24 25မှာ Hero timing ဝင်တာဘယ် Hero အဲ့လိုမျိုးပေါ့နော် timing နဲ့ဆော့ရ Hero 7တို့ဘာတို့ညာတို့ဒီလိုမျိုးလေးကောင်းနေအကုန်လုံး Brazzerback တို့ပါဆိုအဲ့လိုပဲ
They do have TPs if they want to try and come in. BZM's not in the healthiest of shape though. Under half HP and mana.
He's got a shovel, so he will be able to fill up his bottle.
That's true. They really want dyrachyo.
မပြေးကြရမယ်
It's a little it's just not going to happen. Dyrachyo's going to be fine. Avoids the entirety.
Falcon လိုချင်တာလဲဒါပါပဲ Outland First Tower ပဲလိုချင်တာအဲ့ Chan လဲပါတယ် Outland First Tower ပဲယူမှာ White Moon နေတော့ဘေးထဲမှာ Supernova နဲ့စောင့်နေ Invisible နဲ့တွေ့သွားပြီတစ်ချက်နှစ်ချက် She crash dive 3ရင် size back နဲ့ပြန်လိုက်မယ်ကောင်းတယ် Sunray နဲ့3တယ်ဆိုမှ TP မရှိဘူး TP မရှိဘူး
They should stick around. He's going to try and make in fact they don't want to waste any more time.
ဟိုမှာ
They didn't see which way it went.
မြင်သွားပန်ကုန်မြင်သွား yeah 4កောင်ရပြီ
So they are able to get the kill.
15မိနစ်မှာ16កောင်ကတော့မပြည့်တော့ဘူးเนาะ
Getting a little bit of
9កောင်ဆိုတော့ပြောမရသေးဘူး9កောင်ပဲလိုသေးတယ်9កောင်လိုသေးတယ်
the start that they would have wanted.
12မိနစ်ဖြစ်သွားပြီဆိုတော့4မိနစ်မှာ9កောင်ဆိုတော့မဖြစ်နိုင်ဘူးထင်တယ် Team fight ကြီးဖြစ်ပြီးသူတေကိုတေပိုင်ဘက်တွေနဲ့ချားကြမှာဖြစ်မှာ
Just a blink, right? It's the phase, stick, or wall.
နှစ်ခုလုံးနိုင်သွားပြီ
Everything,
Yep, level 10.
as well.
Nearly level 11. A good level. Very good XP.
Yep. Able to do so much and might get another power rune. Let's see where it's going to spawn. It's going to be bottom.
9မိနစ်မှာ Hero Gate 3កောင်မတက်ရဘူးဆိုတဲ့ဥစ္စာကိုကျွန်တော်ထည့်ထားတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ခင်ဗျားတို့မပေးတာဘူးဘာလို့ဆိုတော့အဲ့ဒါကြီးအရင် risk များတဲ့ဟာမလို့သိတာဟိုပထမဆုံး room battle မှာ smoke လိုက်တာတို့လိမ့်မှာ 1v လိမ့်မှာတင်မှာ KV နဲ့ support trade တာအဲ့လိုမျိုးဖြစ်သွားရင်ဟေးအော်တော်သေးရောစမုတ်လာကြီးကတန်တော်ဘက်ကောင်နေမလို့
Hiding his blink.
Saksa's going to hold it for
over to Saksa.
Look at that.
He's getting gone on first.
ဝင်လာပြီ
Avalanche will come out.
အနောက်မှာ drain တွေပါပြန်တီးရတယ် Saksa တကပြန်ပေးလိုက်ပါအောင်ဟာ BZM အနေနဲ့ဟိုရောက်ဖို့တော့နည်းလိုသေးတယ်အဲ့ crit နေချက်ချင်းမရှက်ကဲပါချိတ်ထားအောင်မယ်နောက်မှာ don မိထားတဲ့ Pango တော့ dog shot တွေပါ like ကန့်နေပြ Pango နေတော့တေသွားပြီဒါဆိုရင်အဲ့ toss ပါ toss လိုက်တဲ့တော့ shot ADF ရောက်လာပြီ33ကိုပြင်ယူဖို့ကြိုးစားနေပြီးတော့ crit လည်းရှိရ snake လည်းရှိရအကုန် ready ပဲရှက်ကဲချိတ်ထားတာကိုတော့ avalanche နဲ့ဖြတ်လိုက်ရင်းနဲ့ပဲကျွန်တော် Ravage မှာတန်းပေးပြီး33ကိုထပ်တက်တာဒီခါမှမတေရင်တော့ Ravage ကမတန်တော့ဘူး33နေနေတော့နောက်က Sunray Hero နေတော့တေသွားပြီနောက်ဆုံးတော့ 1 for 1 trade ပဲဒုံးပေးပြီးတော့တက်သွားတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ဒုံးကိုတော့ပြင်ရတယ်ဒီဘက်မှာ avalanche toss sneaking hand on corner မှာပြန် heal ရတယ်ကျွန်တော် BZM try နေတယ်အဲ့တော့ dash shot နဲ့တော့ ADF ကို speed fear ဆိုပေမဲ့လည်းကျွန်တော်နေစကူးတွေအများကြီးပဲတင်ခံလိုက်ရပြီ BZM အနေနဲ့ short တော့မယ် avalanche တကခုံဝင်ရတော့မှာလားမရတော့ဘူးဗျ crazy spray ထိပါပြီ BZM short skater ပဲ KU ယူထားတယ်ဗျ Hero Gate 6ကျွန်တော် Falcon ပြန်လိုက်လာနိုင်နေပြီ6ဆိုတော့12កောင်ဖြစ်သွားပြီเนาะ13မိနစ်ခွဲမှာကြီးပဲ
33 turns up, doesn't want to lose this tower too early.
Pango က rolling တန်တာရှိသွားပြီဆိုတော့နည်းနည်းပြန်ချကျင်သွားပြီ
This tower's going to be theirs.
They take down BZM.
12កောင်ဖြစ်နေပြီ16កောင်ဆို4កောင်ပဲလို့တော့
That was cool little.
10မိနစ်မှာ4កောင်
I mean, we've seen people.
အခု10မိနစ်ပဲလို့တော့10မိနစ်တွင်းထဲမှာ4កောင်တတ်ဖို့ဖြစ်နိုင်လားမဖြစ်နိုင်ဘူးဗျာအဲ့တော့နိုင်သွားပြီဗျာနော်
14 minutes. Shrines of Wisdom. And it is going to be Amar now with his agony.
16កောင်ကများတာပေါ့လို့ဗျာကြေးဖွင့်လာကြီးအဲ့လိုမျိုးဆိုရင်ထည့်ပြော်ရဲတီးတာဖြော်ကြီးထည့်မှာ16កောင်တော့ခုနက9မိနစ်မှာကီး3កောင် no အဲ့ဒါကို no ကဘယ်လောက်တော့ရဆို 1.4 တော့ရတယ်ခင်ဗျားတို့ဟိုယူရိုဘက်ကဟာရေးဆိုရင်ဟောပေါ့ 2.4 ပေါ့ကျွန်တော်ဟောင်ကောင်နဲ့ဆိုတော့ 1.4 တစ်ထောင်ထည့်ရင်အမြင့်ကြီးပဲ1400
At the moment, I don't know if they are.
Feel like it yet. No.
They definitely wanted a bit more than this.
Absolutely.
Falcons in this early game.
PA Fury နောက်ကျတယ်
PA game. If it just slows down, right? The break that he can get from the shard is going to be fantastic this game versus the two main cores, the Tide and the Bristleback. Imagine Falcons wants to look to play on the bottom side to go for that Tormentor, but there is a ward already placed out from Whitemon. Does die very fast though, of course, because they have the Bristle, so it might be difficult for Tundra to fully contest. They're actually hunting. They want to try to find dyrachyo, at least get some vision down. So a ward that we've seen placed more and more often in this river bottom side. There are those stacks. Dyrachyo gonna get enabled beautifully here. Here's that Tormentor. They're set up for it. Tundra, they're just gonna give it up. Mid tower. Looks like they're going to be able to get that trade. BZM finishing off tower there with the last auto attack. It's almost his Echo Saber done. He's going to have, I mean, his itemization too. The thing about the Tiny as well, right? Like he can also go for this like Silver Edge build, which is really nice versus the Tide Bristle if the game does continue to slow down.
And Falcons, they've got a lot of them chasing for the kill. They will get him.
Avalanche ပြန်တောင်းလာတယ်
But now without Whitemon, it might
မရဘူး okay ဒီbênတော့ water ဆိုမဲ့ toss နဲ့ပြန်စေ့ထားတယ်နောက်က rolling တန်တာလာပြီဗျအဲ့တော့33နေတော့ short ဝိုင်းဘောတော့လောက်ဆိုရင် Rabbit ပါထပ်ပေးရ33ပဲ Rabbit စားတာ3ကရှိသွားပြီမင်းတို့ passing နေရောအဲ့ကြောင့်
They want to just try to chase as much as possible.
ကဲ timing ကတဖြည်းနဲ့တော့ fake ကဝင်လာပြီပေါ့နော်အဲ့ timing လေးကို Tundra ခံဆော့နိုင်ဖို့လိုရယ်
You can see instantly BZM blinks and he's like, maybe not. They're all here.
Yeah, would have maybe been a chance if Whitemon was able to get that supernova off, but yeah, Falcons coming in clutch with the burst and Marion, I'm going to make sure that Whitemon doesn't get a chance to react.
BZM trying to get that Satyr, but it gets tanked by the Centaur. This Diffusal Blade is definitely doing work though on Malrine, as we, you know, it's very natural of course for Pango, but into some of these heroes you can see how devastating it is. Even Whitemon, he gets hit by a swash and he's almost out of mana. We see that Midas from 33. He's gone for the Veil build first for that extra damage so he can just burn down that front target that he gets the Doom or the combo off from the Tiny. I actually like this kind of build. These like small little items to be able to enable BZM as well, right? Runs in, gets the Veil, the combo does that much more.
16မိနစ်နော်ဒီ over ဘယ်လောက်ထည့်တာအကျွေးရှင်း over 40လား40ရော
BZM hunting. There's no ravage.
ကဲ BZM smoke out break သွားပြီဒါပေမဲ့လည်းကျွန်တော် crit နဲ့ break တယ်ဆိုမဲ့ skater hit ပြေးသွားအဲ့တော့ crit ကိုပဲလဲလဲနော် skater တော့မစင်ပြေတော့ဘူးcrit ပဲ skater အတွက် stay ခံပြီးတွားရတယ်ပေါ့နော်ADF နေတော့ stat တွေစားနေပြီပြန်အောင်ရရမသိဘူးရသွားပြီ glimmer gate သွားနေပြီကျွန်တော်ပြောတော့အပြာရောင်း glimmer သူထည့်မဲ့ item တွေကျွန်တော်တိနေပြီးရင် lotus sword သွားမယ် lotus sword ဘာအတွက်လဲ Lotus sword အေးပေါ့ဒုံးပါတယ်ဆိုတော့ဒါ Lotus sword လေးနဲ့ကာလို့ရကောင်းရညာပေါ့နော် Lotus sword တင်ပြီးဝင်သွားမယ်ဆိုရင်ဒုံးတင်ဖို့တက်နဲ့လက်ရွယ်ရချင်းကြ
The way that we're talking about Falcons,
it's concerning for Falcons.
Yeah, that's not the way that they wanted this early in particular to go.
Now, dyrachyo is having a perfectly fine time. Only dive once this game. His farm is perfect.
He's going to be able to
ပြီးတော့ BKB သွားနေရ BKB သွားတင်တယ် Ravish ပါ Ronin တန်းလေးပါတယ်ဒီ Shaman တွေပါတယ်ဆိုတော့ BKB ကတော့မဖြစ်မနေလိုအပ်တယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ BKB ဒီကွာထင်းနဲ့လောက်လာဆိုမလောက်သေးဘူးဗျာသူ item တော့တစ်ခွက်ထပ်လို့အောင်မယ် Sha Science တော်လောက်ကောင်းနော်ထိုက်နေကြဆိုရင်တော့ Glimmer Gate တော်လောက်ကောင်းထည့်ပေါ့နော်ပြီးရင် damage item ပြန်သွားအောင်မယ်ပေါ့နော်ရှက်ဝယ်ရမှာဗျမဖြစ်မနေရှက်ဝယ်ရမယ်အော် BKB Fury ရှက်ကျွန်တော်ပြောနော်ရှက်ဝယ်ရမယ်ရှက်နေဆိုရင်တော့တိုင်းဟန်နာတော့လောက်ကောင်း Preserve တော့လောက်ကောင်းပြင်းလို့ရတယ်
You want to prioritize it.
Because then they can just full focus the target, right? They can either Doom plus jump with dyrachyo or Avalanche.
ရင်းတဲ့ဖြည့်တာသူတို့ချပြီးတိုင်းနေဒိုးရအောင်ဘာသာကျွန်တော်ရှိမှလာဖြည့်လေဘာသာလဲ
They're able to slow
ဒိုးမယ်ဗျာနော်10သိန်းဒိုးမယ်
They've got to keep going, Falcons.
They are grouped up, but do they have a... Okay, Crit has a smoke.
This has got to be a big hit.
It's got to be. They're looking for the team fight and then probably that rush. But we see the Doom, 33. He sells the Midas. He's got the Shivas now finished for this upcoming fight too. And they're expecting this movement. BKB also for dyrachyo.
Yeah, he's ready to be involved, as you say.
Their timings are really good.
Falcons, they can't afford a bad team fight now.
Snake can get spotted.
Avalanche toss Shiva ကပြန်တုံးထားတယ်ခေါင်းခောက်တယ်ကျတော့ sneak in ကောင် down စက္ကန့်30တောင်မှအဲ့တော့ဘာမှလည်းမရှိတော့ hand out ကောင် heavy လို့မရဘူးဒါပေမဲ့ဒီဘက်မှာလည်း rolling တနာလှိမ့်နေတဲ့ကောင်တော့ဒုံးတင်လိုက်တယ် supernova sport ကြီးကအရန်ကောင်းတယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့လည်းကျတော့ BZM ဖြတ်သွားအရန်မြန်တယ်ဗျ3ယောက်လုံး supernova stand မိသွားရင်ကျတော့ ADF နေတော့လွတ်နေတယ်ဆိုတော့ ADF လွတ်နေရဆိုပေမဲ့ dyrachyo တောက်လျှောက်ခေတ္တကိုတော့ရအောင်ယူပေးထားနိုင်တယ်ဗျလောက်ဆိုရင်တော့ duration over တော့ကနည်းနည်းလေးတော့အဆင်ပြေသွားပြီလို့မြင်တယ်ဗျFalcon တန်ကြီးထည့်ရလို့ရင်ခွဲသွားမှာဒီအိုင်နာမှာရမယ်ဥစ္စာယူမြင်ရလိုက်တာ
on Falcons and they're just not.
Snaking can't get initiated on first like that. He doesn't get his heal off. Doesn't get. I mean, gets literally nothing off.
လူမားတယ်ကျွန်တော်နာမည်မဖတ်ဘူး comment ပဲပြီးဖတ်လိုက်တာ sorry ကိုရဲတန်းအောင် sorry တုံချင်း sorry
I can't believe Amar gets out though. He does get out with like a sliver of HP, but Tundra so.
နာမည်မဖတ်လိုက်ဘူးလို့ comment ဖတ်လိုက်တာ sorry.
But it's kind of everything, and then they're not able to get anything else. And as you say, yeah, just Whitemon, brilliant spot here with the Sunray.
And yesterday we saw him almost doing like similar when he was super far behind. This game, he's actually owning with that Sunray, that hot spot again.
And Amaj is, yeah, he's very lucky that dyrachyo was holding on with the BKB right.
No, Falcon ကတော့ strength ကိုစော့ခြင်း Phoenix ကိုဘန်ရမယ်ဒီလားဒီကောင်ဘန်ရမယ်မင်းဟို Falcon က strength ကိုဆော့တော့အသိမဲ့ကွာ strength ကိုဆော့မဲ့အသိနေရ Phoenix ကြောက်ရတယ်ဘန်မှာလား Phoenix တွေ
disastrously worse for Falcons.
Absolutely. And dyrachyo now he's got the shard, so that next fight they will be able to just bring down those frontline targets easier. Because you can see Amar he felt a bit confident to just charge forward there after snaking got initiated.
I mean, you just got to go again as Falcon.
They do. They can't hesitate.
Keep going.
Yep. You need to get a fight into a rush.
Can't sit back.
တော့တက်ကားရတော့ minus တက်ကား smoke တက်ခဲ့နေ BZM ရှိသွားနေအောင်ပဲ
A little bit before the ravage.
See what they can find here, Falcon.
မဲဆွဲချက်ကအောင်နေတယ် agent ကမဲလာတယ်
BZM would be a lovely grab. I mean, the dream one right now is dyrachyo, but they're not anywhere close to him.
Amar making the call to go for the rush, but I believe
တွေ့ပါပြီ
Tundra was already
Saksa နဲ့
out. They have that.
ဒါပေမဲ့လည်း marine ပြေးတယ်
the river. So you can see the
Russian ပြေးရိုက်တာ
Right now, pretty quick.
they're scouting it.
မြင်သွားပြီတက်တော့မြင်သွားပြီဆိုတော့လာပြီ scan ထားတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဒီဘက်မှာဒီပင်တော်ကတော့ချိတ်ထားတယ်
Slow down the efforts.
အဲ့ကချိန်တာနောက်မှာ Shiva Don Stock ကောင်းလိုက်တယ်နောက်ကနေ fan နိုင်ပါလာရင် ADF 10 down နေပြ Skitter ကိုပါ try နေ Skitter နေနဲ့ short အဲ့တော့ Aegis ကိုပါတခါလေးပဲ Tundra နေနဲ့အပိုင်းသိမ်းသွားပြီ
Get the rush. BZM
ကောင်းလိုက်တာကွာ33က
Towards as well. dyrachyo. I don't know, Fog. Where's the comeback plan? I don't know if they have one with this lineup.
This lineup feels like it's pretty all in for it.
အန်ဒါတော့မေဟေးအန်ဒါတော့မေဟေး
Every single one of the fights have been their way. They've been super prepared for Falcons' game.
Falcon ရှောင်းဆုံးနိုင်မှရမယ်
That ward, I mean, Whitemon, he placed that one earlier in the river, so it's scouting everything. And I don't think you could have asked for
ပြီး
that.
ချိန်ရောက်သွားပြီတိုင်မင်ဝင်သွားပြီလား
Team was here. He just goes in and starts to disrupt.
တိုင်မင်အစောကြီးဝင်သွားဟဲ့အောင် Tundra ဘက်ကတိုင်မင်အစောကြီးဝင်သွား
dyrachyo gets that follow-up angle beautifully with the cleave and the fan of knives.
It's picture perfect, really.
How do you
တန်လာပေါ့ကိုကြီးရနော်
They're feeling the stress.
they know.
သွားပြီနေတူပါတယ် Falcon ယုံလိုက်ပါအောင် Falcon နည်းနည်းလေးရှောင်းဆုံးနိုင်မယ်လို့ယုံလိုက်အဲ့လိုမျိုးတွားချပြီးတော့နောက်ထပ်ပတ်တယ်နှစ်ခုတော့ free wine တော့မရတော့ဘူးဒီလား
He's got this blink Shiva, so you can keep doing the cell. Yeah, he's huge. And yeah, what a perfect jump with that war stomp. Malrine looking for Whitemon, but he's got the TP.
သွားပြီအာလွဲဝိုင်းဟိုကပြန်ဝင်လာနော်ဘာ
The thing is for Falcons, I don't think you can really deviate from the game plan. It's
You
not
just
like,
have
it's
to
not
keep running at them.
yeah, it's not like okay, we can go back and farm. No, it's got to be.
ဒီအဲ့ဆို Falcon KO ပါလေရင်ခွန်ရပြီလေအေးဟုတ်တယ်အေးဟုတ်တာပဲဒီငါထေရငါမေ့နေရဟဲ့အေးသူများဟာကိုသွားပြီး duration over ပါသွားလုံနေ Falcon let's go Falcon အာမြေ22မှာ3ကောင်ဟာလား23ကောင်ဆိုတော့
Tiny and
14ကောင်လို့သေးတယ်
who allowed dyrachyo to pick and choose his targets. Level 8.
Falcon ဘယ်တပြန်နေရမှာ
Max crit online. where Falcons. I mean, just where do they go from here is a big question.
I mean, they're trying to see if they can catch someone like dyrachyo, but say dyrachyo's only died the once. He's been very smart with his position.
I don't think these two would have a chance of killing him too, right?
So after if
the
they do
Shaman
find him,
he's gonna kill them both.
အဲ့ကျွန်တော်က noises ပဲ
they
ရ
ain't killing the
ကြည့်ကြ
PA.
အောင်
And what combination of heroes actually will kill this PA?
If they can chain stun him with the Pango, right? And with
Sure.
the Shaman and the Pango.
I mean, you're right, they have to have the Pango.
Yeah, 100%. And speaking of the Pango, Marine does get the blink out. Was getting chased top. BZM still looking for him. He will be able to get away. Tundra's looking very fresh this morning.
Yeah, they seems like they were very unfazed by Falcon's approach to try and run them over. They're like, you want to try and run us over? Yeah, good luck with that.
I mean, a lot of teams have gotten run over this tournament, but this one, not at all. I mean, this has been a really good game plan from Tundra with the BZM Tiny. Like 11-minute 40 blink with all these items. So.
He really did mess up the early game. Just, like the Tiny really was. It felt kind of like the perfect last pick.
It did, and even the Doom felt honestly like 33's Doom. He's done this a lot of times. Playing versus the Chen.
Yeah.
They couldn't slow him down. He ate the creep a couple times.
အဲ့ Fairway နောက်ဆုံး last bit တိုက်ဟန်တာတိတ်အဆင်မပြေဘူးဗျာအာ last bit ကြီးတရား
Yeah, he's top 2.
ခုမှကြည့်မိတယ်
With this type of, quote unquote.
လုံးဝ dyrachyo ရဲ့ time ဖြစ်သွားပြီ
It hasn't felt greedy.
အခု dyrachyo ကဒီ shaman ဥစားတတိထားလိုက်မယ်ဆိုသူ့အတွက်အဆင်ပြေဆုံးဖြစ်သွားပြီ
Been able to free farm.
Yep.
On Tundra.
တခုရှိတာ Aegis က
Almost getting caught there.
Can they do anything here?
မြင်သွားပြီဘူးပေါ်လို့ပေါ်သွားတာဟဲ့အောင်ကြီးတေးပြီးတော့အဲ့လောက်ဆိုရင်တော့
Caught in no man's land.
I don't know. It's a rough one.
It's gonna start getting.
Yeah,
Start getting. We'll see where they go from here for
ဘယ်
Falcons.
ကောင်ရင်
Unfortunately.
ခိုင်မာလာနေစီ
A little bit stomping. And not the way that Falcons drafted for. They are the ones getting stomped.
Yeah, and the question, it's like, what's the next timer, right? It's not any big item in particular. Maybe Amar's BKB so that he can start.
ဘယ်ကောင်မှာကမ္ဘာဝိုက်ရှာကြီးအောင်
Skinner has no game anymore. I mean, he hasn't really had a game the entire time as they've.
ပန်ကိုပေါ့
triple off lane
ဒါပဲရှိရော
strategy.
side of fight တွေထက်လိုလာမယ်
They'll take any.
crit တကောင်နဲ့မလုံလောက်တော့ပြီးတော့ ADF
Snag.
အစိမ်းချောင်းတို့ win rate ကတော့လိုလာမယ်
They dropped down.
လေမတော့မတင်နိုင်ရော sneaking
He's going down.
အရင်ကခင်ခဲ့တဲ့လူတွေမို့လားမသိဘူး
Well, Falcons, their only hope is if Amar can carry on his bristle.
Pretty much.
ဟုတ်တယ်ကျွန်တော်ပြောလို့ပဲ ADF ကြီးကနေပဲ
Scaling carry.
And at least he's got the benefit of lucky shot too, right? So
ADF ကနောက်ထပ်ဘာထက်လုံလဲဆိုတော့ IP ရဲ့ final night ထိနေတဲ့အချိန်မှာရှောင်နိုင်မှုတွေလုံမယ်
from Amar. He will be able to get that
အော်
tournament.
crit shot ရတယ် crit shot ရတော့ duration over တမပြောလို့ရတယ်
Not the biggest deal.
crit က I shot လေးနဲ့တောက်လျှောက် split position လုပ်ရင်အချိန်နေပိုကြာရင် duration over နိုင်တယ်
BKB, S and Y +1.
Yep.
And then they need crit to have level 15 as well would be nice, because then he has the hex break versus the PA.
D'accord.
Find Saksa.
And Saxa.
He actually gets on the low ground.
ရပြီ rolling တန်တာဟိုမှာ twin gate ကိုသွားထောက်မိနေတယ်ကွာရပါတယ်ဒီ fountain ထဲမှာ
Lily?
Is he actually getting out? He
No
got out.
way.
Well, I mean, that's a
What the
perfectly
fuck
laid
is that
down
Marine,
step.
bro?
Against the ball.
God. You look at crit.
Oh,
Nice.
no.
Yeah, this is.
Oh,
That's
no.
devastating. I thought surely he dies there.
Oh, no.
Oh gosh.
But game on.
ငါချီကျူးလိုက်ရင်ဒီကောင်နဲ့တစ်လေတာကွာ Marine ပန်ကိုစောင်းကောင်းတယ်ချီကျူးလိုက်ကောင်ကွာရပြီ twin gate ကြီးကို right click ထောက်နေပါလေတဲ့
The two supports have had it pretty good for well, these games as we see there, and now they're chilling. Mo chill. BZM now with an amp damage. He can go for that silver edge as well too that we were talking about to break the bristle as well.
ကျန်နေပါဝယ်လာ dyrachyo က skate တော့ပြင်းဦး
And
တယ်
33 is just enormous.
Yeah, full on.
Blink, Midas, Shiva. I mean, I just keep flurrying in. Crit will walk into him. Both of them tumble.
တွေ့ပါပြီ dyrachyo မှာကြံပါတယ်
Falcons
ဒါပေ
have
မဲ့မ
moved
ခုံ
up.
ရဘူး
They've got the BKB on Amar. See if they can actually mount a team fight versus this humongous PA, Doom and Tiny. What are you looking up?
dyrachyo ဖင်ရရင်တော့ရမယ်ဗျ dyrachyo ဖင်ရဖို့ပဲလိုတယ်
Got some numbers for us.
Because if you look at Tundra's lineup, they've got
Sorry.
pretty good
It
heroes.
looks
Bob.
very nice. It does.
You know, kind of some of their best, I'd say, as well on these individuals.
For me, what it looks like Falcons came in with a game plan that they wanted to try to be able to go
And
for
they
it,
just didn't care what Tundra had.
Yeah, exactly. So they just got whatever they wanted.
Yeah, it does kind of look like that.
Yeah.
They have some pretty crazy heroes
They really
on
do.
Tundra.
The execution's just been so solid. I mean, 28 minutes now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's that timing for Falcons. But let's see, Amar. Can he make something insane happen? Dyrachyo level 20. They buy him a gem. He's getting close to Satanic.
Marine တွေ့ပါပြီ
That feels like it's for Dyrachyo.
Marine ကိုတွေ့သွားပြီ
He's just chilling, of course.
Marine တပီထောက်သွားပြီ okay
The first pick PA.
ပေါ်မှာ crit ကတော့28မိနစ် Shrine Wisdom ကိုသွား snipe ဖို့ကြိုးစားတယ်ဆိုတော့ပါသွားပြီထင်တယ်
They really did just go all in today in this game on Falcons. Which, as I say, you know, in the series, you
အပီအောက်မှာဆိုတော့တိလိုက်ပြီဆိုတော့ဒီဘက်မှာလည်း ADF ကိုချောင်းနေတယ်
They actually see snaking. They see Amar.
Okay. Amar sees them.
They wait. They need their PA.
33ဆင်းလာပြီနောက်မှာ crit နဲ့33နဲ့တွေ့နေပြီ
I believe crit was spotted. Falcons will run away.
over ပါပြီဒီလောက်ဆိုရင်တော့ဒါဆို duration over သွားပြီနော်တန်တော်ကခုန ages ရပြီးတဲ့ advantage တွေကဘာမှဆက်မလုပ်တော့ဘူးတဲ့ perfect နေရပါဘာမှဆက်မလုပ်သေးဘူး
Try to prolong things a bit. Instant TP though. BZM's hot on his tail.
balance duration လိုသေးရယ် 3 throw နဲ့မြင်သွားတယ်ကျွန်တော် has ပြောင်းနေချိန်နေဆွဲနေရယ် dyrachyo ကအနောက်မှာတော့ high ground မှာတကောင်ရပါပြီ sneaking ကို
Oh, look at that! Pushes him on the low ground. What the? I haven't seen that with the chickens.
ကဲကောင်းကြပဲအဲ့ဒီမှာကျုံးနေပြီကျွန်တော် ADF ကို final နဲ့သုံးတယ်ဆိုမှ ADF နဲ့ BKB ချင်းချင်းပြက်ကြီးရတယ်မှာ dyrachyo BKB duration ကြားထဲမှာပြေးနေရဆိုမဲ့ oh my god ကျွန်တော်ပြောတဲ့ dyrachyo တရိုးမယ်ဆိုတာအဲ့ဒါကိုပြောတာလူမစုံသေးပဲနဲ့အဲ့တော့နှစ်ကောင်ရတယ်ဒုံးပြန်တင်ထားတယ်33နေနဲ့ marine ကတော့ down သွားပြီ marine ကိုထားခဲ့လိုက်တော့ skater လွတ်အောင်ပြေး
Saying that he's the carry.
Yeah, I mean, it's a deadpan go.
ဘာမှပြန်ပေးလာတယ်33ကို try မလားမသိဘူး
Got back up. BZM is.
ဟုတ်တယ် BZM avalanche ပြန်သုံးတာလေ crit နဲ့ dive လို့ရမလား dive လို့မရဘူးเนาะ ravage ပြန်ပေးဆို BZM BKB နဲ့ crit နဲ့ dive သွားပြီ33ကိုတော့ပြင်ရမလား33ကိုလည်းခုထိမရသေးဘူး ADF နေနဲ့ give up လိုက်ပြီဗျ oh my god what is that moment bro marine down သွားပြီလေ what the fuck
Just going for the solo play.
He just wanted to make the game a little bit exciting, you know.
no bro marine က down သွားပြီလေတာယူရယ်
The gem was.
BZM လည်းလာနေပြီဆိုတာလည်းသိရမယ်လေလို့ ADF ကတော့ champion ယူသွားနိုင်တယ်
Potentially die versus the Phoenix and give that
ဘာဖြစ် duration over သမားတော့ပြောရမှာပါ
very, very small gain for Falcons, but Tundra
နော်
immediately
အဲ့တော့ Roshan က2မိနစ်ဆိုတော့
get the rest of the kills.
sorry 2မိနစ်ကျော်နော်အဲ့တော့32လောက်မှ ages ကင်မယ်အဲ့ဒါကိုနည်းနည်းရှောင်လိုက်4တိတော့ပြည့်ပါ
I feel like I haven't asked for a heal instead if we have it. After
အဲ့တော့တွင်းထဲမှာဗတ်တစ်ခုသွားဆိုင်လို့ရှုံးသွားတယ်ပြောတယ်
Wanted to go for this, and this is the point where, you know, as the carry, you can blame your team. You're like, team? It's like, guys, are we not pushing? We can kind of end this. Where's the team?
they did both.
No, I'm with Dyrachyo on that one. Where's the team? Come on. The team should know that as the carry PA, you want to be diving the tier 3.
That was a very. I mean, you would do that as well.
I would definitely.
You and Dyrachyo definitely have some similarities.
I'm a fan of his play style.
Back to business.
မရသေးဘူး Falcon Campbell လို့ပြောလို့မရသေးဘူးခုနပြန်ပြီးတော့ crit time ဘက်သွားရဲ skater တေသွားရဲ marine တေသွားရဲအမားကြီး marine ကတော့မားကြီးတော့မဟုတ်ဘူး marine ကတေလို့တေနေတာပါဒီဒွန်းကသူ့ပေါ်မှာကြီးပဲတောက်လျှောက်တင်ခံနေရပြီးတော့ခုနပတင်မှာဆိုလည်းဒွန်းကတင်ပါပဲဒီမှာ dyrachyo
Dyrachyo. Whoop up.
BKB ကြီးလိုက်ရတယ် BKB ကိုရှောင်းအောင်ပဲတားလို့ BKB ကိုရှောင်းလိုက် ADF BKB မပေးသေးဘူးပေးလိုက်ပြီ crit ကောင်ရင်ဖြတ်တယ် crit down အောင်မလား crit မ down သေးဘူး gate ကနေပြန်သုံးထားတယ် crit ကတော့ချက်ပြောင်းလဲဆိုရင်မရဘူးတေသွားပြီပေါ့နော်မတေသေးဘူးလွတ်နေတော့မှ glimmer နဲ့ okay နောက်မှာ white moon ကိုရတယ် ADF BKB မရှိဘူးcrit ကသူ့ကောင်းပေါ်မှာအမတေသွားပြီလို့ဆိုရင်တော့ဆိုပါပြီလို့ဆိုValentos sneaking ကိုထည့်ရမယ်ဒီဘက်မှာ ADF ဘိုင်မဲ့ပြန်ပေးတာလေဒီဘက်လုံးဝကြားလို့မရဆိုတာသိရ dyrachyo အနေနဲ့ဟိုမရှိတော့ဘူး BKB မရှိတော့ဘူးအဲ့တော့ dash shot နဲ့ ADF free ရနေရဆိုမှလည်းဒုံကတော့ skater ကောင်းပါပဲ avalanche ပြန်သုံးထားနေ ADF အနေနဲ့ blister bat တွေခါနေဆိုမှသူကောင်းမှလည်း break နေပြအဲ့တော့ P ကခုထိမသေးသေးဘူးshe crash ပြန်ဝင်လာတယ် rolling တန်တာကျွန်တော် roll နဲ့ပဲစလှိမ့်နေတယ်33ကိုပဲရေတက်ဖို့ကြိုးစားလာခေါင်းခောက်လိုက်ကြ rolling တန်တာပြတ်သွားတယ် what the fuck okay အန်ကပြန်ချိတ်လိုက်ပြီတော့33တကောင်ပဲထားခဲ့ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တန်တော်တင်းကောင်ပတ်သွားပြီ33နောက်ဘယ်သူမှမကက်ရဘူးမစင်တုံးကြီးချီတုံးကြီးရတာချီတုံးကြဟိုဘက်ကနေဒီတော့ spell တွေပေးဒီဘက် spell တွေပေးADF ဘယ်မှာပေးလိုက်ရဟိုchannel လည်းဘယ်မှာပေးလိုက်ရ3 man ဖိုင်ပဲအေးဗဒီရိုချန်ကအရင်ရေးကြည့်ရအောင်ဗမာတွေပေးပြီးဆိုင်ရအောင်33မရှိတော့ဒီရိုချန်ရပြီပေါ့နော်ဒါတွေကမစိုးအဲ့တော့ duration over သွားပြီအမိုက်မလာညီမလာမသိဘူးအထီးသားမလာလည်းမသိဘူး
Another item picked up. The dead shot will scout. Now Reen's going to start with a roll.
ရိုလင်းတနာနဲ့ အချိန်ထက်ဆွဲမယ် BCM တွားရှာတယ် Saxa ကတော့ form ပြောင်းပြီးလိုက်ပြနေတယ်အန်ကမှာ BCM ထက်ချိတ်ထားတယ်ဗျအဲ့တော့ Saxa တစ်ကောင်ရမယ်အပြီးပြန်ဝင်လာပြီ Ravage ပြန်ပေးလိုက်တယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ dyrachyo BKB ဖွင့်လာတယ်ဗျအဲ့တော့ skater ကိုတော့ဖျက်ဖို့ကြိုးစားရဆိုမှလည်း game မှာပြန်သုံးတာလေ avalanche နဲ့ပြန်ပြီးတော့အချိန်ဆွဲပြီးသားဆိုမှ has မိထားတယ်ကျွန်တော် shackle ပဲမလဲ crit shackle ပဲမလဲ dyrachyo ကိုဒါပဲ yes ဘလုံးမှာတာတော့ come on ငါပြောရဲ fair ကောင်ဆိုတာအဲ့ဒါပဲနော် fair ကောင် short မတက်နဲ့ဟဲ့ဖင်ရအောင်မယ်နော် space sequence နေရာမှာတော့ fair ကောင်သွားရှင်လို့မရအောင်
They've got a bit of fight left in them here, Falcons.
Tundra not respecting them as much as they should have there. Just jumping in, not
အထီးပါအထီးဆိုရင်တော့အကိုကြီးနော်အကိုကြီးစင်ပြေသွားကြီး
It was both fights. Yeah, bottom he one shot.
အကိုကြီးကကွာအထီးဆိုပြီးတော့ common လေးပုံစံနဲ့မနေထားတယ်ဒီတော့ပေါ့လာမခိုင်း
Huge.
I mean, if you're Tundra now, you sort of calm it down a bit. You're like, guys.
I mean, you wait
this
for
game. You know, let's
you group up for sure because they're kind of running in one by one. I mean, look at Whitemon up north here. He gets seen by Malrine and look, bah, boom. He's actually just dead. The Nemesis curse, the bonus damage that he has with the Aghanims too, it's enough to just bring down that Phoenix.
So this kiting as well. You know, Skeeter able to sort of live as long as he was. You know, it made dyrachyo really have to try and work for him.
Did Crit actually get his level 15 now? He's about to have it. So he's about to have Hex break online too after those plays that came in. Tundra.
dyrachyo can die.
Yeah, they've got to start to stick a little more together. They did kind of run in one by one like we were saying. Falcons, they took advantage of it. 4 minutes on the Aegis now for MR.
၄កောင်5កောင်6កောင်နောက်တဲ့ hero 6កောင်ရနိုင်ပြီ
Give some respect to it now. Or just
9កောင်ပေါ့နော်9កောင်ရနိုင်
as we said. Being shaken up a bit here.
Let's see if Falcons can do it again.
ဟာရောအဲပစိုးပြုတ်သွားတော့အမှ
Now one on Ravage, 30 seconds. Yeah, Hex break is online. So yeah, we'll have to see if he can get it off onto dyrachyo. And I mean, the big thing too is just to watch Malrine. If Malrine can keep doing that in these fights, he's literally removing a massive element from Tundra.
Yeah, I imagine he's sort of what target number 1 for 33, right, with the Doom?
Yeah.
Just get this Pango.
Does feel like it, yeah. And Whitemon just has to be more careful showing himself.
ဖေကွန်နိုင်သွားထည့်လိုက်မှာ
He's
ထည့်
doing that BKB.
Okay.
I thought he was going to buy the Ghost Scepter.
မထည့်
This is the strict physical damage, but that's going to be the next choice.
မထည့်
Ags finished up for Saksa, so another big timing.
မထည့်
Looks like they are grouped up.
draft မှာနေနေရနော်ကျွန်တော်ပွဲစားရပြောပြီးသား legging က ဖေကွန်ကအဆင်ပြေဘူးလို့ဒါပေမဲ့ပြောမရဘူးကွာ dyrachyo က BKB ကျွေးချက်နေလာပြီ
Lots of auras coming in from Snay as well that we have to keep track of. He's actually hanging on to the, so I always like to try to check which ones. He's hanging on to the War Drums aura, one that you don't see too often, but it's the accuracy. So even extra ways to hit, I mean, sometimes you don't even
ခုနစား
use
ဖေကွန်ဝင်
a
တာ
mechanic in Dota, but yeah, accuracy on this War Drums aura to be able to hit the PA as well. So little things can matter. There's the Refresher Doom, Tundra, grouped up, looking for the fight.
I definitely, yeah, because this is the thing. If 33 is able to get a couple of strong Dooms off, it's going to be the fight over.
As long as dyrachyo pretty much just isn't isolated, the fight should still look good for them. But Falcons getting momentum.
Yeah, getting some good money here from that.
Getting tankier too. We see the plate mail picked up for the top.
But that's I mean.
Close to an AC. DCM under the ward. He's charging in.
He's going to see.
avalanche toss
You get the toss back onto a mark.
dyrachyo ကြီးကိုပို့လိုက်တာဒါပေမဲ့လည်း ADF movement speed အရင်မြန်နေခေါင်းတစ်ချက်ခောက်တယ်ဒုံးတင်တယ် Aegis နဲ့ပဲ ADF ကကြောတော့ပေးရတော့မဲ့ rolling တနားတောက်ရှော့ dyrachyo ကိုတိုက်ပေးတာနဲ့ BKB တောင်းနေဆိုမဲ့ BKB မပေးရသေးပေးလိုက်ပြီဗျတော့ skater ကိုပဲအိမ်နေတာ skater မသိဘူးအဲ့တော့ dyrachyo နဲ့ BKB ကုန်သွားပြီ BKB ကုန်သွားပြီတတိယထားမယ်နော် ravage ပြန်ခွဲလို့ရတယ် hand of god နဲ့မပြန် heal ပြီး crit ကို Kတိုင်းနဲ့ crit နေတယ်မသိသေးဘူး supernova ပါထပ်ပေးတိုင်းနဲ့နောက်မှ sticking ကို dyrachyo မဖြတ်ဖို့ကြိုးစားရတယ်ဗျ crit နေတယ်စက္ကန့်50 no ပိုင်မဲ့နဲ့တေသွားတာကျွန်တော် marine နဲ့ down သွားပြီဒါပေမဲ့မရှိဘူးအဲ့တော့ ADF ပါထပ်ပြီးတော့ try ငယ်နေရတယ်ဗျ double key dyrachyo ပြတိုင်းနဲ့နောက်မှ ravage ပြန်ပြီး focus လုပ်တယ်ဆိုမဲ့ ADF မရှိတော့ဘူးဒိုင်းဘက်သွားပြီပြီးသွားပြီလို့ဆိုတော့ငါလုံးဝတကောင်လုံးမရဘူးပဲတယ်မှာဒီပဲအခင်းတလိုင်းရိုက်သွားတယ်ငါတို့ fake ကပြီးသွားတယ်လို့ဆိုတော့ခုနကောင်လုံးမရတော့ fuck
Back to Malrine, since 33 was able to get the Doom on top of him. He's actually able to cast his spells in this fight as the Phoenix.
Yeah, back to sort of how I lived before. I mean, and just because of the nature of the position Tundra's in, right, they are at a spot where they can have a few mistakes, and it just doesn't really matter.
As long as they just don't literally one by one trickle into the fights.
But it feels like it's going to take sort of like a 1-by-1 trickle in fight, like times 3
GG ပါပြီချိန်မှာနေ
to actually kind of end up having Falcons in the
ဖာ
lead.
ကွန်
And now they get downtime to get all their cooldowns back up, Dooms back up pretty, 20 seconds actually, that'll be finished. And they have their AC on the Tiny. Back to business. Dyrachyo.
ကဲဆိုတော့ Falcon Robin မရှိဘူး Reservoir မရှိဘူးအောက်မှာ AD တွန်ပေါ်နေရင် Dry Show Mega ယူအောင်မယ်
Do much in that last one.
33. Just going to have one of the Dooms up. Yep. 40 seconds and then up double again.
By the time the Ravage is back up, he's going to have both.
Yeah. Now start to deal with the bottom wave, get that push round so they can look to get that final tier 2 tower taken away from Falcons.
BZM might one-shot almost anybody with this.
ကိုတားတယ်နော်ကိုတားလိုက်တာချင်းချင်းပဲအချိန်မီသွားလို့ Falcon နိုင်သွားထည့်ရမလားဆိုမထည့်နဲ့လို့ပတ်ဟီရိုကြီးကကွာတယ်ကွာသိတာ
Sneaking.
ကဲတော့
Trying to get some vision outside.
Goes around.
Dyrachyo. He's got the creep. That is an early level 25 with the PA.
ဒီ drone နဲ့ဒီ drone Falcon ဘယ်လိုမှမနိုင်ဘူး33မှာ refresh on တယ်
An insane level of stacks.
Smashing records here.
And we were talking about Falcons getting those early stacks at least prepared, even though most of them got stolen. It's like just been Soxes stacking those Ancients. Bots 2. 33 is pretty much done on items.
Yeah, he's pretty much level 25.
He can TP in to join BZM. AC finished.
စောင်းရချမ်းသာနေပြီဒုံကြီးကကျ2600နဲ့33ဒုံကျ level 25ရောက်သွားပြီ don't muse apply don't apply muse ပြောတာ mute တော့မှာadvance toss တေးသွားပြီတော့ဆိုရင်တော့ Marine second shit no ပိုင်ပဲတောက်ချောက် Marine ကိုပဲထိုင်တက်နေကြတယ် Marine ကိုလောင်လုံးနေ
Obligations of the deep. And they all tip him. White Mon especially after dying though, he did right.
ရှက်ကဲချုပ်ထားတဲ့ကောင်တော့ Dyrachyo ဝင်အိမ်ကိုကြိုးစားတယ် BKB ပြန်ကြီးနေ BKB ထဲမှာပြအောင်ဖြတ်တာပဲcrit နေတယ်တေးသေးဘူးမတေးသွားပြီဗျ Sunray နဲ့ပဲစက္ကန့်50ဘာမှကတော့ပြန်ပေးလို့ရသေးတယ် Marine မရှိတော့ဘလို့မှ defend လို့မရဘူးအဲ့တော့ Mika အနည်းဆုံးတစ်လိန်းတောင်မှနှလုံးရအောင်ပေးရမှာtoss လိုက်ပြီညောင်းလိုက်တယ် BKB ပြန်ကြီးတယ် ATF Ravage ကောင်းလိုက်တာ Dyrachyo အနေနဲ့တေးတော့မှလားမတေးသေးဘူး Dyrachyo မတေးသေးဘူး Anchor တွေပဲပြန်ချိုးနေမယ် Has Shadow Shaman Saban Wall ပြန်ပေးတိုင်းနေမယ် Sneaky Dyrachyo ကိုချုပ်ဖို့တော့ကောင်းတယ်လုံနေလုံးပဲချုပ်ထားတယ်ချုပ်လိုက်တော့ White Moon ကြီး Dash Shot နဲ့မှပြန်ကယ်ပေးတိုင်းနေမယ် ATF
That was an awkward satanic from Dyrachyo. He popped satanic and hit the dead in the water 4 times. Wasn't able to get that.
နောက်ထပ်9កောင်တော့မဖြစ်နိုင်တော့ပါဘူးတဲ့
They don't get a
9កောင်မ
not
ဟုတ်
even
ဘူး
a
လေ
single one that they're able to grab on the defense.
9កောင်တော့လိုပါလေကျွန်
Make
တော်
a
က
reset, look to go again.
Yep, cooldowns are going to come back up. Doom's actually back available anyway. He still has the secondary one.
Was one of the buyback actually have a crit coming in there.
33ကို
Skeeter looking for the setup. No BKB for 37.
အားရစခွန်စာမပြောင်းနဲ့ဒုံးတင်ပြီးလွတ်ပေးလိုက်ရရှီပါပါတုံးထားတယ်နောက်မှာ
Gets the
Oh,
blink
gets the
off.
blink off. Woo, bounces away. It's not going off for the TP out yet. Doesn't need to. They're not even going to search any further for him. 33 walks up.
ကို 20.5 over လေ
Close, but he's able to get that blink off.
အော် 20.5 လား bro က
Immediately TP's bottom.
အဲ့ကလပ်ပါ
He could be everywhere. I was going to say he's probably about to be top net worth, and he is.
တူတူပါပဲ
about to claim that, so-
နေရာလုံးကတလေရဲစီးနေခီးသွားရ
Backs
ဆို
up on items. BKB now for 1 month. He's got the combo to be able to protect himself, even if Malverine's able to find the angle now. And the lead is getting pretty tremendous, up to 30,000.
That's getting pretty insane.
20 level advantage as well, too.
That's a lot of levels.
Yeah. 26 on Dyrachyo. I mean, look at Dyrachyo.
Oh. Okay.
Dyrachyo မနက်ဆိုင်ဖွင့်လာပြီသား
So with the man
အန်ကချိတ်ရရိုလေးတနာတိုက်တယ် BKB ပြန်တောင်းလိုက်တယ် BKB ရသွားပြီ Marine ပြန်ပတ်မလို့ရမယ် ADF ကိုပြင်အေးကိုကြိုးစားနေတာနောက်ကိုပါထက်ကြည့်ပြီးကြတာ Marine နေတယ်
over towards BZM.
ဆက်တော့မလိုက်တဲ့တော့ထင်တာပဲ
That's the BKB gone.
Gets the roll and Thunder off.
Game 2ကစပြီးတော့လိုက်ပြီးတယ် Game 1တော့ဝင်းသွားလို့တော်သေးတယ်နိုင်တော့ပါပြီ AC ပေါ့
With the BKB on cooldown.
တော်တော်ပြောရမယ်ဒါအဲ့ timing ကို Tundra ခံဆော့နိုင်ရပြီ Tundra လေကင်းပြန်ဆွဲမှာ
BKB
တော့အဲ့ Falcon timing ကို Tundra ပြန်ခံဆော့နိုင်သွားတယ်ကွာခံဆော့နိုင်သွားတော့ Falcon timing ကကြိုးကြသွားပြီကြိုးကြသွားချိန်မှာနောက်ပိုင်း timing တွေအကုန်လုံးကလုံးဝ Tundra အပိုင်နေပြီပဲ draft ကအကွာကြီးပါသေးတာအဲ့တော့ Tundra ကလေကင်းသွားလေကြိုက်လေပဲဖြစ်တော့သူကဆွဲဆုံးပါပဲကိစ္စမရှိဘူး
It feels like.
AC ပဲ Falcon လည်းရှုံးမပေးတတ်တဲ့အတင်းကွာရှုံးမပေးပဲခံဆော့တတ်တဲ့အတင်းအဲ့တော့ခံဆော့ပြန်ခံဆော့နေတာပဲ ဒီထက်တော့ပိုပြီး over နိုင်သေးတယ်နောက်မှာ skater ကိုဒုံးထက်တင်ပြန်ပြီး skater ဒုံးနေပဲစားနေရရင်လည်းပဲဒီဘက်မှာ ဂိတ်လေးတန်းနဲ့ဝင်သွားဆိုတော့မရဘူးဗျကွက်တီပဲ OST နဲ့ပါ33လိုက်သွားတာဒီ KB Russia အော့ပြန်ကြီးလို့ရသေးတယ်အဲ့တော့ crit ကိုသာဒိုင်းဘက်ရသွားမယ်ဆိုရင်တို့ကအပိုင်ပဲအဲ့တော့ crit down သွားပြီနော်ပြီးသွားပြီလားဆိုရင်တော့ဒီ16ကောင်နဲ့ဘယ်နှမိနစ်ရှိပြီတကောင်မှတော့မရပါဘူး what the fuck is that Falcon bro what 33ဒုံးကြီးကတကယ်အခရာကြီးနော်ဆောင်းရမ်းကောင်းလို့နေ33ဒုံးက This guy amazing one.
Smooth game overall for Tundra though. A little bit of a slip up, but it didn't end up mattering. They would have had to make like 5 slip ups or more as they are just way too big in this game. And their lineup just it scales just way too well versus this draft of Falcons.
ရိုဟင်တာ3နဲ့ကြာရှီဘာနဲ့လိုက်ကြည့်ရအဲ့အကောင်တေးသေးလေးကတော်တော်သုံးဝင်နေသူတို့ rabbit သေးလေးက fountain ထဲမှာထပ်လိုက်ပြီးတက်နေ33ကို33က
just chilling in the fountain. He's got the ghost. He bounces out with the ogre seal totem.
Falcon Mandela ပြန်အောင်ရိုက်နေတာမသိ40ထက်ကာရတယ်ကျွန်တော်10စက္ကန့်နောက်ဆုံးတစ်ချိန်တော့ထက်ကာအောင်မယ်ကျွန်တော် ADF ဆင်းလာပြီ Saxa ရှိပဲ Hell ပြန်3နာရီဒီဘက်မှာ Supernova မှာပြန် focus လုပ်ထားတဲ့ dyrachyo နေတော့ပွဲနိုင်သေးကြအောင်လို့ပဲတလုံးပဲရိုက်နေနေပဲကျွန်တော် sneaking GG ခေါ်သွားပြီ16ကောင်နဲ့32မိနစ်ကနေ44မိနစ်ဒီ16ကောင်နဲ့ထပ်မတက်တော့အဲ့ဆိုရင်တော့လက်ခံပါဘူးအရှုံးလက်ခံအောင်အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်3ခုထည့်ထားတာ2ခုနိုင်တယ်တစ်ခုရှုံးတယ်ပေးရတော့2ခုပဲပေးရပါတော့2ခုမှာတစ်ခုနိုင်တယ်တစ်ခုရှုံးတယ်ဆိုတော့ဂိမ်းနံပါတ်2ပါဂိမ်း2ကြိုင်ပြန်တီးရမယ်
A fraction of a second, but the whole game it was Tundra's and this Falcons rep has to get more ahead.
It really did have to, and it didn't.
ပြင်ရောက်နေလို့ရတယ်ကိုအေးစင်းနေမှာလားတန်ဒရာပဲတဲ့ okay တန်ဒရာပဲလားကိုရဖဲကုန်မယ်ဒီဘက်ပါပေးကောင်းမယ် အမြန်ကောင်းမီးကောင်ဝါကောင်ဘောကောင်ကြောင်လေးစုံနာတယ်တေတေတေတေတေတေတေတေတေတေတေတေတေဘန်ဒဆေးယေဒါဒါဒါဒါဒါဒါဒါဒါတာတာတာတာတာတာပတာတာတာတာတာတာတာတာဝါဒါ Mang không miếng còn qua con bố còn lấy súng ပြန်လာကြပြီလားလူမရှိတော့စောင့်နေ Này lớn là đi học hà này, này đã đẹp bà là gì cả bà đâu học hà này, cái nào gì đâu, xe, thay mặt cho bà kêu mắt bà đi, hôm nay không biết hôm bao nó sẽ này, tôi đã sao mà cái thay để bạn xe. Sao bây giờ tay đi lên kể rồi phê của nó từ kia của này chỉ nó confident bên này sát tiền rồi là cái bảo vì cho DK mid dan drop mà bị thả đấy rồi chú nó last là carry saxa position nice to cả theo dan drop cái này đúng không comfortable bên bên gì về phê của mà giờ rồi phê công bắt mà ra đó ADN này Marine sinh ra này ADN này Marine sinh ra Marine ok ADF का tiny offlane ok tiny offlane bây giờ vậy nó chạy đi hải bây giờ vậy cái đu Marine vậy nó cái đu phê con kiểu quá phê con two anh em nhớ ngon mí còn mà con bố còn lấy sầu na này yeah ngà con gì na này fantasy da 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 Tundra တို့ပွဲပါပဲ 2CB ရဲ့ကျွန်တော်မျိုးရင်တော့33ရဲ့ B Premier ဆောက်ရုံနဲ့ကြွေးရှင်လိုက်ကြဒီပွဲကိုအခုမှပြင်ရောက်တယ်ဘာဖြစ်ကုန်မလဲဘာဖြစ်ကုန်မလဲဆိုတော့ Tundra တပွဲနိုင်ထားတယ်ဂိမ်းတို့ရောက်နေပြီ
So I have faith in his ability to predict how the game is
ကဲ fair ကုန်ဝင်တာတော့ယူလိုခိုင်းတာနော်ယူလိုခိုင်းတာပေါ့ထည့်ရင်ထည့်မထည့်ရင်နေကျွန်တော်ထည့်ထားတဲ့3ခုကိုတင်ပေးကြတာပါ fair ကုန်ကြီးကလည်းကြိုက်တယ်အောက်မှာတော့တိုင်နေတို့ရက်ကွက်ကတော့နည်းတိုင်ပတ်မယ်
We are going to get into the game. No waxy. So let's get into the action.
Hello, thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, indeed, we just had the first bloke go down where BZM got.
Fabula ပါရပါပြီတကယ်ကြီး Fabula ပါတကယ်ရပါပြီတကယ်ကြီး
Between Tundra and Falcons. What do you make of the approaches of the teams this time round?
Looks way better from Falcons this time, right? Not all in. Lineup that can scale. They've got Skeeter on a hard carry that he's been able to play and have a lot of success on. I'm glad Fear brought that.
အရှင်းပြထားကွာ live stream နဲ့ DK နဲ့ပြီးမှစားတယ်
This is the best hero for me lately. It used to be his Naga Siren, his CK. Spectre even you could throw into the mix there, a couple others. But Gyro has been a stable one, and into the lane that he's playing against versus that Beastmaster plus that Night Stalker, it should be a very good time for him. We'll see if there's going to be some creep pulling that comes out from Soxa in order to try to salvage that lane. But yeah, let's see how this all goes down. Because yeah, much more team fight on the side of Falcons in comparison to Tundra. There is a lot of single target that Tundra's gone for this time.
We'll see that first blood replay again. BZM just sort of getting body blocked off in the river. So
How did Snave even attack? Was that the blood grenade that got the last hit?
I think it was. It must have
because he wasn't even attacking. So doesn't want.
I think everyone was sort of trying to like hold off from hitting him so they could try and get the kill first blood to the mid or something. Just meant that ended up no one hitting him, so indeed just ticked out. Hey, let's see. I mean, yeah, because you're absolutely right as the panel says, you know, Cedar yet to lose a game in the Gyro this tournament.
Lemon DK နဲ့ Pan ကိုเนาะ DK ကိုပို့တော့ကြမှာမယ် Substain ဖြစ်တယ် Let's say second လို့အောက်တော့ spare ပါပြီးသား HPV ရလည်းကောင်းတယ်မီလီချင်းလည်းဖြစ်တယ် DK ကိုသဘောကျမှာပဲ Pan ကိုမှာအဲဒီ back string line ကအရန်နေတယ်ပေါ့နော်ဒါ 10 rate က0ဖြစ်နေတယ် Let's say စာအဲ့ဒီနေရာမှာဘာညာပိုကောင်းတယ်ဒါပဲရှိရပါတော့ DK ကိုတော့နည်းပို့သဘောကျမှာပဲအောက်လမ်းမှာအော်လည်းမှာ live stream နဲ့ Murata position 5ဘောကတိုင်နေနဲ့ ancient တိုင်နဲ့ ancient က go free advantage ထုတ်သုံးလို့ရစမယ် dyrachyo မှာ ray form ရှိနေတယ်အော်လည်းတော့လုံးဝ dyrachyo ရဲ့ lane ပဲပေါ့နော်နည်းနည်းလေးတက်လို့ရမယ်ဆိုရင်တော့ white ဘုံမှာတက်လို့ရမှာ
So funnily enough, so the only 2 losses he's ever had on live stealer Tundra have been at this event. The one against
ဘောလည်းဂန်ရုကောက်တာနဲ့ test ကားတဲ့မီလီရိတ်သွားခြင်းလို့ crit ကိုဒီ ancient ပေးပြီးအောက်ကိုလွှတ်လိုက်တယ်ပေါ့နော်ပုံမှာက test ကားကို sneaking ပဲပေးထားလိုက်တယ်တိုင်test ကားနဲ့ gyrocopter ဆိုတော့ဒီ tag တင်းတွေ eye shot တွေကြားမှာ rocket brush တွေပြစ်တာတွေနေတော့နည်းနည်းနာမယ်ဒီ master ခံရမယ်အခုတော့ nice shot ကတော့ quick ခေါ်စားနေရကျွန်တော်တို့ပဲလင်းရမတိုင်တော့ quick ခေါ်စားနေရဒါလည်းကောင်းပါတယ်
Sure, itemization can come in eventually for the life stealer, but
အခုတော့ lemon လက်စစ်ကသူစားကိုစားပဲစားနိုင်တယ် KV နှစ်ကောင်မှလည်းတူတူပဲ offlane နှစ်ကောင်မှတော့နည်းနည်းလေးကွာတယ်နော် offlane နှစ်ကောင်လုံးကလည်းနေနေနေမှာပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ပြောဆိုတော့ offlane တွေကနေနေဒီပွဲမှာ
as that 5th pick option for dyrachyo was done by Falcons. Yes, because they beat it.
ကောင်းလိုက်တော့ကွာ33ရာ
We don't care. We're able to deal with it.
ပြီးတိုက်တော့မှလုံးဝ Real quick တနိုင်ရအောင်လို့
one of those games I think probably with the worst scoreline dyrachyo's had this tournament. It ended 1-3-1 on the live stealer.
That is not a good scoreline.
29-minute beatdown.
Call like sneaking call, yeah.
Confidence obviously from him being like, hey, you know what? I might have lost you 2 times with this hero, but I have beaten everyone else with it. I was just having a rough day. Let's see what he does today.
Let's see what he does indeed. Laning versus the Tiny, it should, in theory, be pretty good for him, right? Being able to get those extra last hits. We've seen Amari's gone for the early boots so that he can actually distance himself and get that extra CS. And so far, Amar is actually getting a bit of that edge. 9-6 to the 9-2. Having a pretty good time with the backup of Cred. What the hell is going on here?
What we got?
Is he pulling the money creep? Is this on purpose? Did he? I mean,
this card's gonna die.
It's killing it. Look at this flag bearer creep. Definitely not on purpose.
Yep. Get away from me.
And he'll grab the creep. Okay, well, they're going to be doing creep manipulation up top, right? The double melee lane versus the gyrocopter. It just has to be done that you have to pull waves, otherwise you're just going to be giving free kills to Skitter. Definitely a scary lane for them to step up first at all times. Tag teams now at the ready with the shards and level 2 barrage.
Oh my level များလာတယ် ADF တို့က damage ပိုထွက်လာပြီနော်တန်တော်ဘက်မှာက damage မရှိဘူး damage မရှိအဲ့အောက်လမ်းမှာက spare damage မရှိဘူးအဲ့လောက်ကြီးအဲ့တော့ dyrachyo ကလည်းဒီလက်ကြီးနဲ့အကြာကြီးလိုက်ခေါ်မှာ hero ဆိုတာမရှိဘူးဒါပေမဲ့ falcon ဘက်နှစ်ကောင်ကြောင့်လုံးဝ damage ကလောက်တယ်
Tower swaps onto him. He actually takes what 4 hits or 3-4 hits from the tower there.
On top lane.
ပေါ်မှာ
They're looking to hit snaking back a bit here.
ပေါ်တော့လိုပါသေးတယ်ပေါ်ကတန်တော်ဘက်ကချလို့တော့တိတ်တော့မရဘူးတကယ်နည်းနည်းလေး sneaking ကြုံရအောင်မျိုး gaio ကလည်းကြုံရအောင်မျိုးမရမှာ
Still been crushing it on the CS. 20-11 against this lane. Very impressive stuff from him.
A couple of those I believe were summons as well.
Sure.
I've been trying to keep
Okay, gets the courier.
Okay.
This poor old courier. No, Sax has been sending it everywhere. It's been through for quite a few challenges, whether it's creeps hitting him, whether it's Skeeter hitting him. Poor Amaterasu.
And Snag gets some bores. 3 has been hit.
Lemon BZM လက်စစ်အရန်စားတာအဆင်ပြေနေတယ်
If there is an aggressive move, even if it is under that fear, the crippling fear.
KV နှကောင်မှာအပေါ်လန်းက skitter တော့ AC ပဲဒါလည်းဟို B-Master ရဲ့အကောင့်လေးလည်းပါတယ်သူ fan နိုင်တယ်မှာ
BZM with the slight edge versus Malrine is able to just trade, high-fiving him. cool. I mean, this is like the most unique that you see nowadays with the DK, starting with an orb of light or getting an orb of light in the
Dragon Tail နောက်မှာ nice တော့ကလာနေတယ် sneaking TP ဘက်ကမှကြာပေးတာတယ်မကြာပေးလို့လည်းမရအောင်တေးတော့မှသူမကြာပေး
So Marion was getting pretty low.
They'll even just give him the healing lotus just to put him a little healthy.
လူတက်စိလာပေးသွားတယ်ပြီး nice တော့ကလိုက်ကြည့်ပြီးတယ်အဲ့ Saxa ရဲ့ nice တော့ကဆိုရရအာယုံတော့မကောင်းနော်အောက်မှာ dyrachyo ဒါပေမဲ့တော့တိတ်တော့မလောက်ဘူး
He's being brought so low. He's been sitting at, I feel like 30% HP for the majority of this laning phase. Crit.
And yeah, no regen on the two of them, so having to completely rely on the abilities to heal him up.
He's out of mana from spamming open wounds to try to just get that extra.
Is this going to be a walk back to base?
It looks like it is.
ပေါ်မှာ Bima ဆောက် ice shot တွေပဲ great ထားတယ် rocket barrage ကိုငှက်နေပါမျှခံနေတယ်မသေးသေးဘူး33နေတော့ပေးတယ်မ Saxa ရောက်လာပြီ day time ပြသွားပြီဆိုတော့ Saxa ကဘာမှလုပ်လို့မရအောင်ကျွန်တော် night time မှာလည်းတိတ်ဘာမှမလုပ်လိုက်ရအောင်အောက်မှာ dyrachyo နေတော့ဒီ HP နဲ့ထပ်နေလို့မရတော့အိမ်တော့ပြန်သွားပြီ Tiny Valentos ကိုကြောက်မယ် Lemon rolling တနာရပြီဒါပေမဲ့ rotation ကဘယ်မှမလုပ်ရသေးဘူးကျွန်တော် Dragon Found တော့ရနေပြီဆိုတော့ Catapult ရှိနေတယ် Marine Haze Pro နဲ့ rotation တစ်ခုကတော့မြင်ရတော့မှာနော်ဒီမှာ Saxa ယူပဲ tactic နဲ့လိုက်ပြီးတော့ပဲအိမ်နာလုံးပဲကျွန်တော် Marine ရောက်လာပြီ suspect ကကျွန်တော် tactic fact ကရှိနေတော့ she crash တနိုင်လို့ဟိုကြိုးစားနေတယ်မရဘူးနော်
Daytime. Even harder for Saxa to get much done.
Oh my crit! Oh, crit show why?
Just in the river. Guess it was a rune contest. BZM was just able to get on top of him. A lot of damage from this DK versus that Prince hero. Yeah, Tundra's draft. Absolutely.
ပေါ်မှာတော့ Marino ကတော့ rolling တနာရှိရဆိုတော့ဒီ Shrine Wisdom ကိုလုလို့ရတယ်အောက်မှာ BZM ပြတ်သွားကြည့်ပြီးရတယ်အဲ့တော့ဒဲဒဲချင်းပဲပေါ့နော်အောက်လမ်းကတော့ပေးလိုက်ပြီအဲ့တော့ပေါ်လမ်းပဲ
The bottom lane in particular.
BZM.
Gonna look to steal. Looks like they're set up for it, but on the other side, Falcons is set up to get the steal.
Now ADH လို့မရတော့
Marine's coming.
Marino ပြန်ရောက်လာပြီ she crash နဲ့မပြောင်းဝင်သွားတယ် white moon ကိုမ try မှာလား DK လား white moon လားတယောက်တော့ရွေ DK ခုတ်တာလေ ADF တော်တော်နာတယ်အဲ့တော့နှစ်ယောက်လုံးကို Breathfire ထိသွားတယ်ကျွန်တော် ADF တော်တော်လုံးနေပြီ Rolling တနာပြန်3တိုင်းနဲ့ကျွန်တော် BZM နဲ့တော့မရပါဘူးဒါပေမဲ့ call down တွေပဲထပ်ချရတယ် BZM အရင်ကြုံထပ်သွားပြီဗျ Marino keep it
They take BZM down.
Swift early game here from Falcons, taking away that shrine as well from already a bit of a struggle laning phase from the side of Tundra. Skeeter with
Skeeter လည်းဒီဘက်မှာတစ်ခုယူခဲ့တယ် Marine လည်းတစ်ခုရအဲ့တော့တော်တော်တန်သွားပြီ Falcon ဘက်က
points in the barrage just to be able to get those early momentum.
Yeah, it's looking so much better already after what we saw from Falcons in game one. Yeah, but very much saw the game they were waking up to, I think.
And their draft.
ကဲအားလုံးပဲအိမ်ငိုင်းနေကြတယ်ထင်ပါရဲ့เนาะညနေဆောင်လေးဆိုညနေနေမှာအိတ်ချင်နေကြတာလားကျွန်တော်လည်းဒီစကားလေးပြောရေးပွဲကြည့်ကြမယ်လေเนาะဒီမှာ sneaking ကိုလိုက်ပြင်းနေတယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့လည်းမတည်ပါဘူးအောက်မှာ Marine invisible ရုံရတယ်ဗျเนาะနောက်ထပ်တစ်ကြိမ် ganking roaming နဲ့ထပ်လုပ်လို့ရမယ်ကဲသဘောပါလား Raider တို့ဆိုတော့ပေါ်မှာ Dominator သွားမယ်ဗျ30နေနဲ့ဒီဘက်အပြာရောင်းနေပါနေမဟုတ်ဘဲနဲ့ Dominator overload ဒီပညာနဲ့ဆော့မယ်ဒီဘက်မှာ sneaking နေနဲ့တော့ smoke break လိုက်ပြီးတက်တင်းပြန်ဖွင့်ထားတယ် calling ပြန်ချကြပြီဒီမှာ skater ရှိတယ်ဗျအဲ့တော့ ice shot နဲ့မထပ်ပိတ်ထိုင်းနဲ့တော့မှ calling dash shot တွေနဲ့နည်းနည်းတိုင်ပတ်နေဆိုပေမဲ့လည်းရောက်လာပြီ Sandol လေး stand ပေးထားတယ်ဗျာနော်အကုန်လုံးကတော့သုံးခုလုံးလိုက်တီးထားတယ်နော်လိုက်တီးပါဗျာလိုက်တီးရင်တော့လီးတိုက်ရမယ်ဗျာဆိုတော့ Falcon 2 okay အဆင်ပြေရ Marine Lemon BZM ထ try မယ်တစ်ချက်နှစ်ချက်နောက်ကနေ call down 3ချက်နော် Marine ကိုပေးလိုက်ပါ Marine ကိုပေးလိုက်ပါကိုငိမ့်မောင်မရဘူးကွာ BZM skater ပဲရသွားတယ်ဗျ Marine က0 gate ဖြစ်နေတော့မယ်အခုချိန်ထိခုနကလည်းဒါ Saxa key ကို Marine မရလိုက်ဘူးအောက်မှာလည်း BZM key ကိုထပ်မရလိုက်ဘူးဒီမှာလည်း BZM key မရဒါပေမဲ့ BZM key မရနိုင်ကြပါကျွန်တော် stat တွေအကုန်လုံးကိုတော့တီးမယ်နော်တီးမယ်ဗျာတီးမယ်တီးမယ်ဗျာတီးဗျအဲ့တော့ B master အတွက် stack လေးတော့အားရပါရမြင်းရှက်ရည်ပဲမြင်းစိတ်ပဲစားတောက်သွားပြီဗျကဲအိမ်ငိုင်းမနေကြနဲ့တော့နော်စကားလေးပြောပြီးပွဲကြည့်ကြမယ်ပရိသတ်တို့ဗါလေအောက်မှာတာဝါချိုးနေပါပြီဗျာအခုတာဝါချိုးလိုက်တော့တိုက်ချိုးလိုက်တော့ နော် skater ကိုခေါ်လိုက်တော့ marine rolling တန်တာနဲ့ခေါ်လိုက်တော့အဲ့ tower ချိုးလိုက်တော့အဲ့ light steel ကအဲ့ first tower မကျိုးရင်အဲ့နောက်မှာနေရရဲတောင်းတာရှိရအလဲမှာ raw ကန်ကတော့မဲကျော် she crash BZN နဲ့ slow ကတော့ dragon tail လို့မရလိုက်ဘူးပြ fortification falcon ဘက်ကပြန်ပေးထားတယ်ဆိုတော့အနောက်မှာလဲsneaking နေတော့ရောက်လာခဲ့ပြီကျော် power run တော့အောက်လမ်းမှာပဲပြ80 run နဲ့ what the fuck 80 run ရသွားတာအဲ့တော့ဒီဘက်မှာ sneaking လုံးဝကောင်းကောင်းမွန်မွန်ပဲ cree ကိုဆွဲထားပြီးရယ်tower တွေကို cree wave ဝင်မလာဘူး catapult wave ကတော့7 minute လာပြီဗျအလယ်မှာပဲထက်ကဝတော့လိုတယ်ဗောနော် DK found နဲ့80 ton နဲ့ဆိုရင်တော့တော်တော်လေးတော့ခက်မယ် ကဲတခုလုံးမယ်ဆိုလည်းလုံးကြတော့နော်ဒီပွဲမှာခုနလိုမျိုး5 minute 3k no 15 minute 16k no တွေမထည့်လိုက်မိပါဘူးခင်ဗျာမထည့်လိုက်မိတော့နောင်နာတွေရမ်းရနေပါပြီ5 minute မှာလဲတကောင်ပဲတက်သွားပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာအခုလဲ17 minute ဖြစ်နေပြီ6ကောင်ပဲရှိသေးရဲ့ငါမထည့်လိုက်မိရလေဂျင်းဆိုပြီးတော့နောင်နာတွေပေါင်းများစွာနဲ့ရနေခဲ့ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာအဲ့နှစ်ခုသာထည့်လိုက်မယ်ဆိုရင်အခြားဟာတွေကိုတိတ်ရင်ခုန်စရာမလိုတော့ဘူးခင်ဗျာဟင်းချက်နေလို့တဲ့စကားပြောပြတာတဲ့ဟင်းချက်ပြီးတော့နည်းနည်းကျွေးပြrolling thunder ဟုတ်ပါဘူး sorry snowball ထိသွားတယ် suspect ကမရပြန်ဘူး marine key အခုတည်းတော့ marine နေနဲ့ key မရသေးဘူးဆိုပေမဲ့ busy ကတော့နည်းစင်မပြေနေဘူးမပြေနေဘူးသာပြော marine ထိပ်ပေါ်မှာကတော့marine key လေးရဖို့လိုတယ် busy သူ့ရဲ့တကတိုင်မရောက်ဝိုင်းလိုက်ပြီးကဲတဲ့ခါကျရင် key တွေရနိုင်တယ်ဗျအဲ့တော့ marine နေနဲ့ hero key လေးလိုအပ်နေပါတယ်လို့ပါတယ် hero key လိုအပ်နေပါတယ်အဲ့တော့အလဲမှာ crit ice plus ရနေပြီဖြစ်တဲ့တော့ကတော့ hero kit ကောင်တော့ဖန်တီးမလို့ရမယ်အဲ့တော့ ADF ကြီးပဲလာပါပြီ ADF ဘွိုင်းညခံလိုက်ရတယ် open wall clipping fear ကြားထဲမှာပဲကျွန်တော် Murata ဆင်းလာတယ်ဗျအဲ့တော့ ice plus ကလမ်းပစ်ပေးရဆိုပေမဲ့ DKO ကိမပေးနဲ့ okay ကောင်းတယ် skater good job အပေါ်မှာ33ကိုပြန်ရှာနေကြတာလားလို့33ကိုလည်းမတတ်နိုင် ADF ကိုလည်းပေးလိုက်ရ Falcon နော်ဘာလို့ချင်နေကြတာလဲအာဂိမ်းရိုလေးကတော့ Falcon တက်ပဲဖြစ်သွားခဲ့ပြီဗျ Marine အာဂိမ်းရိုလေးကျွေးလို့မရဘူးတဲ့ကြောက်လုံးနဲ့ကြော်ရတယ်အဲ့ဒါဆိုကျွန်တော်အနှစ်စားမယ်ခင်ဗျအကာစားအကောင့်သိမကြိုက်ချပါဘူးလို့အဲ့တော့ Marine နေနဲ့တော့ diffuser blade လေးရလာပြီဖြစ်တော့ကတော့ Night Stalker တို့ Murata တို့ကတော့သူ့အတွက်အစာလေးဖြစ်နေမှာပါတစ်ဖက်မှာလဲ OB နဲ့ Falcon တသိန်းလုံးရဲ့ဖိနေကုန်လုံးကိုမြင်လိုက်ရပါတယ်အဲ့တော့ Falcon နေနဲ့အလယ်လန် tower လေးကိုပဲစစ်စစ်လေးပဲယူသွားရင်းနဲ့ပဲယူလို့တော့မပြီးသေးဘူးခင်ဗျ dice shot တွေဝင်လာတယ်အဲ့တော့ skater နော်ထိတ်ဆုံးမှာဦးဆောင်နေနေပဲဒုတိယတတိယနေရာမှာတော့ live stealer နဲ့ sorry live stream မဟုတ်အားရဟုတ်တယ်ကတက်လိုက်စင်းနေဖြစ်နေတာအဲ့တော့နောက်ဒီအကုန်လုံးကတော့ level တန်းသွားနေရယ်အောက်ဆုံးမှာပျက်စီးနေတာက ADF တစ်ယောက်ပဲရှိရဗျ off lane နဲ့နှကောင်ကြားထဲမှာ900လောက်ကွာနေရယ် ADF နေနဲ့ဘာတွေဘလို့လုံးပြအောင်ပါလေဆိုတော့ smoke လေးနဲ့တော့ diffuser blade လေးကို parking ဖွင့်မယ်ဗျ parking ဖွင့်သွားမှာကတော့ saxa ပဲဖြစ်ဖို့များတယ် night time ဆိုပေမဲ့လည်းနော်အာဂိန်ရိုလေးဒီဘေးလောက်ထားရင်းနဲ့ပဲကျွန်တော် BZN ကတော့တက်ကခုံပြီးတော့ပဲလက်လို့သွားခဲ့ပါပြီအဲ့တော့ဒီမှာ dyrachyo နဲ့တွေ့မယ်dyrachyo မှာက infest လဲလမ်းလာတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဒီမှာ saxa snow one နဲ့လိုက်သွားတယ် sneaking ဆိုပေမဲ့နည်းနည်းများသွားပြီ calling နေကြားထဲမှာ dyrachyo ပြန်လဲရောက်ရှိတိုင်းနဲ့ပဲ dragon tail နဲ့ပဲကျွန်တော် ice black ကျွန်တော် rolling thunder ဆိုတော့အနောက်မှာ Murata တကောင်ရမလားကျွန်တော်မရဘူးဒီဘက်မှာ live steal နေနဲ့ infest saxa လဲဝင်ဝိုင်းနေပဲ crit နေနဲ့ခုတည်းမသေးသေးဘူးပြ33ပဲရောက်လာပြီ size packet ပြ3နာဆိုမှ marine လဲလွဲသွားပြီပြ marine she crash ပဲ3လို့ရတယ်အဲ့တော့ key တော့33ပဲယူထိုင်းနေပဲကျွန်တော် nice talk ကနေ infest တော့မြင်တယ်အဲ့တော့ toss နဲ့ marine ကိုပြန်စေ့ထိုင်းနေပဲ avalanche score down နေနဲ့ပြန်စေ့ထားတယ်ကျွန်တော် marine နဲ့ size packet လွတ်သွားပြီ supporter နှစ်ကောင်ပဲ Falcon ဘက်ကပေးလိုက်ရတယ်ဗျအဲ့တော့အစင်တော့ပြေးနေပါတယ်လို့နော်အဝင်လေးကတော့ sticking လောရခဲ့တယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့အထွက်ကလေးကတော့အဆင်ပြေသွားပါတယ်ကိုချင်းချင်းကတော့1000လောက်ဖြစ်သွားရတော့ကတော့ Nova 1000 Tundra ဘက်ကိုပြန်လဲဆွင်းသွားခဲ့တယ်ဗျစေပါပဲshare လိုက်ပါဦးမယ်ခင်ဗျာ Facebook မှာ view ကတယောက်မှမရှိပါဘူး YouTube မှာရောက်နေပါတယ် YouTube ကလည်းမနေ့ရလောက်တော့မများပါဘူးခင်ဗျ package လောက်ဖြစ်ပြန်ပြီတဲ့မနေ့ညကလို့
They were there.
No way, please not again.
I mean, as far as I'm aware, if we do have a similar issue, we can fix it very quickly this time.
Yeah, so we can get Sunsfan and Cinder on the podcast.
We can. They're on the way. Everything's gonna be fine. We have measures in place to make sure.
Everything gonna be alright. KD လေးရှိုးလာမှာနော် BGM ဟာ BGM နှစ်ကောင်တော့ရတာဘယ်ဟောရတာ What the fuck
just so that snaking doesn't have to pretty much throw snaking and he doesn't want snaking Mount Range to just throw their body.
BGM ကင်းနှစ်ကောင်တော့ဘယ်လိုရတာတော့လို့
Tormentor
Marine 0 gain နဲ့တစ်လဲနေကွာလေးရောကလက်စစ်ကလည်းကွာနေရ
he didn't die and he's been
She
able to stabilize to just sit back and farm. He's up to
ဒီမင်းစကီလာထဲတယ်ပါကွာစကီလာနှစ်ကောင်တော့တာနေ
Saw the rough part. They didn't get as many kills, I think, as they kind of hoped for. Falcons, and we saw that and what they were going for.
ဒီက ADM မလုံနိုင်သေးဘူး ADM က fan နေတော့ Echo Saver fan နေရတယ် Echo Saver ပြီးတက်ကားတွေပါလုံးမယ်
Night Stalker wasn't going to be able to contribute too much, but Tundra has been able to get themselves back online in this early game.
And here we go.
Here we go. So we're all back and lost, right?
တော့ package လို့ကိုတော့ဖြည့်ရှင်းပြီးသွားပြီဗျာเนาะဒီခါမှာတော့သူတို့နေအဖြေကိုတေချာလေးရှာရတယ်เนาะမင်းညလုံးဖြစ်တော့ဘူးတဲ့အပေါ်မှာ Saxa ကိုတတ်ဖို့တဲ့ ADF ကိုခေါ်ရတယ်ခရလဲရောက်နေပါတယ်လို့အဲ့တော့ ADF ကိုတော့ Saxa အနေနဲ့ scout တက်ဖြစ်သွားပါပြီ
How close to the helm? Did he actually commit for the full thing? He didn't, right? Okay, so he's going to go back for the Aghanims on 33. So he wants to get some scaling. It is into AA, so do always have to factor that in. Just that heal prevention.
အဲ့ဒီတွေကတော့ကနေဆက်ပလာပြန်သွားပါမယ်တိုင်းနီလေးကလည်းတက်ကပြန်ရနေပြီဖြစ်တဲ့တော့ကတော့ easy ပဲIshak လေးကတော့လွဲသွားတယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့လမ်းကတော့ပိတ်နေတော့ပဲအဲ့တော့ snowball တိုက် Marine ကိုပေးကျွလိုက်ပါလားတိုက်လို့ဟာလို့လာလို့လာလာလာလာလို့လာလို့လာ Marine ကိုပေးလိုက်ရင်မွေကြိုက်မှာဆိုလို့လားဒီကဘယ်လိုဖြစ်လို့နှစ်ကောင်ရနေရလဲငါမြင်တော့ဒီက3ခါသေးတာပဲမြင်တာဟို BGM အစောပိုင်းဆိုလိုကြီးရတာသေးတာအေးဟုတ်သားပဲမြောင်းထဲမှာ crit ကိုတကောင်ရတာပဲမေ့သွားတာလဲလဲမှာတာဝါချိုးနေတဲ့ BGM ကိုတော့ dyrachyo အစောကြီး skater ကိုယ်တိုင်ပဲဆင်းပြီးတော့ defend ထားပါတယ်တောင်မန်နာကိုတော့ပပိုင်နိုင်ပဲရသွားရင်းနဲ့ပဲ crit အနေနဲ့ရှက်ရသွားပါပြီအဲ့တော့ crit ရှက်ရသွားတော့ဘာဖြစ်မလဲကြည့်လိုက်ရအောင်တကယ်ချင်း crit ရှက်ကတော့ice splat ထိဝိုင်းရင်9 feet ခဲသွားမှာဖြစ်ပါတယ်ဘာတွေဖက်နေလဲကြည့်အောင် Moshonaka Surukanya Bacha Sakala Kulasa Oh
Super spell book of excellent apparition.
Oh super spell bro the for excellent နဲ့ဘာဖြစ်နေညာဖြစ်တယ်သူပြောတဲ့အတိုင်းပဲ
No, it says the best part is that you can't understand what is written here. Also, please bow at this. Please, also, I wanna eat apple and some spaghetti.
One more thing. What's the one more thing? Ma.
I don't know. I can't read that.
What the fuck?
My name. It says my name.
My name is Milk.
Oh, my name is Milk. There, okay.
Another similar word that I won't say. What is it? What? My name is Matt. I think it's Matt.
No, is that an A or an I?
I think it's capital. Is it capital A? Oh, this is big.
Wait, now you have to read the other side. Wait, what's the other side say?
ဟိုဘက်ကျန်
No, it's the same. It's just inverse. It's like they were lazy with that bit. Oh, that's amazing.
အော်တော့တစ် channel ဟိုမှာ copy paste လုပ်တာ
No, this is a world first. This is world first AA spellbook reading. What? So he wants an apple and some spaghetti. I mean, that's a very strange combo.
I'm gonna look it up. This has to be some lore, right?
Google it.
Apple and spaghetti.
Maybe this is like a quote from another book.
I want to eat apple and spaghetti ဆိုရစားတာ哦
Typed in apple spaghetti. This is a recipe? Wait, what the hell?
Wait, we've got to process this again. So what is he asking Valve to add? He's asking Valve to add something into the spell.
Oh, they're starting again. Okay, well, I can't look it up. Oh, well.
Oh, man.
Apple and spaghetti. All right, noted. We'll have to keep that in the back of our minds as the game.
I'm trying to think if I know anyone at Valve who likes apple and spaghetti. Who wrote this?
That's been there for a while. When did this get added to? Because that's been there for some time.
မိုက်တော့မိုက်နော်
How long has it been?
မိုက်တော့မိုက်တယ်
Amazing.
good eye there. Thank you.
Does anyone else have
observers?
any other characters with like books?
It could be maybe. Does Warlock have a little book? There's a lot of cosmetics, so I don't really know. Amar, he did go blink. Yep. So looking to be a little more active, but seeing Tundra able, yeah, they slowed the pace down. They're just farming. I'm still just astonished. I've never noticed that.
That's
I play a lot.
Shout out to the observers on that one.
Did Sheev know that? Because Sheev,
I'm telling you, this is world first. Nobody's read that.
ယူတင်တာကြာပါပြီဒီအောက်လန်းတာဝါကိုဆိုတော့ Falcon ကတော်မနာလာကြီးတာတော့1000ပဲရှိရသေးတယ်ပုံမှန်ဆိုတင်းတွေကတော်မနာရပြီဆိုတော့3000ပေါင်းတယ်ကွာတဲ့အဲ့တော့3000ပေါင်းဆိုတော့2000နေနေရပါပုံမှန် Ice Black ကမထီသွားဘူးဆိုတော့ Ice Shot ထပ်ပိတ်တယ် Infest Bomb ဝင်လို့ရပါပြီအဲ့တော့ Saxa ဝက်ပြင်ရအောင်ပါပဲ Saxa တက်အဆိုင်ရှိပြ30ဆိုမှ Search Pack ကောင်းတယ်ဗျာလီကွာ Marine တကောင်မှမရပြန်ဘူးဒီမှာ33ကိုမိရတယ် Avalanche Toss Attacking ကြားမှာ Search Pack Marine တကောင်ရပြီ Come on let's go နော် Falcon ကလေး10ကောင်ပြည့်သွားပြီ Come on Come on ကဲတော့ဘာဖြစ်လဲအဆင်ပြေသွားပါတယ် Nice Talk ကလည်း Extension ဖွင့်ပြီးတေသွားဖြစ်တော့ကြတော့အများကြီးကို Falcon ဘက်ကကောင်းသွားပါတယ်ဒီမှာတော့ White Moon အနေနဲ့ form ပြောင်းပြီးတော့ပဲ TP ထောက်သွားပါပြီလို့နော် TP ထောက်သွားပါပြီတဲ့
There's no way that's a dish. I don't do that. Sounds good. Whose cuisine is responsible for apple and spaghetti? Oh, it's probably the Brits. Sounds terrible.
Yeah, never mind. I don't think it was the A blast that saw it.
ကောင်းလိုက်တော့ကွာတက်တင်းဖွင့်ပြီးအကုန်လုံးစွန့်ကြီးဝိုင်းလောင်းတာစုပ်ပြတ်တတ်သွားပဲ
Snaking went down and saw it when he was clearing the ancient.
Do maybe they're code words? He wants apple and spaghetti. Does that mean something, not apple and spaghetti? We got to get deeper in on this.
I tried to look up any lore on
What is the apple and the spaghetti?
Apple and spaghetti ကိစ္စမပြီးသေးဘူး
Spaghetti code. Can you get apple code? Ooh. I'm not a code guy.
You might be onto something there.
Is apple code something? I was going to come up with lots of. There's quite a big.
Oh, Apple and spaghetti. Apple iPhone ကွာဒီ spaghetti က Italy ကထွက်လာတာမသိဘူးအဲ့တော့ next iPhone က Italy ကထွက်မယ်ပေါ့ဟောနော်နောက်ထပ် iPhone 17 လားအဲ့ဒါ Italy ကနေထုတ်မှာတဲ့ပြောချင်တယ်အဲ့ဒါလွယ်လေးဘာလျှောက်ပြီးခေါင်းရှားနေ OD Pixel တို့ဟမ်လောက်လွယ်တဲ့ဥစ္စာတက်စကတကရောက်ပါပြီနော်တက်စကတကတိုင်းနီတကအရင်လှုပ်လို့ကောင်းသွားပြီ Marine တကမလို့ဒီဘက်မှာအဲ့တော့ double stand တွေ triple stand တွေလုပ်ချင်တယ်
and they don't find that funny that he put that there and now they're going to fire him. Oh, that's that. What the hell is that? Wait,
spaghetti.
No. Oh. Pick off on Saxa.
I'm the one here to get salsa လို့ Apple ကကြီးဆိုပန်းသီးကိုချိတ်ဆက်တယ်မှာလှည့်နေတဲ့အချိန်မှာ spaghetti ထွက်လာတဲ့ပုံကြီးပြ
Goodbye on.
Who put that in the book? That's not serious law.
တော့ Dota ရဲ့ law ကိုလိုက်ရှာနေကြ
Literally zooming in to look if there's anything else that we're missing out on.
Yeah ဟိုစာလေးပို့နေ Observer ရဲ့ sting ကောင်စာလေးပို့နေ crown နဲ့
Next on the menu for Falcons.
The stream's hearing those stream messages.
I thought that was me. I'm like, I checked my message for a second there.
That's the guy who just got fired from Valve. He's like,
ကိုယ်တိုင်ကျွန်တော်မှုတ်မိတာကျွန်တော်ရမ်းတည်နေတာတည်ကျင်တော့ထိုင်းတာလာကြတယ် Marine လေးလောက်ပါအောင်ခါတယ်ဟုတ်ပါ Marine လေးလောက်အောင် Marine လေးကကြီးတကောင်ပဲရှိသေးတယ်
Looking for the wraparound.
ကဲဒီတော့ Roshan သွေးရတော်တော်လေးကိုင်းနေပါပြီနောက်မှလည်း Tundra စမုတ်နဲ့ရောက်နေပါတယ်ဆိုတော့ sneaking initiate ကလည်းလေးကြည့်နေနေပဲ Sentry OB တွဲလိုက်လေးပဲထောင်ထားတယ်ဗျအဲ့တော့ pit ထဲမှာတော့ Dissension ပြန်သုံးထားနေပြီ Infest Ball နဲ့ပါလာနေပြီ Roshan ပေးလိုက်ပြီ What the fuck is this
they didn't find a way to get back in.
And they're scouting. Saxa looking to go back in. They're on Marine.
Marine
I mean, Falcons can still fight.
ကောင်းနေနေမှာပြန်ပြီး defend ပေးထားရတယ် Oh my fucking god Free Roche from Tundra Oh my god
Tundra just have to walk up and finish the road.
Roshan ကြီးကိုမပြီးတော့လမ်းလျှောက်ပြီးပြန်ထွက်သွားပြီ
If they'd been, they would have wanted a fight.
Holy shit bro what the hell is happening ဒီတစ်ခါမှာတော့ Falcon Battery DDO Star ထင်တယ်ကျွန်တော်လုပ်ရတာကျွန်တော် Falcon Battery
Literally just walked in.
ကျွန်တော်ဟက်လိုက်တာဘာလုပ်လဲလဲဆိုတော့ဝေမန်နီကနေပြီးတော့စာဆောင်ပို့ရတာ
Gold lead back to only 1K.
လူကြီးမင်း
Farm for Tundra.
လူကြီးမင်း iPhone 16
It's working pretty
giveaway မဲပေါက်ပါတယ်
Got that big connection.
လူကြီးမင်းအဲ့ဒါထုတ်ယူဖို့အတွက်ဘာညာတရကာဆိုပြီးပို့လိုက်တာသူကအဲ့ဒါ link ကို click လိုက်တာဗျာအဲ့ link click လိုက်တော့ Tundra ကောင်တွေကလီးပြတော့
Yes, they have ways.
ကို Falcon ထည့်တာဆိုမရဘူး
Gonna allow him to be that front line.
လူကြီးမင်းဝေမန်နီမှာနှစ်စင်
You know,
နှစ်စင်ဖောက်ပေးနေရပေါ့နော်ကန်ထူးရှင်
all these single
ဖြစ်ရွေးချက်ခံရပါတယ်
It is a ton of
လူကြီးမင်း iPhone 16ကို claim ဖို့အတွက်
So,
build up to this point.
ယခုပြောရတဲ့ link လေးတော့ဝင်ပြီးတော့ကိုကြီးချက်လက်လေးဖြစ်တွင်းပေးပါအမဟိုဘက်က white moon ကလိုချင်ရော easy 12ကောင်ဖြစ်သွားပါပြီအဲ့တော့နောက်ထပ် hero game 10ကောင်လိုပါသေးတယ် game number 1ကလည်းဒီဆောက်ချိုးပဲဖြစ်သွားခဲ့တာဖြစ်တော့နည်းနည်းလေးတော့စိုးရင်မိတယ်လို့နော်စပုတ်ပြန်ကန်လာတယ်အဲ့တော့ BCN က2ကောင်ကနေမတက်သေးဘူးငါတို့ Marine ကလည်း1ကောင်ပဲရှိသေးတယ်ခုနကီးတွေက BCN ရမှာကွာဆက်ဆောင်အဲ့တော့ ice splat လေးထိသွားမယ်ဆိုရင်တော့အဆင်ပြေတယ် white moon ကိုတွေ့ပြီး one up push Marine မပါဘူးလား Marine နောက်ကျနေကွာ hero game ရမယ်ဆိုဟော Marine ကလိုက်မလာဘူးတဲ့အေးလိုက်မလာလဲ23ကောင်ပြည့်အောင်တတ်ကွာအကောင်တတ်ကောင်းတယ်
Yeah, that was a strong twin gate movement. I mean, Maori will be able to clear the way from TP out of bottom.
ခရီးဝေးရှင်ပြီးတပီထားပါ
On the Panga.
Good move. They do that as Sox is still respawning, even though it's night.
ကဲနော်2000ပဲရှိနေသေးတယ်နော် hero game တွေတာတယ် objective တွေရတယ်ဆိုမဲ့ Roshan လေးပြန်ပေးလိုက်ရတာကနေစပြီးတော့နော်က2000ပဲရှိတော့တယ်လို့နော်ခုတော့ Saxa triangle ထဲမှာရှိနေတာကိုတော့တီသွားတော့ smoke လာတယ်ဆိုတော့ Marine နည်းနည်းနေထိုင်ဆင်ခြင်မှတော့ရမယ်လို့နော် Saxa လမ်းဖြတ်ပြေးကူးတယ်လို့လမ်းဖြတ်ကူးအကောင်ကောင်းနေသေးတာဝင်လုံးသိမှာကောSkater BKB ရပါပြီเนาะ fan ကအတိုင်းမျိုးစောင့်နေအေးစေးပဲ
They're down to keep fighting Falcons.
Yeah. They want to look through the fights more. I mean, Tundra
ဟို ADF နဲ့ဘောရရနေရကွာအဲ့ရစင်ပြေ win probability ကတော့ 40% ပဲ fan ကမှရှိနေတာ no လေအဲ့ no သိတာ Skater တယောက်ထဲနဲ့ no ထိုင်းတာသိတာဒီဘက်ကတန်တော်နိုင်သွားနိုင်တယ်နော်ရန်အနေများရသေးတာအဲ့ Skater ကောင်နဲ့ထိုင်းတာကြည့် Marine နဲ့ ADN နဲ့ no ကြနေရတန်တော်က no တွေအများကြီးပဲရတာအဲ့ no 1000ဆိုဘာမှမဟုတ်တော့သိတာအမေတော်မနာတွေလည်းနှစ်ခုကြီးရတယ်ဟာတော်မနာနှစ်ခုတော့တော်မနာတစ်ခုကြီးရတယ်ပြီးတော့ hero game တွေလည်းရတာတယ်အဲ့ဒါကို no အဲ့လောက်ပဲရှိနေသေးတာစမပြေဘူးတော့ဖယ်ကွန်ရဲ့အနေများလိုက်တာပြီးမှစ BKB ထဲနေပြီတော့ ages တဲ့မိနစ်9မိနစ်လောက် AC လေးတွေကောင်နဲ့အချိန်ဆွဲလိုက်နိုင်တော့ AC ဖြစ်နေပြီ ADF ကလည်းအစိမ်းချောင်းသွားနေရတယ်မကြခင်မှာအခန်းတိုင်းဖြစ်တော့မယ်ဆိုတော့ ADF အနေနဲ့တိထားတယ်ဗျအဲ့တော့ BKB မရသေးဘူးအဲ့တော့ Tundra ဘက်က BKB တွေရသွားရင်သူတို့ကနိုင်သွားပြီဗတ်ကြီးက AC ပဲဒီဘက် Tundra ပွဲကြီးအဲ့မတိုင်ခင်မှာကီးလေးတွေရအောင်လှုပ်ထားရမယ်လို့နော်
dyrachyo gonna pull the wave into a safe position onto high ground. Hitting this tier 2.
ဒီက Skater လေးထည့်တဲ့တော့နိုင်နေပြီကွာဟုတ်ကျင်တော့ဒီဘက်က4ကောင်ဟိုဘက်က0နဲ့
Finished up for 33 as well.
ပြီးတော့ Skater က 1.4 လားမသိဘူး 1.3 လားမသိဘူးအဲ့တော့ရတာ
Falcons will back away. Tundra looking to hit. They've got 30 seconds left on the night time. They also have Dark Ascension if you'd like to use it for the fight. And yeah, there's that BKB.
အဲ့ day time မကြခင်မှာရောက်တော့မယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ day time ရောက်သွားရင်တော့ dash ascension ဖွင့်ပြီးတော့ချလို့ရသေးတယ်အဲ့တော့ smoke လာခဲ့ပြီ BKB တိုင်းနေပါလာပြီ ages ကုန်တဲ့အချိန်လေးပဲ
It's scouting. Did see crit.
It might be crit taking the hit.
crit ကိုတော့မြင်လာတာဗောနော် crit ကတွေ့သွားပြီအဲ့ Tundra တွိုင်းနေပဲ
Play down toward the south side.
They want more than just the AA.
They feel there's no AA. This fight is hard for Falcons.
Dragon Tail ဝင်လာတယ် BCN တယောက်တည်းပဲ BKB ပါတယ်သူ့မှာအဲ့ snowball save BCN BKB duration ကြားထဲမှာ one punch နဲ့မှာထပ်မိထိုင်းနေပဲကျွန်တော် skater လေးနဲ့ကီးရလာတယ်အနောက်မှာလည်း white moon ကိုထပ်ပြီးတော့တိုက်ထိုင်းနေ dyrachyo ကိုပြန်လှည့်လာတယ်အဲ့တော့ Asian ice plan မရှိတော့အချိန်မှာတော့ battle sign လို့အရန်ကောင်းနေနေပဲကျွန်တော်ဒီနောက်မှာတော့ Saxa တကောင်ကိုတော့ကျွန်တော် Marine နေနဲ့ဖြည့်ရှင်းနေရဗျာဒီဘက်မှာတော့ snowball နဲ့ပဲချိန်တက်ဆွဲလာတယ် she crash search back လွဲသွားပြီ Marine ပြန်ပြေးမောက်ရမယ်နောက်မှာ skater လည်း down wine နေပဲကျွန်တော် Marine မှာထပ်တည်တော့မှာငါတီးနေတယ်ဒီအချိန်မှာဒီလိုဖြစ်တော့မယ်ဆိုတော့ငါတီးနေတယ်လို့ Falcon ရဲ့လို့ Falcon ရဲ့
What's this guy doing? But yeah, ends up Tundra. They clean up the fight. BZM, he dies for the team.
It gave him like a false sense of security. They're like, oh, we have the numbers now. But they still didn't have their AA back up from the kill previously. And then the roar just comes in. Skater's BKB was all that big damage on top of him. Snaking tries to bail him out with Snowball, but yeah, they're right on top of the beast.
ရှင်နေမမင်းမရှိတဲ့ရဲ့နေရာတိုင်းမမင်းလေးပဲ
Stuff from BZM.
DK က spare ကုန်စားပြီးတော့လဲလီးဖြစ်သွားတယ်ADF tiny ကြီးကိုဘယ်လို့မှမကြိုက်ပါဘူးတော့နော်ငကိုတွေကအဲ့ tiny ကို carry လွတ်ပြီးတော့ ADF တွေ hero ကောင်လောက်ရွေးလိုက်ရင်ရာနေရဟို ADF ကို tiny ပေး skater ကို last pick ကို helicopter ပေးနေဘယ်လိုလောက်လိုက်လဲမသိဘူး
Got some kills too, so you got some bonus HP. And yeah, he's about to have Aghanim, so he's going to have a way to protect himself versus that AA blast potentially.
Again, as you see, he was very relaxed about that whole play. He just knew. He was like, it doesn't matter that I'm dead. This is totally fine. He was absolutely right.
And for the next fight, 33 will have Blink to be able to get there faster in time. BZM showing himself top.
I mean, now they're going to doubt it. They're like no, we don't. Do we want to go on this Dragon Knight?
He is not the true carrier. He is kind of the bait there. The Beastmaster and the Nakes, they're the true carries at this point, especially.
helicopter ပြောင်းရရင် stick it up ပို့ပြီးတိုင်ပတ်တော့မှာ
For Saksa, they have multiple different ways to use this lifesteal now.
Yeah.
Multiple different
ဒီပွဲက
ways
မ
to
ကောင်း
Especially with this Aghanim's Infest. Like, this is going to be quite obnoxious with that.
ရသွားပြီကွာပြကြောင်းက strike ကချီးပဲ
Trying to dodge stuff, get inside, outside of people.
ထားကြရဗျာ swing ပုံတော့အားကြနေပြီကြိုက်တယ်မလား
Aghanim's at this point feels kind of good.
Absolutely, because
ကြိုက်ရင် copy ကတ်လို့ရတယ်နော်ဟိုကိစ္စမရှိ credit ပေးရ
a ton of damage, so
ကဲဆိုတော့
to be the only one dishing it out as the carry.
Falcon ဘာလုပ်ကြမလဲဘာလုပ်ကြမလဲကီးတွေတာတယ် objective တွေရတယ် network ကမရဘူး 5 man team မှာ white သွားခဲ့တယ်ဗျာခုတော့ dimension ပြင်ရနေတဲ့အချိန်မှာတော့ပြန်စမောက်ထားပါတယ်လို့နော်စိုက်စားထဲမှာ first ball လေးပါတခါလဲပါပြီးသား
They need a force on the
အဲ့တော့
surface just to get them out of that crypto.
Falcon ဘာတွေဆက်လုပ်ပြီးဘယ်လိုတွေဆော့ကြမလဲလို့နော်
Kind of have to
နိုင်သွားတဲ့အတင်းက grand final တက်ကမှာကိုကတပွဲချုံထားတယ်
and kind of let's
ဒီလိုချင်းတွေမျိုးမှာ tiny off lane တွေပါ ADF ကိုပေးလိုက်မိတဲ့အတွက်မင်းတို့နောင်နာရနေရဲ့လားလို့နော်မေးလိုက်ချင်တယ်
they're not easy to
နောင်နာမရရင်တော့နိုင်အောင်ဆော
Or protect one when we were mentioning it.
Saxa ကတော့တပြေးပြေးနဲ့
Lockdown lineup from Tundra.
potential တွေကအရန်ကိုတက်လာခဲ့ပြီလို့နော် marine ကတော့တေးရတော့မယ် dimension သုံးလိုက်ပြီဖြစ်တော့ကတော့ marine ကတော့တေးပြီလို့
Saksa might be 1 in 7, but his
အော် marine စပိန်နေညှက်လိုက်တာကုန်းတော့တွေပါပါသွားပြီလားလို့
these good players.
မေးလိုက်ချင်ပါတယ်အနောက်မှာလဲ raw ကန်ဒီမှာတော့ advantage သုံးတယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့လည်း
Amar, they'll bait the call.
ကောတောင်းနေနဲ့ပြန်ကေထားပါတယ် Falcon ကို
I mean, yeah, Tundra can still try and find someone from.
ဒီဘက်မှာ crit ကိုမိသွားပါပြီလို့နော် dimension နဲ့ dragon tail အဲ့ nice stalker ကြီးကိုပေးနေအောင်ပါလားမင်းတို့တွေအခုတည်းထိ
It's beautiful from here.
It's certainly starting to feel like the
second Roshan ပေါ်နေပြီဗျ
it's going to be very difficult for Falcons to stop.
I mean, it all pretty much starts coming when they're able to just walk in and take the
aegis ကိုပေးလိုက်ရတသေးလေးဆိုပေမဲ့အဲ့ဒါအကြီးပဲနော်တသေးလေးတော့မဟုတ်ဘူးဒီလား
Feel like that.
and
အဲ့ aegis ကိုအဲ့လိုမျိုး dimension ဖွင့်ပြီးပြေးယူရတာရဆိုးတယ်လို့
seconds, so that night time's about to kick back in soon.
ဟာ14ကောင်နဲ့ထပ်ပြီးရှုံးမှထင်တယ်ကွာခုနကလည်း16ကောင်နဲ့
It's just been yeah.
တာပြီးတော့ပြန်
Now
နေ
when
ညာ
Tundra is dominating the map. They're getting 4 stabs. You can see even Amar. He's like, we need a way to get out of this crippling fear. It's causing us some big issues with this infest bomb.
ဟာ Falcon ခုနစားတယ်ကွာဒီရော
See
ပါ
what
ငါ
Falcons
တော့
can do.
Oh, in the meantime, too, you know, we haven't even talked about Whitemon. He's got 83 last hits. By the way, this was a quote-unquote 5-position Muerta. He actually is about to have Aghanims, too. So they're getting some insane scaling across the board. Falcons, they're looking to catch something.
They've got to. I mean, it is getting to the point where these smoke plays have to succeed. If they don't come out on top of this move, game's going to get into a very difficult spot.
ညဘက်ပြင်ရောက်သွားပြီလို့နော်
About to be surpassed by the
smoke တော့
likes of
smoke လာတယ် nice stalker ကြီးအပေါ်မှာ smoke ပြဖို့တဲ့စောင့်နေတယ်
Saksa, he's gonna scout
ငါ
them
စော
out.
င့်နေတယ်ငါစောင့်နေတယ်ဒီပင်ရောက်နေတယ်ပင်ရောက်နေတယ်လုံဆောင်သွားခဲ့တဲ့ smoke များစွာ
Reading the map beautifully.
7 or ယူလိုလိုက်လေတဲ့ယူလိုတော့ပါဘူးဗျာလို့နော်2-1ထဲတာဖြစ်တယ်တော့
Really
မ
had
ယူ
that
တော့
solid
ဘူး
rotation of early game.
first ball ဝင်ထိုင်းနေပဲ
Just gonna eat the cat. Basher's about to be finished too, so he's gonna be able to stick on that target easier. Even through the BKB.
ညာကျွန်တော်လား
They are around the rush.
ဒီပွဲပြီးတော့မှာ
Go for a roche again and then walk away. And
မသိသေးဘူးကို
Insane. They're gonna have to answer.
ကမ်ပတ်နေတာလားမကမ်ပတ်နေတာ
Starting to pose threats on the other lanes.
Yeah.
Falcon တသိန်းတော့ကတော့ဟိုးမြောင်းရဲ့ဟိုဘက်မှာ
Mark will
နော်
show himself mid. But look at the positioning from Saksa. He's literally just waiting for them.
they're going to go for roche.
He sees
This
them.
time they better finish it.
I He sees them though.
ငါမကြိုက်ဘူးနော်အဲ့ decision ကိုငါမကြိုက်ဘူးနော်လို့
Tundra's swinging over.
ငါမကြိုက်ဘူးနော်လို့မကြိုက်ဘူးလို့အဲ့ decision ကိုငါမကြိုက်ပါဘူးလို့မလုပ်ပါနဲ့လို့အဲ့လိုမျိုး Roshan ပြေးရိုက်တာကြီးကငါမကြိုက်ပါဘူးလို့အဲ့ Sakura ကြီးကရမ်းအာရုံနောက်နေတာအာ Marine တိုင်ပတ်မှာကွာတိတာအဲ့ Clipping Fear ကြီးဖွင့်ပြီးတကားခုံနိုင်အဲ့ Marine ကတစ်လေရော အဲ့ Next Talk ကို ban နဲ့ ban ကွာမင်းရမ်းစိတ်ညစ်မကောင်းတော့ပဲအဲ့ Sakura ဆော့ရကောင်ကြီးက
Some scouting information with the dead shot. BZM did pop the DK for him.
ပြာကြောင် back to radiant dyrachyo လုံးဝထူးထူးထောင်ဖြစ်သွားပြီ
And they're not farming on the meanwhile.
Yeah, Tundra's still able to farm.
Going up. Yep, they're hitting the creeps, they're hitting the towers. Mid will fall. They've got a Gale Guard. How many of those do they actually have? I saw at least 2. 3, I believe, on the side.
နည်းနည်းရောင်းပေးတယ်ဘာလို့ပြောရလဲဘာရောင်းအောင်လဲ
I don't know. This is looking scarier and scarier as the time ticks by for Falcons. The lead continues to grow.
တန်ဆက်ရှင်သုံးတာရယ်
They're losing another tower, Owen. Even losing the courier. That was his satanic. That's a big die.
စစ်တဲ့ကြီးပါသွားတယ်ဟောင်းကြီးစစ်တဲ့ကြီးပါသွားတယ်ဟောင်းကြီးတော့ထက်ရိုက်ပြန်မြူတို့အဲ့ Roshan အဲ့နားမှာထိုင်ဆောင်နေတဲ့အချိန်မှာတန်တော်တသင်းတော့ဖန်နေရနော်အော်တိုက်ရှော့ထပ်မှန်သွားပြီဟောင်းကြီးစစ်တဲ့ကလည်းဖြီးရောဖဲကိုမင်းတို့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ဟိုက်ကောင်ကပဲစောင့်နေစောင့်လိုက်တော့မင်းတို့လီးမူမန့်နေလုံးနေ ဝင်လာပြီစိတ်ကြောင့်ပြန်သုံးထားတယ် Dragon Tail
Still poking, just seeing what Falcons do.
အဲ့ဟိုင်ကောင်ကြီးကိုတို့ပိုင်သိန်းတာဟုတ်ပါမလားလို့
They keep cutting the mid wave. Tundra wants to push it out and towards that mid also and top, but yeah, Amar keeps grabbing the wave. They're going back in the pit. The AoE on the dead shot. I don't know how that hits everybody, but it somehow does.
They really want to try and finish this race.
Look at the gold lead. It's up to 11. It was at 7k.
I mean, the Falcons are just kind of...
အဲ့ buff ကြီးကိုတုံးနေတာတော်လိုက်တော့လေကွာမင်းတို့ pro player မဟုတ်လား pro တင်းနေမဟုတ်လားဘလို့အဲ့ buff ကိုပဲတုံးနေအောင်အဲ့ Roshan ပစ်ထဲမှာနေနေအဲ့ vision ရတယ်ဆိုရဲဥစ္စာကို
Because he got like a basher and now he's got like 3k gold on top of him.
အာ sneaky hurricane ပိုက်တုံးလိုက်တာမှားသွားတယ်
Fine for now, they force him to safety.
ဒီတယောက်ကသွေးရကိုင်းနေပြီလည်းမဆိုင်ရသေးဘူး sneaky ကလည်းသွေးကိုင်းနေပြီတို့အဲ့နားမှာလုံနေတာဘာလုံနေရတော့လို့
They're definitely falling to this sort of move where they're kind of all in on the 5-man. They're just sticking together, and Tundra is just getting so much because of this.
Yeah, they've got to back away.
They're like, well, we've got to try something else, I guess.
Also, I didn't point this out, but the Ogre Frost Mage, by the way, there from 33, it's in the spot, isn't it?
In the sneaky spot.
It's in the sneaky spot that you can't see. I actually didn't even notice it until just now. I'm blind, but
didn't really do much.
I mean, it lets him do some extra scouting.
အေးကောင်းပါပြီဒါပဲ
Really good target.
ဒါပဲ33နေနဲ့မျောသွားပြီတဲ့ဘာလဲဆိုတော့ဟိုကောင်လေးဟိုနားမှာပဲရှိနေမှာဆိုပြီးတော့ထင်တာ5 man လုံး TP ထောက်ပြီး smoke ကန်သွားတာအဲ့နောက်ထပ်ပြီးတော့ဝင်တယ်ဟာ ancient တွေသွားပြီအာ ADF ဘာဖြစ်တာလဲ
Do here, the buybacks come out from 33.
Instant buy.
ဟောင်း advance toss အဲ့နိုင်ဆော့ကောင်ရင်တဲ့ဒါပဲ5 man တော့ရှိရတယ်ဆိုတော့33 5 man ထားတယ်နော်ဒီထားအဲ့ Roshan ဝင်ဟစ်နေပြီရ
And yeah, right, yeah, of course not, because I was thinking it was on the other team.
5 man ပေးလိုက်ပြီကောင်းတယ် crit
Give them the info.
Give them the info.
Amar, he jumps in,
ရောလိုက်တယ်ကွာအမ
catches him. Aegis has already been...
အာ ADF စကစ်တာမတေးပြီအဲ့ဆိုရင်တော့
Uh-oh. Dyrachyo's on top of
And of
him.
course, no satanic still. 20 seconds, his courier is still dead. He'll put the BKB. But Dyrachyo...
ဟော infest ဝင်လို့ရတယ်လို့လီးရွာကွာကုန်သွားပြီ
And he's out for 70. He does not have buyback. Tundra's going to get a lot of freedom to do a lot of damage. He's ready to go.
ကြီးသွားပါလားဆို
Snake King's gone.
They see crit.
Over towards the AA.
တိုင်းပတ်သွားပြီ crit က
He's out for 70 pretty much himself. It might just be over here. It's getting pretty brutal. Right up to the fountain. Just bullying Falcons. Amar? The toss back on a Saxa.
He will die.
ဆက်စားတိုင်းပဲ
Back on more.
Can they continue to punish this?
The 3 tanky cores just standing right outside the fountain. They don't care.
It's getting so rough. That was what the buybacks from
GG
both
သွားပါပြီ
and
GG
Amar coming out in Falcons and
And
crit.
crit from earlier, and they're still just able to push right through it. Even though they lost 33 right at the start of the fight, that buyback comes in, and now he's got an Aegis to cover the fact that he used the buyback. Like Tundra, just truly identifying how to take every single one of these fights. Jumping right in the face of the AA, causing just panic.
That's been a tough sort
Hey,
of
don't
10
get
minutes
my
for
man.
Falcons.
Get my
Just
man, yeah.
not really been able to get much done. Had spent a lot of time hovering
Liquid
around
and
the
also
pit,
not
never really
3-0
able to finish it. And as we saw just through those moments, Tundra continued to progress.
နည်းနည်းဆဲပေးတော့ဘာပြောအောင်ကိုဒီကောင်လို့ဆဲပေးရမှာဖဲကောင်းကောင်လို့
And dyrachyo now at this point, you know, that Aghanim it's different than it was before with the disarm, we always have to mention, but it's extra hits now. So it's actually much better when you do this.
Tiny of Lee ကိုဘာလို့ပေးရအဲ့ဒီမှာမားဆိုလေကောင်းဘာချာကောင်းတယ်ကွာမားဆိုရင်ဆောင်းကောင်းတယ် AS လည်းပြလို့ကောင်းတယ်
That's terrifying. You got to keep your distance against this live.
ငါ hero ကွာမကြည့်ခင်နဲ့ထည့်လိုက်တာကွာ
They somehow get initiations cleaner on the side of Falcon.
Tiny က skitter ဆော့ပြီးတော့ marine ပန်ကိုလို့ပဲငါထင်ထားတာကွာ AD ရုပ်ပေးလိုက်မလို့မထင်ထားဘူးလို့ဒီပဲ
What do Falcons do?
I mean, all of them are just so big at this point. You know, Soxy.
ငါဖင်ကိုစိမ့်နိုင်ချဟာဟာဟာဟာဟာ
It really has. All it looks like he needs is a blink in order to get dyrachyo in, and then he's got incredibly farmed everybody else. Like even Whitemon, we saw those dead shots hitting 4 targets.
Tundra, they just hit pretty good with the sacrificial play. They really do. He sacks him with the deaths early.
ဖန်ကိုကေးဝါလေးပဲရရင်ကျင်းနေပါတယ်ဖန်ကိုကေးဝါရဟိုကတင်းဝိုက်တို့ပဲတခုတော့နိုင်ရမှာဗျအခုကဖန်ကိုမှာတရောင်းမှပိုင်မှမရှိတော့ဘူးတိလား
I mean, Soxa, even though like I was mentioning, he's
ပ
got
တဲ့တခုရှုံးတာလည်းသွားပြီ
15 of the 16 kills for the team.
Well, there you go.
So
ဟုတ်တော့ ADF
just been able to pretty much find the right target every time. And he's covering the saves. You know, Snaking, he went for the blink dagger to go for these snowball saves when they're going for that all-in target. But the crippling fear just prevents him from doing it. You see Snaking queuing up BKB to be able to allow himself to BKB blink and hopefully snowball save a target or two. Tundra now with a huge advantage.
Yeah.
Level 24 on dyrachyo.
And the thing is, as well, at this point, right, with Tundra's cause, I mean, even some of their supports at this point also just difficult to take down. Is but if Falcons do come in with his snowball save, it's not like the enemy's going to be dead when you come out of the snowball. They're still going to be
Not a fire over Palari. Dyrachyoရှိမှာ
and turn the fight, but yeah, these.
Now they're massive.
Like Whitemon is a big problem too. He's 0-0 and 11. If you don't find him, he's going to get so
သွားပြီလား sneaking time ပတ်ပြီလား
He's caught.
time ပတ်သွားပြီရော
Tundra just really feeling like they played this draft so far to perfection. And that last pick, Life Stealer, even though in the laning phase was slightly pressured, definitely not afterwards. 7-1 and 7. 4,000 HP on him.
Yeah, nearly what level he has, 25.
And now he switched the build too. He went for the nullifier. No more radiance. He just swaps out that talisman, disassembles, so he can stick on the targets and prevent the 4 stabs, prevent the ghost scepters or glimmers. I really like the way they've itemized this game. And 33 in particular, have to give him the credit too, right? The Dominator build to be able to have an early game match and to get that early farm, and then the Aghanims to be able to deal that extra damage and be that 3rd core. Another tier 2 to drop. Falcons. What's the next progression from here?
And just obviously confidence from Tundra dyrachyo, right, on his life stealer, knowing that Initial Falcons, they beat his life stealer twice. The only team that's been able to beat dyrachyo's life stealer was on Tundra. Didn't put them off picking it here today as the last pick. They're like, well, you know what? It's not going to happen a 3rd time. And so far, so good here from him.
Level 25.
Yep.
Another one of those pretty early 25s that we saw last time. I think it was 36. At the 36-minute mark, they hit 25. This time, 39. That rage is super effective. And Falcons, I mean, starting to been feeling the hesitation from them to look for fights.
ဖန်ကိုဘက်ကမျောနေကြဘာမှမရှိဘူးကွာဒီက ice split လေးကောင်းကောင်းထိပြီးတော့အဲ one of push ice split တွေပါတခြားတက်နိုင်လို့မစိုး33 time ပတ်သွားရင်တော့မစိုးဒါပေမဲ့ fact Tundra လေးတာ 4v5 ဆိုင်နေမှာအရင်ကောင်းလာတယ်တယောက်ကိုပေးသေးပြီးတော့
Marine Basher has a gem.
ဗတ်ထဲမှာ opening key ရတာနဲ့ပျော်လို့မရဘူး Tundra ဘက် Tundra Falcon ဘက်ကနေပြီးတော့ opening key ရတာနဲ့ Tundra ဘက်က4ယောက်5ယောက်ပြန်ဆိုင်ရတယ်အရင်ကောင်းလာ
He doesn't have BKB still either. Maybe feels like he needed these other smaller items. Jump from Marine.
So if these 2 can take him down, they can.
ကောင်းလို့ရပြီ
Down the stars, TPs are going to
opening key ရတယ်မပြောနဲ့နော်ဘတ်ရှာရှိရဘတ် opening key ရဘတ်ရှာရှိရဘတ် skid တော့အကုန်သုံးပြီးကဲရအကုန်သုံးပြီးကဲ avalanche toss suspect ကဲ one push ကောင်းတယ် drag ကိုတေးသွားပြီ33က snowball နဲ့ဝင်လာတယ်ကောင်းလိုက်တာ Falcon ထပ်လိုက်အာ33မတေးပါဘူး marine
Hey, maybe they don't need that rip. Just saying, dyrachyo just runs in and
ကောင်းလိုက်တာကွာလို့ဟျောင်းရေးလို့ဟျောင်းမျောလင်းချက်ရောင်ကြီးလေးပြန်တန်းသွားပြီဟျောင်းနေထိုင်တော့ Oh my god အဲ့33တင်ဒိုင်းဘက်မှာနော်33က no ပိုင်ပဲနော်ပိုင်ပဲထွက်တာ33ကခုန33ကရလိုက်တော့လီးဘက်ဒီဘက်ဒီမှာနေမှတခါမီကန်2လမ်းလောက်ရမှာ
dyrachyo
အာ စကန်တော့ဝါလေးအကုန်ကျန်နေသေးတယ်
this one.
လုတ်ပါအောင်တခုလုတ်ပါအောင်
Do with that word.
just steps up, immediately caught by the avalanche. Into Boris punch. What can you do? That's long enough lockdown.
ချိုဟိုဘက်ကမိကမရသေးဘူးဟိုဘက်ကချို Dallas ကပုံမကောင်းလာတယ် Bros ထက်ဆိုင်ဟင်းနဲ့ Bros ကထဲတာကြာပြီမလားဟော
Absolutely not.
ချိုးပါလို့မိုရတာထွက်လာရင်ချိုးလို့မရတော့ဘူးအဲ့ dash shot တွေပြစ်တာနဲ့ ADF ကလည်း test speed မရှိဘူးလီးပဲငါလုံးဝ weight မချတာဘူးဘိုက်ကထပ်ထွက်လာတယ်သွားပြီ Dragon တေးတာတယ်
And these racks are going down. They're still going. Get the tops back on the
refresh ကိုပြန်တုံးတာတယ်33က ice block ကောက်ထိရဆိုမှလည်း ADF ကစက္ကန့်100လောက်မှဘတ်ပါတော့ဟာ marine တေးသွားပြီဟာနောက်မှ Dragon တေးထပ်မိတာတယ်လုံးပါအောင် skid out ခဲ့ပါအောင်သွားပြီဗောဒီ skid out မပြန်ဘူးလား BCM try မို့လား one push Hurricane ပတ်ကြီးကောင်းလိုက်တော့ကွာ BCM အပေါ်ထိပဲရောက်သွားပြီအဲ့တော့တေးပြီဗော sneak game မှာဒီပဲကွာမီကတလန်းနဲ့ပေးလိုက်ရတယ်မတန်လိုက်တာကွာအများကြီးပဲအဲ့ ADF ကလီးလောက်လာတာငါလုံးဝလာလေးက
set of barracks, which is not bad considering they're 15k behind.
But Tundra, you can see they.
ADF ကဘာလုပ်တာလဲလို့မင်းတို့တေးဆေးပဲလေကွာပြန်ရုံပဲလေဘာလို့ DK ကို try တာတော့ကွာမင်း
For Falcons as that push there afterwards, it's all out. So they lose a couple extra heroes to do so.
နော်လုံးဝသီးလို့ကေ3កောင်4កောင်မရနဲ့4កောင်ပေါ့
And this is the thing, right? You know, taking a set of barracks like that, considering the overall state of the game, Falcons they'll be relatively satisfied.
Now though, these 40 seconds, it's scary. Amar, he's not available.
Yeah, this could be big damage coming in from Tundra now as they bring both the mid and the bottom waves in.
Amp damage on the DK, BCM.
Skitter's got a lot of money off that play as well though. 3,400 gold, as I say, I'm pretty sure we're going to see that rapier queued up.
It probably still will be. Because Butterfly, I don't think it can be an option because of how rich dyrachyo is. He can just pivot his build.
Yeah. There we go, fortification out.
They've got a roar available.
Tundra.
Dies fast. These racks, they're going to be able to match.
You know, they're going to... Oh, I must say that. They're going to get a full set. They're a bit scared.
Gets the rage.
Ice Black ဒါပေမဲ့ Rory တန်မထိပါဘူး Ice Black မထိပါဘူး Infest bomb ပြန်ဝင်ထားတယ်တလန်းတော့ပေးလိုက်တော့ပဲပေးလိုက်ရတယ်မစိုးသေးဘူးဒါပေမဲ့ Ice Black နဲ့ Rory တန်မရှိဘူးပြန်တက်လာပြီ Search back က smoke နဲ့ပဲတော့နေတော့မယ်ကျွန်တော် Saxa ဒါဆိုင်ရှင်းတောင်းထားတယ်ဗျအဲ့တော့ BCN ကိုထဲမှာ dyrachyo ဝင်တိုင်းနဲ့ပဲကျွန်တော်တော်ထိုင်ဟင်းနေတယ်ပြေးလို့ရပြီဒီလိုပါပဲ၄កောင်နေဗျ၄កောင်နေ
BCM sieging very far away.
Toss One push ADF ဘာမှရှိလို့လားရှိရဟာကွာ ice ကြီးကွာ
Amar this time does have to buy like at the ready in terms of try and force it again.
တန်တော်ဝင်အောင်မှာကွာတန်တော်အဲ့လောက်နဲ့မကျင်းတဲ့ဝင်အောင်မှာကွာတန်တော်ရဲ့ play ဆိုင်ငါသိရ
His whole team is running and dyrachyo is actually still running into the enemy team because he's got that ogre seal totem.
ဘာဘက်ကတော့10កောင်လုံးပြင်ရပါပြီ
Back off for now, Tony.
Think what they came for.
Got a set of barracks. They can get back, get the next round of items done.
Dyrachyo has 6,000 gold.
Yeah, he can treat himself to a lot of different things. The moment was got the swift up.
Guess he doesn't want to. Okay.
No, what else would you consider maybe at this point?
Abyssal, right? Doesn't he just finish it?
Oh, sure, just that's true. Nice rush out for Tundra. Should be an easy one.
Yeah, actually just eating the Axe Blessing, so we'll see what he goes for afterwards. Maybe he doesn't want the Abyssal. A Blast will connect, but they've already got the Rosh.
Just gonna grab ball here, Refresher Shard, BZM.
He has a lot of activatable items. They already have the Refresher on the Beastmaster too, so wouldn't blame if he does hang on to that.
Yeah, came in clutch that last fight. Refresher on 33, getting those 2 rolls off.
Back to business, 26,000 lead.
I want to see Skitty get his next item. You know, when you're at this point, right, and there's a lot of weight on your shoulders with the gyro, you need every coin spent.
Yeah.
He's got 5k
တပိုင်းထည့်လိုက်တော့ skill တပိုင်းထည့်တော့ spell တပိုင်းထည့် skill တပိုင်းထည့်တော့အဲ revenant approach ကိုရောက်တော့တပိုင်းထည့်တော့မရတော့ဘူးတိုင်းဘယ်လိုမြင်ဖြတ်မှရအောင်မယ် aegis တွေကိုစင်းချအောင်လို့လား
For sure.
Once he's got the gold, perhaps fully for the rapier, he might just commit for it.
vision ရှိနေဆိုတော့ဟုတ်တယ်ကွာ vision လည်းမရှိဘဲနဲ့စင်းချအောင်ပါ
Those next items, as you were mentioning, a full Shiva's now 433, also level 25.
လောက်ပါတယ်လို့ တမင်မလောက်တော့ဘူးတဲ့ fake က split တက်ကူလာတယ်ရန်ပူစီနေရင်းလုံး form ဟုတ်လေပူစီမှာတော့သူတို့ hero page ကြီးကနိုင်မနိုင်တာနိုင်ကသူတို့ကလိမ့်ပြီးချတာပဲဒါပေမဲ့လိမ့်ချရင်လည်းဗဒရရှုံးလာတော့ပူစီမရအောင် သူတို့ draft pick ကကွာဟုတ်ကွာနေရအဲ့လိုမျိုးရှင်းချလို့မရတဲ့ draft pick ကွာတိတာ BKB ပါလာရင်သူတို့လုံးဝရှင်းချရအောင် BKB မပါခင်တိုင်မင်ကလကုံတိုင်းချရတယ်မယ်မလောက်ဘူး
Pretty far out here, Falcons.
စပူလာနှစ်ကောင်ပိုင်းမရှိဘူးနော်ပြဿနာနော်
That's the Octarine.
All right, yeah. Whitemon's going to have to wait for that one. 3 minutes.
Go back away. Rejoin. Skeeter is under vision here.
Risky farm
of his 2 supports, so he feels like he can take that risk. But it is definitely a
ပြန်မာတော့လီးပဲအဲ့တကောင်ငတ်နေရငါလုံးဝသားနေဘတ်တော့လာပြီမေးပထွေးရလာပြီဘယ်လုံးမလဲ
Trying to stop the move, Skeeter.
nullifier.
ရှီးတော့ကနော်လဖန်နဲ့ကုန်သွားပြီ
The bash is there, but the shards are down.
တော်သေးတော့ကောင်းလိုက်တဲ့ ice shot လေး
Chase.
ဖတ်လိုက်ပါတော့ကွာအဲ့ dissecting နဲ့ရှင်းမဆိုင်ပါနဲ့မင်းတို့ vision တွေကတော့ဘူးဖို့လို့ပေါ်နေတာ
Eyes on them. Still sticking out.
toss advance နောက်မှာအော်သွားပြီဗောမဖီးရတယ်ရော
Snakey's gone now. They can turn over one Skeeter.
skater BKB ကြီးပြစ်နေပြီအဲ့တော့ dyrachyo ကြားထဲမှာညံ့နေတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ ice bat မထီပါဘူး sax ကိုရင်တက်တော့ crit ကိုရင်ဖြတ်ဖို့ကြိုးစားနေတယ် toss လိုက်ပြီအဲ့တော့ size တကောင်ရပါမလား
Is he stunned?
တကောင်မရဘူး
He's out. Oh, he's away. The avalanche comes as well. Dyrachyo stops. Dyrachyo having a chance to get the bash off onto him. So Skeeter will get out, but it's 3 dead still on Falcons.
They can't handle Dyrachyo. He's literally just running at 3 heroes while BCM is killing the Pango during the roll. Skeeter. Stand his ground.
I mean, he's going to get Lotus, but the bashes are coming in. Skeeter, he's gone.
He has to buy back.
Now they turn over towards Amar. Dyrachyo able to help clean up another Amar. Also does have the buyback available. Has to use it, but the middle set of barracks going down. They get him with a jump from Maureen.
Still got
Dyrachyo.
Aegis. He's got Infest.
I mean, Maureen just wants to bring him back, but Dyrachyo's able to jump out. Amar's there with the toss, though. Gets Dyrachyo into the tier 4 towers. Dyrachyo trying to stand his ground.
တေအောင်တက်ပါဟာဒီပဲ AD ကတိုင်ပတ်သွားပြီဟိုက Aegis ကအခုမှကြာ Aegis တက်ကိုတိုင်ပတ်အောင်လုပ်လိုက်တယ်တော်လိုက်ပါတော့ကွာမင်းတို့ကိစ္စကလည်း
Into the ice blast.
ဟာမစိုးအောင်ဒါလည်းမစိုးအောင်
Dyrachyo down. Big kill.
သုံးကောင်မယ်လို့တော့သုံးကောင်မယ်လို့တော့
But it cost them a lot. 4 buybacks.
And they still lose the melee racks, too.
ပုံမှန်လေးပါဟုတ်ပါဒီရောကွာ
Done anyway on Tundra.
I mean, this has to be it now. Skinny uses buyback.
မင်းတို့အိမ်နဲ့တားကတ်တွေကလီးရင်ဖြစ်နေလားကွာ
Picked up ASAP.
He's pretty close to it.
ဟုတ်ဘူးကွာ nice talker cast မှာမင်းတို့အဲ့လိုသွားဆိုင်လို့မရဘူး transaction သုံးပြီးဆိုတော့ဘတ်လိုက်တော့လို့
900.
အရင် fake ကိုအဲ့လိုမျိုးမဆော့ဘူးနော်တကယ်ချင်းတော့
Again
We'll
here.
see the replay again.
There we go. Skeeter, I think he got double dragon tilt by BZM, right? Because he refreshed, he stunned, refreshed, and then stunned again. So Skeeter just locked down for what, 8 seconds? Yeah, feels like 8 seconds or so.
Yeah, very
Between
nicely
that and
done
the
there from
bashes.
BZM with that shard to force that out. And yeah, Falcons on their last legs now with those
Last
buybacks
legs.
used.
And it's still, I mean, even though he's got rapier, it's a 40,000 gold lead.
Quite the lead. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Do you remember what was the biggest swing we've had this tournament?
We had, I think,
Okay.
a 37,000 gold lead swing, I believe it was.
Yeah, okay, we've had some
I
crazy
think
ones.
that was the
Alright,
Enigma
alright.
series, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember exactly, but we have had some insane gold leads overall in this tournament. The teams have been able to
တ
claim.
ပိုင်း
So close to the Demon Edge money. Skeeter.
သူဘာရောင်းလိုက်တာလဲ
He needs it. Every little bit.
Find him something to hit.
Do they have? They do have it solar. They have Lotus. I mean, yeah, they need every little thing they can throw onto him. Dyrachyo respawning in 5 seconds.
There's 0 buybacks on Falcons.
See what he wants to buy. Dyrachyo. He's gonna play it sensible, safer. He's going BKB. Not going for that swift blink that he was queuing up.
Smoke time.
He's got a lot of time to be in that BKB now. I mean, he's got Rage, BKB, and then he can Rage again for most of for the first fight that comes in. And there's that Rapier.
အာ skinny game sticky ဘာမှမြန် fan မှာ sneaky ကဘာမှလိုလဲကွာ sneaky ကရေ
Give
တက်ခံ
that to Mr. BZM.
ADM ဖြစ်တယ်ဆိုဒီပဲ AD လောကထပ်ပြီးပြန်ငါလိုတယ်ပါပဲ
BZM is not.
They have to do
Looking at
everything possible to keep Skeeter safe. He dies, it's game over. Tundra looking for that potential final strike to end this game, end this series.
They see the Rapier.
They're gonna see him.
They're in.
They just jump him.
He's gone.
He's gone.
In an instant.
Oh, he's out for 2 minutes. Dyrachyo's going to be able to treat himself now to the picked up Rapier.
Roar.
The Roar's out
GG.
onto Maureen. Snake King's gone. They have one chance there. They don't get to do anything with it.
Ah,
Tundra
Kakena
take the
Nene.
game, and win
Pulsar
the
di
series
mana
2-0. They go into the grand finals, Vogt.
GG.
What a game plan, too. They were patient this game. They were kind of telling Falcons, you know, putting the onus on them to make the aggressive moves. They steal the Aegis somehow.
Just stream ဒီတိုင်းဖွင့်ခဲ့မယ်
Straight from them.
And then they get the BKB
နောက်တစ်ပွဲ
online and they win
လာတော့
every
မှာ
single fight out.
final မနိုင်ခင်နေ့မှာဒီ pause နေရကြောကျွန်တော်ပြန်လာ
Dyrachyo kills up to Falcons.
နောက်တစ်ပွဲအဲ့လာမယ့်အချိန်ဒီကိုကျွန်တော်ဒီမှာ stream ဖွင့်ခဲ့တယ်မယ်ပေါ့ကြည့်နေတယ်နော်
He's involved in 30
ပြ
of
သွားကြ
the
လေရှိ
Yeah,
လို့ပြန်လာခဲ့
he
မယ်
crushed it. I mean, really just goes to show that, you know, who cares about those deaths? And same from BZM, right? Had a couple of deaths that looked not great, but they were actually fantastic deaths. Yeah, rough one here today for Falcons, but Tundra looking as ready as ever to move on and challenge Liquid in the grand finals. Tundra, they'll win the lower bracket final 2-0 against the Falcons.
Thanks a lot, Owen. Yes, the excellence of execution there. Well done to Tundra. And of course, who's to say now they can't go all the way and win it? They'll be taking on Team Liquid a little bit later today. We're going to break that incredible game down on the desk. I mean, we said initially, I don't know why I keep calling it the desk. We don't even really have a desk. We have a table.
Close enough.
No,
Yeah, it's all right.
It'll do. But anyway, I mean, we'll start just by talking about, you know, we liked the Falcons draft. We thought they corrected some of the issues in the first one. It looked to be starting particularly well. It was going okay. And then, I don't know, like just Tundra, patient, stayed in the pocket, and they were just able to outscale.
I mean, we did see another Night Stalker game where he was kind of running around dying, but it makes so much space in the fights. I thought this was a brilliantly executed fight from Tundra, by the way, where Falcons kind of overcommitted, and the reason that they overcommitted was because Tundra, they had 33 wrapping around, so they were prepping for it. Like they used the Night Stalker very well in these fights to get vision, and they use his move speed to dodge the Pango roll. They're always focusing the right targets. We can see the power of the Lifestealer versus Gyro in this game. As well, as good as Gyro as Skeeter is, that the new Aghanim Scepter having more duration or more hits, it really still does feel like a good answer to the Gyro.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely was. I think their lineup as a whole functioned incredibly well. The one part where I was a little bit lost as far as like what the strategy was, you're sending your star player into a bad matchup to the point where he has to itemize a Force Staff and a Glimmer Cape, and I'm talking Amar on
And a
Tiny.
Lotus.
And a Lotus. Like, this is not his playstyle whatsoever. So, like, what is the trade-off for you making this happen? And I just feel like for Falcons, like, whenever you are winning, it's usually because Amar is top of the net worth, making things happen on the map, but he's put into a bad situation. His worst matchup is Lifestealer in the game. So he can't really build like a real carry, even for the crash landing facet too. So he has to really just lean into playing this roaming style here. He ends up 4-8, which isn't great. Sure, Skeeter had a great game, but your mid and off lane are similar type heroes. You have this Pango, you have this Tiny. They're both just going to be initiators for you. I think overall, just Falcons got outdrafted yet again when it comes to like having more meta picks.
I mean, I think we've said this a few times, and obviously you can see on your screens there, Saxa is our MVP for that one. Definitely got a lot done on that.
Yeah, that is an insane kill participation. This is what I mean. Like maybe this is the role of a Night Stalker in a game. Is it's you know, we view the hero as like, oh, if it's dying a lot, like this is not so good. But in reality, he's like the first guy to go in. He's giving vision for his team. You know, 33. We saw so many good roars from him in that game, and good jumps also from Dragon Knight, that you kind of have to credit the guy who's giving the vision for that to happen in the first place, which is the Night Stalker.
Yeah.
I just wanted to pick up on your point real quick before we get into the highlights, and that was just to say, it does feel that when Falcons lose, this is kind of what happens. They prioritize getting Skeeter on something comfortable, and that has come at the expense of Amar in a couple of games now. And I feel that when they do that, the games are so hard for them. Like, they're a lot harder than they should be. Yet when you see them confidently win, it's when Amar gets what he wants to play, play the style he wants to play, and Skeeter isn't prioritized really at all.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's something they're going to have to evaluate moving forward, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I think it felt like Falcons lost, yes, and Tundra was amazing, don't get me wrong, they deserve to be in the grand finals, but I didn't feel like Falcons lost on their terms, right? They kind of like lost like trying to figure out something new, invent a new play style. But with that being said, though, I think Tundra, they're adapting incredibly well right now. And this Night Stalker pick, we saw so many times dyrachyo infesting into Night Stalker with ulti, getting picks all across the map. It was really nice from Tundra.
It was.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan of the DK plus Lifestealer combo too, actually. I vastly underestimated. Of course, you have the Infest Bomb in the DK. That was working out quite nicely throughout the game, but the amount of damage that it does with the minus armor, this was like, to me, the turning point of the game, by the way, where Falcons is up, they know that Tundra is smoked, and they play to the high ground, and the thing is, like, they left Roche low enough that it could just be killed by 33, but I guess when they see the DK walking up there and breaking smoke, they thought that the rest of the team was there, but in reality, 33 was just soloing Roche. So really cool, high-level play from Tundra where they take that risk. If they don't break the smoke there, Falcons, what are they going to think?
Yeah.
They're taking Roche, right? They're going to go for it, but because they broke smoke on a few heroes, they didn't think 33 was ballsy enough to solo it, but he was.
We highlighted Lifestealer owning Tiny. I know you wanted to just underscore that point.
Yeah, I just want to kind of like show and highlight like just how this matchup kind of goes. Like if you are a Lifestealer versus Tiny, your beginning of the game might go well. You can see Amaro, he had a good laning stage. He's pretty farmed. So he went from this Blink Echo Saber build to having good farm to being pretty good on the map to being forced to go Force Staff as the next item into Glimmer Cape. He didn't go for the Insurmountable, which would help a lot against heroes like Beastmaster. He's really forced into this style. And like, this is one of the biggest team fights where you're just kind of like, okay, this game might just be over. Because in any fashion, when you do have a hero like Gyrocopter, who's the only farmed hero on the map for you, and then you end up losing a team fight, things can look really difficult here. And Lifestealer, he's going to get on the back line, end up getting a kill on this Tiny. And if you're a Tiny, what do you do against this? There's nothing. He's going to press Rage. He's just going to right-click you and kill you. And that's why he felt like he had to go Force Staff next on this Tiny instead of Scale. Now Skeeter dies here. And this really was the moment where this game didn't really feel close anymore.
This was Giga next level, by the way, from Tundra. Like the fact that BZM jumps in and dies intentionally because they basically realized that they could win the fight if AA was dead. And there was all these small things in the game. Here is where they kill the Satanic on the Courier, and then in the Roche pit, 33's got this little creep. It's like in a 2-minute window, they have this like cool tech that's going on, and then they win the next fight because Gyro didn't have Satanic. Whole game blown wide open.
Well, we can now go over to Sir Action Slacks, who's with Whitemon.
Absolutely. Thank you so much indeed. Here with Whitemon. Whitemon, congratulations. Another grand final for you. You pumped?
What?
Grand finals. You won.
Yeah.
You're going to go to the finals.
Yeah, we're gonna play against Liquid.
Oh, it seems like you're just finding this information out. Congratulations! I'm so happy to inform you that you actually are going to the grand finals, baby. You just found out. That's great. Whitemon. All right, you're up against Team Liquid. Maybe not that excited because I have a scary stat for you. I was told by a colleague who will remain nameless, Sheever, that you guys have yet to win a game against Liquid this year. Is that accurate?
This year, yeah, but before that, when we have the Nightfall and Norenov, I think we always won against Liquid.
Yes.
Just maybe because, I don't know, maybe dyrachyo is like got curse against Liquid, you know?
Maybe they got them figured out. So were you guys, were you prepared to be making it in the grand finals? Did you think that this series would be this, no offense, easy for you guys to take?
I don't think it's gonna be that easy. Maybe it's gonna be like more cinema games. Yeah.
Cinema game. You can't just say Zoomer talk and then that's how you describe things. You can't just be like, it was a Sigma game. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, anyway. Let's forget about this series, but any words for the series before we move on? What do you think was your favorite part of it? What was the best thing that happened to you?
To me, I don't know. Not so much for me because, you know, we just like play our games. Maybe we kind of chance a bit when I'm playing the Muerta, you know.
Oh, I like how you say that. Say that again.
Yeah, when I'm playing Muerta, I think we kind of chance the draft a bit. But yeah, we just trying to adapt to the playoffs meta, I think. Yeah.
Now, you guys feel like you kind of formed a little bit of that meta, or was it more people copying you, or you had to integrate stuff to get here?
I think we just like look up to other teams, like with heroes that suit us, and with heroes that like really good for us and what heroes that we can play. And yeah.
But a lot of teams are not able really to copy you guys so far. I mean, the dyrachyo Alchemist, for one thing. You guys are picking that all the time, and you know how it goes.
I mean, I don't know. It's like I don't see like there's good Alchemist players in this tournament. So yeah, it's Anton, you know, it's dyrachyo Alchemist. You already know. Everyone's banning it first place. You know? Yeah. It's dyrachyo Alchemist. It's coming, guys.
Absolutely, but he's not the only one with unique heroes. I don't think anyone is getting close to your Ringmaster either. Some people are trying it out. It's not working out for him, and you are by far, I would say, the best Ringmaster player here. How come people can't copy you either?
I don't know. I just started playing Ringmaster after I lost the Dream League finals against Spirit. So yeah, I'm kinda like, I need this new hero, you know. I need to play something new. So yeah, I just started to learn the Ringmaster. I spam it like 30 games of it. I got like maybe 40% win rate. I don't care. So yeah, then I tried on scrims and on tournaments, and it looks good.
All right, fantastic. Yeah, you've been doing very well. All right, well, let's talk about the big grand finals coming up, which you just found out you'll be participating in. Team Liquid, were you guys prepared for this? Did you practice for this? Do you know what you're doing? Are we going to see finally an upset here?
I'm not sure.
Jesus Christ. You just say yes. You don't, no, you just say, yeah, we're going to get them, baby.
Because we want to discuss and talk about like the team Lucas, because we just finished the Falcons draft, so yeah. Yes. So maybe we're gonna talk and we figure it out. No?
Okay, that's what I like to hear. Okay, well, we will provide you guys some time to think, to talk, to figure it out. And I don't know if you know this, but many people are saying that you are the anime protagonist of this event. You know, you got your head down, you see a little smile, you're like a happy-go-lucky guy, but then you lock in. So will this be the lock-in series? Are you going full anime arc here? Tell us to the camera. Tell us. Let them know.
I don't think I'm gonna be the...
Jesus Christ. You just say yes. You just say yes. This is the one.
I don't think I'm gonna be the anime protagonist, but I think I'm with this hair, you know? And yeah. I keep smiling. I think I'm gonna be a clown, you know?
Fuck me. All right, great. Well, thank you so much. Best of luck in the grand finals. We cannot wait to see you guys overcome the curse and see that go all the way to Game 5. We believe.
What a legend. I mean, real talk, you know, he might not think of himself as an anime protagonist. I think we are listening to someone who's certainly in the running, maybe the tournament MVP.
Yeah,
I think he's played so well.
Most liked player, too. I think there could be 4 players that I hated on a team with Whitemon. I would still love the team just because he's on it. This guy's hilarious. So good. 40% Ringmaster win rate. He's the only person that makes it look good. That's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pubs are wild.
I mean, the hero's not very good.
No, it's not. That's true. Yeah.
So, I mean, he's the best at a bad hero. So that's good for him.
That's what I love, Clinton. Always enthusiastic, always loving it. Well, look, we're getting close to our service coming to an end. So I do want to just pick your brains about the grand final and what you guys make of it. Obviously, it does seem to favor Liquid, historically speaking, in 2025. But... you know, I really like Tundra. And I also think, you know, sometimes when you play coming from the lower bracket, because you've already played in the day, you're warmed up, you're ready to go, sometimes it can be a strange advantage.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a reality check for Tundra. This is the first tournament with 33 on it where they had to make a lower bracket run at all.
Yeah, absolutely.
First time. And they still persevered, which says a lot to this team. They're not just one of those teams that just rides a high and has to stomp a tournament. They can have some lows and come back from it. And I'm afraid this team is going to be a monster. And Liquid, they've shown that when they're at the top, they're an insanely good team. I feel like Mickey is definitely back. Saberlight is finally meshing in. But Tundra, they're coming back definitely way stronger than they showed in that upper bracket.
Yeah, I mean, another stat you have to consider is that the very first grand finals that this iteration of Tundra has ever lost is the recent one. It's the most recent one. So, like, you know, you have the stat that they keep losing to Liquid. It's in group stages. Who gives a shit? Like, this team wins tournaments. So, Liquid, they're a team that plays to the strength of their opponents. And they are going to need to continue that trend against Tundra, because I agree, they're going to be monsters coming into this grand final.
It's been a blast hanging out with you over the course of the tournament, guys, and indeed today, no different. Morning squad for life. That is it from us, but not from the tournament. The grand final is yet to come. We'll be bringing in Shiva, T-Governor, and Lacoste for that one. We're going to take an extended break of 30 minutes, come back refreshed, lock in. It's going to be amazing. Team Liquid, Tundra, for the crown. We'll see you later.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello, everyone. I got a treat for you here today. It is Saberlight from Team Liquid, and we are going to be playing Dota 2 Letters. Okay? Yippee! Yippee! Look how excited he is.
So excited.
The rules are very simple and complicated at the same time. You'll get some hints. It's either going to be a Dota hero or a Dota item. You have to guess what it is. You got to get as many as you can in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. However, you can ask for hints, and we will show you a letter of the Dota 2 name. So what would you like your hint word to be? It can be anything you want. Just yell it out.
Can I say hint?
Yeah, sure.
Or should I get something like more
Get something
creative?
spicy in there, man. Something else. What's your safe word?
No, I think I'll stick with hint.
Hint it is. All right, we'll go with the standard hint. Let us begin the game. All right. Wielding fire, ice, and lightning, I am an arsenal of arcane power. Many spells.
Hint.
Hint.
What? Invoker.
Yes, you're correct. See? You picked up the game. Master of blades with a bounty on his head. Wow. Go. A cunning blade that lets the wielder traverse vast distances. This is the hardest one. You're going to dump hints? Yeah, there you go. Dump them now.
Shadowblade.
Close, but
Silver
no.
Edge.
They're close, but no. Got plenty of hints. 8 hints.
Skip. Can I skip?
No
okay,
skipping.
Then hint.
Another one. It's not shit, no.
Okay, another one.
Another one. Swift blink.
Okay.
But that's okay. You still got 5 hints. Okay, the Celestial Warrior brings light in the dark. Celestial Warrior.
Hint.
Okay.
What? Lina?
Close.
There's Luna.
There you go. All right, moving on. Deadly aim.
Sniper.
No, marks target with both weapons. Both.
Muerta.
There you go. Very good. The embodiment of strength and speed, they enhance the wielder with resilience and quickening steps. It's an item.
Yeah, I would imagine the second word is D. Okay, hint.
What?
I don't know.
G? Okay.
How is this
they
supposed
just
to be
gave you
helpful?
a hint. Go ahead, you can do
Another
this.
hint. Okay, I should get this one. What? A? Okay, another one. I don't know. Well, it's not Aghanim Scepter. What?
No, it's not active.
Okay,
it's 3
hint.
words.
Hint.
Hint. It's Sanjin Yasha, man. All right, you're out of hints.
Well, that's rough.
You can do this. From the shadows I strike a predator who ambushes the weak and disrupts the strong. Okay? It's a hero. One of the rare 2-word heroes.
Okay, well,
You should be familiar with this hero from the last patch.
The Night Stalker.
The Night Stalker is not correct, no. Try again.
Which hero has... Okay, I don't know.
That's okay. I'll let you have the basketball in the air here. Okay, you can get one guess. Right?
Okay.
There's a popular hero from last patch. Assassin hero.
Assassin hero.
Very difficult.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, now it's just embarrassing, you know.
No, it's not embarrassing. Just take your shot. Take your shot.
The Spectre.
No, it's not the spec. That's not even the correct amount of letters. Can you show it to him, please? It was a Nyx assassin.
Okay, no one plays Zero.
What do you mean? It was just what do you mean?
No one.
Well, now, but yes, you did very well.
I did.
Yeah, you did middle of the pack. A lot of people got to 7. You did good.
Thank you.
Very standard. So yes, I'm impressed by your knowledge yet again.
What can I say? This was too easy for me.
Oh, wow, that is incredible. With how much you struggled with it. Why couldn't you get Sage and Yasha?
When I read the description, I kind of got it, but then I got confused. There were so many letters, and it just overwhelmed me, you know? I was okay, it happens to the best of us.
Just a man to action, you know? Words don't mean anything. Just going out there and doing your thing. I get it.
Yeah. I kind of just go with the flow.
Okay. Well, hopefully that flow from Team Liquid will be going quite quickly here at Wallachia. Best of luck to you and your team. We'll see more of you soon.
Thank you.
So it's a long story, but it came from a custom Warcraft 3 game. I'll just cut it short, and it was called The Black Road, and I was trying to use a save file of another friend because it was like using a 40-digit code load and save file, and I kind of deciphered the code and understood certain characters relates to the to the name, is unique to the name. So I changed my name to this so I can use that person's save file for the game.
So smurfing. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, great.
Smurfing.
So he got his name from cheating in smurfing. Thank you so much. That's interesting. What was it called one more time?
The RPG was called The Black Road.
Wow. If there's anyone out there that knows anything about what he's talking about, please say in chat. Other 30-year-old boomers out there that played The Black Road.
From my favorite composer, the great Bach.
Who's that?
Johann Sebastian Bach.
Oh, why him? Why do you like that?
I just like his music.
Okay. Can you sing some for us now?
No.
Okay, great. Thank you. He's thinking of a lie right now. Something interesting.
Yeah, because I had a dream, I have to walk from Toronto to Tokyo, that's why.
Wow, it came to you in a dream.
Yeah, I think I will answer every time new things because this question was a million times, so
yes,
I will find new things to answer.
When I start to play games, I don't know, it's something in my brain. It's probably maybe some shop in Russia named Skari, and I switch K to L, then I switch I to L, and then it's Laru. Maybe something like this I remember from my head. But maybe this is not true, but it's a good story.
I used to play in academy when I was 13, and I had cringe nickname. It was WannaCry.
WannaCry?
Yeah, and I was about to change it, and I had no ideas. And my coach in that moment, his nickname was Amazing. And I just Googled, synonyms of amazing. There was a word days, and I just, wow, days, it's cool.
Well, that's a very interesting story, but I have to ask about the old name. Why did you name yourself
WannaCry?
Yeah.
Don't know. I was 12, 13 years old, I saw that in school.
Oh, so hard times, I guess. Well, I'm so happy things have gotten better for you, and things are brightening up. So thank you very much. Everybody, and welcome to another episode of Coach Swap. That is right. Today we have two legends in the scene, Jabs and CY. So good to see you here today. This is Coach Swap. You are now the coach of Gaming Gladiators. You are now the coach of Team Liquid. You have to draft and ban for your new players. Before we begin, living nightmare or dream come true, Coach Swap?
I
feel like it's kind of nice, you know. I have played enough games against them to know exactly what to do. So
I also feel like it feels pretty natural. It's my initial thought.
Let's go ahead and begin. Now, the rules are, you guys have to pick for your new team. You have to do as best as you can. Okay, at the end, you're gonna rate each other with how you think you did. Then I'm gonna put you guys in my AI, and we're gonna find out who won. Okay? So, are you ready? I believe I'm gonna go ahead and flip a mental coin. Congratulations.
Oh, wow.
You get to go first.
Amazing.
Team Liquid, let's see that draft. What do you got? Who are you gonna draft for first?
So there's the Insania Mika lane, and we have Nisha on mid, and then we have Saberlight and Boxy on the off lane.
Very strong. Is he on the right? Is that correct?
I mean, it might be correct. Depends what time, you know.
Yeah, depends if Boxy woke up, I think.
Huskar ban? Is this a good choice
Like,
here?
Nisha just told me he does not want to play against Huskar.
I mean,
Like, Quinn Huskar is like gonna destroy him. So he says, just ban it already.
The classic.
I'm gonna do that.
Very good.
I think I need to ban Nisha's main hero.
Okay.
Which is Kunkka.
TPC 1, yeah.
TPC 1?
It's his best hero. And then, speaking of mains, the next main is this guy. Pudge. Boxy Pudge.
Oh yeah,
Wow.
Boxy Pudge is a classic actually.
You know, you are trying to win. You are aware of that?
Yeah, I'm banning their best heroes.
Fantastic.
Wait, I also banned my own hero, Boxy Huskar.
Ah.
That's also a classic.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
So you're already behind.
That's not great. That's not great. What else do we have here? Like, even though this hero is like kind of awful, I think right now. I think it's just way too good for Watson. Gotta get it out there.
Okay.
Makes sense, right? Also kind of my own hero.
You banned your own hero,
Yeah.
so
Okay.
you need to be a little bit careful. I think I need to continue on the theme that I've been doing so far. So the next up is another main. Insania main.
Insania almost no heroes left now.
Yeah, I
That's
think
not great.
Insania is banned out. So,
Okay.
yeah. And I think next guy, Bing Bong.
Bing Bong, man. Mr. Bing Bong.
I think the Bing Bong is, I would give him like this one, Mars.
Oh, this one, yeah, okay.
So now all your best heroes are gone.
Ooh.
We'll see about that, we'll see about that. I think first of all, we're gonna ban this one, because it is his only hero, of course.
I mean, you can't pick that in current year.
Not
That
this,
is
not
true.
this year, not this year.
No. Gotcha. The Pangolier goes out
No
there.
way.
That's gotta hurt.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to pick mid anymore. His entire hero pool
I think
is
you're kind
banned.
of done, honestly. Oh, we get this one. It's a flex.
That's
Oh,
very
wow.
good.
That
But
is
this is
very,
maybe just Mika Zero.
Since it's Mickey, you know, like I might as well just pick like Ace. A little bit of a counter.
Wow. Was that Ace Tidehunter? Is that what it is? That's very good. Very strong.
Classic GG, man. They're not familiar with the liquid flex.
Yeah, that's a big flex. Hell yeah. Okay, ban's coming up here. Who are you hoping to target ban here?
I could do the disgusting one. I can also just like hate on my Tofu here.
Oh!
He's only 2 heroes.
Well, that kind of ruined my draft.
Okay, all right. Credit where credit is due.
Plays Ringmaster though.
Plays Ringmaster. Okay. Actually, let's like keep it. Since you're running my draft, I'll have to make sure you can't flex this hero and ban Mickey main.
Okay, this is getting serious. Some people have had some fun. The fun is over now. These are some
over.
angry, violent bands here. I like this.
Yeah, we are so angry.
Next up is a Celery Classic.
Oh my!
Because you're playing on a 7-man roster.
That's true, it's true, actually. He's backstage.
Yes.
He's ready,
He's ready to come in once we pick the Eng.
I thought you didn't see him, man. I thought you didn't see him, to be
Can't
honest.
fool me.
Classic pro player smurfing here. Celery is
Unreal, actually.
incredible. Okay, standard.
Something. What would be classic liquid to do in this case, huh? Actually, we're just gonna do this.
Oh,
We're actually just gonna do this.
But you guys are actually tryharding now.
This is Bing Bong, man.
This is actually
classic Bing Bong.
Peak Bing Bong right there.
That is rough. How could you let him get away with that? That's like the Bing Bong #1 right now.
It is the Bing Bong #1.
Ban Pudge.
Yeah, I banned all the counters, so like I can't really. What would Watson play?
No clue, man.
I can tell you if you don't know.
No, I don't need you to tell me.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Because I can't. Okay. Terrorblade.
Okay, now the real question is, what does Tofu still play?
Yeah,
what does he still play?
This is a wild one here.
You're going into hipster territory right now, I think.
Yeah, kinda, a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe some old school Tofu.
Oh, old school Tofu.
Oh.
How old are we talking? Okay, that is old. That's like the German stack Tofu.
There we go.
It is the Tofu.
Dropping this right here.
Okay. Whoa. Wow.
Yeah.
That's like a real Team Liquid draft. All of them are like melee dudes ready to punch you.
Yeah.
Sounds
run
like
at
Team
you and
Liquid
just...
in real life.
Bans. Who's our last player on each team?
Well, they need a Quinn hero still, and Pango is out, so I know it's he's having a hard job over there.
Yeah. The one.
Nah, I think I'm betting this.
Okay. That's a very strong one. Very high pick rate there for Mr. Quinn.
I think we need to remove this hero. Because against GG, this hero has great history. I think we all remember a specific game. And I think keeping it a little meta, maybe remove this.
Oh my god,
you mean
right at the end.
An Unreal Broken hero? Yeah, that's great.
Okay.
Get that out of here.
I feel like I think of like...
All right, last pick. This is a big deal.
Last pick. Let's get it. We're doing this bad boy.
Wow.
This is insane, man. This is a healer. You banned Oracle, I pick another healer.
That's actually true.
That's the wide lock right there.
He is a really good healer. I did ban 2 healers, though, to be fair. There are a lot of melee heroes in Team Liquid.
Thanks.
So I think...
there is.
I think Quinn would really enjoy playing this hero as a last.
Wow.
That's a good bet.
That's not bad.
I like that.
Did he do a good Gaming Gladiators draft?
I think he got a very good Gaming Gladiators draft. I think our draft is also pretty good, though. Like, I think our draft is also decently liquid.
Rating out of 10. 10 is the best, 1 is the worst.
My own?
Yeah.
9.
9. Okay, and how'd he do at being you?
8.
8. All right. Same question to you, sir.
I think he hit the Team Liquid draft quite well, actually.
Okay.
It's just like dudes running at you. And not much thought sometimes put into it. I think that encapsulates it quite well.
It works, though, quite a lot.
Yeah, it works. The enemy doesn't know what the fuck is going on either.
You respawn TP to a tower and you die again.
There you go.
That's like,
you just go, and then you just win. And I think I will give myself, I don't know, to be honest, I don't think if I was Liquid I would want to play against this draft on gaming, so I'll give it like a 9 as well.
Wow, so much respect.
All right.
So much handshaking, very good. All right, well, I'm gonna put this in the AI. We're gonna activate the drafts here, take a big peek.
AI took your job?
Drum roll, please, huh?
AI took your job already?
Yeah, well, thankfully.
It's coming for us soon.
AI, my job will never be taken by AI because AI has no idea how to be cringe, all right? I have a powerful ability. And the winner is, you will not believe this, but
I think I will.
It came down to the Bing Bong. All right, the Primal Beast has won. Yes, Saberlight went out of control in this one, so congratulations. Out of nowhere, fantastic drafting. He did it. Well
Good job,
done.
Bing Bong, man. Good job.
Good job.
Those bots.
Next time I'll get him.
Next time.
All right, thank you so much, gentlemen, for your time. That was another episode of Coach Swap between 2 of the greatest of all time. We'll see you again. welcome back to Dota Letters. Today, I am here with Whitemon from Team Tundra. Whitemon, are you ready for a fun mini game that will change your life?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, great. This is a pretty easy game. I'm going to show you some hints that will tell you either a Dota hero or a Dota item. Now, you're going to see how many letters make up the name, and then you have to guess. The goal is get as many as you can in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You have 10 hints that you can use, and you just yell out a word. What would you like your word to be for when we give you a hint? Be anything.
I don't know.
You could be it could be Whitemon. We could just scream your name.
Maybe W.
W?
Yeah.
All right. We will scream W. Is that what you want to do?
Yeah.
Why? Why W?
And just my nickname, like Whitemon, W. Yeah. Start with W. Yeah.
Great. All right. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin the game. Dota Letters. A phantom presence. I haunt the battlefield, striking from all sides, as if I was a illusion.
Phantom Lancer? Wait, no.
No, it's one word. One word.
Wait.
We can get the W's in the chat if you want. We can start rolling W's.
W?
W.
Wait.
A haunt the battlefield like an illusion.
It's only heroes or items, like not like skills?
No. Just heroes or items. Haunt the battlefield. We can do another W.
Spectre?
Yes, there we go. You're fine, Whitemon. We're a brilliant inventor. I unleash the might of my genius upon the enemies. No armor can protect you.
Dazzle?
No. Might want to use a W. We're going pretty slow.
W.
All right.
I don't know.
A brilliant inventor, Whitemon. Plenty of W's. Go on, Whitemon. Use your W's. All right, here we go.
Buckler?
Buckler is not a brilliant inventor.
Wait, no.
This is a hero, Whitemon. Whitemon, don't panic. You're crashing out right now. Focus up. Calm down, Whitemon. W. Starts with a T. Whitemon, calm down and just think. All right, you can use another W. Just take her. We gotta move faster. Okay, this is a talisman that radiates an aura, bolstering the spirits of allies.
W. I'm so bad.
Keep going, buddy. Keep going. You got four more W's. You can do it.
Okay, W.
You're doing really good. Focus up, Whitemon.
Spirit.
No, it doesn't. Spirit does not end in R. Watch it do another W, bud.
W.
20 seconds. 10 seconds, Whitemon. Hit another W, bud. All right, Solar Crest. Good job. All right, last one, buddy. You can do this. I'm a walking plague. No, you didn't even read it.
Phantom Lancer.
Yes! You got it. Oh, the clutch. Incredible job. Really, really good job, Whitemon. You got 4 of them done. Venomancer right at the end. Very impressive work. You're a man who knows when he needs help and you call upon it. So how do you think you did, buddy?
I'm doing so bad.
What I surprised you to say, you actually were pretty standard. Most people got to about 5 or 6. So you did well. Most people didn't use the W's though, so you kind of clutched on that, but well done, Whitemon. I'm very impressed by your knowledge.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We'll see Whitemon do much, much better in his games than this game here at PGL Wallachia.
I wouldn't say it's a crazy story. Me and my brother played sports when we were, well, my name is Speed, so we played sports when we were younger. We're both pretty fast. So unfortunately, it mostly just revolves around that. It's kind of boring, but the full name was Hyper X Speed, which you would think would have to do with the computer equipment. It's not. It was like a shoe or something from back in the day. And then we shared the Xbox. We had one Xbox when we were growing up. So me and my brother were both Hyper X Speed. But then I couldn't continue to be like me and my brother as I got older. I had to change the name, right? So
I was really unique and just cut off the first part.
But still, I mean, that's
speed.
Very classic. How did dyrachyo?
Just from anime.
Just from the anime?
Yeah.
What anime?
I don't remember. Soul Eater, I think.
I don't remember.
Yeah, Soul Eater.
Soul Eater.
Excalibur is just telling this non-stop, only one word.
Wow.
And I just translated on the Russian, and then I just changed the letters from Russian to English, and that's how it came.
Why did that character stick out so much?
He just saying one word, I don't know why.
I just always thought tofu looks pretty cute and tasty, so I don't know, I kind of just went with it.
Yeah, that's a good lie. I like that one. Thank you so much for that incredible lie. Yatoro, is it back to Yatoro again? I just want to confirm.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, good. The Rodan days are over.
Yatoro, I don't know. It's like my third surname already. I don't know, in 10 years I took this nickname. I don't know where from, but it's with me, yeah.
Okay, okay.
I got it from the game Divinity Original Sin 2. The melody is the character from that game. That's it.
Do you still play?
No.
Okay, well, I'm sad.
It's a flower, actually.
Oh.
Yeah, my mother best flower that she likes. Yeah.
Wow. That's incredible. What prompted you to do that? Just because she liked it and you thought it was
that's
nice?
it. And it sounds like I like it. Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. Does she watch your games?
Yeah.
She care?
Yeah.
She'll be watching this interview. Any words for her?
Hello.
When I was in high school, like 17 years old, I played with my twin brother in a LAN, small tournament, something like that. And our team name is Ghost.
Oh.
So I love it. So I took it, the name.
Okay.
It became my.
Why'd you name the team Ghost?
My brother named it. I have no idea.
No idea. Did you ever ask him?
Nope.
I mean, it's a pretty big deal.
Maybe I asked him, but it's a long time ago.
Okay.
I forgot about it.
Well, maybe you could get him on the horn and let us know later. But thank you so much, Ghost. Interesting tale, interesting story.
Well, you see, when my mother and father, they loved each other very much.
Oh.
And then, yeah, that's how my name came about.
Yes, yes. You're
my name was in a book somewhere published by some...
Do you know what your name means?
I don't know, man with receding hairline.
Okay. The full name is Quinithin, right?
Yes. It's Quinithin the Third, actually.
It's just Quinn?
Yeah.
There's no longer version?
There's no ton or a thun or
okay,
nothing.
All right. How about CC&C? Where'd that come from back in the day?
That came from, believe it or not, there was a period where I was very positive and I was really toxic, and then I was like, okay, I'm gonna be positive, and then I changed my name, and I was like, okay, my name is Cool, Calm, Collected. I'm the positive guy now. And then for like a year or something, or 6 months, a while, I was super chill, and then NADota got to me and slowly ate my soul out. And now I am what I am now, but that was where it started.
Yo estaba buscando un nombre para ponerle a mi hijo y prácticamente lo vi en un programa de un chico que cantaba y me gustó mucho el nombre.
So you chose your own child's nickname as your nickname?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fair enough. All right. Thank you very much.
It wasn't for some reason. My friend was forcing me to play some tournament a lot of years ago. He was forcing me to we have tournament in 15 minutes, register, sign in, do account, and I need nickname. He's like we don't care about nickname. We just sign anything. We just go play. I was like, okay, and I just first 4 letters I got in mind. So I just QBFY. But it's fun because there is Chinese player FY, right?
Yeah.
And I also was playing with his despair face after he lost TI. This when it's lights behind him and he's
right, the big loss.
So it's people think that it's some giga nickname with some. And also when I was playing some Asian guys were is it? Oh, it's QB5 playing Task is FY Reborn or whatever. And I was oh, it's okay. But it's not from him or something. It's just random.
I don't really know. I just saw the word collapse and did.
Where did you see it?
probably some Nick's voice lines.
Okay, all right, that's it? Just that? Wow, cool. Thank
How
you.
did you get your nickname?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't want to tell that story. Xbox Live, I wrote out a list of 15 nicknames, and then I ate pizza all night, and I kept flipping coins. I was one coin flip away from being close call. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Dota 2 Letters. I am here with the one and only. Good to see you, my friend ATF. We're going to play Dota 2 Letters. Do you know lore? Do you know items? Do you know heroes?
I used to know, but I don't know anymore. So
What happened?
I just couldn't care less anymore.
Couldn't care less. Great. Well, care today, my friend, because you will be judged against all the other pros. You got to go as fast as possible. You got 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And if you don't know the answer, you can simply yell hint or help. What would you like to scream out when you need assistance?
I don't know. I will just say I don't know.
Okay, great. Well, I'm sure that will never come up. Let's go ahead and begin the game. Ladies and gentlemen, Dota 2 Letters, question number 1. Wielding fire, ice, and lightning, I am an arsenal of arcane powers. My spells will obliterate entire armies as I walk away unseen. This is a hero, okay? That's how many letters it is, ATF.
Jakiro?
It is a hero. You can say, I don't know.
I said Jakiro.
Jakiro, no, it's not Jakiro. That is a hero. You are running out of time. Just start
What is it?
screaming,
I don't know.
I don't know.
Zeus? No, not Zeus.
Zeros. The man doesn't know. Give him a hint. V. Third letter is a V. ATF, the clock is ticking here.
Next.
Yeah, give him another hint. Okay? V.
Next.
Give him another hint.
Next.
You know, a bunker? All right, come on.
Good.
Next. All right, next time. A master of blades with a bounty on his head. He goes through combat with steel and unpredicted strikes. Only 3 letters. ATF, you're not playing the game very well.
Yeah,
you
very
have to
bad.
guess. You have to hint.
Hint.
Hint. Okay, starts with a K.
Oh, it's Kiz.
Yes, we got one. Thank you so much. Next. A cutting blade that allows the wielder to traverse vast distances and move at great speeds. This is the hardest one. If you're going to use hints, use them now.
Terror blade?
No.
Hint.
Hint, please. Starts with an S. There's an item that starts with an S and it's 2 words.
Oh, it's item.
Yes. Item, 2 words, starts with an S. Use more hints.
Hint.
Hints?
I give up.
Okay, one more hint, please. It is a instantly move item. Starts with an S. Bloop, bloop. There's 3 different types of this item.
I don't know. Just
Okay,
give me the one.
hint.
I need to
Great.
find.
Swiftly. All right, next, please. A celestial warrior that brings night to bear, empowering those who follow the light. This is a moon-based hero. You have one more.
Luna.
Yeah, Luna, we got it. All right, we got one.
Something.
Next up,
Fast.
with deadly aim, I mark my targets to give them swift death, deliver justice.
Sniper.
What?
Sniper?
No. Hint, you have one left. U. Okay, it's a hero, second letter U.
Hint. Fast.
No, you're done with hints. It's over. It's over for the hints. You may guess. You're out of time.
Undying.
You know that U is the second letter, so it can't possibly be Undying.
You give me time. It's so stressing.
The time is over. You have. This is the shot. Second letter is a U, and it's a hero. You can do this. Think it over. Deadly aim. Justice.
Muerta.
Yes, that's my boy right there. 5. Well done, ATF. 5. Okay, that's pretty standard, honestly. You did well. I'm surprised.
I didn't do well. You gave me time. It made me stress and panic.
I'm not trying to stress you and panic you. This is a game. It is for, you should be used to stress and panic. That's Dota, right?
Yeah, but you don't start the game and you have a timer till the game is over.
Thank you so much, ATF. It was so good to have you. Really wonderful. wonderful job there. Always a pleasure. We'll see more of ATF and Team Falcons at PGL Wallachia. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the grand finals here of PGL Wallachia Season 3. And we are getting ready for a great best of 5 between Liquid and Tundra. And we have a lot to go through here together with my panelists. I'm Shiva. I'll be your host this evening or afternoon. You can, depend on your time zone. Lacoste, how are you doing?
Doing great. We just saw Tundra do really well in their series. Not going to say that they stomped it, but very excited for the grand finals. Also, I think these two teams are very close, so we'll see what's going to happen.
Tigov, how are you this evening?
I mean, very good. It's the third Wallachia, the third one that we don't have the same two teams. Three grand finals, 6 different teams, competitive every single time. I'm hoping, please.
I will say, these are big shoes to fill.
Massive shoes.
For people that, for some reason, dummy move, have missed the last 2 grand finals of Wallachia's, they were some of the best finals, especially Season 1 was the best final of 2024 across all finals that we've had. And to be honest, Season 2 came pretty close to it. So yeah, big shoes to fill here for these two teams. And before starting to talk about them, let's first get you up to date on what we don't want to see. Because we've seen a lot of heroes picked up over the last week and a half. And there's a couple that have done a little bit better than others. And there's been also a couple, Tigov, that we just don't want to see more of. They've been very underwhelming.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, when you do look at tournament meta, some heroes are going to rise to the top, some to the bottom. I think the most underwhelming hero in the entire tournament has been Rubik. 5 games played, 0% win rate. In a meta where you have Jakiro and whatnot, just, it's so sad the state of the hero.
It definitely is. And I'm really glad that after seeing that Rubik was picked in the first 2 or 3 days, everybody realized nobody wants to touch this hero anymore. The big one that kind of started hot was Leshrac coming into the tournament. There was a lot of talk about the hero with the changes to his innate ability facets and also changes to Gleipnir, which would make him one of the prominent mid laners, but never really happened. And also the flex potential to position 4, we're just not seeing it anymore.
But you have to respect the fact that even though some of those heroes are underwhelming, Puck, Liquid specialty, they're in the grand finals. Beastmaster, both Liquid and Tundra specialty. So even though they have bad stats, some of the grand final teams can show us why they shouldn't really be underwhelming.
Okay, we'll see if one of those will pop up indeed. We have got a pretty painful graphic to show you guys, though, because these two teams are not unfamiliar with each other. And over 2025, they faced each other a couple times. And obviously, they were probably fun series to watch, but maybe if you were a Tundra fan, you were not enjoying them that much, Lacoste.
It's not even close. They were unable to take the game from Team Liquid in 2025, and we are already in March. So for 2.5 months, Tundra, they will need to step it up, because it does seem that this matchup against Team Liquid, because if you asked me how Team Liquid did do before checking the stats, I would say they probably lost most of their games playing against Tundra. But yeah, something about the matchup is what makes this very interesting.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see Liquid win the series, but Tundra win the tournaments. So now you put them in a best of 5, what happens?
And well, we're gonna find out what's happening here. And for Team Liquid, there has been a massive shift. So they haven't done that well over the last 3 tournaments they played. Top 8 was kind of all they got out of the tournaments they had. And this time they make it to the finals. It's not the first time this season. They made it to the finals in Bangkok as well, placing 2nd. But maybe they have a little bit of an ace up their sleeve. Let's take a look at what changed for them, Tigov, because there is one massive change they've had for Wallachia Season 3.
Yeah, they've already spoke to great length that Blitz won't be here due to, trying to start some Schengen days and whatnot. So now Jabs is taking over the drafting with Nisha as well. And that priority in the draft has clearly shown. During Dream League, we have the stats. They had a massive focus on trying to utilize Sableye, give him the good lane. He'll be the last pick, the specific last pick. Nisha being in 2nd place with 7. But now when we look towards PGL Wallachia, it's going to be quite an interesting shift. Nisha instantly promoted to be in the last pick. Sure, Sableye's still up there with 3 picks, but they are putting such a big priority on Nisha, demoting Sableye within the draft, but it's unlocking so much potential. We're seeing last pick Puck with an 80% win rate on Nisha. Other teams are failing to get the hero across the line, but Nisha, he's one of the best in the world on the hero. So I think just that draft change up is really helping the team.
Yeah, it's kind of a funny one, huh? He becomes the captain of the team. Suddenly, he gets to choose his own hero most of the time.
Surprise.
Gives himself a good matchup. But I do agree with the point, because Saberlight, we've seen him, I would say, struggle a little bit during Dream League Season 25, and they were last picking his hero, so they were not getting the value, and now they're picking his hero most of the time as the first pick or in the middle, and that allows them, because he is playing a lot of these sacrificial. Sometimes you'll see them lose the lane. He's got, like, his score at the end of the game is going to be very bad, but he gets the job done.
Yeah, and throughout the whole week and a half that we've had, we've seen so many games of Tundra. They're actually the team that has played most games, because they, almost every single series, they went to 3 games, apart from the one that they played earlier today, which is lucky for them, of course, saving some energy there. But there was a trend over those games, and it wasn't 100% win rate anymore towards those final days. But for first picking Dyrachyo's hero, they still have an incredibly high win rate, and Dyrachyo, therefore, he has definitely a lot of focus when it comes to the draft, and there's good reason for that. This player, I know there's been some rumors, with Moon also saying some things in interview, but I figured it's time we highlight his career here, T-Gov, because there's a reason this player has a target on his back.
I mean, you're describing consistency. For your carry player to take his hero in the first phase, like a life stealer, he has to know what he's going to do in the game every single time. And when you look at the Tier 1 tournaments between 2023 to now, there's been 27 Tier 1 tournaments. He's been part of 14 Grand Finals. That is mental. 2 of them being a TI, sure, second place, 9 wins. Like, that's over 50% of the Grand Finals that we've been able to witness. He's been part of it. That is, like, incredible to even think that a player has that level of just, you know, accomplishment.
He's been so stable. I love Dyrachyo as a player. In terms of, like, stable with the stable results in game, it's a little bit different, because he's going to go for that extra wave. He's going to have one of those funny deaths that's going to change things a little bit. But overall, this guy always delivers. He has a pretty
flair as well.
He has a pretty unique play style. I've been talking about, you know, it's old school reference, but Hwost or Xbox, he is kind of the same. I get the same feeling from these 2 guys.
He's the type of player that you have to harness what he can do, because if you don't understand him, he'll look like a bad player. But once you appreciate what he brings to the team, you're going to be winning tournaments, or you're going to be getting into Grand Finals.
Yeah, Tundra, they've had definitely success in not just getting into Grand Finals this year, but also winning them. They've played in 3 Grand Finals this 2025, and they have won 2 of those. The qualifiers, do we count qualifiers? We count qualifiers, guys.
No, we do. We count the qualifier, because, like, whatever they participate in,
it's best of 5s.
Yeah, they're winning it. They're crushing it, and that is just, you know, mental to think. And here, if they are to, even if they come second, like, every Grand Finals they've been part of. That was a bad statement. Back to you, Lacoste.
Back to me. Yeah, I mean, they've been a part of every single Grand Final in 2025. I think this also tells the story about the team. And there's been, you know, Moon said it in an interview that Dyrachyo, this is his last tournament. I hope not. I also think this might be one of those Dota retirements. Yeah, it might be a lie, and it might also be a retirement that he's coming back after a couple of weeks because he's bored at home. He has nothing better to do. But yeah, definitely would be a great loss for the community in general, just Dota professional scene, because this guy is very entertaining to watch, and I want to see him go all in this series. I mean, Moon talked about it yesterday that they gave him that Slark as the last pick, which turned into massive meme, but yeah, you definitely want to give this guy heroes that he wants to play.
Yeah, it has worked out so many times, and I'm sure it might work out for a couple games here in the Grand Finals as well, unless Liquid can stop that, of course. To help Tundra along, we figured we put a little list together to see what is most effective against Team Liquid. Actually, what is least effective?
Very different. If you're giving this to Tundra, then we've got some bias on this panel.
What is least effective against Team Liquid? So stay away from these heroes. If you see these, potentially you might have to be worried for Tundra.
How many times have you seen Jakiro being first phase? Because this hero gives you everything in the laning stage. It doesn't reveal anything at all. Gives you strong lane. Gives you quite a lot of combos if we're talking about the Darkseer and such. But yeah, Team Liquid, they managed to beat it 7 times. So nobody beat Team Liquid with Jakiro, which is pretty impressive. And also Ursa, this hero, even though if we talk about Saberlight's hero pool with these tight hunters, these offlaners that are kind of suffering because they don't have much movement speed. Also, if you pair up some Ursa with Jakiro, that's definitely a killer lane. But Team Liquid, the offlane duo, is doing so well right now.
Yeah, we don't even have the hero on the screen, but I think Nature's Prophet is another hero. Like Liquid, one of the best in the world at Nature's Prophet. They've played against it a couple of times. They've destroyed it. I think they just have a clear understanding when they get the difficult matchups, how to win the team fight to get to that position. And it's why they're in the grand finals.
And here's the opposite, the most effective picks, but this time by Team Liquid Lacoste.
Yeah, there's a lot of blue heroes. It's kind of team for Team Liquid. The big one that stands out the most is definitely Muerta, because this hero just wing everything. It is insane what the hero can do with these dead shots. Once you pick up that Aghanim Scepter, you're definitely hitting heroes in the back lines. And also Ancient Apparition Silencer. These type of heroes that are not considered to be the super strong laners, but it gives you quite a lot of team fight. And I think Team Liquid has a pretty good understanding what's really good in meta and how to counter certain heroes. And we also saw that they were able to beat the Beastmaster 3 times in a row. And in this particular matchup, you have 33, the best Beastmaster player in the world.
I mean, I feel like AA is the hero of the tournament, in my opinion, right? Like the fact that we're seeing the strengthiness the strengthiness, that's a new phrase, the strengthiness, the tankiness of, Tinies and DKs and Ancient Apparition. It takes that one fight, that one Ice Blast, and you could just turn any game around. And with the way that you're describing Saberlight being sacrificial, the initiator, the guy that goes crazy, he's always going to set up that one Ice Blast. So I think that's going to be a hero partnership between 5 and 3. Can Liquid get it in the grand finals? Because it's gonna cause some difficulty for dyrachyo's playstyle as well. If he walks up the high ground by himself, he can get deleted.
Yeah. Speaking of playstyle, I do want to have a small recap of the playstyle of both of these teams. I know there's sometimes people that only tune in for the grand finals, and I want them to be fully prepared on what might come. Because I think, Lacoste, some of the games that we've had here in Wallachia have been really long.
Yeah, I don't think teams want these games to go as long, but they're also giving them quite a lot of respect, because when we go to top 4, I don't think there's a massive difference in terms of skill. So it gets pretty hard to go for the high ground. We saw Team Falcons trying to speed things up as well, but we also seen Tundra doing the same thing when they get their hands on the Alchemist, when you have these healing supports as well. Dazzle's definitely coming to my mind. So they are trying to speed it up, but the games, they do last long. Like average game time right now at Wallachia is more than 40 minutes.
Who do you think favors that out of these two teams? Because both are well versed in these longer games.
They are. I would say Tundra slightly. I think their decision making in the super late game is a little bit more clutch.
I will say though, Tundra has been a bit more roller coaster of a performance to get to the grand finals. And when you look at their average win time, it's like 36 minutes. Compare that to Liquid, it's 46. So even though Liquid is the upper bracket team, they're getting to the grand finals, I feel like they've had to work a little bit harder in some of their games to close them out. Whilst Tundra, it's like they either win in 20 minutes or it's competitive.
Yeah, you can also see that as a way where Liquid, even if they are behind, they'll draw out the game to still come out on top at the end of that. And as far as team-specific playstyle goes, how would you describe Team Liquid's playstyle? How did they get to this grand finals, Tigov?
Simple word, just resilient. Like what we've just described, the whole, never backing down from a game, even when it feels like your offlane is 0 and 6. He's going to buy the Blink Dagger, he's going to set up the fight. And I think specifically the team fights from Liquid has leveled up from previous tournaments. Yep. The way in which they're utilizing Mickey to initiate or even Saberlight to kind of soak up the engagement. I feel like every fight they've taken has purpose, where in previous tournaments, it just looks a little bit sloppy, but now I think they're just finding the understanding of like what they're really meant to be doing to get to this position.
I want to go back to Saberlight. Yesterday, his performance, he stole Aegis twice, which made a massive difference in those games, because he was so ready, even though he died right afterwards, but he is channeling his inner Saberlight of heaven. Some of the old Navi references are coming back, but we can see his hero pool as well, because he's been playing. There's going to be a lot of overlapping between these two players, but there's also some of the more niche heroes. He's also the one that played this Night Stalker, who was 0-6-1, I believe, in one of those games, but still managed to win that game and gave us a really good interview after that performance.
He really, really did. And based on seeing the Enigma here, I hope we can bring up the drafts of the series that they played against each other at the group stages. So at the end of the group stages, at least for Liquid, it was the end of the group stages because they qualified to the playoffs off the back of that series. Team Liquid and Tundra had a best of 3. Now, it was a 2-0 in favor of Liquid, but I mostly want to put your guys' attention on the bottom right here, and the Radiant team, Team Liquid's lineup. Tigov, how many big team fights do you count?
I'm going to go with 4. Is that acceptable?
That's acceptable. How many do you count on the side of Tundra for that one?
Ooh, tough question. I'm going to go with half.
Ice Cat.
I was going to actually do, but all right, fair enough. All right.
But that makes one together. I mean, I think this was the most glaring difference in terms of the two play styles that you guys both just mentioned. The most glaring difference we've seen when it comes down to just pure team fights and drafts.
Yeah, that was the one where Boxy was playing position for Faceless Void. He had a great performance, but most importantly, Saberlight did pop off in that game. It also makes it very difficult because it's on the complete opposite of what one team wants to do. And then again, the games are lasting long. This was also almost a 40-minute game. And when it comes down to the team fights for Team Liquid, it's going to be so much more easier to execute.
But that's why I think with the format, I think the identity of Tundra has shifted since that last series, because now they're returning to picking up Beastmaster. They're going Alchemist. Like, I think the pacing of Tundra has increased, where you look at the series against Team Spirit, they beat them in 28 minutes. It's like against Aurora, it's a 22-minute game, 21-minute game. I think that kind of sparked that need to win our lanes, because their laning in the group stage, putting it bluntly, it was somewhat atrocious. Like, it was not the Tundra that has won multiple tournaments. So they have had a wake-up call during their run so far.
Yeah, so they've definitely evolved as the glaring difference between the amount of games played it's actually quite insane. Do you think that in this case, Lacoste has helped Tundra, because as we said, they weren't really feeling like themselves during the group stages?
Yeah,
Do you feel
I don't know if
to the previous form?
Yeah, for sure. I don't know if we mentioned the numbers, but Tundra did play 25 games in this tournament compared to Team Liquid, who only played 14. And have in mind that Team Liquid did win their last 10 out of 11 games that they played.
That is a mad stat.
Don't spoil the grand finals, man.
It's 3-0. Yeah, this is scripted.
It's done.
No, that is an insanely high number. We're going to see if they can continue that streak here. They're coming in via the upper bracket. And it's Tundra that is coming in from the lower bracket. So this is their second series today. That also means that Team Liquid was able to watch those games this morning. I wonder if we have any lessons we could have learned from that, or if these two teams are just going to continue doing what they did before.
Yeah, Dyrachyo's Lifestealer is going to be gone. Even though he does have around 70% win rate on the hero, they might be too afraid to face Lifestealer with the Yule Scepter. It might be too OP of a strategy.
Third time in the history of Dota, but did it win?
It did look good. I mean, when he did an interview yesterday, they were talking about how it wasn't his idea. It was 33 who kind of pushed it towards him, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna listen to what my captain's saying."
Do you really think he pushed it to him though? He's like, maybe he's like saying, "Oh, I'm gonna buy yours. It's a good game," and then 5 minutes later, he's like, "Wait, I didn't mean you to buy it." But still, it was incredible that in the moment, in the pacing, you think of an idea and you just go with it. I think that's the type of team that will, again. That's why Tundra is so good.
Yeah, it's just playing to win in any situation, thinking about solutions of problems that you have noticed in the game.
And also, coming into this series, which is BO5, I think we're not gonna be seeing Tiny, probably not in any of the games, because there's a lot of respect for both Tinies. We saw Bulgarian Tiny yesterday popping off, as they like to call it. Both Nisha and Mickey love to play the hero. Mickey had some flawless performances on Tiny. So if you don't have the first pick, you might need to ban it out.
Yeah, and in this game, it will be Team Liquid with first pick, Tundra with second pick. Therefore, Tundra gets that overall last pick. They will also be Dire for this one and Liquid on the Radiant side. In terms of which heroes we're missing on the bans, I think it is safe to say Tinker and Dazzle are the two big ones.
Yeah, I feel like both teams have shown that they are the best Tinker teams in the tournament. So Tundra doesn't need to ban it out. They already understand it to the top level. Liquid likes picking the hero, and potentially game 2, game 3, Tinker could be the hero that gets ignored. If Tundra, crushes Liquid on the Tinker, they lose faith in the hero. I think the grand finals meta, Tinker will be the hero to talk about most times. And there's the Dazzle. Yep.
So the trade...
That's a good trade for Tundra,
expected. Yeah, if we're talking about the straight-up trade to trade, what they're getting, I think both teams are pretty happy with what they got. This has definitely been practiced out, so now we need to see some of the differences. On one side, let's see if they decide to remove Ancient Apparition as well.
I mean, there's 3 heroes that come to mind for me for Liquid. At least there's the Invoker, Cataclysm on the Dazzle. We saw it be really strong yesterday. There's the Puck for Nisha later on in the draft, where you can just jump onto the Dazzle, find him, put him to low HP. And I mean, you mentioned AA. But if it goes into the 4 role, it could work for Liquid as well. But both teams will have to think about this hero.
Yeah, we saw Tundra yesterday. They got the Dazzle first, and if Liquid's not banning out AA, which they did, but I don't think Tundra would not be afraid to pick up that AA themselves, as they won with that yesterday. But banned, so out of the question.
I'm just intrigued to know, once Liquid bans their next hero, like, where's the train of thought for Tundra? Spirit showed us the Riki mid with the shard on the cloud, prevent the targeting. So there's Riki that came into meta. We have Invoker that kind of rose up in meta. The Puck. There's so many options to counter a mid Dazzle.
You just want to get to the backline and get him, and maybe we'll even see the Spectre. Actually, to be fair, yesterday we did see the Invoker be very successful in catching that Dazzle.
Exactly, and Liquid, they use their other band to respect the pacing from Tundra. A Dazzle mid, a carry Alchemist. Fighting into this at minute 15-20 is such a difficult thing to deal with. But what's the ban, Tundra? Or they don't ban any counters to the mid Dazzle, and they just respect another hero that will set up the draft for Liquid.
Yeah. Well, for Tundra in this case.
Or Tundra bans the hero that sets up the draft for Liquid.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
I was also very impressed by what Whitemon was able to do on this Phoenix with the hotspot facet. I'm not saying throw it in there immediately, but if there's going to be a good game for it, mostly it was used against Falcons because they do love to pick tanky cores, and right now, going to be a Darkseer. So quite a lot of survivability. Imagine a team fight where Darkseer levels up. He gets the heal. He gets healed by Dazzle. Goes back to full HP. Throws casual Greaves. There's nothing right now to stop that healing from getting out.
I know we saw the stat.
Are you gonna say Marcy?
No. We know with Team Liquid has beat every Jakiro they've gone up against, but the Jakiro Darkseer combo is still very strong.
It is super strong.
And Tundra have a lot of options for their position 4. You can still run the Faceless Void, you've got Tusk. I think whatever Saxo wants to play, he's just going to get it. The lane is going to be able to play itself. That's why Darkseer is often first phase banned. Liquid, though, they don't want to enable Tundra to get the Sven and Darkseer combination. They pick it up themselves. They've also played Sven Tinker, utilizing the Ancient Camp behind the Tier 1 tower on the safe lane, the Marching Machines with the God Strength. You can enter the jungle so much better with these two in the same lane.
I love Sven as a response to Dazzle. Gives you explosive damage, so sometimes he won't be able to react. It gives you extra bit of armor, because Dazzle wants to lower your armor. And also, the illusion that you make out of Sven from Darkseer's wall is not the greatest, and also he's very good at clearing those illusions.
But right now, Liquid, they need time, right? The Tinker needs levels, Sven needs farm, so picking up the Muerta, that is going to cushion the blow of the early fights. But something to think about for Liquid. If they continue down this path, Tundra are going to really enjoy leaving the lanes, grouping up heroes, and trying to break the map down.
Yeah, 100% win rate for Boxy on that Muerta. I will say we're going to see a lot of the stats of Liquid be just really high in terms of win rate because they only dropped 2 games and no series whatsoever. So those stats will be looking good for them.
The question is, what do they want to play with this Darkseer? I'm down for some Tusk, because I want to have BKB Piercing Tool against Sven. Great save. Another layer of save that they do have with the Dazzle.
Ringmaster plus Tusk. I think that's quite nice. A little bit more team fight utilizing the Ringmaster. Then you have the laning. Basically, melee 4 plus Ringmaster is where I'm looking at.
You wouldn't want to secure Dyrachyo's hero, considering there's already Alk and
True,
Lifestealer banned.
Good point.
And you know, his hero pool has been
Phantom Assassin is still available if they want to get hands on it. If they want to go... Okay, this also works. I think they were thinking more about catching Muerta and also catching Tinker in the backlines to have that extra bit of vision that comes out from Clockwork. And a lot of the times you'll see Muerta just surviving if she's fighting into these physical damage lineups, into Pangoliers, she pops the ulti. Now with the Clockwork and the Darkseer, it's not going to be as easy.
And they do take the carry, yep. I kind of forgot that Tundra needs to pick Dyrachyo's hero before they're all banned out.
No. Do we want the clock to be a 5 or a 4?
Probably, at the moment, 4.
4, laner with Darkseer.
Yep.
Okay, so the Dazzle flex between mid and 5 is still open?
It's still available, correct, yep.
And they will keep that flex, because overall they do have the last pick.
Yeah. Well, then it's onto Liquid to decide how they want to complete this one. This should be based on draft order, normally the pick that Team Liquid is going for right now for their draft and for the team that has first pick, this is the most important pick because they have 2 bans to secure it.
And they also need to understand that PA with an Orb of Corrosion is going to want to fight early with the Clockwork and the Darkseer and the Dazzle. And this is a lineup where 4 or 5 heroes in the same lane won't look uncomfortable for Tundra or for Liquid. Again, like I said before, it's a little bit farm heavy. So maybe Nisha's hero can be kind of the playmaker to fix that.
Yeah. What do you want for Saberlight?
You want for Saberlight?
Yeah. I'd be down with some Enigma, maybe. A Tidehunter is fine. It gives you that team fight, but a lot of, like, if we even seen it in the previous series, that Tidehunter, when he's playing into Phantom Assassin, when she gets the early shard, he doesn't feel as tanky at all.
But Tide players have shifted their perspective on the matchup because they're looking at Blink, they're going Ghost Scepter. So when PA has Battle Fury BKB Shard, the Tidehunter has the Ghost Scepter, forcing the PA to go for the early Nullifier. Like, there's ways to at least play the matchup because people are respecting Ghost Scepter a lot more.
Yeah, there's also a little bit of a backup. You have status resistance with the Tinker. You have Warcry armor, which is always going to be good. And yeah, Invoker, it has to go. Like, if you look at the side lane setup that they could do with the Clockwork Darkseer, if you get caught inside of the cogs, it's 100% kill.
What do you think would do well against Dazzle mid, but also would have done not so well against an Invoker mid? Because that's kind of where we are at, right? Because the Dazzle could be mid or could be a support.
Yeah, I think Liquid is respecting the bigger picture of Tundra's lineup. Because to think of the hero that can outlane the Dazzle but then also be better than Invoker is like a little bit a step too far, I think. I think they just understand that Dazzle 5 is the thing they don't care about, so they're banning out the mids to maybe force the Dazzle to go there to find a better hero.
These are 2 really good bans from Tundra because they don't have much lockdown against the Storm Spirit. Sure, they still have 1 extra pick, and also Riki ban, which is great against Dazzle, of course. We've seen it, Team Spirit utilizing it very nicely.
This is annoying from Tundra because if they know Dazzle's 5 and they ban a Storm and a Riki, they're in Liquid's heads now because they're going to ban another mid going, oh, don't another support, right? They're going to force out the bans in a different path. Maybe I'm overcooking here, but sometimes these last 2 bans can just mean a lot. And Liquid, they don't fall for it. They don't care. They still ban out another mid.
Yeah, they ban out the Monkey King.
Yeah, even a support Dazzle would hate playing Storm into Riki.
Sure. It made me think that Ember is still in the pool, but then again, so is Huskar, so you really don't want to...
And you don't want to pick Ember and then
into Dazzle.
Yeah,
mid.
exactly.
Yep.
So what is still left in the pool for Nisha here? This feels like it's quite a puzzle to solve for them.
Yeah, all his best heroes are gone. The Mag's gone, the Tiny's gone.
Could be some casual Queen of Pain that could come out because, again, they don't have much lockdown. I love Queen of Pain as a response to Phantom Assassin. Like, you get the pushback when she's using Satanic.
Or we're going to have
Nisha Tinker. Okay.
Do you know, like, when you just...
That's a big smile for that, too. Look up, please, the Pro Tracker. How much has he practiced that?
In Pro Trackering, Nisha is often quite a
low
game
like
play.
20 games max.
Yeah. I get
But I always just forget the ability to put the Tinker mid. But sure, it's the damage that they required, the blink, the Aghanims.
Yeah.
Sure, there's good jump. The Clockwork PA, when you think about old school counters, are very good against the Tinker. Protected though with Jakiro, Tide, Muerta, Sven.
No.
It's gonna be hard to kill him.
What does BZM want? It could be just some casual Dragonite, another Blink Initiator that they're looking into.
Does Dazzle not play well into the Tinker? Do they not want to do that?
It's more Dazzle's a backline hero. Sure, you blink him with your.
And
I think you
need to. Yeah, you need to catch that guy. So
yeah, fair. Okay, what do you play against Tinker?
Oh, has Nisha never played Tinker competitively, or is he just on different accounts? Because on his main account that he's on right now,
yeah,
it does say that Tinker for him is an unplayed hero. But sometimes Nisha has played on a couple of
Tinker that we've seen was NTS, right? And he did go for still the same repair bots.
Yeah.
Facet, he did build into pretty much support items, getting that Glimmer Cape, because he wants to be able to protect himself, and then he started to scale with some Aghanim Scepter.
Is there any chance for any of the other 4 to be in that mid lane instead of Tinker?
No.
As Pango comes last.
Easy answer. after they pick the hero. No, Tundra, I don't think they're too concerned. Sure, it's in an uncomfortable position. I think any time a Tinker core gets presented, you have to go down the checklist. Like, do we have a nullify buying hero? Do we have backline vision? Do we have backline jump? And they already answered that, right? You got the Darkseer for the jump, the Clockwork for the jump, and the vision, PA for the nullifier. So your last pick, as long as it creates a little bit of tempo to ensure that you progress the map, contest wisdom runes, don't allow Tinker to farm stacks, then you're going to be good. Tinker is a hero that needs towers to stay alive and to farm ancient stacks and take wisdoms. So if all those three things can be played into by Tundra, which their draft does allow them, it's a playable game. It's not like it's the Tinker game of, oh my god, Tundra have nothing to offer.
No, they definitely do have the answers. They do have the backline jump. And also looking at the minus armor, Tundra, they cooked pretty hard. You have Lucky Shot, you have Weave, and you also have Phantom Assassin with the physical damage that's going to come out. Sure, there is Warcry on one side, but slightly preferring Team Liquid in this one. I think Mid Tinker is a bit underrated. I thought we were going to be seeing slightly more of it, considering how many mid laners did play it coming into the tournament. And also looking at the lanes from Team Liquid, it looks like they have pretty strong lanes.
Even with the knowledge that we have not seen Nisha on a Tinker.
I've double-checked.
Double-checked?
He's played it, I believe, 3 times.
In his career?
In his career, yes.
How long ago? Because I feel like this must be so long ago. I mean, we don't know what he practiced in his pubs. He is a man of many mysteries in regards to that. So I'm sure that if you want to pull that out in the grand finals, he's going to have something up his sleeve. It is obviously a great card to play.
I'm Googling.
Okay, there's a lot of clicking going on.
There's a lot of clicking.
So going into this draft, Lacoste, you said you favor Team Liquid a little bit. What needs to happen for Tundra for them to have a good showing here?
I mean, Tundra also has a lineup that can snowball. I also want to see what items are going to be getting, what he's going to be getting on Darkseer. Most of the time, it is this Vanguard / Heaven's Halberd and then into another Aura item. But yeah, they could definitely push the tempo with Dazzle if they get off to a really good start.
Well, let's see what kind of start they're going to have, as it is time for Sunsfan and Cinderin for this grand finals for Wallachia Season 3.
Thank you, Shiver. We are here, ladies and gentlemen, in a best of 5 between Team Liquid and Tundra. Tundra coming through the lower bracket. They actually got 2-0'd by Liquid earlier in the tournament. As we're going to see Soxa potentially get opened up on. Maybe not. He is playing Clockwork, by the way. But Cinderin, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, Shannon. I had a good night's rest.
Yeah,
and I am now
really cut it close getting here.
No, that's untrue. But it could have been.
He showered like 45 minutes ago.
Yeah, I want to be fresh for the broadcast.
You are as fresh as can be.
Yep, that's right. Uh-oh, 33.
Yeah, we're going to see the Stormhammer from Mikke. Nice dead shot as well. 33 is dead. First blood to Insania. Mikke, he's certainly going to fall. Can they get dyrachyo as well? He's going to be resigned to his own death eventually, but gets a lot of XP in the meantime. So a 1 for 2 as Liquid coming out on top of that.
Fighting into March of the Machines on the runes is a bold choice. And I wanted to say, so obviously they talked about this as well on the panel. This has to be the worst possible matchup that Tundra can get in the finals. They have barely... I can't remember the last time they won a series against Liquid. It's been so long.
Yeah, just set it up. Make it nice and dramatic, Cinderin.
Well, here's the thing. If it's a bad matchup, and you have, you know, historically just, this is a tough opponent, it's going to feel that much sweeter if you do get the win. And if you don't, you can chalk it up to, well, it was Liquid this time.
That's right.
You know?
That's true. Boxy
Tundra has everything to win here.
In the top lane, will...
Yep, there you go.
Was that a deny?
Nope.
It was not a deny. Couldn't see with the text there.
Dazzle PA, what year is it? This lane together. This feels like something straight out of 2009.
Well, we saw Whitemon play Dazzle support, I believe it was yesterday.
Yep.
Did not win.
Didn't it?
Maybe it did, and I just have horrible memory. Did it actually?
Wasn't that the last game of the day?
Oh,
am I missing?
The last day was the hour-and-a-half game that was 20 minutes, you mean?
Yeah, wasn't he Dazzle 5 in that?
Okay, well, I'm just not going to speak anymore because dementia kicking in is like, oh boy, here we go.
Oh no.
PTSD from last night, of course. I do want to talk about this hero on the screen, Nisha Tinker. I haven't seen the core version in I don't know how long. So obviously the big difference is the March of the Machines do not heal. But of course, instead, when you put the defense matrix on yourself and then the barrier gets absorbed, you blink forward a little bit.
350. Range.
Oh. Tell me about this hero. I'm guessing you haven't seen it in the core position either.
It's actually been pretty popular in pubs in iMortal, so I'm relatively familiar with it as a core, but yeah, in this tournament, I think Nothing to Say played it once. I was talking to Fogged about it before this game, and he said Nothing to Say went for repair bots as the mid-tinker in that game.
Huh.
Translocator is not a given that you have to take, but I really like his choice of doing it this game in particular because it's a get-out-of-jail-free card against Clockwork. If you have Defense Matrix on and you get hookshot in the cogs, this push-out can get you out of those cogs.
Yeah, that's true.
And get you a much better position in the fight. Obviously, you can get vacuumed back in, but there's a lot of like conditionals that need to be met for that to actually even happen. So
that's a good segue. Let's talk about Clockwork. This hero hasn't seen too much action. This is your favorite hero of all time as well.
Yeah, probably is if I had to pick one. Yeah, I'm not too convinced by this patch, to be honest. Obviously, one of the heroes that got nerfed from the damage reduction on spells. Battery Assault no longer does bonus damage to creeps, which was one of Clockwork's ways of trying to keep up in farm. Now, I like that overall design direction of removing those things, but the heroes that lost it weren't really compensated much in any other avenues, while other heroes didn't get similar
One step
nerfs.
at a time, Cinderin.
Yep.
All right, that's how iterative design works.
That's right.
Zoxa with the cogs. Mickey is going to be able to break himself out of there.
Jakiro is amazing against the cogs. This matchup has really changed.
Yeah,
this used to be such a bad matchup for Jakiro because Clockwork would hookshot cog you in and you would struggle to break the cogs. Now you just attack it once and you run out.
Yeah, you struggle to move at all as Whitemon. He's going to get hounded by Boxing and Saberlight. Won't lead to a kill, but a lot of harassment damage. I mean, Jakiro's always been one of those heroes, like you said, against the Clockwork with the mini stuns. Every move was always just a pain for Jakiro. It's like he's an old man with just horrible joints, which I can relate to. Can barely turn. Things have changed with Jakiro. They've gotten a lot better in that department. Turn rates
Got some surgery.
Yeah, the double head, now the double attack. Everything's changing for him.
And I think also, since the version of Jakiro we're remembering against Clockwork, I think the cast point of Dual Breath was improved at some point. I don't remember which patch this was.
Probably every spell in that regard.
I think you used to not even be able to cast Dual Breath under Battery Assault.
Probably.
But now you can. So yeah, this matchup is not the one you remember from years past. I was actually hoping Zoxa would pick up a Spirit Breaker in this game, rather than the Clock. When they had the Darkseer and they saw the Tinker pick, even if they're trying to counter potential 5 Tinker, maybe the Spirit Breaker could have been an interesting angle at least, but seems like nobody wants to run that hero this tournament. So
apparently not, yeah.
T-Governor is very sad. Not only is his hero not getting picked, but he lifted his finger before they threw to us for the game and did not get his point in. So he's definitely in the green room yelling at Shiver for not letting him finish his sentence. We all have a lot of interpersonal drama among the talent group.
Yep, of course we all hate each
T-Gov
other.
is the most loud and rowdy person among all of them. Very insufferable individual.
And Jenkins is strangely silent in the green room, which is really weird based on his persona. It's Boxy inside of his own calling. He's going to get Phantom struck. There's the dead shot onto dyrachyo. Playing this very aggressively. Another stifling dagger from afar. And no deny again from Saberlight. dyrachyo and company, or Whitemon specifically, will get the last hit.
So all in all, this laning stage is going quite even. I would say the biggest surprise to me is how much BZM is winning mid by. That was not my expectation that he would be ahead by 500 against the Tinker. There's some, obviously, First Blood gold. I don't remember if it actually... Was it BZM getting the very first kill?
No, I think Liquid did, didn't they?
First Blood was Insania on 33, and then BZM killed Mickey. Yeah, okay. So there's some kill gold, but...
Oh, you mentioned 33. I mean, we haven't really talked about that aspect of this, right? This is his former team, of course, and he's had a lot of success in his career, but like you said, they've been struggling against Liquid lately. But when you have a player like this, it feels like they always have some sort of a leg up on their team in some respect when coming back to play against them with the strategies and whatnot.
That has not been the case for Tundra versus
But he's been waiting for this moment.
That's right. He played the long con.
That's right. As we're going to see a rolling thunder from BZM. Boxy, poison touched by Whitemon. Zoxa is going to make his way over as well. This will be a kill as BZM picks it up. Now, how does the interaction with cogs and the rolling thunder work? You can bounce the enemies out of your own cogs, right? I assume. If they're close enough.
I think so, yeah. But
so it can
most
be counterintuitive.
Most of the time, if they're properly placed in there and you navigate it well, you can also kind of keep them inside. It's one of those weird ones where it's angle dependent, and also whether the cog. Obviously, if the cog has been procced, that probably changes as well whether you can get out or not.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, because of the Jakiro, is this a game where we're going to see the talent for the cogs to make them a little tankier? It's an extra 2 power cogs hit to kill. That's 1 attack.
It's a level 15 talent, but yeah, maybe. I find the battery assault talent actually to be kind of underwhelming in a lot of games because you're not really... when you're level 15 on Clockwork, you're not really killing heroes anymore as much as you're controlling them. So, Mickey, speaking of...
Yep, gets himself out of the cogs. We see the TP from Insania. Gets the dual breath onto Soxa, who's basically all alone now. Will burn away. Boxy will get the last hit.
Yeah, they tried to dive Mickey there with the Clock Darks here, but this is no longer 2022, so that's not a kill. Mickey will instead survive on 500 health. The game has changed, Shannon.
Yes.
Modern Dota is a different beast, and Clockwork has not upgraded his tech enough. 33 diving.
We have the wall come out. Mickey able to run away, and 33's in a lot of trouble.
Damn, that calling is so much damage.
Here, but a nice grave from Whitemon.
No
Blood Grenade tried to turn this around onto Boxy. Dead shot. Did it hit?
God.
Oh, did he tank it?
That was flat out get down, Mr. President Darkseer.
That was nice.
Darkseer, of course, not fit for president. He's very smart. That is... so he could never.
True that, Mickey. They're still trying to find him. He's at half HP. We'll pop the ult. Soxa with the cogs. Another TP coming in. Nisha. Of course, he can get around pretty easily. Has the shield rune bottled up right now. And he'll back, and that's the beauty of, well, I don't know if beauty is the right word, but of Tinker.
Look at this.
Yeah,
I love that.
Beautiful.
Clutch.
And you notice 33 was just running in a straight line as well. He just had all the confidence in the world in Soxa.
Yeah, I mean, when you're at this level, you just know.
Yeah. Poison touch on Insania, but he's fast in that river. Well, that's not... Is that part of the river now? It's just water. The waterway?
The waterway?
Yeah, what do we do? The waterfall? We need to start naming these locations because it's getting complicated, Cinderin.
Yeah, the river used to have a name. What do we call this one?
Well, this is just river, yeah. I think that's
the
change.
The what?
BZM working on Diffusal as you come up with a good joke.
I don't have a good name for this, but you're right. It kind of does need to have a name, right? We don't know how to call this area in general. These little... I think waterways is kind of good, actually. It rolls right off the tongue, Shannon. Good one.
Yeah, thank you. And Nisha protecting this tier 1 tower with the spam of the Martian machines. You can see that Tundra are here in numbers, though.
Ooh, Mickey.
They really want to find a pickoff.
Well, he did finish the camp, and he is now heading up north, but... Soxa should be able to piece this together based on his ward, and they will indeed.
Oh, dyrachyo is going to take a full ravage into the ice path. Is he actually going to live? No, the laser from afar. Nisha finds the last hit. Mickey, in the meantime, gank number 3 on him. He's getting to the other side. The poison touch, a nice dead shot to bring him back, but Nisha will find Soxa. Finally, they get what they came for. Feels like many minutes ago, as there's the Dire Fountain. BZM will be getting the last hit onto Mickey. It took a long-ass time, Cinder, but they finally got it.
Yep.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And it's worth it, right? Oh, well, it isn't really on a macro scale because you lost the PA top as well, but I think if you're playing Clockwork in this type of game, you want to enable your Darkseer to scale. So either you want to run around with Ion Shell on and look for core kills, or you want to farm jungle and kind of be like a Dominator creep for your Darkseer, which is a sad fate, but... yeah, such is life sometimes. Saberlight.
Yeah, battery assault upon him will bump into the cogs. Kind of resigned here as Nisha gets off a laser onto dyrachyo, who does have to be careful. Martian Machines providing a lot of cover. Stifling that. dyrachyo actually wants to go in deep. The Kraken Shell providing a lot of cover for himself as well as dyrachyo.
Sorry, that didn't mean for that to come out that way.
Yeah, I was going to say, what are you about?
That was close.
You have a thing for watermelons?
That was your takeaway from that.
Well, Saberlight lives. And how about the matchup of late game? I know it's not, as Mickey is going to take a few stacks here. The Sven versus PA these days.
He's pulling ahead by a lot.
Yeah, right now, sure.
Yeah. In general, like if both heroes are having a great game, I mean, who really can hold a candle to PA in ultra late game carry to carry except Void? I don't actually know if there's any carry that truly can. But Sven is one of the heroes that has the better chances, because if you do get the jump, there's very few heroes that burst PA before she gets Satanic off, but Sven is one of the heroes that can do it if you get a stun chain going. Of course, you're looking at Liquid's lineup. There's going to be plenty of stuns in the late game. You're going to have a Refresher on Tide if we get to that point. Ice Path is a really strong follow-up stun, the Dead Shot and everything, so they can definitely chain stuns. And there's no way for Tundra to kind of get a good dispel against it.
Boxy ticking away. Deny, finally. Denied. This is the third attempt. A denied illusion rune before that as well, so double deny. An awful projection, first usage, I believe, from Whitemont.
What do you think about the sound when it comes back?
I think the sound effects are great. Yeah. Does feel a little more tinkery, I guess.
Sounds like Pong.
33 in BZM take a pretty juicy Ancient stack. I think that was maybe a 4 stack.
Yeah, 33 is rich. He's top net worth in his team. Has a fast Halberd, and now he's going in for the Shivas. So obviously the Halberd will be nice against Sven, but I have to say, Nisha has been completely unaddressed in this game as the mid-tinker.
Yeah.
It's 3-0-1, top net worth together with the Sven. This hero can get extremely scary given enough time. Dyrachyo, yeah.
Oh boy.
He is a goner.
Super, super easy kill. Good positioning from Liquid. That's going to put him behind on the old Battle Fury. Oh, we're getting Kraken Shell stacks today, huh?
Yep.
Nice.
Got 3 of those.
All right.
And as we learned, courtesy of my wonderful Discord channel, the Kraken Shell part, the bonus parts, is not breakable. So
yeah, we were talking about this. It's kind of similar in the thought process of reactive armor, right? Just
now, as a disclaimer, I did not check if it was true. I just took it at face value and believed it.
Yeah,
so.
your Discord sounds like they'd be pretty smart.
Oh, that's really nice of you to say.
To make up for your idiocy, of course.
That is not how that would work.
That is how it works, Cinder.
But I knew it was going to
get a hook shot. Rolling Thunder. They got the stun lock. He's all alone. This will lead to an eventual kill. It's taken a while, though. Obviously doesn't want to pop the Ravage there, as BZM will net himself a kill. Has the defusal. We'll be going for Blink. And let's get back to this Nisha Tinker again.
Yeah.
He has Blink right now, has Kaya. Going for Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, the Kaya rush is interesting to me. I don't know how common this is. I feel like the pub builds I've seen have mainly been revolving around getting the faster Ags immediately after that dagger. So.
But what are you expecting in the, let's say, mid-game? Like, is Sheepstick, would that still be a thing on this hero?
Yeah, he's going to probably get Hex eventually, right? But I guess after Ags, Aether Lens, and then maybe... It's probably either... Is BKB good here? Not really that good. So maybe... I don't know, Shiva, I guess? Getting the armor against PA Pango. Probably the best choice. But yeah, not really inherently a very obvious itemization game, I would say. This win probability is looking mighty good for Liquid. It's rare that we see it be this one-sided with no gold advantage.
Yeah.
At 15 minutes, Dota Plus really likes Nisha.
I think a lot of people can attest to that.
Yep.
15 minutes, Tormy time.
That's right,
Soxa
Liquid are set up.
In the Lotus Flower area, is going to find Saberlight, or is it the other way around? He's in the cogs, Nato projection is used. Insania getting rolled on, can't get any spells off. Finally, the Ice Path comes, as Mickey's going to use that as an opportunity to right-click 33.
Nice Halberd.
Insania's already died, 33 with a back wall, but the Ravage to come is going to hit 2. Down goes 33. Sox on the other side has cogs now. He will likely get chased. Will they bother? 1 for 1. Core for support, so Liquid will be happy. Do they have enough space to go for the old Tormy? Looks like that is the case.
I find it surprising how often this Observer Ward that Tundra have down here right now gets to stick around.
Oh, that was close.
Very close. And of course it's that close because they didn't deward here, but that Obs has been really common this tournament, but still teams are placing a center that just barely doesn't reach.
He is all alone here, by the way. He is being quite the nuisance. He's going to die. It seems like he wanted to. The Saberlight.
He has left an Obs behind that box he's about to walk into. Like, oh, nice.
That was a little weird. Well, Boxy will get the shard, so I guess slight disappointment from Liquid. Jakiro's is, I mean, his isn't amazing, but it's good.
Neither of them are that great. I think the next one coming out, Saberlight's going to buy his own before 25. So the remaining ones will be Sven or Tinker, depending on who is higher net worth out of the two when we get there, together with obviously the Jakiro.
I mean, another way to think of the Tormentor now, because there's only one, is you're taking away from the team. So the Clockwork or Dazzle would have received it if Tundra got it.
Yeah.
I mean, you tell me how good the Clockwork one is, because you're a Clockwork player.
I think it's better this patch than the last one. We've seen Night Stalker be a top-tier pick this tournament for a couple of reasons, but I would say the primary one is flying vision on this map is really, really valuable, because it's a lot harder to ward than it was in 737. It's hard to get major area control, but that means an ability like Jetpack, by extension, should be better. But it's one of those shards that you don't really... Like, Clockwork just struggles to get gold, and this game is the perfect example of that. Sock's a bottom net worth. The hero doesn't farm very well. So can you really afford to buy the shard in a lot of games when you want some sort of utility item, like Glimmer or Force Staff or Solar? It's
and we got a wraparound.
He's actually going Blade Mail here, it looks like, against the Tinker, which...
Yeah.
I'm not sure how good that is anymore.
This is a tier 1. It's going to be fortified. Soxa looking for the hook shot. We'll get it onto Mickey. He's already popped the war cry. There's the wall. Ice Path to follow, though. Now the Rolling Thunder from BZM holding both Mickey and Saberlight in place. Rave to keep Soxa alive. That's 2 dead for Liquid already. Boxy with the TP out. Oh, he actually cancels it there. As dyrachyo wants to continue to fight. He's going to get lasered to half HP. He has to be careful. This is an Aghanim Scepter Tinker. dyrachyo will Phantom Strike away. As BZM and coming, they still want to fight, but Nisha is such a beast.
He has Arcane Rune.
This hero is so hard to deal with going high ground against the March of the Machines.
He had so many spells to cast that with the Arcane Rune. But they didn't lose anyone, so that was a really nice defense from Tundra. Getting the perfect chain stun onto Sven is big here, and you're buying time. dyrachyo still has some catching up to do. And that is now Sven's 3rd death this game. So both he and dyrachyo with an uncharacteristically high amount of deaths sub 20 minutes.
Yep, dyrachyo about 2k behind, I guess 1.3k behind, but has the Battle Fury and is going for the BKB next, only just the recipe away, so
yeah,
he'll be in somewhat fighting shape. And this feels like Nullifier has to come at some point for him.
They found Soxa.
Getting the hook shot off, but he will die. Boxy.
Close to trading there.
Yeah, the shield crash, not enough.
Curious for Nisha's next quick buy now. There's the lens, as expected. Okay, it's going to be E-Blade. Also a good choice here, of course. It's, I mean, the logic behind Shiva, this is similar, but now you can protect allies instead as well. So he can use this to save his Sven if he gets chain stun jumped by Pango. He can use it to protect his Tide as well, even if PA has a shard. But of course, there's going to be an eventual Nullifier, which will then be a double dip against E-Blade and the Defense Matrix.
Yeah.
But that's quite far away, so if he's playing the timing here...
Yeah, it is. dyrachyo, he jumps in onto Mickey, who wants to fight this out. Ice Path is there, but now the reinforcements have arrived. The wall is placed. BZM with the Rolling Thunder. Do they have the perma-stun? Mickey gets pretty damn low. The swashbuckle into the illusion is enough. Thought he was actually going to live there as Liquid came in numbers, especially with Nisha's laser that just does a ridiculous amount of damage at this point.
Saberlight needs to get some more gold. That's actually the biggest difference between the teams right now is the fact that Saberlight does not have utility items except his shard, and well, that's not how you get gold.
Around. Yep, not in this mode.
That's how you lose it.
He will fall.
He seems a bit desperate to get his dagger, but I honestly think he should just be farming it very, very safely instead. This blink is a massive difference maker. When you look at how Tundra are playing the fights, it's a lot about just getting that one jump with Clockwork into a vacuum follow-up, and Tide can completely combo break this if he has the blink. Oh, they find Boxy too.
Yeah, this is the 21-minute shrine, of course, dyrachyo. He has the BK... okay, he couldn't actually blink strike onto Boxy, and now the Nightfall away, he's okay. He has learned from the best, and Soxa will be left behind.
I think awkward is a good way to describe what just happened there. That was...
I assume he was trying to Phantom Strike on Pierce the Veil. Is that what happened?
I mean, you can't. You still connect. You just don't hit it.
You don't hit it. So yeah, he would have blinked still.
But he wanted to get the He wanted to get the Wisdom, obviously, but Boxy was already in ulti form, and he doesn't want to blink. It's just super awkward.
It looked like he BKB'd and was stunned that he BKB'd. He just stood there.
Yep, that's the 9-seconder. You got about as little value out of that as possible. Well, you did live, but you could have also just not gone. But that's... Tinker's licking his lips whenever BKBs drop, so you're seeing it here. He already used Phantom Strike
you're
here,
right. It was earlier.
And then...
And...
and he does go in. It's like, wait, he's still physically immune? That's so weird.
Yeah, that's awkward to say the least.
Yeah.
This is why, dude, dyrachyo is one of my favorite players to cast because of situations like this.
Yeah.
It's like really questionable, weird things, and then he just goes beast mode at times. It's almost like the modern day Eternal Envy.
Yeah.
If you want to put it that way.
Just instead of 50-50, he's got some different numbers.
Yeah, he does. His number's a little better. dyrachyo working on the S and Y, so wants the status resistance.
It's definitely going to be a matter of, for him later down the line in this game, he needs to itemize specifically against Tinker. So Satanic is going to be a nice choice. He'll remove the laser at least once. I don't know if you can go an additional defensive item, like, is Manta an option here instead of SNY, perhaps? To deal with more of these issues that you have, especially against the Tinker? I don't know, like, maybe it's a two glass half empty way of thinking, but...
Yeah,
we'll see. He's still on the SNY. Yes, the Satanic makes a ton of sense, but it is perhaps a little bit concerning. Is he gonna actually have enough damage to kill these heroes? Defense Matrix, Sven Warcry, tanky heroes.
dyrachyo, they blink right on him. He has to pop the BKB and retreat the Nightfall maneuver for a second time this game.
That's a free tower.
Indeed.
But
I mean, we talked about the importance of this nullifier. That's just putting it even farther behind. Against E-Blade, against the defense matrix.
It kind of feels like he needs all of these items, though, maybe except the SNY. Like, the Satanic just feels necessary. But going BKB, Battle Fury, Satanic also sounds kind of meh.
I mean, dyrachyo is used to going extreme late game, so...
Yeah, that's true.
Just scheduling ahead of time.
Saberlight got his blink, by the way. He's now buying Ghost Scepter, one of Tide's best solutions to PA with an eventual shard, which he doesn't have yet, but... with this Ghost Scepter, he can reliably get off his stuff. Now, for the time being, he's playing against 0 breaks, right? I think right now it's probably not necessary, but he's just planning ahead. But the Nullifier is getting better and better. If he wants Ghost Scepter, while Nisha has this E-Blade... I have to say, though, I'm struggling to see Tundra take fights right now against this Tinker E-Blade. It's actually really, really good right now. The Nullifier is on the way for BZM. Next item for him. Didn't really talk about him as a carrier, but he's queuing it up. He's got a shard on the courier. And it's time to prepare for the Tormentor.
Tormy
Good
time.
Heavens, would you look at the time.
And a smoke from Liquid.
And Jab's proud of his team. Says that they are struggling to time the Tormentor. This time they did it right. Tundra actually leaving. They had the area and then they gave it up. So I think they've just lost the Tormentor now, effectively.
Yeah, it's either that or they're used to playing with Night Stalker.
They're confused, you say. Whitemon? Oh,
quite possibly.
That was half a second off dying there.
And yeah, this...
surely this is just going to be free, right?
It looks like it.
But when did it die?
Master. That's a good question. I don't know either. We need UI in the game to show us.
This is so weird.
We're too stupid.
Both teams went down there one after the other, and they both left, and the Tormentor isn't even up.
Yeah, it's a strange.
It's like they... Well, at the very least for Liquid, they got a ward down, but that was funny. Okay, I don't know if Jabs is proud anymore. They clearly did not.
You're all cut.
Oh, man.
Now Whitemon going through the gate now.
Oh, no, Tundra's trying to come back. They're like,
I think that they have perhaps timed it a little bit.
There it is. Oh, they timed it perfectly.
Yeah, they did. Although into the pit, Liquid go. So will there be a trade?
God, I love this. It's so funny.
This patch is really delivering. Like, this is the actual design coming into play here. Soxa will get the shard, so we're going to see his jetpack.
Yep. Oh, he almost stole Roche.
And now Aegis for Mickey.
Considering
Sven,
how...
Not the best Aegis carrier, but it feels like Tinker is untouchable right now.
Both that, but also if you look at Tundra's teamfight plans so far, they've been jumping Sven more or less every time. If he has this Aegis, he's a very unappealing target.
Yeah.
He can just not pop his ult until he feels confident in the fight and just frontline for his team.
Feels like Whitemon is telling Tundra, you don't have to worry about Tinker. It's a support hero, guys. It can't be good. There's no way.
Yep.
We'll see.
Surely.
Looks good so far.
That gets a clueless from here. Tinker is a late game monster.
You talked about how BKB was kind of meh for the Tinker.
He's still getting it.
He's getting it now.
It's I guess okay, so the major upside here is that it protects your Ethereal Blade, right? It's your best coverage against Nullifier, probably. So
the Nullifier that will never come.
I mean, Pango is halfway.
Okay.
It's coming.
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
And that's all. You're preparing yourself as well for it. There's like Nothal projection. That's an issue. You're anticipating probably a hex from Pango, or excuse me, from Darkseer eventually. It covers your bases somewhat against Clockwork. Sure, he can hookshot stun you, but then he can't follow up with anything. It's a very standard item on Tinker. It's just not the best BKB game ever, but it's probably still good enough.
They almost got caught here from the Tundra side. They're going to get the Shrine instead. dyrachyo with another defensive BKB.
He's
not
down to
Nightfall,
6 seconds, and I don't think he's hit a hero with BKB
He
yet.
has not.
That is...
Definitely not.
That is 3 defensive back-to-back uses.
Back to back to back, Syndra.
Oh, BZM.
Yeah, he gets off the Rolling Thunder and has a TP.
33 will TP out as well.
Surely he'll use it.
Misses the entire wave.
Yeah. I was like, what? Okay. 3 minutes left on the Aegis here as a hookshot's gonna disrupt Nisha a bit, but he's got the E-Blade. And yeah, he's fine.
Sox is just trying to force a rotation here or bait TPs. He knows there's no potential for a kill there. He would lose that fight every day of the week. I think Darkseer plus Clockwork ganking Tinker will die. So they will lose the 2v1. They've got to be a bit more clever about it, but yeah. Liquid didn't take the bait, however.
Yeah, they'll find a Whitemon.
Oof. Yeah, Tinker, level 19, so that's the level 3 ult. Boxy set up a nice trap there with the aggressive ward. Looking at the map in general, really nice vision currently for Team Liquid. Whereas the Tundra side only sitting with the, I believe they only have 1 obs on the map. Just the one in the bottom half center part. So quite difficult to play nighttime against these heroes when you have no vision for Tundra.
Yeah, but Tundra's still
dyrachyo
with
switching. He's not going Satanic, he's going Nullifier too.
Oh!
So, yep, change of plans.
Well, he's 1,000 away, and my guess is that is the point in which Tundra will actually start fighting. They've been delaying. It's a 3K lead for them, because they've been avoiding these fights so successfully.
Going double Nullifier is a little bit of a hard all-in though. If PA does not successfully kill during her BKB, she's going to be food without Satanic.
Yeah.
She's just going to get countered by laser, she's going to get caught in any stun and not be able to fight her way back out after she drops low. So that this is a it's a riskier approach, but I actually think it is better, so I do agree with it. But you got to execute to a high degree to make this work. dyrachyo.
That's the scary part.
Really thinking about it.
You think you have a free kill on a support, and Tinker can always just TP right on top.
Gonna be
That's a jetpack, but the anchor comes from Saberlight. The shard in tow.
You need some better fuel for that jetpack to carry the anchor as well. So
yeah,
would be a
now
nice
we
buff
have
to Clockwork.
We have an MKB now on Mickey, so doesn't have to worry about the
Yeah, it's still, like you said, the gold looks quite healthy for both teams. The big difference here is Tide is but the silver lining here is as long as Saberlight can get off a good anchor and his Ravage, I think that his job is done. We'll see it right now on the BZM.
Ravage into the laser. BZM gets the shard off, but the Stormhammer is there. And the first core kill, it feels like, in quite a while. Liquid be very happy with that.
Yeah, 1 minute, but no wave.
Oh, dyrachyo. Now we can see the Nightfall again.
Oh, yeah.
Pops it. He does hit the hero 1 time. Phantom strikes away. Stormhammer is going to get the stun on the very tail end. Gush under the tier 2. Gets the blink strike off. The E-Blade is there. Oh, he's in a lot of trouble if they want to dive here. Mickey pops the ult in rage here. Inside the cogs. PA getting lasered. They get the hex on Tanisha. They'll pop the BKB. They find the BK finally. No grave to come. Mickey, with the help of the ice pack, just beating on 33. Gets graved. Can he TP out? No stun. He's fine. Could have been even more of a disaster there for Tundra, but still, using PA, he's hit 1-0 one time with BKB.
Whitemon wants to stay on the team, so graving 33 instead of dyrachyo seems like a good way to ensure your job security.
Hello.
Being arguably the best position 5 of the tournament, if that's not good enough for you, then you also got to suck up to 33 here too.
Yeah, 21 stacks on.
He was the one who built the team after all. And I heard he has a couple of shields. There's the Ravage into Anchor. Kind of cut it a little bit close there, did Saberlight, but it's fine.
Game 1 Tundra winner 最終話就係幫你得跳嘅，踢下啦。Okay， 仲有 liquid 制嚟㗎，liquid winner 你要禮拜你踢下。咪幾日10分上緊用呢？你下定嘅嘢上緊講呢？
Blink Gush anchored him without the grave going off.
Yeah.
BGM 辦過係啦，နော်
They did save 33.
33啊，路特斯拉路講滿你就唔記住呢。
Tide Shard is so often
對ရှိတယ်မ
such
သိ
a
နော်
huge
嗰
part
度
of the games. It's 33 and
live ကိုအကြာကြီးပြစ်ထားရတယ်တော့တိုင်းပတ်သွားတယ်။နောက်မှာ ghost နဲ့3နိုင်တယ်ကြားတယ်။ချက်ပေါ်နဲ့ပဲကျွန်တော် clip ပေါ်ရောက်သွားဆိုမှ hard ပေါ်နဲ့ပြန်ဆွဲထားတယ်33ရော BKB ပေးလိုက်ရတယ်။ liquid တကယ်ကိုဟုတ်နေရနော်
But he did have the harpoon to get down.
။ liquid first 15k တောင်ကျွန်တော်လှမ်းထည့်လိုက်သေးတယ်ပိတ်သွားတယ်။အဲ့ဒါ winner လေးပဲမိလို့ winner လေးပဲထည့်လိုက်တာ။ စစ်တဲ့နဲ့သွားနေရှက်ပါဝယ်ထားတယ် nullifier ဘူးမှပါတယ် nullifier ဘူးမှတောက်တဲ့စိတ်ကူးမရှိသေးရင်တော့မရဘူးနော် dyrachyo nullifier ပါတယ်ဗျ dyrachyo မှာ
will be cleaned up. They're pushing quite well here, and of course
ဒီပွဲပြီးရင် live stream ပိတ်ပြီးတော့မှပြန်တက်ရင်ကောင်းဆုံးနေ
don't have amazing catch heroes.
ဟာအကြာကြီးပြစ်ထားတော့ engagement လုံးဝကြာသွားတယ်
As he will never nobody on the
အဲ့တော့ဒီ tournament က dyrachyo ရဲ့နောက်ဆုံး tournament မှာနော် dyrachyo ကဒီပြိုင်ပွဲပြီးရတယ် kick ခံရတော့ပါဗျသူ့ရဲ့နောက်ဆုံးပွဲကိုသူနိုင်အောင်ဆုံးမလို့ရမယ်
He's super tanky, he has 40 armor.
ဒီပွဲပြီးသွားရင် dyrachyo လစ်ပြီလေ
So you have to chain stun him.
How much
kick ခံရပြီ
damage do you think he's taken from enemy heroes
သူ့ရဲ့
outside?
နောက်ဆုံးပွဲပဲဒီပွဲ
Does it feel like they've really
ကဲအားလုံးပဲပြန်လည်ကြိုဆိုလိုက်ပါလေမင်းစားနဲ့ကြာပါ sorry ဗျာမင်းစားနဲ့အမဟိုလေးပါလေးဝယ်နေ
Got off the hook shot. But that was solo.
He played.
You just plan right. It was just poke, and you saw the translocator.
dyrachyo က batch 2 မပါဘူးက batch 2 မပါရင်မနိုင်ဘူးနော်ဒါ batch 2 လိုတယ် 7 against တို့ 10 against တို့မှာ batch 2ကအရင်လိုတယ်ဖြစ်နိုင် visibility ပါသွားရင် 7 ကို man fight လို့ရတဲ့အထိပါရှိရဲဒါပေမဲ့ dyrachyo ကတော့ကစစ်တဲ့နေ့ပဲသွားနေတယ်စစ်တဲ့နေ့မလိုက်ဘူးမမိုက်ဘူးဒီချိန်မှာ risk ယူရတော့မှာတိကျမင်းခောက်ခွင်းရအောင်ဖန်တီးပြီးပဲကောင်နေမရှိဘူးအသင်းမှာကော့ကိုဖန်တီးရမှာ disable လို ravage က0 man ပဲတယောက်မှမထိပါဘူးနောက်မှာ rolling thunder တောက်ချက်တွေပဲလိုက်တိုက်ထားရင်းနဲ့ပဲ side side play မင်းနဲ့လိုက်ပြီး insania ကိုကတ်နေတယ် insania တောက်လျှောက် BCL rolling thunder တိုက်ခံရနေပဲ short ဝါပြနောက်မှာ strong hammer ထိရဆိုတော့ mickey hapon နဲ့ပဲ side side ကိုဖျက်ဖို့ကြိုးစားရဆိုတော့ vacuum အရင်ကောင်းနေပြီတော့ dyrachyo နဲ့ mickey နဲ့ man fight တွေပဲလုပ်နေတယ် mangy ကနဲ့ခုတ်တယ်ဆိုတော့ miss တော့မထဘူးနောက်ဆုံးမှာလေးစားနေပဲnisha တကယ်ကိုလုံးနေတာအဲ့တော့33နဲ့နီရှာနောက်တကုံထောက်ချောက်တွေလိုက်ကတ်တယ်နီရှာ no man นะအဲ့တော့နီရှာကဲစရာပြုစရာဘာမှတော့မရှိတော့ချိန်မှာနီရှာအနေနဲ့တေရတော့ပါပဲကျွန်တော် angle smash လာသုံးပေးထားတယ်နောက်ကနေ roll up တွေနဲ့ပဲဒါပေမဲ့33တော့ white moon ရဲ့ shadow wave နဲ့ပဲရသွားခဲ့ပြီအနောက်မှာ silver light တကောင်မှာထက်ရရင်တော့ five man tin white liquid ပေးလိုက်ရပြီ oh my fucking god what the hell just happened 7 BKB ပါပဲနဲ့တော့ဆန်လိုက်တာကအမားကြီးဖြစ်သွားတယ်ပြီးတော့ white moon ကိုမအိမ်နိုင်လိုက်တာလည်းအမားကြီးဖြစ်သွားတယ် BCN ဒီပွဲမှာဒီဘက်ထဲမှာ damage အများကြီးထုတ်သွားနိုင်တယ်ဗျ4500တစ်ဖက်ကတင်ကနေတော့8100ထုတ်သွားတယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့ဒီနေ့တကြံဘာလုံးမှာလဲတဲ့ KB ကလည်းလီးလုံးပါကွာငါလုံးဝလား
Tundra a good attack angle. Finally, they find a way to kill, make develop the fight, and survive the onslaught. You're gonna see the replay here, so you could probably.
Ravage က0 man ကြီးကွာဆောင်းမှားတာကွာ
I don't think you need to hurry. As long as Tide is playing around the Sven and the Tinker, they pack a punch, and he's just doing whatever he can here, getting off tons of spells, doing a.
War Replica ကလည်းအရင်ကောင်းတယ်ကွာဗတ်တေးကြီးကပြီး Replica နားမှာပဲချသွားကြ US scepter သူ US scepter အော် white moon ရဲ့ US scepter ကွာ white moon US scepter တင်ပြီးတင်အောင်ချိန်ဆွဲလိုက်တာပြီးတော့ saxa ရမ်းအောင်နောက်တယ် ကဲဒီပွဲတော့တကယ် GrandFinal နဲ့ထိုက်တယ်နော် Silverlight ခိုးစီးနေရပြန်ပြီဟုတ်တယ် Silverlight ကခိုးစီးနေပြန်ပြီဒီမှာထက်ညှိနေရယ်ဘောက်စီကို nullify တင်ထားတယ်ဒီမှာ TP ကြလာတာဘယ်သူကြီးလဲ Silverlight ကြီးကောက်ခက်ခံထားရတယ်ဗျာdyrachyo ဝင်လာပြီ Silverlight ကိုပဲဖြတ်ဖို့ကြိုးစားတယ်အစိမ်းချောင်းသုံးတယ်ဆိုရင် nullify ပါလာပြီးသားအနောက်မှာလဲ3ယောက်လုံး vacuum မိဝိုင်းနဲ့ပဲသွားပြီဒါ liquid ရဲ့ကြာရှုံးလွမ်းပဲခုန10 fight ရှုံးတာအလောက်မဟုတ်ဘူးဒီ10 fight ရှုံးတာပိုဆိုးသွားပြီ liquid
That was a sick back wall into rolling thunder. That was like a bowling alley. Just disgusting.
Roshan ပေါ်ပြီလား Roshan ပေါ်တော့မယ် run 9ရောက်နေ
Well, it was 3 pins. So. Well, maybe in Denmark that's a straight.
No, in Denmark that's a turkey. We bowl with 1 pin.
Oh, okay.
That's very difficult actually.
7ကြားချိန်တော့ရောက်လာပြီနော်ဒီချက်လေးဆောင်းမရမယ် liquid 7တော့ကြားချိန်ရောက်နေပြီ
You can see the mindset, right? They're just kiting Pierce the Veil. They're just waiting.
Roshan ပေးလိုက်ရပြီ Aegis စကန်မှာဆော့ရတော့မယ်ကောင်းလိုက်တော့ကွာ vacuum ရဲ့ hook shot ရဲ့ rolling thunder ရဲ့တကယ် share ပဲ
That's Aegis too. So Tundra.
Yeah, and Saberlight was completely kited inside the cogs to start.
Nisha ဒီထက်ပိုပြီးတော့ safe ဖြစ်မအောင်နေနိုင်မှရမယ်
And then PA he doesn't kill him, but
it's kind of crazy. They're only 4k up despite winning those 2 fights and killing Roche.
Yeah, it was 4k before that.
I thought that would be more than
this. It was the same, yeah. But maybe the net worth chart is on.
supporter ရဲ့အခရာဖြစ်နေရယ် supporter တွေအရင်မတက်နိုင်ရင် Mickey supporter အရင်မတက်နိုင်တော့တိုင်ပတ်မယ်
We didn't cover this, but Whitemon with now the Ewells as well as the Aeon Disc. Whitemon finally gets to use the Ewell to stay alive here. Good.
Well, he gets rewarded with the shard, so he can use Nothel when stunned.
Yeah, so you have Aeon Disc and that.
And Healing Amp. Wait, is it Healing Amp during Nothel projection only, I assume?
Yes.
Yeah. Disable မိနေတဲ့အချိန်မှာ Nothel protection သုံးလို့ရတယ်ကွာအဲ့တော့ disable မိနေပြီးဖြတ်ခံရရင်တော့အဲ့ဒါလေးသုံးပြီးတော့ကို grade ပြန်တင်လို့ရတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ 7 ရဲ့ best damage နဲ့ဆိုရင်တော့စိုးမယ်ထင်တယ်ဘောက်စီကိုတွေ့ပါပြီဘောက်စီကလည်း white moon ကိုတွေ့တယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့ဘောက်စီရင် hook shot hook shot လွဲသွားတယ်ဘေးထဲမှာ Nisha တော့ရှိရဆိုပေမဲ့လည်းကျွန်တော်ဘောက်စီရင်မိသွားပြီဗျအဲ့တော့33တက်ကပါရှိပါနဲ့ခုံလာရင်းနဲ့ဘောက်စီတကောင်တော်တော်လေးစူးစမ်းတတ်နေရတယ်အဲ့တော့ level 6 form နဲ့ TP ထောက်တယ်ဆိုမှလည်း white moon မှာ US scepter ပါတယ်ဗျ white moon ဟိအောင်ရေး supporter တက်စလဲအလောက်နှောက်တာပဲလား
Assume somebody's coming, but no. EZM with the shield crash, Aghanim 7.
Well, share ပဲနော် share မှာ share ကြီး
Not bad.
A lot of spells that's not bad for hookshot. I would say that's under par. Not honestly. That's a spell that should just kind of sit there most of the time.
Why are you always so negative?
60% is most of the
လာပြီ
time.
save a life
Shut up, Cannon. I know, but it should be more than 60.
ဟေးအနေများလိုက်တာ Nisha save a life ကိုတော့ spot ဖြစ်သွားပြီဒါပေမဲ့တက်က TP ထောက်သွားတယ်အပေါ်မှာ10တယောက်လည်းပဲကျန်ခဲ့တာကိုသိရတယ် Nisha ရောက်လာပြီUS scepter တင်ပြီး TP ထောက်တယ်ဆိုမှနောက်မှာ ice ball ဝင်လာတယ် strong hammer နဲ့ပဲ make white moon ဆုံးသက်ထားတယ်ဗျတကယ်ကိုကိုက်နေတဲ့ဂျဘိုးတညာလုံး
Was it? Did Voxy have the gem right before? Is that what they had too? Perhaps.
Wait, was that just stolen?
I don't know.
Maybe it was just stolen.
တွေ့လား Abyssal Blade က33မှာပါတယ်တာဒီဘက်မှာ Abyssal Blade လိုတယ်နော် Vice 2လိုတယ် PE ကဒီနေ့ပဲသွားနေရဘူးစော travel ဝင်လိုက်တာပဲခုနပတ်စံနေအကုန်လုံး
dyrachyo Satanic almost complete.
စစ်တမ်းနဲ့ဆိုင်ကျွန်တော် Abyssal Blade ကြိုက်တာကျွန်တော် dyrachyo ပေါ်မှာ
The question is, what does he go for after that? I mean, Battle Fury will start to lose a bit of luster, I guess, at some point? Or does it?
ဖဏမလို့လေကွာဘူးစော travel မလို့ဘူးစော travel အောက်ချပြီးတော့ Vice 2ထဲရအောင် level 25ရောက်သွားပြီ rolling thunder cool down ယူထားတယ်7အခုထိ25မရောက်သေးဘူး PE 25ရောက်သွားပြီ PE က -1 methodical attack ယူထားရထင်တယ်နော်ဒါပဲကောင်းပါလေ -1 methodical တဲ့ Falcon ပြုတ်သွားလားဟုတ်တယ် Falcon ပြုတ်သွားတယ် Tundra တက်လာ final
It's also a powerful item against Sven.
စစ်တမ်းနဲ့ပါတယ်
High armor. It's still, you know,
ဘော်စီကိုမြင်နေရတယ် nullify ရှိရယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ဘော်စီတို့ကလည်းပြန်မြင်နေရတယ် dash shot မှန်သွားရယ်
the entire game. And
does he even know that he hit that? I don't think so. Nullifier.
အန်ကချိတ်တယ် BKB force နေ BKB force နေ AG ရှိနေ Robin မပေးဘူးကောင်းလင်းနေကြားထဲမှာပဲကျွန်တော် white moon လာတယ်ကျွန်တော်နှစ်ကောင်လုံး dash shot နဲ့တော့ touch speed ရတိုင်းနဲ့ပဲ AG တက်ကောက်ကြာသွားပြီ Miguel လာနေဗျာ save light ကိုပြန်ပြီးကြည့်မအောင်ရမယ်33တို့ တင်ကောင်လိုက်ရှာရှီဝကန်နဲ့ပဲဒီရှာကိုတွေ့သွားတာโอเคတကထက်ကုန်သွားတယ်ကောစရန်33ကိုအရင်အိမ်နဲ့ကောင်းတယ်ဒီတာကကအရောက်ကောင်းတယ် no ပိုင်ပဲစကတ်100နီးပါးလောက်ရှာသွားပြီဗျာ Save like Robbie Crowder လိုက်ရှာနေတော့မကီကောင်းပါလေအေးဝိုင်မွန်တွေ့ပြီအန်ကချိန်ထားတယ်ဝိုင်မွန် What just happened bro what just happened where's your in this motherfucker okay let's go guys 42 minute Hiroki ရလဲ42เนาะ40နဲ့42ကောင် over တွေတော့ကတော့ပျော်စရာကြီးပဲဒီဘက်မှာ busy အောင်မြင်တာနေချလာပြီပေါ်စီနဲ့တွေ့တာ roll up rolling တနာပါတစ်ခါသုံးငါပြီးသားultimate force လိုက်လောက်ပဲ33တကောင်ရတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ no impact key ဖြစ်သွားတယ်ကွာကောင်းတယ်ကွာဟုတ်တယ် Falcon နဲ့ Split Falcon ကတော့ထားပါတော့ Split မပိုင်ပြီးရောเนาะ final မှာ Split မပိုင်ပြီးရော Split ပိုင်ဒီလိုမျိုးပွဲကြည့်ရမှာမဟုတ်ဘူးဒီလားအားလုံးမလာတဲ့ ပတ်ဖန် ဘာကြီးလဲအဲ့ဒါဘာကြီးလဲအဲ့ဒါဘာဝယ်ရလဲ
I would argue they both made a mistake and that's it. But well, yeah, of course.
I receive ဘာကြီးလဲ
You said you didn't want to go down that.
ဩ side back က receive ဟုတ်တယ် side back က receive နေ side back ကောင်းတယ်လိုချင်နေတာ side back ကိုတင်ကားရှီရထည့်ဖို့တော့မျှော်လင့်နေတာတင်ကား side back မပါဘူးရမလို့ side back ကောင်းတယ်တိုင်းနာ side back ကြိုက်တယ်ဒီကွက်ကကောင်းနေပါလား silver light အကျော်ပေးတာတော့မရဘူးလားguys liquid မှာနော် in game တီးတာဘယ်သူလို့ထင်လဲအခုလက်ရှိမှာ silver light နော်ကောတွေအကုန်လုံး silver light ခေါ်တာအခု silver light ကိုပဲ in game တီးတာပေးတာအရှိ tournament တွေမှာ Mickey ကို in game တီးတာပေးတာလို့အလုံးမဖြစ်ဘူးဆိုပြီးတော့ liquid က silver light ကို in game တီးတာပေးပလိုက်ပြီ insania လည်း in game တီးတာမဟုတ်တော့ဘူးအခုကစပြီးတော့ late game ကောတွေလို့ပါအကုန်လုံး silver light ပဲခေါ်တာဒီ grand final မှာတီးရမှာအဲ့တခုပေါ့နော် silver light ကဒီဘက်မှာကောခေါ်နေရဟိုဘက်မှာကျတော့ dyrachyo ကဒီ tournament ကသူ့ရဲ့နောက်ဆုံး tournament ဆိုတော့သူ့ရဲ့ player လိုက်ရမဟုတ်ဘူး Tundra နဲ့ဆော့ရတဲ့နောက်ဆုံး tournament ဒီ tournament ပြီးသွားရင် Tundra မှာသူ့ထုတ်ပြီးတော့အခြားလူထဲမှာဘယ်သူရောက်မလဲတော့မသိသေးဘူးဒီကြတော့ dyrachyo ကစ်မှာပဲ
It's a very weird distribution.
CIS ကကောင်တွေက individual တွေ share ကောင်းတာ individual တွေ share ကောင်းတယ်အဲ့ဒါကြောင့်မို့ကောင်းတွေပွဲမကြည့်တာအရင်ကဆို CIS ပွဲဆိုအရင်ချတာကွာဒီကအခု CIS ပွဲတွေကစောင်းစိတ်နေတရုတ် fight တွေရ
internally among the ranks or the roles, but Saberlight wants that haste. He'll get it. He will walk forward. It will obviously be nullified off immediately if fight.
Yeah, busy.
He wants to use his damage room. Just ran out.
ဟို shot မိသွားပြီကော်ကြားထဲမှာပဲအနောက်မှာချက်ချင်းပဲ Jagyu နေနဲ့တောင်းသွားပြီဗျာ level တင်တိုင်းနဲ့7ခိုက်ထားတဲ့နောက်မှာတော့ Boxy ကိုရင်ဖက်ကိုကြိုးစားတယ် Saber Line နေနဲ့အန်ကချိတ်ထားနေပဲကျွန်တော် Clover ကိုတော့ထိန်းထားနေပဲကျွန်တော် Nike Ghost Run BKB ဖွင့်တိုင်းနေပဲပတ်ပြေးနေရတယ်အဲ့တော့ BKB ပြီးသွားတဲ့အချိန်မှာ Ravage တန်းဖန်သွားတယ်နောက်ကနေ Grave ကောင်းလိုက်တဲ့ Grave အဲ့တော့ခေါင်းမှာ crit ကတကားတစ်ချက်ဝင်တာနဲ့ Mickey တေးပြီဒါမှလည်း laser နဲ့ပဲအဆုံးသက်ပေးထားတယ် Mickey နဲ့ခုထိမသေးသေးဘူးအဲ့ Nisha Mickey ကိုနည်းနည်းကြည့်ပြီးတော့ရမယ်အနောက်က Poison Touch ဝင်လာပြီဆိုမှလည်းခေါင်းပေါ်မှာ Defense Matrix တွေတင်ခံထားနေမှာ Saxa အနေနဲ့တန်းတော့ Oh my fucking god that's liquid အမ white moon မှာကြိတ်ဒါပဲကွာဟဲ့ဟိုမှာ busy တီးပြီးထောင်းနေ busy ကတော့ဘေးပြန်လိုက်ပါ Okay liquid trip key and story ပဲပါယာထားရင်းနဲ့ပဲကျွန်တော် Russian ကတော့ random time ထဲမှာပဲရှိနေတယ်တော့ random time တော့ဖြစ်တယ် random time တော့မပေါ်သေးဘူးဆိုတော့ easy ပဲအဲ့တော့ Mickey တော်တော်ကန်ကောင်းတယ်ပြီးတော့ Silver Light တော်တော်ကောင်းတယ်ဒီဘက်ထဲမှာ Silver Light တော်တော်ကောင်းတယ်ပထမတစ်ချက်ပါလဲဆိုတော့နောက်မှာဆက်စာကိုပြေးထိန်းမိရတယ်ဟိုးရှော့ဆွဲလို့မရအောင်လို့ဒုတိယတစ်ချက် PABKB ကုန်သွားတဲ့ timing quality မှာ Ravage ထွက်လာတာ 0.2 second လောက်ပဲခွာတယ်ကဲအန်ကချိတ်ပေးလိုက်တယ် BC ရန် Rolling တနကုန်ဝိုင်းတော့ညက်နေပြီတော့ Row နဲ့ထပ်ပြီးတော့တုံးရတယ်ဆိုမှ Mickey နေနဲ့တကားခုံလာပြီးကျွန်တော် laser ထပ်ထိုးရတယ်ဆိုမှ mana ကုန်သွားပြီ Mickey နည်းနည်းကြုံထွက်သွားပြီဗျာ Mickey ကို defense matrix တင်ပြီးမှရမယ် defense matrix တင်လိုက်ဆိုမှ Saxa physical damage တောက်လျှောက်ပေးတိုင်းလည်းနောက်ကနေ machine healing နဲ့လည်းမလောက်ပြ Mickey second 100 no ပိုင်ပဲဟိုမားတယ်ကွာမားတယ်တိုက်ကြမလို့လေကွာ BC ရန်ကို BC ရန်ကဒါမင်းလိမ့်တက်လို့မရအောင် crit လာရှင်းရတယ်ကွာမင်းတို့လီးပဲနည်းနည်းလေးချီးကျူးလိုက်ရင်မင်းတို့ကလီးပဲစောက်သုံးမကြအောင်
because this could have turned into a lane of barracks as well. Yeah, very eager to go there. And you're going to see the replay here. So they initiate on Mickey again. The
ကောင်းတဲ့နေချာဟုတ်တယ် patch တွေချိန်သွားတာကိုတဲ့အရင် patch ကဆို CRS တွေကျုံးနေမှာဟုတ်တယ်အရင်ဘက်က အဲ့ဒါတော့ပြစ်မလို့မရဘူးပြစ်မလို့မရဘူးပြစ်မလို့မရဘူးကပတိန်ကိုတော့ပြစ်မှာအမကြီး Silver Light ရဲ့ Rabbit ကိုကြည့်ကျင်း
Perfect. And now this just chain lasers into dyrachyo dice. He does 0 damage.
လေဆာတောက်လျှောက်ပစ်ထားတော့တဲ့မှာ physical attack ကထွက်မလာဘူး
Very late wall, by the way. I'm not sure why that was held on for so long. Fair. Could have maybe been a difference maker. Man.
So close.
ဒါမှလည်းအဲ့ပတ်ထဲမှာရရမယ့် advantage ကိုချက်ချင်းတော့တိုးလိုက်တာပဲ
It was a huge fight for Liquid. Of course, they do give up a little bit, trying to go high ground, but in the end, still taking lead in this game with a 5K stretch at this point. Discrepancy, I should say. Not that big at 47 minutes, that's for sure. And it will be the Dag incident.
Yeah.
So no sheep stick unless he wants to do some backpack shenanigans.
I think the Dagon is better anyway. You have a lot.
So Nisha Dagon เนาะ Nisha ပါ damage တွေထုတ်ရအောင်မယ်Dagon နဲ့ဆိုတော့ Dagon နဲ့ပေါ့ကွာတက်လို့ရှန်ပေါ်နေပြီ Aegis Roshan Banner Refresher Shot choose ရမယ်တော်တော်တန်ဖိုးကြီးရဲ့ Roshan ပဲ Roshan ပြေးခဲ့တယ် Nisha ဆင်းလာပြီအော် Mickey ဆင်းလာပြီ Nisha လည်းရောက်နေပြီ Silver Light Roshan ပေးတဲ့ကိုပြေးခုံသွားတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ तू မင်းခဏကိုရအကြီးပဲလေတာရ
This is an Agnes Scepter on Soxa, actually. Got the crazy rockets.
Now, Tundra did get a nice warm-up for stalling out Roche for 3 minutes earlier today. So maybe this is just yet another one of those situations.
Dyrachyo.
အော်မာ Nisha ကိုမိနေတယ် Nisha Rian လှည့်တယ် E-play မရသေးဘူး Game link ကောင်းသွားပြီ Base 2 မပါလဲပြီးရတဲ့အားနေကြပဲတွေ့တာ Base 2 မပါဘူးမလားမပါဘူးတွေ့လားမင်း Base 2 မပါမှာမင်း Notify ပါလဲအနောက်မှာ Ice ဘက်ကြားထဲမှာ Rabbit ခွဲလို့ရလား Rabbit ဘက်ခွဲလိုက်ပြီနောက်ကနေတောက်လျှောက်တွေပါ Grave တွေပါတင်နိုင်တယ် Vacuum Wall Replica ကကောင်းတယ်တစ်ဖက်မှာ BZN အနေနဲ့တေးတော့မှလားတေးသွားပြီဗျ E-play ထိုးခိုင်းတယ်ပဲ second 100 no buy ပဲ Clock White no buy ပဲ second 100ပဲနေရာလုံး no buy ပဲ33ကိုထပ်ချစ်လို့ရအောင်မလားမရအောင် White Moon ကိုပဲဗျDyrachyo အနေနဲ့အနောက်မှာလဲတော့ supporter နောက်ကောင်ဝင်ရှင်းပြီးသွားပြီ Dyrachyo စစ်တန်းနေပြန်သုံးထားဆိုမှ Hapon ပြန်ဆွဲရမယ် E-play နဲ့နားလည်းမူနဲ့လွဲနေပြီ Dyrachyo ပလင်းခုံလို့ရတယ်ဗျပလင်းထက်ခုံ White 33ကိုပဲဒါပေမဲ့ Dyrachyo အနေနဲ့ Anchor မှာထပ်ချစ်ခံရတယ် Grave နဲ့မှာထပ်စိတ်ထားဆိုမှမရဘူး Dyrachyo အနေနဲ့ E-play တွေပါထပ်ထိုးခံရတယ်လုံးဝလှုပ်မရဘူးနောက်မှာ33ကို Fear Dash Shot တွေနဲ့မှာထပ်မှန်နိုင်နေပဲ33ကိုတက်အကောင်တက်အေးလို့တက်ဒါပဲ no buy ပဲသွားနော်ဘာမှလည်းမရှိဘူး free rush မ free rush ရအောင်မလို့ပြီးဘာမှတော့ force ရမှာ Roshan နဲ့ပြန်ဝင်လာလို့ရတယ်ဒါမှလည်း safe ဖြစ်ဖို့ယူရောNisha ပြကြောင်ကဘာလဲ Nisha ပြကြောင်ကလေဆာလေးဗျလေဆာကဟိုဘေးနောက်ကောင်တွေ bounce တာဟုတ်တယ်မလားဟုတ်တယ်
assist you in doing this, but these are valuable seconds that perhaps could have been multiple racks, but possibly this is the saver approach. You're seeing the replay here. BZM did not get to
700 range ကို bounce တာ
controlled start to finish, anchor, stun.
The laser bounce once on the first target up to 700 range from the primary one နဲ့prioritizing hero တွေကိုပဲ prioritize လုပ်ပြီးသွားတာပေါ့နော်
Maybe that begs the question, are you buying the right items? Is this a problem that you could have solved?
Nisha ရှက်မရှိသေးဘူးနော်ရှက်ဝယ်လိုက်ရင် referee လေးရမှာသူ့နောက် Dyrachyo ကတ်လာရင် referee လေးကောက်ပေါက်လိုက်ရင်လွင့်အောင်ပါ
It's true. We saw so many.
So Aegis ကောက်ပြီးသွားပြီ hang on စတက်နေပြီ
This thing is it's insane. It is going up in my rankings of best ags in the game. This is like a top 15 maybe right now. It's crazy. It's really good.
ကောင်းတယ်မင်းတို့ဖြစ်နေစမ်းမင်းတို့ကောင်းတယ်
A set of racks in the mid lane for Liquid.
Nisha တကောင်40လား50လားမသိဝယ်လိုက်ပြီတလိန်နောက်တစ်လိန်ထည့်ယူမယ်
Keep going. These 20 seconds is easily a second lane. They'll force the glyph for the time being, but if they're fully set up, keep in mind Tide also has refresher shard off that Roche. I mean, how on earth are you going to access?
Nisha တင်ကားရလုံးဝ secret weapon ပဲစောင်းအကျန်းတယ်အစအဲ့တင်ကားကြီးက insania ထင်တာ
There goes trying to continue their dominance here against not only Tundra but everybody at this tournament effectively. In this playoffs, they lost one game to Aurora. That's it.
Yep.
They've been undefeated since.
မင်းပြောရတယ် liquid ကလည်းတင်ကားဟာရဟူရှော့မိနေနောက်မှာ7ကိုဟုတ်ပါမလား Dyrachyo ရောက်လာပြီ Mickey Nullify တင်ကန်ထားရတယ်အဲ့တော့ဒီဘက်က call လေးကိုပဲဖြတ်ပြီးပြေးသွားရင်းနဲ့ပဲကျွန်တော် Dyrachyo အနေနဲ့ has me ခံမှာကြောက်တော့ little လစ်ပြီး rolling thunder backline နဲ့ဝင်ကြည့်ပေးကြရင်းနဲ့ပဲကျွန်တော် Mickey နဲ့ Silver Light ကိုတော့ wall replica ကြားမှာ vacuum မှာဆွဲထားနေပဲ rolling thunder နောက်တစ်ချက်ထပ်ဝင်လာပြီ Aegis ကိုခက်လန်းလန်းရမယ်ချနေနေပဲကျွန်တော် Aegis ကမ down သေးဘူး Nullify ထပ်တင်နဲ့ E-play နဲ့ထပ်စေထားတယ် rocket flare နေပဲ short သွားပြီဗျEgypt တက်ကောက်ကြောက်သွား save light BKB ပေးတာ33 BKB ပေးတာ33ကိုပဲ save light တောက်လျှောက်ချီပေးရမယ် dash shot တွေ33ကိုမှန်နေတယ် save light တက Ravish ဟင်းနောက်တစ်လုံးလုံးရှိသေးရနော် Okay ကောင်းတယ်ဆက်စားမရှိဘူးဒီဘက်မှာ dyrachyo dash shot မှန်ထားရင်းနဲ့ပဲ BKB 6 second ရှိသေးတယ်နောက်ဆုံးတလန်းကိုထပ်ချိုးနေပြီ Northern Fiber ထပ်တင်ထားတယ်တင်ငါကို miss လေးအပ်ပေးလိုက်ရင်အရင်ကောင်းပါပဲတဲ့အော် missile လေး missile အော်အေး
Be a bit annoying for Mickey, but he is going to get this melee.
နောက်ဆုံးတလန်းရိုးစနာဝင်လာပြီ Northern Fiber တင်တယ်ဝင်ဖြတ်တယ် 7 ကိုမပြတ်သေးဘူး BKB ကြီးတယ် score strength ဖွင့်တယ်ဆိုတော့ Satan နဲ့ပြန်ခုတ်ဖို့ကြိုးစားရဆိုမှ Northern E-play ပါလာထိုးပေးတာရဗျအဲ့တော့ Mickey နဲ့ cheese ပါထပ်ပြီးတော့စောင်းဘယ်ကောင် cheese လာကျွေးသွားလဲ Oh my god ကောင်းလိုက်တာအဲ့ busy ရန်အပေါ်တက်တယ် Ravish ကောင်းလိုက်တာ3 man 33 down သွားပြီဘာမှချက်ချင်းမပြန်ပေးတာ busy ရန်နဲ့အဲ့တော့ dyrachyo နဲ့ဒီဘက်မှာဘာမှရှိတာဘာမှရှိရ second 100ပေးမရမယ်အဲ့တော့ 4 vs 5ထပ်ဆိုင်ရမယ် space ရော liquid မှာကုန်သွားပြီအဲ့တော့ bossy တကောင်လည်းပဲထားခဲ့ပြီးပြေးမှာလား anchor ထပ်ချိတ်ထားတယ်ပြီး has မှာမိတိုင်းနဲ့ပဲကြောဒီဘက်မှာတကွန်နေ e-blade တွေနဲ့ nisha PU လိုက်ပြီး focus နေ33ရင်ဒိုင်းပတ်သွားပြီအဲ့တော့ hat ပုံးမှာထပ်ဆွဲထားနေမှာ white moon nullify sorry ဒီ aeon disc ကတော့ပွင့်သွားရင်းနဲ့ပဲ3လမ်းမီကနော်ငါသာဒီနေ့အပြင်မသွားခဲ့ခင်ငါဒီပွဲမှာငါထည့်သမျှအကုန်နိုင်မှာဟဲ့အောင်လီးပဲliquid gear ပါကြိုက်ထားတယ် liquid winner ကြိုက်ထားတယ်နောက်လို့ရှိရင်ဗာလဲ mega creep spawn ကြိုက်ထားတယ်နောက်ပြီးရင် nisha နဲ့ဟို bzian gear ပါကြိုက်ထားတယ်လီးပဲငါသာရှိခင်အကုန်နိုင်မှာကွာဒီမှာတင်ကကောက်ခတ်ခံထားရတယ်ဆက်ကာတောက်ချောက်ပါတီဆောနဲ့ကပ်ပေးတိုင်းမှာ dyrachyo နဲ့ ice ပတ်ကြားမှာ2 man ပဲနော် Mickey နှစ်ကောင်လုံးရိုက်ခွဲလိုက်နေမှာ GG game number 1ကျော် tin liquid 7 တင်ကအတွဲလေးနဲ့ပဲနိုင်ရရှိသွားပြီဗျအဲ့တော့နော် dyrachyo အနေနဲ့ကတော့ Tundra ကနေအထုတ်ခံရဖို့အတွက်အချိန်မှာဒီမဲ့ performance နေတာကြာသွားခဲ့ပြီကြီးရည်နဲ့ညောင်းလာပြီညောင်းရင်နှိပ်ပြီးမဲ့ကိုကြီးလာခဲ့ကဲအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် game number 2ပါနော် game 2တော့ရောက်သွားပါပြီဗျာဒီပုံစံဆိုရင် game 5သွားမလားမသိဘူးဒါမှမဟုတ် 3-0 တော့နေ
in this game 69 nice 1000 damage Mickey on the 46
yeah pretty damn good Shiva
that was just game 1 of this best of 5
စကေားတယ်ဗျာစကေားတယ် Oh my god အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် game number 2မှာပြန်လာခဲ့ပါမယ်
100%. And they will opt to go for Lifestealer. This matchup is slightly changed due to the recent changes to Aghanim Scepter on Lifestealer. So sure, you get the extra bit of hits, so it means more damage, but you're also not disarming Ursa.
Yeah, and this is why the Enigma ban feels better. You're not really caring too much. And with Jakiro in the 5-row, Night Stalker with Silence, he can never really kill the Lifestealer. You put one Ice Path down or a Drill Breath, you're going to build enough gap for Lifestealer to walk away from that aggression.
Now, we do know dyrachyo plays a lot of Lifestealer, and so does Liquid. So I would only imagine that they have a plan on how to deal with this Lifestealer, considering, as we just saw the stats, he has great success with it. 5-2 so far here in Wallachia.
Yeah. I think the Ursa already, when you get to Basher, Abyssal down the line, you lock onto him, you can threaten him. Sure, the Lifestealer is going to jump inside the Ursa, but you do have the jump to be able to punish a out-of-position Lifestealer. Once Night Stalker also gets Blink. It's basically Blink Ursa, Blink Night Stalker. You kill the Lifestealer every single time until he gets BKB.
Yeah, my question is, what do they want to pair it up with? And Muerta does look like kind of an obvious choice, because once Ursa goes in, it is protection against your Darkseer and also the silence that you're definitely going to need to kill both Weaver and Ursa, something that he doesn't like to play into, especially pre-BKB. This gives them a lot of team fight, a lot of ways to fight into certain areas. You drop that silence, vacuum wall as well. Jakiro is very good at going into Tormentor and taking the fight. dyrachyo, he's having a blast. Something's really funny.
Do we think Team Liquid should secure their mid here or later? They will not have overall last pick, so they have to pick their mid before Tundra has to select theirs, and it seems like that's one we are looking for. Together with, I guess, also maybe a hero for Insania, but they will select the puck. It's a hero with a very low win rate, but not in the hands of Nisha.
Yeah, and in this game he has some clear combinations, right? To coil the Darkseer to prevent the Surge feeling good. The backline supports. Sure, Ice Path and Cooling can be very disruptive to a puck, but they're also hard to hit in the chaos of the fight. So Nisha should be pretty happy with the game he has.
Yeah, I would like to see for Liquid, like Crystal Maiden, because I really love that lane combination against the Darkseer with Ursa, and maybe even remove something like a Silencer. I think that would be really, really good to be able to, because you would have multiple layers of silence against the Lifestealer, which would be really good. Break the combo as well. You have Night Stalker providing vision. You can easily lock onto a target and kill it.
Yeah, we'll see which position 5 Tundra respects here for dealing with the lane, the Darkseer and the Muerta.
I wish some of these heroes were more playable. Because like looking into this lineup, like let's say they're banned, I'd say Oracle. Okay, Tundra do respect
you're
it.
against Liquid. I guess they're the only team that you ban Oracle against.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like Silencer I think is really good for the combo break. Oracle punishes Darkseer in lane. I even want to throw around Treant Protector into the mix a little bit. Overgrowth into a Lifestealer, into Darkseer. Strong lane with the Ursa if you really want to. But that's like secondary to a Crystal Maiden, right? Or a Silencer.
Yeah, Silencer is the one that got banned, so Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, I think Crystal Maiden's going to be most likely the pick for Liquid.
It's the tournament meta against the hero for sure.
Yeah. And it's how Falcons played as well. A lot of the times they were playing against the Darkseer. It did feel good in the lane, especially if you pair it up with a hero that really benefits from keeping them in place.
So that means that on the side of Tundra, the question mark is, what is BZM going to play? Is it going to be up against the puck? So it might not be the greatest Invoker game, but I feel like it's still my duty to mention it.
Into puck, it's the best matchup for puck.
So it will be banned.
I hope.
Ooh, there is hope yet.
No, I mean, the puck is really good into Invoker.
Oh, that's what I already said, yeah, so it's probably not going to happen.
Yeah,
Oh,
sorry.
and then I misunderstood.
Correct.
And I'm wrong about matchups all the time, so I figured this was...
No, it's okay.
I feel like there's going to be some casual Dragonite coming out from BZM. They will see the full lineup, and it's banned, never mind.
Dragonite and Monkey King were those final bans for Team Liquid, so those are the ones they do not want to face in the mid lane.
Well, give us some spice. Sure, Crystal Maiden's a tournament meta, but come on, Insania.
That's an interesting
Give me the tree
from Saberlight.
It's the opposite of...
It goes up.
Yeah, it's the opposite of Whitemon. Yeah.
This is true. The meta. Okay, there's a Grimstroke.
Ooh,
what do you think about that one?
It's a rare hero, but the Soulbind into Darkseer, I think there is a world in which the bug, very, very disruptive. I'm hoping Insania maybe looks at getting that a little bit earlier on compared to going for Inkswell max, but into Ursa lane, lots of aggression.
You have to kill and the Swarm and the Ghost.
Yeah, and the bugs have been buffed. They are now 3, 4, 4, 5 hits to kill if you have
Sorry, say again quickly.
3, 4, 4, 5.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's very difficult to kill. They're going to be farming that XP with the bugs, but you also need to be careful about the Phantom. That's going to be another way of silence. So 1, 2, 3 silences coming out from Team Liquid.
Jakiro is going to be in overload this game, just double hitting everything. I'm killing your buggy, this bug, that bug.
That's good. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yep, massive counter.
Kind of. Give him a well, Mickey
He's
winner
a
be
full minute, though, to decide what he's going to play mid.
Even if this game goes later, Grimstroke into these heroes, it's gonna be nice, right? You're going to have the Agnums to take over the Lifestealer, get your own Radiance, but obviously that's 40 minutes down the line for a position 5 Grimstroke. Easy a mid hero.
Yeah.
You don't really want to pick Ember into potential Soulbind and the Coil and Night Stalker silencing. The fact that
Tango, these types of heroes are kind of gone, considering you're playing into 2 leash mechanics and triple silence.
Yeah, playmakers do not look fun into any of Liquid's heroes.
No, because they all like to be mobile.
Exactly.
And they basically have an anti-mobile lineup. So with that logic, ooh, they go for TA. That was not on my bingo card, guys. What makes this a good TA game?
We're already starting to break down the fact that Liquid has deleted BZM's playmaker hero pool with their, their draft. So finding a farming hero that can eventually, by BKB, stand their ground. DK, Monkey King, the band from Liquid are kind of a good example of that. TA, we don't see her.
A trophy ကိုစောင်းကြိုက်တယ်ကွာလေးပဲ
one of the mid heroes that fits that.
ငါတို့က figure ဝယ်ကြအောင်လို့ trophy နဲ့စောင်းမိုင်းနေ
Overcome the team fight, that's inevitable.
ဒီသူများ trophy တွေခွက်တွေပလုံးတွေမဟုတ်ဘူးစောင်းမိုင်း figure ကြီး
It had the lowest win rate of
လေးဖြစ်မှာလေးတော့ထင်တာတန်လုံးကြီးရ
It was sitting
ဟို
below
မနိုင်
4%
trophy
right
နဲ့
now,
ကောက်
it
ရ
is
ရင်တော့သေတော့တယ်
40%. And that's the overall last pick for Tundra. Also, the combination between Lifestealer and Templar Assassin means that most of your damage is going to be physical, so I do expect them to itemize with some Solar Crest, with the Ghost Scepters, maybe even earlier AC on the Night Stalker. So it gets pretty easy when we talk about itemization from the heroes. I think Team Liquid cooked again with this draft.
Okay, so give some hope to the Tundra fans. Because with TA, with such a low win rate, there must be a plan here where they're going to be popping off.
Greed is sometimes good, and if they can get to their items, utilizing Shard on TA and Lifesteal having Radiance and Darkseid with Shivas, like, if the economy is unlimited for Tundra, then their draft looks good. It's just a lot of farm. Like, you've got a farming mid, a farming offlane, a farming carry. It's a lot of fun. I didn't really give hope. I'm sorry. I completely ignored what you asked me to
It's all good. It's all good. We want to hear some more, but we're going to hear from the coaches instead.
Thank you so much. Yes, here with Jabs. Jabs, pretty interesting stuff here coming out. I mean, the Grimstroke, I know you guys have a lot of experience with this hero. You guys have played it many, many times. Not so much particularly at this tournament. So is this an example of you guys pulling out a secret strat they had predicted, or just really good for this draft?
Just really good for this draft. I think right now the guys are really good at playing basically anything. So we kind of are looking to make their game not nice. And I think Grimstroke kind of put a wrench into their last pick. And that's kind of why we picked it.
Yeah, now that last pick of a TA, is that a good answer to what you guys had on that Grimstroke? I mean, we have not seen too much of that hero either. Obviously, another comfort pick for them. Was that even on your radar?
To be honest, not really, but I also don't think it's the greatest. But, I can be proven wrong and we might just get stumped in 15 minutes, but I think we're happy with what we have, and to me that's the most important, that we're comfortable in what we're playing. So yeah, I hope it's going to
really
Absolutely. Sort of confidence you guys coming into this series. Again, doing very well against this team in the past. Were you expecting game 1 to go that easy, and are you expecting a nice 3-0 where they have no chance?
I wouldn't say game 1 was easy. I think we made a few mistakes, but we still had a very nice chance of winning throughout the entire game, and then we just had to get 1-2 good team fights and we won the game. So that was pretty nice. Yeah, we have won quite a lot against Tundra, but I think when you come into a grand final, it kind of turns into its own little meta. Things can change, so it's important that we don't get too ahead of ourselves. So we're still focused, and yeah, I mean, I hope for a 3-0 obviously, but some entertaining Dota could also be nice for once. I mean, our last 3-0 was not the most entertaining.
Absolutely, it was awful. Thank you so much. As we go to our casters, who I know are almost entertaining, it's going to be Suns fan and Syndra.
Thank you.
ကောင်းလိုက်တာဒီဘက်က caster လည်းပြင်းကြမကောင်းအခုလာမယ့် caster ပြောတယ်
That was very soft on the cringe.
Yeah, I just had nothing else to say.
Needs to step it up.
ကဲဆိုတော့မြင်မှာ Tundra နဲ့ niche Tundra နဲ့ Pack နဲ့ Tundra ပဲကြိုက်တယ်နော်
Actually surprisingly positive.
ဘာမှတော့ပြောကြမရှိပါဘူးပြောလည်းပြောချင်တော့ဒီမန်းနေမပြောပါဘူးမြင်မှာတော့ Tundra ပိုကြိုက်တယ်လက်စစ် secure ဖို့တော့လည်းမဲရှိရယ်physical trade ဖို့တော့ကလည်း refreshing ရှိရယ်နော်ပြီးရင် side blade နဲ့လည်းနှိမ်လို့ရတယ်ပြီးဘက်က HP ပူနေတဲ့အတွက် side blade ထိနာမယ်နော် timing game timing player လည်းဖြစ် timing hero လည်းဖြစ်တဲ့ Tundra ကိုပိုကြိုက်တယ်အော်လဲမှာတော့ဒါ Tundra လိမ့်မဲပေါ့နော် nice dog ကအတကုံထုခံမှာ
Oh, is white mon okay is the question.
အမေပြောပြီးဆိုရင်လည်း fab ပေးလိုက်ရပြီကောင်းတယ်အပါပေးရတယ် liquid ကိုMickey ဝင်လာတဲ့ Jushin အဲ့နာ
I think what happened in this draft is that BZM ran out of heroes that he wants to play for the archetype of lineup that Tundra are running. So all of the options that they want him on when they're playing Darkseer and Jakiro and Lifesteal as a trio together with it would generally be either Tiny or Dragon Knight or Spirit Heroes. And Tiny was banned, Dragon Knight was banned, and the Spirit Heroes against Night Stalker, Puck, and Grimstroke sound really unappealing. So they kind of cornered him in this. This is the most targeted I think we've seen. Oh, nice play here. Nisha. He denied the bottom water and then jaunted to the top water. So effectively he got one and destroyed one. So BZM will get no refill. Yeah, the upside to TA is the laning stage against Puck should be good. It's a classic matchup, but I don't think it's as TA favorite as it used to be. So I think Nisha will be able to do just okay here. He will lose, but not by a landslide, which is what we used to see in the past.
ကျွန်တော်ပြောတဲ့အတိုင်းပဲတွေ့တာ caster Ascendant ပြောရကြော်တယ်ပြောတဲ့အတိုင်းပဲမင်းမှာ T ရနိုင်တယ်ဗောနော် name breaker hero ဒါပေမဲ့ဒီစေးပဲအောက်မှာ box 0 try နေပြီကျွန်တော် white mon white ညခင်အိုင်းနေရှော့သွားပြီဒီပွဲမှာတော့ save line နေနဲ့မနေ့ကပွဲလိုမျိုးမဟုတ်ဘဲနဲ့တော်တော်လေးကိုအဆင်ပြေနေရယ်လက်စစ်14កောင်တော့စားရနိုင်တယ်နော် level 3ရောက်သွားပြီအစ်စေးပဲ white mon နှစ်ခါတော့တတ်ထားနိုင်တယ် dyrachyo နေနဲ့ white mon မရှိဘဲနဲ့နေအောင်မယ်ဗောနော် white mon ကလမ်းလျှောက်ပြီးပြန်လာမှာ back to back တေသွားလိုမျိုးဖြစ်သွားတယ်
overall net worth 3 minutes in.
ဟော TP ရသွားပြီကွာမြင်နေတာဟော10မိနစ်မောင်ကတတ်ထားတာပဲအဲ့တော့3မိနစ်ဆိုပြင်းရတယ်10မိနစ်ခွဲမှတေးတာဝိုင်မောင်ကအော်အာဆာ Grand Stroke ပေါ်လဲကစောင်းရမ်း strong တယ်ကွာအာဆာလို hero မျိုးအလိုချင်ဆုံး supporter ထဲမှာ Grand Stroke ကထိပ်ဆုံးပဲဗျSaxa စပယ်ကုန်သွားပြီ Majestic 2ချက် charge 3ခုရှိရဒါမှမနေသေးဘူးအဲ့တော့ Stroke the Fate နော် Mickey ဒါပဲနော် Mickey ထည့်ရတာ okay အော်မ dyrachyo ကြီးလေး on မရသေးဘူး Mickey တော့ on ရပြီအာဆာလို hero မျိုးအတွက်ပျော်စရာကောင်းလုံးတဲ့ position 5ကို liquid ကရွေးချယ်ပေးရတာနောက်ပြီးတော့ဒီ dyrachyo အတွက်ဒီဘောနော်ဟာလေ final embrace ကိုကြောက်တယ် Tundra လည်းကြောက်တယ် taxi ကလည်း final embrace ကြောက်တယ်ဘာလို့ final embrace ကိုသူရိုက်ဖို့တဲ့သူ့မှာ test speed နေတယ်အဆင်ပြေတယ်အစေးပဲဒီဘွဲအေးနေကြည့်မယ်အေးပြီးတော့အေးပြီးတော့
And now that it applies a basic dispel on cast as well, there's some utility in that potentially against TA traps. That he didn't know that at the time, but it's very good against Jakiro, of course. The TA was the overall last pick, so it wasn't targeted at that, but it'll have a little bit of utility there. There's no soulbind combos, right?
That's not true. There's a void.
Void. That's the one combo.
That's big.
So not really looking for that, but that's not why they picked the hero clearly.
Yeah. Soulbind နဲ့ chase ရပါဘာမှမရှိဘူးဒီမှာ soulbind ချိတ်ပြီးတော့ void ညှစ်လို့ပဲရမယ် single target spell ဘာမှမပါဘူး observe rate နှစ်ကောင်ခောက်လို့ရမယ်ချက်ပြောင်းတစ်ခါရှိမယ်
Nice ice path from White Mon and his Boxy getting low, trying to deny himself to the crease potentially.
crease နဲ့ deny သွားပြီဒီဘက်မှာ dyrachyo ပြေးနေရတယ် Saberlight void ညှစ်လို့ရသွားပြီ vision နဲ့မြင်လိုက်ရတယ်ဆိုမှ dyrachyo OB အောက်ထဲမှာ rage ပေါင်ပြောင်းသွားတယ် day တိုင်းရောက်သွားတယ်ဟျောင်းကြီး
Not a hero any longer.
Nice juke, bought enough time, and now he actually has to TP out to check the mana on Jakiro.
day တိုင်းရောက်သွားတယ်ကွက်တီပဲ
for the ice path.
Anyway, back to my very important point about Grimstroke. The Aghanim Scepter, if it ever comes out, it really won't provide that much. They don't really have any good illusion targets here.
No, and that's what's kind of interesting, right? If you're picking this hero, despite Soulbind not being good, or particularly good anyway in the game, it still has the binding effect in this. It's obviously powerful in that aspect of forcing enemy heroes to move together, but the Scepter, like you said, also, honestly, I think a lifesteal one is pretty strong if it has...
T-Dorby မှာရှိတယ် Fisher ရှိတယ်ဗျာနော် Fisher ရှိမယ် Bloodland 2 Bloodland 3 ရှိမယ် Bloodland 3 ရှိမယ်
So I wouldn't mind seeing that eventually. I think that illusion is actually extremely powerful, but it's not the traditional Terrorblade or Luna, but it's still good.
Yeah, that's true.
But I don't think, I genuinely don't even think that was a consideration for the pick. I don't think they thought about the Aghanims even remotely for this game. So. Ursa with a free start, as expected, against Dark Simware. It's a pretty damn easy lane when you have a 5 Grim. And Tundra will need to try to find some sort of solutions as the laning stage breaks apart now a little bit.
40 and 11 right now. And you can see dyrachyo on the other side, 24 and 5. So having a bit of a struggle, so it feels like he's been at low HP the entire laning stage. Yeah, Saksa comes in to help out, not able to turn it into a kill though. And
Saber is not an easy kill.
Insania.
Oh, if they get both of these, that is...
It looks like they're getting it.
Oh, that's illegal. You can't do this when the lanes go like this, Tundra. That is... Yeah. That's really bad news. They didn't even... It looked like they genuinely thought they couldn't contest it at all. They're also not going to kill Weaver. They got nothing.
Oh, boy.
They lost both Wisdoms, and one of them went to Night Stalker, so he's going to get a fast level 6. And Saberlight, he's already not an easy kill down here with those early phase boots and a bracer. So even if they were to catch him at daytime, I frankly don't even know if their 3 heroes could have necessarily killed him without a trade of some sort from Weaver. So.
Nisha.
Nisha.
They're going to try to go on him. BZM, of course.
Nisha ကြီးကိုလာဖို့တဲ့3ယောက်လုံးလာဆိုမှ Nisha အနေနဲ့လွတ်သွားပြီအဲ့တော့ side lane တွေမှာ call တွေအကုန်လုံးတယောက်ချင်းစီဖြစ်ခဲ့ဆိုတော့သိရပါတော့ဒါပေမဲ့ outline ဘာလို့မရအောင်ပြ day time ဖြစ်နေဝင်တက်လို့လည်းမရဘူး easy ပဲ modification မှာကာပြီးတော့ tower ချိုးလုပ်နေတယ် Tundra level 6ရောက်သွားပြီဆိုတော့ track 9နေပဲဟုတ် trap နေပဲကွာ
Find the ganks successfully, at the very least play off of creeps and try to force a rotation from the enemy team. Liquid will not bring anyone. They feel like Nisha is comfortable on his own. And instead, they will maybe look to soon dive dyrachyo.
Nisha နဲ့နေလက်စစ်နိုင်ပါနော်ကျွန်တော်ပြောရတဲ့အတိုင်းပဲ Tundra တားတယ်နေမှာ
He's level 5 by the way. Very, very strong on the Weaver. And Night Stalker 6 after this next wave. I think they have dyrachyo on their site, so they gotta need to help them out with Naruto Tundra.
ဒီဘာဆိုအရှင်နေပြီ final ကြည့်အောင်မယ် Navi နဲ့ဟိုနဲ့ Vitality အော် Navi မဟုတ် sorry Vitality နဲ့ဟိုနဲ့
Tier 1 tower might be conceded. Insania, he's going to take a trap.
Vitality နဲ့ separate Vitality နဲ့ mouse နဲ့
Oh my god, he gets that too. Oof.
That feels like a bit of a misplay from BZM to make that a possibility. I think he could have played that in a different fashion, so he guarantees the last hit. Your TA.
မင်းတော့ဆိုရပေးလိုက်ရပြီ Tundra assassin ဖြစ်နေတဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်နော်AC ပဲကျွန်တော် Tundra တော့ game ကို AC ဆော့နေရအောက်မှာ dead section ပြောင်းလာပြီးတော့ dyrachyo တိုက်နေတယ် dyrachyo နဲ့တေသွားပြီး solo kill ခံလိုက်ရဗျာအပေါ်မှာလည်း gun stat တွေကတော့ဒါ 33 ရှင်းပြီးသားဆို AC ပဲအလေလမ်းမှာ tower ပေးလိုက်ရလွယ်လို့ mechanic နဲ့ sorry Nisha နဲ့ family နေနေရလွယ်လို့ကျွန်တော်အကုန်လုံးကတော့ Nicole ဘက်ကဆင်ပြေရယ်
She obviously can't kill him at all.
So Civilite night time နဲ့ရောက်ပြီဆိုတော့အလဲမှာလာပြီးတော့ကူဆော့ပေးရမယ် BC အောက်ကိုဆင်းသွားတော့သိလိုက်တဲ့ information drink wine လည်းရှိရယ်
All 3 lanes are going fine. Mid lane obviously as you mentioned they lost the tower, but that's the one lane that they can afford to lose.
အာဆာနဲ့လည်း Fury ရောက်တော့တော်လေးနီးစက်နေပြီဆော့ဆော့လေးတော်တော်လေးဆော့ပြီးမယ်လို့ထင်တယ်
Basically nothing even at this stage of the game.
And the win, as the panel was talking about, TA's win rate is in the dumps. So it's a snowball or miss hero in my eyes right now.
And he ain't snowballing, at least not yet.
Not yet. Tundra, they have tools to make it snowball though. It's actually a very nice hero together with Darkseer because you can vacuum into silencing traps. You can give her Surge, which allows her to stick on her target. They do have some, it's not an obvious synergy, but
He's going to enrage BZM. They're going to look for the kill and they get their
Drink wine ပြန်ပေးလို့ရမယ် 2 man လုံးပဲ one riff ဒါပေမဲ့လည်း liquefier joy brand နဲ့ထွက်သွားတယ် BZM ပဲ try မယ်ပြီးနောက်မှာ bouncy ပါပြန်ရောက်လာပြီး BZM အနေနဲ့ပြဿနာတက်သွားပြီး refreshing မပြန်သုံးရင်ပြန်ပြစ်တယ်ဆိုမှ save light တေသွားပြီဗျာ dash shot ပါထပ်မှန်သွားတယ်နောက်မှာ bouncy နဲ့ BZM ထပ် try ကိုစူးစမ်း2ယောက်လုံးတောင်းတယ် Oh my god, BZM သူ့ရဲ့ hero ရဲ့ power အကောင်းဆုံးသုံးချသွားတယ်ပြန်လှည့်ပစ်တာတော်တော်ကြာသွားတယ်
I really thought they had him and so did Liquid. Their play call there was prioritize the TA over the guaranteed Jakiro kill in the coil. They didn't have enough against the refraction and now Nisha getting
Lemon Nisha dash shot ထပ်မှန်သွားပြီ BZM တပတ်ကြီး
kill for BZM.
Okay, this is
somehow that turned into a double kill, but yeah, that what just happened? It's so random.
Yeah, this is the dream for them. We just said this hero needs to snowball, and he just got the perfect situation. Really well played there by BZM, and I don't fault Liquid for thinking they had the kill there. Although I do question why they didn't have the swarm available for this move. Maybe it was on cooldown from somewhere else in boxing, but you're seeing the rotation in here. They get the Waning Rift 0 damage, of course, on the coil, silence, and here comes Weaver. No swarm, right?
Yeah.
I think he also missed the blood grenade, maybe.
That's true.
He did. So,
yeah, that refraction saved
ice path,
life.
Beautiful. Damn. All right, we have a game.
Yeah,
this was looking like it could get scary very fast, but Tundra have stabilized it.
Oh my, stabilized.
They've taken a 2K lead now.
Jakiro level 7 နော် truck ဖောက်ထားတယ်နောက်က macro by ice bat dyrachyo တောက်ချောက်ထိုင်ဟင်းနေရကြော bouncy အနေနဲ့တော့ပြေးရအောင်ပဲဗျ civilize အနေနဲ့အောက်မှာတစ်ခါထပ်တီသွားနီရှားပါထပ်ပြေးနေရပြီ33တောက်ချောက်တော့လိုက်ဖမ်းနေရ
33 going to follow the orb, follow the bright lights, young man. Not sure if they're going to find this connection though.
No, he's just going to take away their triangle.
How dependent is TA on getting stacks? Because 33 has been the one killing him so far.
That's very situational, depending on kills. Now that he has 3 kills, I think not so much. If they had no kills at all in mid, it would be very.
Miguel Fury ရောက်တဲ့ရန်နီးနေပြီအဲ့ချိန်မှာတက်ခံရတော့ပြဿနာတက်သွားနိုင်တယ်
Clear any stacks in this game to find impact now when he's this far ahead of the puck. He was ahead by 300 minutes.
I wonder if they can do this. Open wants to start things out.
dyrachyo ပြန်ဟစ်နေတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ calling dash shot enrage တုံးလို့ရမလားလက်ထက်မှာဟိုလည်းပါနေသေးရဆိုတော့ easy ပဲ dyrachyo ထက်ချစ်ဖို့ကြိုးစားနေတယ်ကျွန်တော် wall rip ကကြားထဲမှာပဲကျွန်တော်33 vacuum ထက်ဆွဲလို့ရမယ်ဆိုမှ search ပဲ dyrachyo တင်ပြီးတာ dyrachyo info ချက်ချင်းပဲပြန်ဝင်ထားရင်းနဲ့ပဲကျွန်တော် Mickey တေသွားပြီဗျအောက်မှာလည်း Jakiro ပြင်ရတယ်ဗောနော်
They were looking horrific in the first few minutes and now we're in pretty good control of the game.
They'll trade away Whitemon bottom, but that's a very good trade, of course. Getting that Ursa, slowing him down is well worth it. Now poking the top tier 1. Nisha trying to do a little bit of chip damage here, maybe setting up for a coil, but the reinforcements are not available. Saberlight has TP on cooldown, so they have to give up this tower as well. I'm so surprised they managed.
Liquid နဲ့ရှောင်းဆော့ရမှာ BZM တိုင်မင်းနဲ့ပြန်ဝင်လာပြီ
in 3 minutes with the start that they had and no wisdoms.
Yeah, it's really strange.
That river fight is massive. Boxy silenced. Any death shot?
No, double silence. Okay.
Yep.
Another death. dyrachyo will show up to the bot lane.
Stacks.
Yeah, wants to maintain this tower for the eventual Tormentor to come. 14 minutes about to come to be as well. It looks like Mickey will be able to secure the one for Liquid, and Tundra will get their first of the game. Did he? What happened there?
Game 1 ကလည်းမျိုးလည်းမချကြအောင်
He was trying to stack there, but Whitemon level 8 now on this Jakiro.
So
instantly TPs to mid, probably connecting for rune control and maybe a smoke play.
dyrachyo.
အောက်မှာ clipping fear เนาะ inswell ပါတယ် dash action မှာထပ်သုံးနိုင်ဘေးနားမှာ creep ရှိနေတယ်တို့ creep တေသွားပြီ dyrachyo raise from ချက်ချင်းပဲပြောင်းလာတယ် so white နှစ်ကောင်လုံးချိန်ထားဆိုမှ saver light တတ်နိုင်မှာလားvoid တွေပဲထက်ညစ်ထားရဆိုမှလည်း dyrachyo တစ်ကောင်လုံးရတယ်ဘတ်တာလည်းချိန်တော့မှီသွားတယ်BZM တကားလေးပဲခုံပြီး saver light ကိုလိုက်တယ်ဆိုမှ saver light လွတ်သွားပြီဗျ
Looks like he's going to get out.
လွတ်သွားပြီလို့ပြောရမှာ ice bat မထွက်လာတော့
Tendrils of the deep. Oh my goodness.
တန်သွားပြီ dyrachyo နဲ့လဲသွားတာ supporter ကောင်နဲ့
find dyrachyo, so a big kill for Liquid.
BZM တက dragon နဲ့ snake section desolator အဲ့တော့မကြခင် rotation ကြီးမယ်
For dyrachyo. I don't know how you feel.
I wouldn't mind seeing him buy his Euls again yesterday.
Okay.
I actually think it's really good here for the same reasons it was yesterday. Dealing with the puck, dealing with the Ursa. Could be nice. Tundra, it will grab a Tormentor uncontested here. Oh, while I say that, is Boxy really thinking about this?
Shikuchi.
No way, no way!
Oh, not quite. Saksa gets the shard.
I actually think he had it if he just ran into it, but he hesitated for a moment.
Yeah, he did.
He
That
might
was
have
so
actually
close.
had that. That would have been insane.
Why did you pronounce insane?
Insane. He did have the ward, obviously, but still, like, timing that is really, really difficult.
Oh, yeah.
But Tundra instead get a bonus kill.
Indeed.
And Saksa will get the absolute...
Why does it always go to Muerta? Like, am I crazy? Is this confirmation bias? Every single time it's Muerta.
I think it's always Muerta as well. Wouldn't it be funny? So in this patch, clearly the Aghanim's Scepter doesn't drop from row. She always drops Refresher no matter the side.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be funny if this entire tournament, the Tormentor always give the Tormentor to the player with like the latest color in the ranks?
One Riv.
Specific. Yeah, that sounds feasible.
If it
Let's
always
see.
gave it to the
Dyrachyo အဲ့လို Nansen စီလုံးလုံး kick ခံရသေးတာအဲ့နေရာမှာ तू ပတ်ကိုတတ်လို့ဘလို့နီးနေမှမရနိုင်ဘူး तू ခုတ်လဲဘာကြိုးချင်းသူမှမရဘူးဒါပေမဲ့ तू အဲ့နားမှာမတက်ရပြီးစောင့်နေ fish BS တွေတော့ခုတ်တယ်အဲ့ဒါတွေကြောင့် तू ထုတ်ခံမှာကွာဒီကေရီတကောင်အဲ့ဒါမလုပ်တင်ဘူးကွာအရန်အချိန်ကုန်နေကြိုးမရှိဘူးကန်ဆိုးလို့ तू race တွေပါမှားပေးလိုက်မိရင်တစ်ဖက်ကဘက်ကတ်တွေနဲ့တေသွားနိုင်တယ်
He has swarm. At least slightly. He has cover with 33 as Shikuchi not going to be
another tower deny for Liquid.
Going any further, yeah. Deny does come out though. 4K lead for Tundra. As Insania is going to smoke.
Nisha has an amp damage looking for his first kill of the game. 17 minutes in on Puck. He does not even have an assist yet.
That is so crazy.
And he'll find one. Saksa is doomed. What's it going to cost them?
ဒီတော့ထားပါတော့အတမ်နာ trap တွေဆိုင်နေမိရယ်
And his ult.
One Riv let's re all inside ပေါက်တဲ့တန်နဲ့ပဲရှော့သွားပြီအနောက်မှာ33ကိုမိရတယ်search ထပ်တင်ထားတယ်ဆိုမှ drink coin ထောက်ဖို့တော့အရင်ဝေးတယ်ဗျ33 coin မိသွားပြီဒါပေမဲ့ Nisha နေနဲ့ sign နဲ့မိနေတယ် sign နဲ့မိနေတယ် trap တွေ sign နဲ့မိနေတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ One Riv ကောင်းသွားပြီအနောက်မှာလဲ so by နှစ်ကောင်လုံးမိနေတယ် BZN ပဲပြေးအေးနေဗျ BZN နဲ့ AD တို့နဲ့အရန်နာတယ်တဆန်အဲ့ BZN တဆန်ဝဲ what's up 33dyrachyo ထွက်လာတယ်အဲ့ဒါဘာလုပ်တာလဲမင်း kick ဖို့အတွက်kick ဖို့အတွက် reason မလုံလောက်ပါဆိုလားပန်းစုတွေ့လို့မရအောင်လို့ပုံမှန်ဆိုရင်တော့ပန်းစုတွေ့လို့ရတယ်အခုလိုမျိုး soft delay လို့မင်းအဲ့လို soft delay လို့မင်း kick တာကွာဆို reason နဲ့ဒီကောင်ဘာပြန်ပြောမလဲဘာလုပ်တာလဲကောင်းတယ်မင်းတို့ကမင်းဘယ်လိုပဲလုပ်လို့ငါတော့ကောင်းတယ်ကိခံမှာပဲကိခံမှာတေးကြပြီလားတော်ချိုကတေးကြပြီလေကိခံမှာလေမောမန်နာကိုယ်တိုင်ပြောရတယ် dyrachyo ဘာလို့ slap ပေးတာလဲတဲ့ဘာလို့ပေးလဲဆိုတော့ဒီပွဲကသူ့ရဲ့နောက်ဆုံးပွဲပဲတဲ့အဲ့တော့သူစောက်ရှင်တာပေးဆော့လိုက်တာတဲ့အဲ့လိုကြီးကို interview မှာဖြေသွားတယ်လေအဲ့တော့ကိခံရပြီတေးကြပြီလေပြီးတော့အစာတွေကပြီးတော့ liquid ကလည်းအမှန်တမ်းပြောရင်ဒီ liquid ကလည်းလေဒီ wallet ချီယာမှာဒါသူတို့အနေနဲ့အမှန်တော့ article တစ်ခုရေးတာတွေ့ပါ wallet ချီယာမှာဒါသူတို့အနေနဲ့ top 4 မဝင်ခဲ့ဘူးဆိုရင် player 2ယောက်ကိုကစ်မှာ player 2ယောက်ကစ်မှာဆိုတော့ player 2ယောက်ကထွက်မှာအဲ့2ယောက်ကတယောက်က Nisha နောက်တစ်ယောက်က Balzi အဲ့2ယောက်ထွက်မှာ liquid ကဒါပေမဲ့ဒီမှာအခု final ထိရောက်သွားပြီဆိုတော့မထွက်တော့ဘူးအဲ့လိုမျိုးကွာသူတို့ကပြန်ပွဲမဆက်ခင်နေပြောပြီးသားliquid မှာပေါ့နော်ဒီ tournament မှာ top 4 မရဘူးဆိုရင်2ယောက်ထွက်မယ်ထွက်မဲ့2ယောက်ကတယောက်က Balzi ကဘာလို့ထွက်မှာလဲဆိုတော့မျက်လုံးပြဿနာကြောင့် Balzi မှာမျက်စိပြဿနာရှိအဲ့မျက်စိပြဿနာကြောင့်ထွက်မှာ Nisha ကြတော့သူ့ရဲ့ target က TIU ဖို့ပဲ TIU ပြီးသွားပြီဆိုတော့သူဆက်မစော့ကျင်တော့ဘူးနှစ်ချက်အဲ့ဒါပဲဘာလို့ဆိုတော့ရှေ့ဒီ ဆော့ခဲ့တဲ့ drain lead တွေပိုင်းမှာဆိုတော့သူတို့တွေကခွန်8လောက်နဲ့ပြီးခဲ့တာသူတို့အားမရဘူးလို့မျိုး
older school type of Night Stalker build. Very cool. True that. Why pick it up?
တေချာတော့ dyrachyo ထွက်မှာတော့တေချာဘာလို့ဒီရှေ့ interview မှာ moment နဲ့ဖြေသွားတော့ငကိုလေးကကွာတေချာဟို Tundra အဲ့လိုမျိုးလူစင်းလေးရဝါနာပါOne Riv drink coin အဲ့လိုမျိုးဆိုရင်တော့ kick ခံမှာအရန်ကိုတေချာသွားပြီဒါဆိုင်ရှင်းပြန်တုံးထားတယ်နောက်မှာ Saxa ကိုပဲလိုက်ဖမ်းမလား White Moon လားကျွန်တော်လုံးဝ supporter တွေသူတို့လာကယ်လို့မရအောင်ဟိုတောက်လျှောက်ကိုထောက်ထားပြီးရ Nice Stalker အဲ့တော့ Team Liquid ရဲ့ in game leader Nice Stalker အနေနဲ့ကတော့အများကြီးတော့ဒီဘက်မှာလုံးပြနေတော့မယ်33သူ့ရဲ့ supporter တွေကိုပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲ guard လုပ်ပေးထားရင်းနဲ့ပဲ3ယောက်အတွဲတက်လေးပဲပြန်ဖတ်လာတယ်ဗျ Sutherland Triangle ထဲမှာလည်း BCN ရှိရယ်
Doesn't look like a fight will break out.
They will survive, but it's a lot of efficiency lost. You have these 3 heroes that just have to group up and run away from the NS. In the meantime, Liquid are farming on their cores. So that is Dark Ascension down though, but now Natural Night will kick in.
Asa. ဒီမကြခင်မှာ BKB ရတော့မယ် Roshan you man, Bash to you man. Eitos calling. Meta chat.
Again, we'll find Insania again.
Yes, he has food.
He gets 2-shot by TA. It's might be a game to buy Ghost Scepter. Lifestealer and TA sounds pretty good.
Man, Desolator's really fallen off, hasn't it? Not seeing it on
Wall
TA
replica.
even. There's only a couple heroes that are buying.
Yeah,
it
how
right
about
now.
me long near?
This tournament.
Cool name on that time young no.
I don't think
Eitos calling. Dash shot. Lewawi. Civilite.
Actually sidesteps another sign.
Flipping fear. Hey, me kula su TP ထောက်လို့ရပြီလေ Off vacuum ရှိသေးတာပဲ Armlet ဖွင့်ပိတ်လုံးလိုက်စမ်းပါကွာအဲ့မီလိုးတွေကိုပြလိုက်စမ်း Liquid ရဲ့ engage leader ဆိုတာဘယ်လိုမျိုးလဲဆိုတော့
Space. He gets tipped by Mickey for buying as much time as he could, but
ပေါ်မှာ
the Dark Seer Shard actually the reason he dies there. The slow trail.
ဒီရေမှားသွားပြီလား Mickey ခုံလာတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ ice pad တွေခုံဝင်လာလို့ဖြစ်သွားတယ်အဲ့ Aris တိုးပြီးတော့ပဲ busy အောင်ဖြတ်ဖို့ကြိုးစားတယ်မဲ့ detection မရှိဘူး Mickey မှားသွားပါပြီ Waimon ရဲ့
As dyrachyo working on an armlet of his own.
They need Nisha in these kinds of moves if they want to pull that one off, I think.
He will have a Parasma, not too.
Was he now lying here? Was he later what I hint no?
Aggressive build. Doesn't feel like he needs to buy a single defensive item here. Roxy.
Eitos, but he actually time lapses back into a silence. Man, nice spell casting from Soxa.
Bleeding out a little bit here, Liquid. We see the replay here. So Nisha, I mean, he was there, but he's forced to get out with the jaunt and then can't re-engage. Never coiled. So, dyrachyo.
ဒီကောင်ကတကယ်ကိတ်ခံရမယ်ကောဒီကောင်ကတကယ်ကိတ်ခံရမယ်ကော
saw the coil being available and didn't feel any impact from him, but that was because the ice path was just that good.
Oh, they had a sentry right there too, so they actually did have vision of the melded TA, but
just couldn't hit him.
Yeah, I guess not. A big kill on dyrachyo. We see this about 2 or 3 times a game.
It's 5 deaths now on the Lifestealer.
It's Lifestealer, I don't think that
on average 2 to 3 times a game.
I mean, to be fair though, he has had really rough conditions here. I think the Night Stalker Weaver lane is actually very difficult to deal with at nighttime for him. So it's understandable that he's having a rough one. Armlet into Yules.
Okay.
But this is very different when you're playing from behind versus the game yesterday where they just own Spirit.
Yeah, we're going to see if it really is that good.
How good is it when you're far behind versus when you're
There's
even?
going
to be a lot of people watching now that didn't watch that game. So why don't you explain again why in the...
So in that game, what was he against? It was Puck, Silencer, and Ursa. So he bought the Yule. It had like 3 purposes. You can Yule, Ursa's, and Rage to just delay that status, because status resistance doesn't affect Yules, so it has full duration. You can remove the sounds of Puck, and if you're clutch, you can actually break Coil if you're standing at maximum range, because Coil has a search range, but it also takes verticality into account. So if you go up in the air, you can break it while invulnerable. And then the third reason that game was for reverse.
You might be buying some
time against
Eitos, silent, die shot. Nobody so wide beat as me out. Nisha down one be. Insania to be told with Jodas and me out. Let's go, Tundra.
Okay, well, 2 of those heroes are in this game, right? The Puck and the Ursa.
Yeah, it's similar logic, right? And the Night Stalker is a little bit of a pseudo issue as well. The sounds, deal with that one maybe. Yeah. Soxa is he's found so many opportunities for his team on this Muerta. Really I would say the primary reason they've come back is all of these kills. This is the second game of the tournament.
Really?
It's not really been either allowed to have it much, or they've just rated
I
other
thought
heroes.
you meant by his team. You're not allowed to play it.
No, he's just been playing a lot.
Saberlight, we've seen the steal of the Aegis before. Ice Path comes out. Not going to try for it. No, Roger will secure it. Now a Basher online for Mickey. Haven't talked about him too much. Has the Blink, BKB, Battle Fury, and now Basher.
He's level 19. Lifesteal's level 15.
Yeah, there's a bit of a discrepancy.
Big.
33ရဲ့ career ကြီးတည်သွားပြီ career မှာ orchid ကြီးပါသွားတာ
has been killed for the time being.
Asa အနေနဲ့ Burst to BKB Fury Dagger
Yeah, interesting.
နော်
choice.
level 19
targeting Nisha's
Easy
partner,
way.
probably
Mình ra game
recognizing
20
that
đâu
they
mà.
don't have enough threats, and Nisha feels comfortable. You can see him still queuing up the Parasma. That's going to hurt him a lot if this Orchid timing comes
Mấy
in.
cái mà low mình thế này nó.
Because if he has just
Này
bombs
stock
on his
ở
staff,
đi
he'll be
live
very
stream nào
far
không
off
mình
being able to
cho đi
pivot
mà.
his build. So in a way, for Nisha, it would actually be good to get ganked somewhat soon so he can fix his build before it's
Oh my god, dyrachyo ထပ်တည်အောင်လို့ BKB ဖောက်ကောက်လုပ်ထားတယ် Array ရှိပါနှိပ်ထားတယ်
He already used his ult and BKB, and he doesn't have TP for 13 seconds. He's just gonna die. Dyrachyo has to be careful. We've seen this before. When he tries to
ပေါ်မှာ busy အောင်ပြန် try မယ်
BZM, he's all alone.
Aegis က Aegis က live stream လာရှိမှာ
Play around with his food, the waning rift, and a couple more right clicks will
အော်ကောင်းလိုက်တာကွာတံပလာချောသွားပြီဒီတံပလာချောသွားပြီ
coming out for Nisha. And does he commit now? Looks like the Parasma is complete.
တံပလာချောသွားပြီ
800 for that.
ဒါ
He's already
တံပလာတိုင်မင်တဖြည်းဖြည်းကြလာပြီနီရှာလေးတော့တော်သေးတော့ okay ကော်ရီယာကိုတက်ပေးရလို့ဆက်စားမဟုတ်ရင်33လက်ထဲမှာ okay ကြီးနဲ့နီရှာအမှန်ကြွသွားပြီ dyrachyo US scepter ပါလာပြန်ပြီအဲ့တော့ dyrachyo US scepter နဲ့စဖန်အောက်ကနေ ice patcher easy no one can survive that no one can survive that ဒီဘက်မှာ one in rift in sway အစားနေပြန်ပြီးတော့ channel လောက် infest ball ဝင်လိုက်တယ်33တဲ့ကို nice dog က tag extension ဖွင့်လိုက်ပြီဒီဘက်မှာအမှခြေရလေးတွေကျန်နေတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့လည်းအောက်မှာညှိနေတယ် timeless one in rift 2 man 8 dose ပါပြန်ပေးရတယ် drink wine နဲ့ပဲအကုန်လုံးရောက်လာပြီးရက်ကွက်လာပြီးရက်ကွက် call an ambulance but not for me yay
and we've talked about some
စီစကိုဝဲပါပြမှာလားကြည့်မယ်တူတူကြည့်မယ်လေကြည့်မယ်လို့ရှိရင်တူတူကြည့်မယ်လေကျွန်တော်လည်းကြည့်မှာဆိုတော့ final ပဲကိုအဲ့ဆက်မပြတော့ကျွန်တော် PC ရမှပြတော့မယ်
obviously having the 4 step and Atos was
ည PC နဲ့အကောင်ပြလို့မရဘူးကျွန်တော် PC ရောက်တော့မှအမှ CS:GO ပွဲရမကောက် mobile လေးရပွဲပါတူတူကြည့်မယ်အာဆာရှက်ရပြီဆိုတော့ array တုံးလိုက်မယ်ဆိုရင် state resistance ရမယ်
coincidentally he's also the hero furthest to the right in the teams
ဆိုတော့ခုံဝင်သွားတဲ့ခါကျရင်ခုနလိုမျိုး dash shot တွေပါတယ်သိကြောက်ဖို့မလိုတော့ဘူးဗောနော်ဒါပေမဲ့တခုရှိရအဲ့ dyrachyo ရဲ့ US scepter ကနည်းနည်းကြောက်ဖို့ကောင်းတယ်လေဒါMickey array တုံးလိုက်ခါကျ US scepter တင်နိုင်အဲ့ဒါအကြာကြီးပဲသိတာ US scepter ရဲ့အချိန်အဆုံးထိတယ်ကွာဒါဘာလို့ array က US scepter နဲ့မရအောင်
all right just can't help yourself huh I'm on the list I'll say it all right Nisha
ကျွန်တော် PC ရရောက်တော့မှတိတ်မကြဘူး PC ကအခု clean ပြီးသွားပြီကျွန်တော် PC ကိုတာမန် base ပြန်ထည့်တာတာမန် base ပြန်ထည့်တယ် ဒီ clean ဖုန်နေရှင်းတယ် graphic card ကိုဖြုတ်ပြီးတော့တခါလေးအကုန်တန်းစင်ပြီးတော့ပြန်ထည့်ပြီးသွားပြီမှန်ကိုလည်းမှန်နေပါလေအဲ့လိုမျိုးဟိုနဲ့ဖောက်ဝင်နေပြန်ထုတ်ပြီးတော့တခြား parking ပိတ်ပြီးသွားပြီ service အပ်လိုက်တယ်နော်ပြီးတော့အဲ့ဒါနောက်မနေ့ဖြန်ညနေတော့ကြာရင်ကာကိုကလာတယ်ပြီဗျာကာကိုလာတယ်ပြီးတော့ဂျားမှာ900လောက်ကြာအောင်နော်ညလုံးကြာသွားရင်တော့အော်900မကောက်ဘူးကွာအလုံးလုံးကြာ2ပတ်အမြန်ဆုံး9ရက်
So that means
အမြန်ဆုံးတော့မဖြစ်နိုင်ပါဘူးဒီ lane key နဲ့
nullifier would need to be purchased at some point to try to counter that.
အော်မရပါဘူးပေါ့ဒီ
The wisdom shrine not going to happen though. It's going to get dead shot.
တိုက် shot မှန်သွားပြီ timeless 3ကနေမှ US server ကောက်တင်မရဘူး timeless 3မရဘူး
I told the cannon live stealer euros baby
beautiful
it was actually necessary
အဲ့ US server နောက်တစ်ခုပါကောင်းလဲဆိုနီရှာကိုတင်ထားလို့ရတယ်ဗျာနီရှာက US server နဲ့ iceberg ကိုဘယ်လိုမှရှောင်လို့မရဘူးဟိုပုံမှန်ကျွန်တော်ဒီ voice split လို့ပေါ့နော် US scepter နဲ့အဲ့ဒီဟိုဘယ်လိုပြော US scepter မဟုတ် voice split သူ့ကောင်တာလားလို့ပဲကွာအဲ့သူ face shit ဥရာအချိန်မှာအောက်မှာ recommend ချလိုက်ရင်သူဘယ်လိုမှရှောင်လို့မရလို့ပဲအဲ့လိုပဲ US scepter နဲ့ကြာလာရင် iceberg ကိုလည်းရှောင်လို့မရအောင်liquid ကပြန် smoke ထားတယ် aegis ကုန်ကန်နီးဆိုတော့ဗောနော် nisha အလယ်မှာ invisible လို့နဲ့လာနေပြီ OB sentry အောက်ထဲမှာအကုန်လုံးဘူးပေါ့ဆိုပါသွားတယ် aegis ကတော့ကောင်းသွားပြီအဲ့တော့ nice dog က dissension ရှိတယ်ပြီးတော့မှာပဲ
pretty standard
Civilite dyrachyo နဲ့ရင်သွားတွေ့မှာ dyrachyo smoke break သွားတယ်ကျွန်တော်ချက်ချင်းပဲ clipping fee ရတိယူသွားပြီ US scepter တင်ထားရဆိုမဲ့ light တိုင်းကောင်းလိုက်တာ ဆိုဝိုင်းကအနောက်မှာ 5 moon နဲ့တွားချိန်နေတယ် 5 moon နဲ့ဝင် first ball ဝင်နေဆိုမှလည်းအနောက်မှာတောက်လျှောက်တွေပဲ A9 နဲ့မှာ 5 moon တေတော့မှလည်း 5 moon တေသွားတယ် dyrachyo ထွက်လာပြီဒါပေမဲ့ save light သူကိုယ်လည်းတွေးတော့ကိုင်းဝိုင်းနောက်မှာ A dose force နဲ့ပြန်စေးထားတယ် in sway ignition နဲ့ strong display ဗျအဲ့တော့အနောက်မှာ33ကိုပဲအရင် Mickey A9 နဲ့ပဲ Mickey dyrachyo ကထက်လှည့်နေ BGN အနောက်မှာ Insania ကိုဝင်အင်းမကြိုးစားတယ် Insania အနေနဲ့ဘေးနောက်နေပေါက်စီလာပေးလိုက်တဲ့ Greater Hidden Lotus နဲ့ပဲပြန်ကောင်းသွားပြီအဲ့တော့ဒီဘက်မှာ dyrachyo ယူကြောင်မူကြောင်နဲ့ပြန်ခုတ်နေ batch 2ပါတယ်စောက်ယူရဲ့ batch 2ပါတယ်စောက်ယူ TP ထောက်ရတေနော်အဲ့တော့ Tin White နော် liquid မှာကောတော့ကောင်းတော့မသေးပါဘူး Tin White ဒါပဲ easy Let's go liquid Let's go liquid နှစ်ဆခွဲတောင်ရလိုက်တယ် Let's go liquid နှစ်ဆခွဲတောင်ရလိုက်တယ် Let's go liquid Tundra liquid ကိုပြင်းလိုက်တဲ့အချိန်မှာဘယ်တယ်လဲမသိဘူးမှတ်မိအော် BGN လိုက်ပြင်းနေတဲ့အချိန်မှာ BGN အလဲမှာလိုက်ပြင်းနေတဲ့အချိန်မှာနှစ်ဆခွဲLet's go liquid နှစ်ဆခွဲ Let's go liquid နှစ်ဆခွဲ liquid
And then immediately that gets removed by Grimstroke here.
အဲ့ပြောလို့လည်းမရသေးဘူးကွာမပြီးသေးဘူးပွဲကအဲ့ live stealer နဲ့တီ timing ရှိသေးတယ်တက်တီတူရဘာလို့အဲ့လောက်ပြောနေလဲမသိ Biden ထဲတာ utility ဘာမှမပါဘူးနေ
Absolutely hates this type of fight. He just cannot stick.
ငါတို့ရဲ့ fair ကုန်လေးဟုတ်တယ်ဒီကောင်က utility item ဆိုတော့ကွာပဲရှိတယ် Glim မတုံးနိုင်ဘာမှလုပ်လို့မရ magic resistance ဆိုမှအာစာလက်နဲ့ခုတ်တတ်တာ
Nightfall never would have gotten bashed there.
That's right. He would have never played TA.
Those are some mechanical keyboards right there, I tell you what.
OG ပါမဲ့ tournament ရှိသေးလားတဲ့
Liquid in
ဟိုရှိရတင်တယ် Fisher OG ပါလားမသိဘူး
And we won't know about Roche for another minute 15 and even then it'll
Fisher
be
Universe
cryptic how long it'll spawn.
မပါဘူးကွာနေကမှလည်းမပါဘူး OG လည်းမပါဘူး
Oh yeah, that's right.
Really season 26တဲ့ qualifier ရကြရအော်ပါတယ် qualifier ပါတယ် OG ပါမှာနေကမှ OG ကို qualifier ပါပါတယ်ကိုလင်းအောင်တင်ကိုလှောင်တော့မဟုတ်ပါဘူးဗျာဒါပေမဲ့ရီးချင်းစရာကြီးဗျာ
Stupid hard to take. If you nail it though, you do have some good combos between Jakiro
ကျွန်တော်အသိမ်းပြောင်းလိုက်ပြီဗျာကျွန်တော် VP ကနေပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော် Falcon ပြောင်းလိုက်ပြီဗျာနော် ETF တို့ Marine တို့အားပေးတော့
harder now that Ursa's BKB, Puck is Yules, Night Stalker is BKB.
Falcon skidder ကိုကစ်လိုက်ပြီးတော့ dyrachyo ခေါ်လိုက်ရင်ဘယ်တော့ကောင်းမလဲ Falcon play style နဲ့ dyrachyo နဲ့ဆိုစောင်းလိုက်တာနော်စဉ်းစားကြည့်စဉ်းစားကြည့်လုံးဝပုံပေါ်ကြည့် GG လိုပဲပြန်တွေးကြည့်ကွာ GG မှာ dyrachyo shot လိုမျိုး Falcon မှာတော့ပြန်ဆော့ပြီးမှဆိုစောင်းမိုက်သွားပြီနော်
Everybody on their side is just having a field day.
This innate for TA is actually kind of funny.
US Scepter တဲ့ split နဲ့ပဲရမယ်တဲ့ physical light ကိုမရဘူးတဲ့ဒါပဲလေနော်မင်းကဒါပေမဲ့တစ်ခုရှိရသူခုနကလေသူခုနထည့်လိုက်တာစောင်းမိုက်တယ်လေဘောနေအောက်ပြုတ်ကြလာတဲ့အချိန်လေးမှာ millisecond လေးရှိအဲ့ millisecond လေးမှာ Q span နိုင်ရင်လေထားပါ Q မဟုတ်လေဒီ inverse ပေါ့နော်sorry ဒီ rage ကိုနော် rage ကိုထိုင် span နိုင်မယ်ဆိုရင်သူပွင့်တယ် rage ပွင့်တယ်ခုနကြည့်တယ်ပွင့်တယ်တရား clipping fear ကိုမှ US Scepter တင်ပြီးပြန်ကြလာချိန်မှာ rage ချက်ချင်းပွင့်သွားဒါပေမဲ့ခင်ဗျားစဉ်းစားကြည့်ကွာဒီအဲ့ဟာလေးတစ်ခွက်တည်းနဲ့အဲ့ပတ်စံ3000နီးပါးလောက်ကိုကောတော့ကောင်ပေးပြီးဝယ်ဆိုတာဖြစ်တယ်လား batch 2ဝယ်လိုက်ပေါ့နော်ဒီမှာအဲ့တော့ clipping fee တင်ခဏပြန်ရိုက်ကွာရှုပ်လို့ BKB ဝယ်လိုက်ကွာမဟုတ်လေဒီမှာနောက်တဲ့1000ကျော်လောက်ထည့်ပြီးတော့ BKB ဝယ်လိုက်လေဘာလို့ US Scepter ရော why ကို US Scepter ကို position ပြတ်တည်လိုက်လို့ဖြစ်သွားတယ် enemy တွေကိုဘာလို့မှာတော့တစ်ခွက်လောက်လေးပြဖို့တဲ့ဘာလို့မှာတော့ YouTube ပေါ်တင်ခင်းမှလည်းမဟုတ်ဒီမှာ nice တော့ကအတူကြီးကိုဝိုင်းပြင်းနေတာ
We're not seeing any Oracle. I guess the laning stage is really.
မဆေးမလိုက်ကအင်္ဂလိပ်ကဟောစကားလည်းမပြောဘူးကြည့်ရ
What runes are like? That's crazy. That's a crazy innate.
He's a really fun. If Insania is not playing Oracle, the hero's dead. That's
yeah, that's true.
That's basically it. The grand finalists that are almost 2-0 up in this series have not picked the hero a single time this year. I think it's one of Insania's absolute signature heroes. If he will never find a game for it.
Well, if they go up 2-0 here, it's not over yet, but if they do, then he'll have plenty of room to.
I'm gonna be worried.
You ruined it.
Well, because he wants to play his favorite hero in the
Tundra winner 9စားတယ်ထည့်ချင်တဲ့လူသွားထည့်ကြ Tundra winner 9စား
Having fun is the most important.
ချက်ပြောင်းသွားနေ
BZM will have to try to defend here. It's only a 56% for Liquid. That's a little surprising.
Do not know if I agree with that assessment.
I mean, I don't think it's completely out of reach for Tundra by any means.
No, surely not almost 50-50.
I would say 70-30.
Yeah, I think that's more where I'm at too.
There's definitely some comeback potential.
Gaben loves Darkseer combos late game. Can't mess with that.
Well, dyrachyo, is he done with his S and Y yet? It's getting pretty close, about 500 away. As Saberlight will find a muerta.
ဘာသာလုပ်တာလဲစောက်ယူတယ်
I don't think that's how you pronounce that.
ပြေးပြေးပြေးပြေးခွေးပြေးဝပြေးပြေး
He'll get out.
နော်ဖဲကွန်ဖြုတ်ခဲ့ကောင်လို့မကြည့်နဲ့ဘူး
Yes, that's how you pronounce muerta.
Oh, BZM.
တက်အကောင်တက်ဒါပဲကွာကောင်းတယ်ကွာမီကီလေးအပွားရှစ်ကောင်တော့ရသွားပြီနိုင်သွားပြီမီကီဝင်တာနိုင်သွားပြီ guys မီကီဝင်တာနိုင်သွားပြီကျွေးရှင်းအနာနဲ့ကျွေးရှင်းအနာပဲလို့ရတယ်
As well as Puck showing for that other kill. He thought he could grab that wave, but Liquid just have both side lanes on lockdown. You gotta bring the numbers.
Yeah, 33. He's
Dyrachyo,
gonna be spotted. It's a crippling fear. This is a huge kill. Phantom's Embrace on top of him. He's dead. Again, they have the buybacks, but expending it will put them even more at the deficit.
ကျွေးရှင်းအနာပဲကျန်တော့
On
လေ
the retreat, the Soulbind's going to connect to the Jakiro. It's a full team wipe. Very separated kills overall, but it's still a full team wipe for Liquid. And now their lead has essentially doubled.
Let's go ကျွေးရှင်းအနာ let's go guys ကျွေးရှင်းအနာ let's go နော်9မိနစ်တွင်မှာပွဲအံ့ကြအောင်လို့ AD ရုံနဲ့ Roshan လေးလည်းပေါ်နေရနော်အားလေးကောက်မယ်42အောက်မှာအံ့မယ်
Reset position and go to Roche.
ဟုတ်ကဲ့မိကယူမယ်ကောင်းတယ်တိုက်တို့တိုက်အဲ့တွေ့ရမ်းကောင်းတယ်တိုက်မင်းတို့ TN champion တွေပြောတယ်ကောင်းတယ်ဆောင်းကောင်းတယ်ချက်တိုက် save လိုက်မနေ့ကမင်းကဆူရတယ်မင်းကမေးလိုက်မယ်နော်မနေ့ဆူရလေးကမင်းကောင်းဖို့တယ်ပါမင်းကောင်းဖို့တယ်ပါမင်းခုလိုမျိုးကောင်းလာဖို့တယ်ကမနေ့ဆူပေးလိုက်တာမင်းငါဆူရလေးတွေမင်းကောင်းကောင်းလေးကြားပြီးတော့မင်းတိလိုက်တယ်ထင်တယ်မင်းနော်ငါပြောတဲ့အတိုင်းလေးမင်းလောက်တယ်မင်းကောင်းတယ်ကောင်းတယ်လိမ့်ရပြီနောက်လိမ့်ထည့်ယူမယ်နောက်လိမ့်မယူT2 ယူမယ်T2 ယူပြီးလို့ရှင်းသွားခဲ့မယ်ပြီး agent နဲ့ hack ကောင်းတက်မယ်နော်လိမ္မာတယ် save လိုက်တယ်လိမ္မာတယ်စူပေးလိုက်တယ်ကောင်းသွားရကောင်း
But eventually Gaben figured it out, Cinderin.
How much do you think Gaben thinks a banana costs?
How much are eggs?
Well, that
1-1နဲ့တေးတာရအာတန်ဒရာမဟုတ်ဘူးအတန်ဒရာမန်တယ်ပြတ်သွားတယ်တေးတာတိုင်းဂိမ်းနံပါတ်1နဲ့တန်ဒရာရဲ့မန်တယ်ကပြတ်စီးသွားပြီဒီလိုမျိုး1-1ဝင်နေဆိုတာတန်ဒရာဘယ်တော့မှမလုပ်ဘူး
Fights are totally different.
33ကပလိန်ပြေးသေးတယ်ပုံမှန် BCN တေးတာကိုတသိန်းလုံးပြေးသေးတာအောက်မှာ
But now the deficit is becoming
တန်ဒရာကမန်တယ်ထိသွားပါပြီ dyrachyo ကစ်ပါပြီ
Ags is next on the list. We'll see if he has enough time to actually purchase it.
တော်တော်မဆော့ခင်နဲ့ကြိုးကစ်တာ
Smoke from Tundra. And they know that Roche can
အဲ့လေ
be up or is up.
အဲ့တော့ liquid ဘက်ကနေပတ်ပြီးပတ်စံရှာကြအောင်
But I fear
အလုံးကမောမန်နာကြီးကပလိန်
Nisha gonna
Huh?
pop the smoke. Spot one, and already
Hey.
the Aegis secure.
ပလိန်ကွာဒီကမောမန်နာနိုင်ပြီ okay has me ွာတော့မဲ့ USF တာကောင်းတယ်မကေ AG ရှိရယ် enrage ရော BKB ရောစုံနှိပ်ထားတယ်ကျွန်တော် BCM ရလာတော့ခုတ်ဖို့ကြိုးစားရဆိုပေမဲ့မရတော့ဘူး33 down သွားပြီနီရှာပဲရောက်သွားတယ်နီရှာပြန်ဝင်လာပြီလေဝတင်ထားတယ် dyrachyo တေသွားပြီ GG ခေါ်လိုက်တော့မင်းတို့စိတ်တက်တွေပြက်ပြားသွားပြီစိတ်ဆိုးသွားပြီစိတ်ဆိုးပြီးခေါ်လိုက်တော့ BCM တေသွားရင်စိတ်ဆိုးပြီးခေါ်လိုက်တော့စိတ်ဆိုးသွားပြီမစောစိတ်ဆိုးရကွာ GG ကွာမစောတော့ဘူးတဲ့ခေါ်လိုက်တော့ရမခေါ်ရင်အန်သွားရမခေါ်ရင်တော့ခေါ်ပြီဒါပဲကျွေးရှင်းအန်တာအကုန်နိုင်တယ် liquid နှစ်ဆခွဲနိုင်တယ်ကျွေးရှင်းအန်တာနိုင်တယ်ပြီးရင် Mickey နဲ့ dyrachyo နဲ့မှာ Mickey နိုင်တယ် easy guys let's go နှစ်ပွဲလုံး BCN hero မြောက်ဘန်နာလာဟုတ်တယ် DK တွေပါအကုန်ဘန်နာနော်အကုန်နိုင်တယ်နော် liquid ဝင်တာနှစ်ဆခွဲကျွန်တော် live ဘက်မှာသွားချရတာ easy
This last pick TA from BZM, we talked about it. This could have been even worse, to be honest. Like, they got a bit of a recovery after a bad start, but not nearly enough. Now, once again, 33 shaking his head. How do I beat this team? Should I have stayed?
I've
won a lot of other tournaments since
The
then.
Yule's Lifestealer did not work this time.
ကုန်နိုင်ကြွေးပေးပါဦးနေပါဦးမနေ့ကရှုံးနိုင်4သိန်းလေးပြန်ရှာပါအောင်မယ်အခုအရင်တော့မရတယ်ဘူး4ရှုံးနိုင်4သိန်းလေးနိုင်ဝိုင်းတော့ giveaway လာမှာပေါ့ကိုလူတွေနိုင်ဝိုင်း2စီးဖြစ်သွားတယ်မြင်အန်းလိုက်ကွာအဲ့ဒါဟို3စီးနဲ့မြင်အန်းလိုက်အဲ့ဒါတက်ကြည့်ရရှေ့ခိုးပွဲလာကြည့်
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I feel like Liquid just hated dyrachyo this game. Like, every time he walks to a lane, there's a Night Stalker on him, there's a Puck on him, there's a Brim Bug or an Ursa jumping him. Like, they made sure that he had no real game to play. Even though BZM, like you mentioned, he had a good early game. He created a lot of opportunities, especially with the Muerta. There was a glimmer of hope for Tundra, but they just weren't really able to bring all that together into a good fighting position. Liquid's lineup is so good at the skirmishing fights that they just created time and time again.
This was one of the fights where Team Liquid kind of
Somebody was me.
Didn't need to do it, considering the really good start that they did have, taking both of the XP runes, NS getting 6 minutes, like he was level 6 at 9 minutes, getting the solo kill pretty much on dyrachyo as well. We said from the start that it might be a very difficult game for Lifestealer, and we are seeing this itemization for the second time. You're playing into multiple silences, and they're layering those silences real nicely, which means that you're not going to be getting your rage off, and in terms of the saving potential, there really isn't much on side of Tundra.
Yeah, but like yesterday I liked the Yules on the Lifestealer because like you're snowballing the game, you're buying it for that moment, you're going high ground. It's like the high ground anti-Ursa who has Aghanim's build. But in this game, the Ursa's already looking towards BKB, Nightstalk against the BKB. It's like the Yules feels just lost, right? I'd rather him buy like a BKB or some type of item to stand his ground and take the fight. It's just a little bit too much utility in my opinion. But this game also wasn't really in a winning state for Tundra other than everything being on BZM. And when one hero is the focal point of your team, it's very easy for a Nightstalker or an Ursa to play, right? Just kill that one guy.
Yeah, it did feel like Team Liquid had this figured out a little bit, and we already talked after the draft that we did favor Liquid. It was a very, I think, if we go back, the Grimstroke pick, was the key.
This pick wasn't really to say like, oh wow, we're really gonna got you. We have this double roar, double doom. It was mostly to shut down what the enemy mid laner is gonna be playing. And BZM, he needed to think of something that's gonna be not anything elusive, playing into triple silence, playing into double leash mechanic, which is almost impossible. So he thought of a different direction. They did go with Templar Assassin, which did look good for the game, but then again, it did fell short because other lanes also didn't go as well as Tundra wanted to.
Yeah, that is, by the way, 2 games in a row that a Darkseer has not been victorious. Might be something to keep in the back of our minds as well. It's also 2 games in a row where we have our MVP be Nisha, Tigov.
Yeah, I feel like in this game, compared to the first game where he tinker and it was a pop-off, this one, it really could have been anyone. Right? I think a lot of Liquid players kind of stood up into this game.
8 wards placed. I just want to point that out. Thank you. Continue.
Thank you very much. That is proof that anyone can buy wards, anyone can place them. Of course, in difficult games when you're losing in your rank game, pinging that support for no vision, you can do it too.
Everybody can do it.
Everyone can do it.
If Nisha does it, you should do it.
Yeah, but don't do the mid thing where you buy ward and just place it straight away in the mid lane. That kind of annoys me. But everything else is great. I think, yeah, Nisha, the Liquid, the whole crew, they are just fighting so well together. And I think if Tundra want to be competitive in this grand finals, they need to go toe-for-toe in this skirmish. I feel like they're conceding too much map early on, and they're just allowing Liquid to play their best style of Dota, which is just fighting across every little pocket of play.
We do want Tundra to be competitive because as much as, the games are fun to watch, if we had a choice, we'd want to watch a couple more games, And at the moment, it's Team Liquid 2-0 up in this best of 5, meaning they are on match point. Let's relive a couple moments on this game as we can take a look at the... This is the item that you wanted to see this, Tigov. Please explain what we're seeing.
So completely ignore Liquid, right? We do not care about them in this situation. If it's just it's the Tundra side, right? It's the fact that...
Look on the right side.
Look on the right side. Oh, here we go. It's the fact that they're itemizing for the moment. They feel the state of the game already slipping away from them. Lifestealer has a Yours, the top right item. Then you look at 33 on the Darkseer. He's bought an Orchid to try and deal with a Puck. Then you have Saxo. He has the Drum, the Atos. And then Whitemon looking to go for the Yule Scepter. It's like every hero in this game from Tundra, around half an hour into the game, is like, wait a second, we're losing the fights. Just buy any item you can afford to try and win it. And I feel like compared to Liquid, they've got statement items. BKB on the Nightstalker, you got the Parasma on the Puck, BKB Basher, Battlefield on Ursa. Like every item on Liquid is game winning. And for Tundra, it's desperation, in the moment, reactionary. And that's why I think for game 3, we're looking at 33's camera reactions. Game 1, he's shaking his head. Game 2, he's just empty.
He was literally shaking his
They
head.
need to pick
Yeah.
themselves up. Like, this is not the Tundra that we've seen win multiple tournaments so far this year.
Yeah, for me, even though Nisha had a great game, I would pick Saberlight as my MVP because of the itemization that he did go for. Usually you don't see this. He had one terrible game on NS where he was 0-6-1, and this time around he had a much better game, so he opted to go for Armlet as his first item, then decided to pick up a BKB afterwards, which is natural progression, and he also did have Shard at this time. And the fight that they did take at right before the 30-minute mark is going to show exactly how this itemization is going to work out. A lot of the times you will see Saberlight dying, but he's the one providing vision for the team. Really nice Grimstroke ulti, and he sees everything here, and there are no BKB piercing abilities, nothing that he needs to be afraid of. And you can see also some of the Armlet toggle still providing the vision and also being able to eat the creep and then come back into the fight, being pretty much the focus for the whole fight, tanking up most of the damage, and the rest of the team is going to be ready to clean up. Nisha comes in slightly later, uses the two-man coil, and would you look at that first hit bash on Ursa that pretty much just finished off the basher, so that's going to be another full team wipe for Liquid.
I mean,
So, yeah, go for it.
It's why Nightstalker has been one of the most talked about heroes in this tournament.
Yeah.
It's like you said, the vision it applies, and like we get to even entertain Grimstroke as a pick because of the vision being so OP on Nightstalker. Grimstroke, a hero that needs positioning, needs the perfect spell casting, is like easy mode for Insania because like, well, Saberlight's going to carry me through all the positioning. I can now get to play one of my best heroes when I've not really been able to play it. And maybe, again, after game 1, we said we have to respect Tinker. After game 2, you now have to respect Nightstalker.
I mean, there's also a little bit of a trend there, Lacoste, because both times the heroes we just mentioned were first pick for Liquid, who wanted overall first pick. So
Yeah.
that might be something to change.
It definitely might be. We also might be seeing Tundra now getting the first pick for the third game to get one of those heroes that we do consider to be like one of the stronger ones. But I also want to see what kind of a trade Liquid will get, because 2 games in a row, I do feel that Liquid kind of out-strategized them. They had slightly better draft, mostly for the game 2, but overall, Team Liquid, they seem to be the kryptonite for Tundra.
Yeah, they do so far. And this series, so far, no change. 2025, Tundra did not take a single game. We need them to take a game to continue on the grand finals, but potentially Team Liquid will just close it out with a 3-0. Let's see what will happen for this third game after the break.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
So it's a long story, but it came from a custom Warcraft 3 game. I'll just cut it short, and it was called The Black Road. And I was trying to use a save file of another friend, because it was like using a 40-digit code, load and save file, and I kind of deciphered the code and understood certain characters relates to the to the name, is unique to the name. So I changed my name to this so I can use that person's save file for the game.
So smurfing. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, great.
Smurfing.
So he got his name from cheating in smurfing. Thank you so much. that's interesting. What was it called one more time?
The RPG was called The Black Road.
Wow. If there's anyone out there that knows anything about what he's talking about, please say in chat. Other 30-year-old boomers out there that played The Black Road.
From my favorite composer,
the great Bach,
Who's that?
Johann Sebastian Bach.
Oh, why him? Why do you like that?
I just like his music.
Okay. Can you sing some for us now?
No.
Okay, great. Thank you. He's thinking of a lie right now. Something interesting.
Yeah, because I had a dream like I have to walk from Toronto to Tokyo. That's why.
Wow, it came to you in a dream.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I will answer every time like new things because this question was a million times. So
yes,
I will find new things to answer.
When I start to play games, where I don't know, it's something in my like brain. It's probably like maybe some shop in Russia, like named Skari, and I like switch K to L, then I switch I to L, and then it's like Laru. Maybe something like this I remember from my head. But maybe this is not true, but it's good story.
I used to play in academy when I was 13, and I had cringe nickname. It was Wanna Cry.
Wanna Cry?
Yeah, and I was about to change it, and I had no ideas. And my coach in that moment, his nickname was Amazing, and I just googled, synonyms of amazing. There was a word days, and I just wow, days, it's cool.
Well, that's a very interesting story, but I have to ask you about the old name. Why did you name yourself
Wanna
that?
Cry?
Yeah.
Don't know. It's I was 12, 13 years old, I saw that in school.
Oh, so hard times, I guess. Well, I'm so happy things have gotten better for you, and things are brightening up. So thank you very much.
Team Liquid is on match point here in the grand finals for PGL Wallachia Season 3. Only one game stands in between them and a trophy, and also their first place in this season with this roster as well. I'm joined by T-Gov and Lacoste, and we're ready to see what's gonna come our way for game number 3. We have seen Tundra struggle 2 games in a row. Granted, they struggled a little bit more in game 2 than they did in game 1, but I do want to focus on the draft coming up because I think, Lacoste, that's where Tundra lost most.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it. I wouldn't say it was like any huge outdraft by any means, but I am kind of missing that Tundra bit of a magic in some of these drafts. Sure, they forced dyrachyo 2 games in a row. It did look good in some situations, but I think coming into the 3rd game, they're definitely going to swap things around. If you remember Fisher Playground GrandFinals, this is exactly how things did happen, where they kind of needed to bounce back when they were playing against Falcons. So this is a team that can definitely do it, but they're going to need a little bit of oomph when it comes down to the draft.
Yeah, they've got experience with the reverse sweep, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out where does that oomph come from, because I think Liquid has understood what dyrachyo provides. They're drafting to put him kind of in the corner, and now 33 isn't, popping off like we expect him. So and BZM is well in lane. He's crushing the TA versus puck lane that we expect, but it's all on his shoulders. Like where is the point that is the easiest fix when you're 2-0 down? I'm still trying to think, like, what is the solution? And that's where, of course, Tundra...
I am looking at BZM's profile picture. I'm looking at Blood Mage back from Warcraft 3 days. That's old icon for Invoker as well, so maybe that's the hero. We might also see it earlier in the draft. Because
ET Invoker, maybe? Let's throw Whitemon on the Elder Titan as well?
Yeah.
Okay. We like it.
Set up. Yeah, they could try to craft a draft. I think it's it does seem to be a scary thing to have in your mind what you want to do in the last stage of the draft, because so much can change that plan before you even get to that.
Do we know who's first?
Yes, we do. It will be Tundra for the first time in this best of 5. Tundra will be first pick, and they will be dire with that. Team Liquid will be second pick, and therefore Radiant. So we are heading into that draft, and we talked in the previous draft about do you want to ban out the Weaver or do you want to ban out the Tinker? To be fair, you want to ban both, but you also want to ban Night Stalker. At least in this case, Tundra is first pick, so they don't need to ban out the Tinker.
There's Tinker. There's Night Stalker.
Yeah.
There's a Baden. There's multiple heroes that are super critical.
Magnus.
Magnus, yeah, Liquid's ban out too.
Yeah, you have to ban out the Tinker. The one thing that I would like to see, Liquid only has one more ban. And that is going to be a hero that they don't want Tundra to play.
Yeah, I don't think they need to be caring about Lifestealer anymore, especially not in first phase. Even though Tundra did open up multiple times with the Lifestealer, I think 4 or maybe even 5 times throughout the whole tournament. I want to see something a bit more explosive. There was also a time where they were getting like the trade with some sanking. Maybe even I would be down if they want to go for dyrachyo's PA as well in the first phase, just to spice things up a little bit more.
I think the main thing is for Tundra, at least, coming into Game 3, the 2 heroes that have been haunting them are now gone, right? Night Stalker self-ban, Tinker banned by Liquid.
Yeah.
They were both the MVP of Tinker MVP Game 1, Night Stalker MVP Game 2.
Magnus is the big one that stands out to me the most. So Tundra...
And they would grab it if they have the chance.
Yeah, for sure. They would definitely grab it on 8.
Ooh.
Oh, still, we're giving respect to that Lifestealer with Yule Scepter.
But you say Magnus, the Darkseer, a hero that even though Tundra has failed 2 games in a row, Liquid will happily take that hero if it's available.
Tundra still has one ban though.
Yeah.
I think it's mag time this time around.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It also gives them flexibility because they can play it. It's not a 33s hero. Most of the time they do play it from the safe lane role. But
self-ban, hold.
They
Let's see the trade.
They must have a plan for this one.
Okay, Tiny was in.
Okay, yes.
So they did not want to give away Magnetar. Tiny, as expected, coming into the series, they did say Bulgarian Tiny. He's on the rise. His win rate is very, very good on the hero. And this also, I think it's going to give BZM more scaling compared to some of the heroes that he's been playing. Also going to give them that explosive timing. With Tiny, you're never going to be lacking damage. Your tower defense is going to be easy. Also, when we're talking about sieging the high grounds, getting the pickoffs, this hero has everything.
Yeah, it does leave the Dazzle in the pool as well, so Team Liquid will grab that. And they have the chance to, of course, either ban the AA or if Tundra doesn't ban it, pick it up themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would be the hotly contested hero.
Yeah.
100%. You're talking about the mid Tiny. I actually like the draft pattern where Tiny goes to carry, then you still get the ET, the Invoker, even though we kind of joked about it coming into Game 3. I think having late game security for Tundra would be quite nice, as long as they can fight early on.
To be honest, that could be one of their plans to throw a curveball, because so far BZM has had 100% success rate with the Tiny, whereas dyrachyo has a 0% success rate as a Tiny.
I take it back.
Only one game. But it could be a nice curveball that Team Liquid might be expecting that Tiny to be mid, and then they still pull out Invoker.
The main thing for Tundra is they cannot have only scaling built into their lineup. They need to be ready to fight Liquid.
That's why I want to see mid Tiny.
Yeah, that's true.
This hero comes online super quickly. You're playing with other facet, not insurmountable. Crash landing does still give you that extra bit of a damage that you need from the mid lane. And removing some of the stronger position 4s and 5s from Tundra, they are going to be afraid of Jakiro. If you have like heroes like Jakiro, Dazzle from the mid lane, another good offlaner, and a carry that can play really fast, it gives you quite a lot of momentum. And there's a hero that maybe we also need to start thinking when we're talking about Tundra, that is Alchemist. Not right now, but at the later stages, because overall they do have the closing pick, they do have 18 picks, so they might close out the game, close out the draft with something like this.
So they don't ban they ban PA and they don't ban Ancient Apparition. They can pick it up themselves now if they wanted to. Or do you think they might be confident that they can play against it? Seems annoying to have to deal with it.
If they don't pick AA, giving Tundra the ability to have Tiny and A on the same team is so much damage. Vortex, and then you have Avalanche Toss, especially because BZM's playing it from mid lane, having the crash landing facet. It is a lot of damage. I would be, okay, they do just pick Dusk. I think the only reason why Liquid might not pick the AA is the fact that it does force Dazzle into a weirder position. You can't put it into the 5 role. If you do put Dazzle in 5, then suddenly you've got an AA and Dazzle as your 4 and 5. Doesn't sound the strongest. Maybe the complications of trying to flex Dazzle with an A might be the reason why they didn't pick it, but yeah. Something that we'll probably have to consider if Tundra do pick it up.
So this is Liquid's first time with Dazzle in Wallachia?
They have got an incredibly strong offlane duo if they want to put Dazzle 3 on Sableye. We haven't seen much offlane Dazzle, but I know that like Noob or Nigma was trying to play it. Sableye easily has got some pub games on it.
And we know Insania loves the hero.
Yeah.
So they can flex it about.
Tusk is the perfect hero for stuff like this because it does allow you to have super strong offlane duo. It also allows you to have a position 5 Tusk if you want to run some gyrocopter, if it's a good game for it. And now I'm looking at Phoenix. He had a great game. Whitemon had an insanely good game with that hotspot facet, so he's taking the neutral enchantments, the items as well for extra cast range, and also building it into Etherland, so keeping the distance and maximizing that damage output, which is going to be really nice. We still don't see the full lineup, but this is something that I believe Team Liquid did. Insania did run that one time during Fisher Playground, and it did look insanely good.
Yeah, and also Tundra are saying we can survive your initial fight. You know, Phoenix with Sunray, you then have the egg. Tiny can toss teammates away, just reposition, walk away if needed, and Dazzle. If you don't get the kills during Nuffle projection, you are just a Dazzle at the end of the day. That's one counter that might be seen here. Just draw the fight out long enough to deal with him. And a Darkseer.
Why not?
Run away from him. Run it back.
I mean, 3 times the charm.
I'm gonna have to check the stats for Nif.
I can say 0% win rate in the grand finals.
That was the easy stat. Yeah, thanks, Shiva.
Got it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And overall, it's 2-3 now. So before coming into the grand finals, 33 was 2-1 with the Darkseer.
If they want to run this from the mid lane, this Dazzle, it's a good silencer game. It makes Phoenix unplayable. It's not as good as we're talking about the offlane Phoenix, something that DM loves to play because you're going to be laning against him, but overall could be a good pick. I just want to see how the draft is going to develop and which direction Team Liquid wants to go, because they seem to be having some really cool ideas that Grimstroke that they did brought in the second game and give them a lot of value.
Well, they have to decide which role they want to flex Dazzle with, because then they can keep that alive, right? Dazzle between mid to 5, or let's say 5 to offlane or whatever. But they go for the Sven and they pick the Silencer. Yeah, enabling their kind of turnaround potential in the fight. Tundra, we wanted them to be able to skirmish. When you have heroes like Phoenix, Darkseer, and Tiny, they are very happy to fight just with levels. Items aren't too critical for them to run around the map. And Liquid, you have Snowball save, Shards block, Dazzle has Grave, Warcry on Sven, Global Silencer.
Psycho no Sakatsugari Nana.
I'm for 2-0. Sabao.
Silence, because you can definitely kill him before he can get a BKB. You initiate with the global silence, any kind of a follow-up stun. And it did look, in terms of the matchup, Ursa loves to play into this matchup, and you also have Dark here, which could be pretty good. So Team Liquid having a really nice read on what's going to happen in the next couple of picks.
And does it also block the Essential Invoker?
It can. There's always the world in which you just get Cataclysm preemptively and then start to do. But yeah, it annoys the Invoker for sure. I'm trying to think for something like getting Alchemist here.
Yeah.
If the Dazzle goes to offlane, Dazzle Tusk should be able to delete an Alchemist in lane. It doesn't really deter. The thing with like Silencer and Invoker is because Invoker is played on Cataclysm, it's so explosive. You can still.
I'm going to throw it out there maybe one last time. Face destroyed with Chronosphere, it might be time to bang it out. With all, like, the setup for your Cataclysm, you know that Invoker is going to be rushing for it. Problem is you're playing with the Silencer, so that's never a good matchup. But also looking at the other heroes, that Alchemist that we talked about early on could be the pick, because you're building, like, your items are coming online very quickly. And if you're not getting ganked, you've seen so many times dyrachyo having a very explosive game on the hero, and if you get your BKB...
dyrachyo ရုပ်ကိုကြည့် dyrachyo ရုပ်ကိုကြည့် dyrachyo ရုပ်ကိုကြည့် dyrachyo ရဲ့ရုပ်ကိုကြည့် dyrachyo ရဲ့ရုပ်ကိုကြည့်အရန်ကိုစိတ်ဖိစီးပြီးစိတ်ပြက်နေတဲ့မျက်နှာဖြစ်နေတယ်တငယ်ချင်းတို့ဘလုံးနီးနဲ့မှ carry နိုင်မှာမဟုတ်ဘူးတငယ်ချင်းတို့ dyrachyo တိုင်နေသားကြီးတို့
A lot of the carry heroes that we expect with Dyrachyo that is like comfortable.
See ya.
Out bully the lane.
game 3 မကင်းဝင်တာထပ်တီးနော်
worth mentioning. This is
we haven't seen
dyrachyo just
many
get sacrificed.
Position 4. We've seen mostly Jibe on his Enigma paired up with the tiny position 4 twice, I believe, but other than that, we haven't seen many flexes.
Speaking of flexes, do we have a preferred position for the Dazzle? Now that we know Invoker is mid, we've been talking about either Saberlight or Nisha taking on the Dazzle.
They're keeping it alive until ultimate last pick. Tundra are going to have to pick out a phase. And that is just putting so much pressure on Tundra to find that hero. Even though dyrachyo is talking right now, is there a better carry for dyrachyo that can play into a Dazzle Tusk lane? Like, all of his melee heroes will just get pretty much dumpstered by that combination.
I'm telling you, Faceless Void, he can jump, he doesn't care, he can remove all of that damage.
Yeah. No, again, I'm liking the Void. The Void is a solid option. With a Puck ban, Ember ban, Roots and Coils, it is moving towards it, but they just go for the Alchemist.
Yeah, tiny support. What the fuck? Tundra, Tundra, what the fuck are you doing? Tiny support. But do I'm sorry. 2025. 2024. I'm sorry. Tiny support. What the fuck are you doing, bro?
I think
feed it out and never allow.
Have the Tusk Dazzle lane.
Okay, never mind. Tiny support. Support.
Safe lane. Give Nisha the last pick. You see the Invoker. Find the mid hero that Nisha wants to play that can put that pressure on a Midas Ag.
No.
I'd be fine with some casual storm.
Saberlight offlane. Does it so? Does it maybe that Nisha and be Saberlight hero on Tato the Congo Gary?
Have a blink dagger on Sven. So if you lock onto the target, you can definitely remove it from 100 to 0. Makes your team fight execution, especially pre-BKBs on side of Tundra, much easier. Nisha, it seems like it's going to be most likely his hero coming out. Never mind.
Slardar going to the offlane for Saberlight. So that will be actually
no, it's the mid.
Slardar then will go Nisha in the mid lane.
Okay.
Slardar versus Invoker? Talk to me about that.
Two dudes who want to hit creeps.
Yeah, you think both will be allowed to hit creeps?
Yeah, I think both are just going to be happily hitting creeps away, and Nisha will be more active on the map, right? And not only that, Slardar and Sven combination with the tag team of a Tusk, Alchemist, Invoker, any hero that steps up out of position, these three heroes in combination, they are deleting them in milliseconds with the amount of physical damage they can do. So Tundra, they have to snowball this game. I think Liquid, they closed out the pick with the draft with a really nice startup pick.
Yeah, I really like this. Also, I think the mid matchup is going to be in favor of Slardar. It's pretty similar to what Dragonite does from the mid lane to Invoker. It's a very good game for it. And also, I said Storm, but this guy also fulfills the jump roll with the Blink Dagger, which is probably the core element of the mid Slardar. You have Sven back up. And let's see which facet did he take on Phoenix. Dying Light for now might change his mind, but overall, I think Team Liquid seems like they do have what it takes to take this 3-0.
Again, okay, so
there's a silver lining there for Tundra.
Give us a silver lining.
Tiny against triple melee core. You're gonna have Avalanche them. You got Darkseid who naturally buys armor items to amp up. Then you have the Cataclysm with the vacuum, and like you have combination, you have play. But it's all locked behind items for Tundra. But if they get there, they have the tools to make the big plays. It's just very scary because Liquid have such beautiful tempo to play on.
So the pressure is on Sax on this one?
Yeah, sure. The whole of Tundra, they're 2-0 down, Shiva.
Yeah, that sounds like a tough out.
No big deal.
No big deal.
No pressure, guys. It's just Game 3 of GrandFinals. They've been here plenty of times before. Before we head into that Game 3, though, let's check in with Slacks.
Absolutely, here with Moon. Moon, I know everything's on the line here, and you guys have picked up a lot of comfort heroes. Was that the basic idea of the draft? You just wanted everybody to be comfortable and do their best, or is there something a little more to it?
I feel like Liquid's really hard team to draft against because they pick all the inbox, every single one of them, and they have all the answers too. So I feel like when you're playing as a team like that, it's not much to do, but just to play comfort.
Absolutely. Cowards is what I would call them. Only the most meta heroes. There's no experimentation. It's very boring. Although they did pick a mid Slardar. Any thoughts on that one?
I feel like either this Slardar is going to go Giga Chat and own the game in 20 minutes, or this hero is going to fall off and we just win.
Okay. All right. Heard. Well, any advice for the boys in the booth? What did you say to them before this last one came out? Because potentially it could be the last time we see it. Sure, certainly hope not. But did you get them hyped up?
Said don't walk to the low ground and keep running. You don't blink into 5 people. I feel like game 1 was free. This game, I feel like it's gonna be the same. Whoever team fights better, whoever Roach Pit's gonna win the game.
Absolutely. Well, it's as my father used to say, a little jingle with me. You know, there's a Suns fan here and a Cinderin there, and now
Suns fan and Cinderin everywhere. Thank you, Sir Action Slacks, for an inside joke that literally nobody's going to understand. We have Nisha mid on the Slardar here. We'll talk about it in just a moment. Liquid versus Tundra, game number 3. And it's already a 2-0 start for Liquid, Cinderin. Yep. Tundra, it just seems to be, Liquid is just their kryptonite for whatever reason.
Flat out, this is giving me, I mean, it's really funny to see these team-to-team matchups similar to, you know, was it last year or was it in 23 that Game-In just could not lose to Liquid, right? It was like forever. And then Liquid finally got the win against them at some point, right? And that was a massive relief for them. It's kind of a similar story here. Tundra are, for this year so far, the best team in the world. But Liquid just remains a thorn in their side, and this is their final chance in this grand finals of trying to overcome those demons. Or it will just be a clean 3-0.
And I want to talk about Nisha playing Slardar mid. It has looked really bad this tournament. Am I wrong on that? As dyrachyo, he is going to go down, but not before Saberlight. So first blood goes the way of Tundra. Tag team doing a lot in this, but at least Tundra get first blood this time.
I think Slardar has been so-so. I think he's 4-5, and
it looked terrible.
It's a mixed bag. Well, I think there are a couple of games where it looked terrible, which is the thing. It's not.
Is it only the games that we cast?
You can have a hero that goes 4-5, and you're like, yeah, it's solid, but you know, it lost a little bit more than it won. The games were close, but honestly, some of the losses, I was like, man, this hero did almost nothing this game. So. Yeah. If that's what's going to happen here, obviously Tundra will be able to make a little bit of a comeback into the series, but let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Let's see how the lane goes first.
I will say, it was a very somber Moonmian. We're not used to seeing him without tons of energy, hyping up his team. Yeah. Just seemed to be resigned to this. As Sunstrike killed onto Mickey.
Sunstrike.
So BZM, I wanted to talk about this next, is playing his signature Invoker.
Yep.
Basically the only person picking this hero right now, and he's had some crazy-ass games on this bad boy.
Ironically, the other player that we have cast play it is Nisha.
Yeah.
So there's been very few players that were willing to run the Invoker this tournament, but I think it's won every game, if I'm not mistaken, that it's been in.
Maybe no, that is incorrect.
Okay, so then it's like 5-1.
It's probably a good record, yeah. But
it is very good.
I think the last Invoker game we cast at BZM, he lost.
Oh,
maybe that was just a fever dream, Cinderin.
There you go. All right, so he's 4-1.
There you go. But yeah, do you think he has a... Yeah, it was the game where there was absolutely no stunts, remember? Couldn't hit a cataclysm to save his life.
Yeah.
Just every single one. 33. That Ion Shell going to apply a lot of pressure in Insane. He's played this Darkseer every single game of this grand finals. They've lost both games, but he's sticking true.
Yep.
I mean, it's not like he's played poorly.
He's laning against a lane that Liquid have run 4 times this tournament that hasn't lost. Silencer, Sven, they're both 4-0. Well, I don't know for a fact. They probably didn't play them together in all of those games, but both heroes haven't lost on Liquid side, so very much comfortable with this.
But going back to the talk of the crowd control that Tundra possessed to be able to set up a good Cataclysm combo, this one's a lot harder, I feel like. There's a concoction, which is good.
Saber, oh, dyrachyo, this is bad.
Self-stun, the dyrachyo classic, he's dead.
Oh, he actually,
Saber
oh my God,
takes
this is such a hard lane for him. Okay, there's multiple things to unpack here in a second.
Sunstrike's coming, it's gonna be shared, Insania on the run, Mickey trying to create some space. Will lose his captain in the process, but he will live through the day.
So there's multiple things about this top lane that are actually... There's a lot of counters in play here. The first one is you're playing Dazzle Tusk against the melee core. That's the obvious one. That's hard for the melee core because you just get hit and take a ton of damage with the tag team. Then, fortunately for you, you have Fire Spirits to offset that, to mitigate a lot of the tag team damage. However, you can't use your Alchemist Concoction very well because as you start channeling it, Boxy just goes into a snowball for both of them and he has no one to throw it on. So then you stun yourself.
Yeah.
But then if you do land it, you have a Sunstrike. So This is actually a very interesting dynamic where there's plenty of space for outplays, but so far Liquid have been getting the better of it. I also do think overall I do favor them more because I think the conditions. But it's not impossible for Tundra to get something out of this top lane.
Liquid organization ဒီ tournament မှာသူတို့ position သူတို့ 1-2 ဝင် မကဲလို့ဟုတ်တယ်လေကျွန်တော်ခုနပြောသွားပြီနောက်တစ်ခုက dyrachyo kick ခံမယ်သူကကုန်ပြီခဲ့ငါဖုန်းကွဲပြန်ပြီ
There's a chance.
တော်သေးရောကွဲ
Sure is. Hey, you've been more negative than me today.
That is incorrect.
Talking shit about other.
ဟုတ်တယ်နောက်တစ်ခုက dyrachyo kick ခံရမယ်ဆိုတာတကွေးရှိသေးတယ်ဒီ tournament မှာ final မှာတရင်တစ်ခုတော့တက်လာ
God, what a terrible person you are, Nisha.
It's awful.
In the mid lane, 24-16 versus BZM's 18-7. So Nisha favored right now.
Yeah,
for sure.
He could be diving too. Boxy cutting behind, but he's going to walk straight through the creep wave, just looking to.
Okay.
Wait, what's the plan here?
Blue.
He's going to pull
Blue.
the wave.
Yeah.
And bring it straight back where it came from.
Meets back into the river.
Okay.
As intended.
ဘာကွက်ကြီးတယ်မသိဘူးကွက်တစ်ခုတော့ပြသွားတယ်
Maybe he's trying to bait a TP. I mean, either way, looking to control the rune, and they will get lucky on the side of Liquid. It will be denied by BZM's Forge Spirit. No haste rune for Nisha.
Nisha level 6ရောက်သွားပြီ
Side of Tundra either.
corporation ရပြီအောက်ကိုသွားပြီး rotation လုပ်မယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့ OB ရထောင်ထားပြီးသား Nisha လာတာအကုန်မြင်နေရတယ်
Needs to get off too, at least.
တက်ကောက်လည်းမြင်နေရတယ်33လာနေရမြင်သားနဲ့မလွတ်ရင်တော့မင်းကိစ္စဖြစ်သွားရင်နော်ဝိုင်မွန်ရမှာလား
Okay for them right now, I think.
Whitemon will dive away.
The main concern.
Rotation over.
The main concern is Alk's farm. He is facing a really difficult lane. He will play some in the jungle as needed.
ဘောမော save လက်ကပြောကြရပြီပဲ corporation ထက်ရတယ် power trend နဲ့တာဝါချိုးနေပြီ
A 2 or a 4/5.
Yep. I like the idea of putting it off lane this game though. With Tusk and into the matchup that they had, I think it was a very good adjustment.
As a
matter of fact, both carries are having some of the harder starts that they've had. So it will be interesting to see the scaling, how it's going to go down for Meke Sven when he's not crushing it. And dyrachyo's Alchemist has been winning, I think, every game he's played it. I think the hero is like 3-1 this tournament, and he was, or maybe it's only 2-1, but I believe that was the last team, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's 2-1, and he's been winning. So,
yep, it's looked solid for sure.
The some unbeatable hero combinations will be broken this game.
I mean, they've already been broken this series.
Will it be the 2-0 Alk on dyrachyo, or will it be the 4-0 Silencer and 4-0 Sven on Liquid? Somebody's gonna lose.
Tundra just cannot take a game off of Liquid. Which curse shall be broken? As Saberlight now level 6 has the Nathal projection ready to go as it comes into the mid lane. They're trying to set something up onto BZM. That Ghost Walk's not going to be too helpful when you have a corrosive haze.
True.
The getaway aspect that is Invoker, it will be.
Safe lane တော့နှလုံးလုံးကျိုးရတယ် carry နှကောင်လုံးကဂျန်ကယ်ထဲမှာတစ်ဖက်က Archimate တစ်ဖက်က Seven နှစ်ယောက်လုံးက timing ကတူတူပဲ mid lane နှကောင်မှာကြတော့ timing က Nisha ပိုစောတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့အကြချိန်မှာ Nisha ရှိတယ်Invoker ကြတော့ဒီ laning state တွေ mid game အဝင်လေးတွေမှာကအကြချိန်ဒါပေမဲ့ late game potential အများများတယ်25လောက်ကြာရင် Invoker လေးစပြီးအလုပ်လုပ်ပြီးdrum နဲ့ Invoker first style တွေကပုံမှန်ဆိုရင် BZM က Mighty first နဲ့သွားပြီးဒုတိယ item ကို Against Scepter သွားတယ်ဒါမှမဟုတ် A2 ထည့်တယ်အခုကျတော့ drum တွေပါနေဆိုတော့ play style တွေကဘယ်လိုလေးလဲပေါ့နော်
So he should be warmed up.
Do you think he's trying to prove a point?
မရှိကြည့်ကောင်းမှမတက်တာလား
I've been playing well. You guys need to step it up. I'm going to keep picking the same shit over and over.
I don't know if that proves a point.
That doesn't sound like 33.
No.
33 design.
Wouldn't really talk with that much.
ဒီမှာ design အရင်ကောင်းတယ်
aggression.
ဘာလဲဆို Seven နဲ့ Slaughter against ပေါ့နော်
Also doesn't sound like two good team comps to begin with. Guys, I've been playing great. Everyone else needs to be better.
Yeah, but you know that some team has
လေမကျုံနေပြီ Tornado Save Insania ပဲ Against ပြန်တင်လိုက်တယ်ဆိုမှဘာလုံးဖြစ်ဘူး BZM က key ထည့်ရတာ
Getting hit by a meteor and then a sun ray.
That's true. Okay, he's spotted by Soxa. The Ion Shell doing a little bit of work. There's the wall from 33. Sunstrike's not going to hit. They should still have the damage. Boxy a little bit too late to the party. So big kill for 33 as he continues to catapult himself as the top net worth in the game.
best start to a game in this series for Tundra that we've seen.
Definitely
in a pretty good position right now.
Yeah, I think, was it last game where they were behind?
Game 1 and game 2.
So last game they were behind, and then they had a great fight in the river.
Man. ဒီ tournament ရှိပါသေးတော့ဆိုစိတ်နဲ့စော့နေကြတယ်တန်သွားကောင်းတယ်ဒီ tournament ရှိပါသေးတော့ဆိုပုံစံမျိုးနဲ့စော့နေကြတာလို့ဒါမှမဟုတ်လေဒီဘက်3-2ကပဲဖြစ်တော့တယ် game 1 game 2 3-2ကဖြစ်လို့ဖြစ်ဖို့များတယ်
He's 2000 ahead of the Sven. He's taken the tower.
တွေးစီမဟုတ်တော့တော့ဘူးတဲ့စောပါသေးရဲ့ပြောတယ်တိုင်မင်နေကြမှာပြောလို့ရမှာခုတော့မှဒိုတာကြီးကတိုင်မင်ဂိမ်းကွာတဲ့တိုင်မင်မှာပဲငါ့ဝက်ကန်အိုင်ဒန်နေပိတ်နေရတယ်
This gameplay could work very well because there's a kobold scouting it, but okay, they do hear it. If they weren't checking that, then this kobold gives them a false sense of security, but they should be aware that this is coming now, and you can see Tundra placing their heroes very, very ready to pounce.
Yeah,
as a counterplay.
And they're going back into the fray. Saksa, smoke pops. Ion shell applied. Very sneaky here from Tundra. There's the surge.
Surge တင်မိလိုက်ပြီစိုက်စာအောင် Arcane Cross Let's walk Abandon တုံးပြီးတော့ toss တုံးလို့မရအောင် cross hit တင်ထားတယ် crash ထပ်ထောင်းထားတယ်ရေထဲမှာဆိုရင်တော့ဒီငါကတော့ဒါ Salomon ငါကြီးပဲเนาะwall replica ချရဆိုမှမထိသွားဘူးအဲ့တော့33ကိုပါထပ်ပြီး cross hit crash ထပ်ထောင်းထားတယ်လိုက်မယ်ဆိုရင်တော့ဆက်လိုက်လို့ရသေးတယ် Surge တင်ပြီးတော့ပဲအတုနဲ့ body block လည်းကောင်းတယ်
The illusion there. Yeah, kind of an annoying combo for Tiny. If you get hit by Last Word, you can't use your 2 spells together. But most of the time, Tiny will be the one initiating, and then it won't really matter. So, but in that situation,
for the Dazzle off lane, I'm guessing it's going to be a very similar build to mid, right?
I think.
ဒီချက်ပေါ်ထွက်ရင်ပြီးအောင်ထည့်တယ်ပြီးတော့မှတက်ကပြန်သွားအောင်ဝေးတော့လိုသေးရဲ့
Yeah, what else would you do? I mean, I guess you could technically go something like
Safari now, I'm one of family boost near. I'm a family boost up.
And of course the meatball. Maybe that's a thing.
You got a little free for me.
Goes for drums first. Now going for the greedier style in the past.
Yep.
Definitely a bit worried about the chase potential from Liquid.
Oh my, one more, one push.
Sure. Whitemon gets destroyed. Boxy about 700 away from a blink dagger on that tusk. Mickey in the meantime just farming away. Has the Mask of Madness. Echo Saber's up next. No big surprises. What's the Radiance timing here for dyrachyo?
Minute away.
Okay.
At most. So 13:30. It's semi-slow. A really good Alchemist game. You will have this at minute 11. But you know, like we talked about, he died twice. The lane was rough. 13-minute Radiance is still very good then. Failed the stack here, unfortunately, with the Forged Spirit. But yeah, he's about to finish off this Ancient Camp plus the Hard Camp, and that should... Oh, yeah, that'll exactly push him just over 3,400 for the Relic, so... Nicely lined up. And Liquid seem kind of unable to do anything about this. This is something they themselves haven't had to face yet, is that dyrachyo Alk has been played against other teams. So Liquid's more methodical and slower play that we've seen from them in some games.
You're sure about that? They haven't played?
I don't think
they played twice earlier this tournament.
Yeah, but I don't think it was against Liquid.
No, I'm saying they played each other twice early the tournament. I don't know if Alk was picked though.
That's what I'm saying. There was no Alk.
Oh,
okay. I think this is their first time playing against dyrachyo.
Okay.
On Alk, not.
Yeah, he's been in every game. He was using a sub the whole time until today.
ဒီဘက်တော့ game 1 game 2နဲ့တော့မတူဘူးနည်းနည်းအေးနေရနော် Look ကလည်း 3C နဲ့ပဲနိုင်နေတယ်တက်ဒရာကလည်းမရှုံးညင်သေးဘူးဒီပွဲကြောင့် game 1 game 2ကြောင့်လောင်းရတာဝဝရီလေတန်ဒရာကလောင်းရတာဝဝရီပတ်စံရှာလို့ပြီးသွားပြီဆိုတော့နေကမ်ဘတ်မလားဆိုပြီးပြန်ဆော့နေကြ
Very obvious timings for the Tundra side.
3-2လို့ကောင်းသွားပြီအဲ့တော့ပြန်ဆော့ပြီဗောနော်
The range for dyrachyo then. I mean, I guess it's not that obvious. Does he want to go for blink dagger?
Game 1 game 2ရောတန်ဒရာဖင်ကုန်ပြီးယုံတဲ့ကောင်တွေတော့တနာပါပဲ
I think pretty stock standard. Radiance, Blink, BKB, AC.
အဲ့တော်တော်လူအမှန်နဲ့မှာငါတွေ့ရတန်ဒရာဝဲတင်မှာစောင်းရင်ဟိုဗာလဲ အရန်ကောင်းလုံးပါလေအရန်ကြိုက်လုံးပါလေဆိုပြောနေကောင်တော့အမြင်အောင်လေးအကောင်လေးလီးပဲပြင်ပြနေတာပဲခုချိန်တော့လို့
There's a smoke, and this is going to be the blink reveal for Nisha on the...
ဆဲနေလောက်ပြီ dyrachyo ဆဲရင်မဆဲရင်ဘယ်သူဆဲမှာ ဘယ်သူဆဲရင်တော့
might be the one to tank the gank.
ဆဲရောဆဲနေလောက်ပြီတော့လုံးဝဒီနှစ်က Tundra နှစ်ပဲလို့ဘာလို့တင်မှာ Tundra TI ဝင်တာပဲလို့ဘာညာတော့ Tundra ပဲဟိုအာဒီနှစ်ကလုံးဝ Tundra အကောင်းဆုံးနှစ်ပဲဘာညာလုံနေခေါင်းဖိုင်နေမှာငါလည်းကွာငါတော့ liquid ကဘာဖြစ်ညာဖြစ်တဲ့ပွဲချောင်းကဘာညာ Tundra ဘာဖြစ်တဲ့ညာဖြစ်တဲ့ဆိုပြီး Tundra ပတ်တဲ့ကောင်ရောငါလည်းကွာခုချင်းမြင်အောင်တဲ့ဆောက်ခွက်ကြီးစူပုတ်နေမှာ
Looks like Tundra just can't do anything about this. Yeah, there'll be a freebie. Lots of minus on
တိုင်းနော် Tundra က button sign နဲ့ sponsor လုပ်ထားတာ Tundra က liquid က button sign မပါဘူးငါထင်ရတော့ဒီကောင်တွေက brand တွေချိန်ထားတယ်ပြီးတော့ဒီကောင်တွေကပတ်စံစားလောင်နေမဟုတ်အောင်မြင်မှုစားလောင်နေတယ် liquid ကအောင်မြင်မှုစားလောင်နေတယ်ဒီကောင်တွေကပတ်စံစားလောင်နေဆိုတော့ဆုံးမအောင် roster ချိန်မှာပေါ့အောင်မြင်မှုစားလောင်နေတဲ့အတင်း လွန်ခဲ့တဲ့တစ်လကလေးနေ liquid ရဲ့အကြာအနေဆုံးချိန်ကိုရောက်ခဲ့ပြီးသွားပြီစုပ်ပြတ်တက်နေတဲ့ liquid ကိုတွေ့ခဲ့ပြီးသွားပြီကောင်းတယ် ice ရဲ့ global sign နဲ့ပြန်စစ်ပေးရတယ်နော် great war TV ထောက်ခိုင်းတာရအောင် supporter တကောင်တော့ပေးမသေးဘူး liquid က Insania လည်းလက်သွားပြီ world replay ကရတယ်တိုက် off lane နိုင်ရတယ် easy ပဲ
3 heroes, you spent quite a lot of time setting it up, but the dark circle is just really valuable in this game.
ဒီရှောက်တက်ဖို့ကြိုးစားနေတယ်ကိုမိုလှည့်နေအခီမရောက်နေပြီဘယ်မှာ Insania ကို dyrachyo try me အော် dyrachyo ကြီးတော့ရောက်သွားပြီကွာမကင်းမရသေးဘူး
Well, was it acid spray or radiant, Shannon? Place your bets.
I'm going to say it was acid spray.
Well, it must have been radiance then.
Yeah,
let's
probably.
see.
My 50-50s are real good.
Not really a coin flip kind of guy.
So BZM with a boost of travel now, so really delaying the action. He's been kind of rushing this for the most part from the games that we've cast. So
this looks like they did damage simultaneously, so which one hits first, Shannon?
Well, the Radiance did 2 more damage overall.
Yeah, so it must have been that. Dyrachyo?
အခီမ dyrachyo ရဲ့လိုက်ချနေပြီကွာလီးပဲဆော့ပြနေတာ
Projection is used. Sunstrike going to be a bit shared. There's the snowball.
နီရှာလာပြီဗျဲ Oh my god Saber like triple kill အလုံးဝ Tundra ပြုတ်စမ်း Oh ဘာလို့ကျန်းလိုက်တာကွာအဲ့တစ်ချက်ဟီးလိုက်တာစုပ်ပြတ်သွားတာ तू ကဘတ်ကျူမလို့တော့လေတိတာဘတ်ကျူမလို့တော့အာမာနှုတ်တာဘတ်ကျူမလို့တော့ level 1နဲ့အစနှုတ်နေပြီ
And Roche will be free. The minus armor going to aid them in their endeavors again.
တွေ့လားနော် inability မှာလည်းပါနေပြီတိတာ shadow wave မှာလေ shadow wave မှာမဟုတ် desert ရဲ့ဘယ် ability 33
Shadow wave during the snowball. And then when the poison plume pops here, boom.
There it is.
Holy shit.
That's the look of Boxy knowing how overpowered this is right now. They're going to use the global silence to try to take out BZM, and it's a freebie. Big kill again for Liquid.
It's like, it's one of those situations you watch it and you're like, is it bugged?
Don't make it hero get it on here.
But so far,
Mickey has 0 ဖြစ်နေတယ် dyrachyo ကနှစ်ကောင်ရတာ
you know, like for
example, လောက်ပါဦး Mickey လောက်ပါအောင်ဟာ Mickey မင်း hero ကြီးလုံနေသေးရဲ့
because of the overlord.
အေးတကရပြီ Mickey တကရပြီ Mickey အခုစီမတကရပြီ M1 မပါတင်နေ
something like that and you're like, okay, is this actually just proccing twice?
ဟုတ်တယ် M1 အခုစီမတက PKB ပဲ PKB ရပြီ Avalanche တော့စီကြောက်စရာမလို
Yeah. This is
အော်ခဏ coffee တော့ comment ဖတ်လိုက်ပြီလက်ကတေချာဆော့ရင်တိတာပါတယ်တဲ့ Dota မှာဆို Tundra ကမယုံရတဲ့ထဲမှာထိတ်ဆုံးကပဲဘာလို့ဆို Tundra ကို support နေပေးတာ1 expert ပဲဆောင်းရမ်းလုပ်ပဲဆိုတာကျွန်တော်ပြောတယ်1 expert ဒါတင်းရဲ့ရွေးချယ်မှုပဲ dyrachyo မရနဲ့ဒါပဲ dyrachyo မရပြီရော1 expert ဒါတင်းရဲ့ရွေးချယ်မှုပဲနော်မယုံရတယ်မှာ Aura လည်းပါတာပဲအကုန်လုံး1 expert နဲ့ပဲ တင်းတော်များ1 expert နဲ့ပါရော OG အောင်1 expert နဲ့ပဲဝါသေးတာ
It was a snatch.
OG ဆိုရင် one spec ရဲ့ official partner ကွာဒီလား official partner bro sponsor တော့မဟုတ် official partner မြတ် one spec application နဲ့ဝင်လိုက်ရင် OG logo ကြီးမြင်ရမှာ OG logo ရဲ့နောက်ပါလဲ Barcelona ရဲ့နောက်ဘာပါလေးလည်းမသိဘူး ဟော one spec sponsor ရဲ့
There's a decent swing. But yeah, you get the gold, but yeah, I
OG Barcelona ဘယ်လိုပါလေးလဲဒီမှာဝင်ကြည့်တော့မယ် application နဲ့
Yep. Unfortunately, we are both old and decrepit.
Yeah, that's why we were chosen for the grand final.
That's right. This is an inclusive tournament.
Aura ရဲ့ ESA ရဲ့
There it is.
PSG LGD ရဲ့ PSG ပေါ့နော် sorry LGD တောင်ပြတယ် PSG ရဲ့
I was like, where are the tips? Okay, we just missed everybody. We're just not paying attention.
Mickey လို့လေ Mickey I need you Mickey အဲ့တော့ Archimedes 7နဲ့တော့200ပဲကွာတယ်ဒါကောင်းတယ်ဒါကောင်းတယ် Archimedes ကပိုပြတ်နေရမှာ She bucket 33ခုန healing တွေကိုရမ်းကြောက်သွားပြီကွနော် She bucket တွေပါကောက်ဝယ်ပြလိုက် Smoke က daytime ဖြစ်နေတယ်
Like putting four
ဒီတစ်ခေါက်ပတင်မှာတော့ Mickey ကိုယ်တိုင်မှာပါဝင်ပတ်သက်မှာဖြစ်တော့ Mickey ကြီးလေးလိုပဲ
He's been dying, so he needs it.
I think they're just keeping their APM up. It's like when you start your build order in Warcraft 3.
Mickey.
He's just spamming his dagger. It's like,
Mickey, I need you, bro. Mickey, I need you to kill. I need you killing spree, bro. This game. Come on, let's go. Tiny old baby. My hands down and Mickey. Ah, bé quá, Mickey, mình treo mày hao mày. Drive you. Mày nó dodge nè, quá con này là drive you á. Mày nó dodge rồi.
Tornado's not going to hit, but yeah, Global Silence ends up kind of being wasted here for Liquid. And now it's going to turn into a counter smoke for Tundra.
Russian ပေးရမှာဆိုလို့ Tundra အနေနဲ့ smoke ပြန်သုံးတယ်Nisha နဲ့တော့တွေ့ပြီဒါပေမဲ့ Nisha ကို initiate စရာလို့ဆိုလို့မရှိဘူး Dyrachyo initiate မှာပဲရမှာဒါပေမဲ့ Dyrachyo က instant initiate လို့မရဘူးသိရမလား Active Condition ကို challenge လုပ်ရတယ်ပြီးမှ initiate လို့ရအဲ့တော့မျက်နှာချင်းတွားပြီးဆိုင်လမ်းမှာမျက်နှာချင်းဆိုင်တွေ့တော့လမ်းမှာမျက်နှာချင်းဆိုင်တွေ့ကြရတဲ့အချိန်တုန်းက
I would think so, but can't say for sure. I don't see why not.
Civilize Bro, are you kidding me? Civilize is the captain, bro. Team Liquid ရဲ့ captain ဖြစ်နေပြီ in-game leader ဖြစ်နေပြီ captain တော့မဟုတ်ဘူးနော် call တွေခေါ်နေပြီတကယ်ချင်း Civilize ခုဆိုရင် call ထက်ခေါ်လာပြီတိုက်ငါဝင်းပြီနော်ငါဝင်းပြီဒီမှာ white moon လေးကိုတွေ့ရငှက်ကြော်လေးရမယ်ငှက်ကြော်လေးဒါမှလည်းလွတ်သွားပြီငှက်ကြော်လေးအလဲမှာ try နေရ Nisha ကို Nisha မှာရှိရုံရှိရနှိပ်လိုက်ပြီဒီကွာ Dyrachyo ရသွားတယ်ကွာဒီပဲ
for Tundra, and they need more of it. 30 seconds on the Aegis for Saberlight. Let's see if Tundra can build this.
ရောက်နေ Mickey ကတကောင်မရတယ် Dyrachyo 3ကောင်ရသွားပြီ
Alchemist, so they are certainly behind.
Yeah. And we haven't talked too much about Sven.
ချအောင်မယ်
Been reaching the mark that Mickey is looking for in most of their
33 sorry Saxa မင်း tiny မစောတတ်ပါဘူးကွာမင်းစောက်ဖို့ပါကွာမင်းအရက်ရှည်သွားเลยမင်းဘာသုံးစားမရဘူးနော်
even has a little horsey to connect
မင်း
further with if
initiate ရနှစ်ခါရှိပြီလွဲနေတာ
Always good to have that horsey.
7 BKB ပါလာပြီ
They did not lose a bad fight during that, and they also got the slaughter pick.
ငါထည့်တာပါငါထည့်တာ liquid ဝင်တာရယ်
Quite well played under pressure.
liquid ဝင်တာရယ် Juicy အန်တာရယ်နော်
Find a meaningful advantage out of that. Didn't really get too much though.
busy အောက်တွင်းကိုသွားနေပြီ
God, I love the Darkseer laugh so much.
Well, he won't be laughing if he goes 0-3 on this Heroes. A lot on the line here for Darkseer enjoyers. Lyrical looking out for you, buddy.
That's good. It's good for.
game 2လို့ရေးရပါပဲငါမှားတယ်
True. What is the win rate for this hero overall, actually?
It's been pretty good this tournament, I think. Obviously, in this finals, it is losing some of its win rate, but I think it's still above 50. Very close, according to Gaben.
Is Gaben correct? Or is he spending too much time on that yacht of his? It's a full dive.
Last word. Can't stop the dive early.
And that's going to likely lead to his death, but the big Cataclysm comes out, and then Sania gets insta-gibbed, and now the Sun Ray onto Nisha as the egg has been popped. Very expensive these days. Got to hold on to that.
Great counterplay.
And there's a nostril projection and a Hex White Mon. That's a punch up into the air. So 1 for 1 for supports. Yeah, we have barely seen Mickey this game. Keep forgetting there's a Sven.
dyrachyo လာပြီ
Soxa.
Avalanche toss save light snowball save ကောင်းတယ် spell ကုန်ကုန်သွားပြီဒါပေမဲ့လည်း save light တည်သွားတယ် dyrachyo ပဲရပါတယ် killing spree လီးပါကွာ dyrachyo ကြီးရကုန်ပြီလောက်ကြပါအောင်တကယ်ချင်းတို့
Some much needed momentum.
တာကြီးတို့
How much more can they get?
တာကြီးတို့
It's no Roche to be claimed, but maybe top tier 2. The wave is so far away. No, never mind. There is a couple of creeps.
အဲ့လိုလေ body ဖြစ်နေပြီလားဒါရှေ့ရက်ကရှုံးတာပြန်ရှာနေရတယ်
At the very least, but instaglyph.
ရှေ့ရက်ကတကုံရှုံးတာ
This piece of real estate on the side of Liquid, but yeah, as you said, Tundra, they're finding some moments of opportunity here. Just kind of outplaying Liquid around the map, being the ones to get the initiative. Looked promising on the White Mon kill, but that turnaround, Liquid plus Avalanche really ended that fight in its tracks very quickly.
If he had found a different target for Snowball, like something on a little bit outside of that AoE, it would have been a pretty sick save, but just delayed it.
Yeah.
But you can see if the opportunity arises, that Snowball has some crazy potential this game. To the point where, yeah, Boxy already has the blink, so making that a hell of a lot easier.
Yeah, I mean, later down the line, you would think that these multiple saves could play a big role, having Snowball, having Shallow Grave, and the Global Silence also. Despite that, Tundra still managed to get the right couple of angles there now. Liquid want to try to be the ones to go first this time. Harpoon completed for Mickey should make it a lot easier. Nice reaction.
Man, how many have we seen this?
That was
I think it was probably he was going to blink anyway, and it just ended up timing it well.
That seemed inhumanly fast.
Yeah,
actually. That might have been a coincidence.
Well, it's still going to lead to a tormentor for Liquid. Mickey.
Undispellable now.
Yeah, Sven Shard, a rarity.
That's very good this game. It passively grants 6 armor, and now Warcry undispellable, so can't remove it with Tornado. And a potential eventual nullifier in case that was on the cards for dyrachyo. Don't really think so this game, but if nothing else, the 6 armor is nice.
Indeed.
Against that team. Alk, massively physical, of course.
That means Saberlight already has his shard, so disables won't be too effective with the Nothel projection. Here's the inhuman.
I mean, that,
no, there's no way.
You can't tell me that.
Scripter!
That was faster than a script.
Yeah, true.
He was already blinking when they blink on him.
Sox is just too good, man. 6K lead for Tundra. Mickey now has a Crystalist. He's actually going to go for the Daedalus instead of the Brooch that we've been seeing. Why the change of heart, Syndrome?
I'm just wondering, what if all the pros are wrong?
Yeah, part of me has felt this way the whole time.
And they've overrated Brooch because 1 or 2 people bought it and had good games, and they're like, man, this is insane.
OB
They've all
bought
it, and nobody's really stopped to question it. We've seen some Daedaluses too, so it's not. It's just been overwhelmingly Brooch favored.
It's been like
even
an
in
80-20
games.
probably.
Yeah, and it's even been in games where you're against heroes that don't have a lot of armor.
Yeah.
Where I was like, okay, Daedalus surely is better if the enemy team has low armor heroes, right? But on Sven, this has to be it, right? The Daedalus is just too good this game.
Agreed.
Sunstrike scouting.
Yeah, no Roach steal this time.
Cop it to the noggin.
We'll exit.
Back out.
အဲ့ဟိုက်ကောင်းမှရှိနေဝက်ကြီးကကောင်းသားကြီးကွာ
From Tundra, they want to look for a fight here. 33 is pretty large. As the Shiva's guard. Another Sunstrike for vision. Counter smoke now from Liquid. Rotating like a clock. Both sides.
Yep.
All synchronized.
Insania ကောက်ရောမြော်သွားပြီ
Here comes Insania's flying camera.
Still waiting for this big cataclysm. Actually, they're splitting the upright. White one first to pop. Mickey as well. Gonna use. Okay, that's the initiation from Nisha. High shard. Not that effective. There's the global silence. A huge harpoon from Mickey, focusing on the Tony. Sox is dead. There's the. There's the vacuum to follow into the cataclysm. They run away. Can they get the egg? They do. They sidestep most of the damage, but Mickey is really low. He's 1v1 versus dyrachyo.
Oh, what the fuck?
Insania trying to finish the job.
No way he
Snowball.
lives here.
No way. Nisha trying to continue to chase as the buyback comes from Soxa. She was going to pop, is going to activate Roshan. Very important detail to add here. Boxy, cold snap on him. Dyrachyo is going to stun himself as per norm. Boxy with a TP.
Die will ja schon mal.
Will cancel it. Snowball's going to delay the inevitable. So they get Mickey.
ပြကုန်ပြီလေတဲ့။ဤနေတော့တဲ့။တန်တော်တာနေအားလေးကတော်တော်လေးတာနေ
That was so marginal. And it makes the world of difference that dyrachyo comes out ahead against the Sven there.
That was close. I think he was
initiate နေမှာလည်းနောက်ကျသွားတယ်လို့ကျွန်တော်ထင်တယ်တဲ့။ Liquid ကသူတို့ရင်မြင်နေဆိုမဲ့သူတို့ vision မရှိလို့လားပါလားမသိဘူး initiate နေမှာနောက်ကျသွားတယ်။နောက်ကျသွားတော့ Mickey ကခုတ်ရတဲ့နေရာမှာလည်းတိုင်ပတ်သွားတယ်
Roche is switching sides. He's crossing. Goes for a little walk. All the way down to bot. And might just have the same fight again in a minute now.
Quite possibly.
Tundra won't be able to kill him in time before the heroes respawn. Global Silence 30 seconds. Everything else online for Liquid. They are immediately TPing bot to push this out. But maybe... Well, Mickey is worried about getting... Oh, never mind. He's not worried at all. Is there a smoke? There is no smoke. And probably Liquid will be very hesitant. But they will scan and get some info here.
Abyssal Blade for Dyrachyo in this 1v1 battle.
He's going to start off against Roche now.
ဝရှမ်းပေးနေရပြီ
Chemical Rage, so they're gonna
I should ပြထည့်လို့ရမယ် Smoke ပြီးနောက်ကနေပြန်ပြီးထောက်ပေးကြတယ် dyrachyo ပဲ
with the alacrity now. Ice shards. They know this is happening, of course. Liquid with the global silence at the ready.
This could get awkward because Chemical Rage is running out.
It is 33 watts.
ကောင်းလိုက်တာကွာ vacuum wall break ကအနောက်ကနေပြီးတော့ထပ်ပြီး advance 3កောင်တော့ global sign နဲ့ပြန်ပေးရတယ် SMS ကိုရှင်းတင်နိုင်မတောက်လျှောက် hit တယ်ဆိုမှလည်းအနောက်ကနေ save လိုက်ပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲ great တင်ပေးရတယ် catalyst ဘယ်သူမှတော့တရားတော့မတတ်နိုင်ဘူးဆိုမှတော်တော်လေးတော့ကိုင်းထွက်သွားပြီဗျ Mickey ရှိကိုပဲ33ကို toast ပေးလိုက်နေ Mickey သွားပြီစိန်ကြောင်ပြန်သုံးထားတယ် Mickey ကောင်းမှ SMS ကို cushion ကျော် white mon trip ပဲကြီးအဲ့တော့ဘိုင်မပေးလိုက်ရတော့ bouncy ကျွေးရှင်းအန်နာလုံးမယ်လှ let's go come on ကျွေးရှင်းအန်နာTundra let's go Tundra let's go Tundra
The Dazzle 6,000, but nobody else really hitting for anything. The mid Slardar has looked very underwhelming despite having amazing physical damage heroes to play around with the Sven and the Dazzle.
let's go Andra BZN hero ရ BZN hero ကြီးရထားတာပဲဟုတ်တယ်
TLDR here.
Yeah let's go ကျွေးရှင်းအန်နာ let's go
No buyback for Mickey. 40 seconds on the deck.
Four star တွေစွတ်တွန်းပြီးခဲ့တယ်ပေါစီတိုင်ပတ်မဲ့သတိထား tier 4 ကျွေးရှင်းအန်ဒါကျွေးရှင်းအန်ဒါကျွေးရှင်းအန်ဒါ
But they have so much space. Soxa with the avalanche on the sideline. They're just going to focus down the Ancient now. It's a 5 versus 3. Can Liquid do anything about it? Corrosive Haze.
ကျွေးရှင်းအန်ဒါကျွေးရှင်းအန်ဒါကျွေးရှင်း Yay let's go ကျွေးရှင်းအန်ဒါကျွန်တော်တော့ရှုံးတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ it's okay ကျွေးရှင်းအန်ဒါရပြီအရင်ပြန်ကြည့်ပြီ
Does not lose without. They just don't. It doesn't matter. Oh, they're against two 4-0 heroes in Liquid. It was looking quite good for Liquid for a bit, but we have to remember this game, this time around, Tundra came out of the laning stage in a good position, and the Darks here did way better this time around. 33 having an outstanding laning phase and an outstanding game in general.
ကဲအဲ့တော့ game 3 game 4 စောင့်ကြပါတော့နော်
So
တွေးစင်း
Tundra
တော့
with
မ
some
ပြ
of
တ်
their
သွားဘူး
absolute best here. Now, what is Liquid going to do to adjust to this in game?
Đây nhà to mày. Nên shit này vừa nhà nô lại.
Về không ạ?
Đi. Cũng này là toàn nhà. Ấy chỉ tiền mà tiền.
Really too much.
Wait,
Dawnbreaker. I think this hero does what they have in the safe lane.
Okay. I like it.
Primal Beast is also that came to my mind because when you see a support who doesn't have any kind of a stun, and if you get a good angle with the Primal Beast, you can always punish the safe lane, enemy safe lane that is. But if you're playing Dawnbreaker with Muerta, it is a lot of damage, it is a lot of slow as well.
Yeah. What you're describing there is stopping Alchemist from farming in lane and pushing back to the jungle.
Something also to point out about that one is when you're playing against Phoenix, he turns nighttime into daytime.
Yes.
So you get the innate ability from the Dawnbreaker, which shows you the map. So you can see every single hero exactly where they're standing.
So out of the 3 heroes, there's Dawnbreaker for good laning, and then you save your heroes and outjump them. There's Sand King to be able to jump the Invoker, and there's Tidehunter. He secures the teamfight with Ravage. He has Anchor.
Invoker, Saint Draft
there's really good options, but like Alchemist
Saint Draft, Saxaro Weaver ရတာလေအဲ Saxar Weaver တို့ Bounty Hunter တို့ Night Stalker တို့ရရင်စောင်းရအောင်တော့ကောင်းတာ
I'm intrigued to know there's actually.
Liquid ကလည်းလုံးဝ comfortable ဖြစ်တဲ့ bit တွေကြီးပဲ Mickey ကို tiny ပေးတာ
It really depends
Mickey နဲ့စောင်းရမ်းကြိုက်တယ်
the overall vibe on what Liquid wants to do in the first 20 minutes of the game.
And at the moment, they're taking most.
အားကြောင့် let's bit
deciding
စောင်း
which
ခိုင်းတယ်ဒီ
offlaner
ပဲ
they don't want 33.
let's bit တိစောင်း
Yeah, there's some. We've mentioned the spice for him, but they ban the Sand King themselves. They take the Tidehunter. Yeah. We mentioned 3 big offlaners in the tournament, or 2 big offlaners in the tournament and a Dawnbreaker. They ban one, pick one.
Tundra တော့ let's bit ကြည့်လိုက်အဲ33ရဲ့ hero က Taxi ကကင်တော့ Liquid ဘက်ကိုတပြေးတယ် Taxi က ban လာပြီးသား33 hero တွေတော်တော်များများကို ban လိုက်တယ် Sand King နဲ့ Beam Master တွေ Dawn တွေ33ရဲ့ hero ကတော်တော်ကုန်သွားပြီသေးတာ offlane တွေရွယ်2 3 4 5 6ကောင်တော့ ban လိုက်ပြီးရော
in Chinese Dota to counter Tidehunter because you stick to the target, you follow him with the ghost. You have 2 different facets. I do.
Let's be beginner ချင်းချင်းပြောပြမယ်နော်
You're getting the ghosts.
စိတ်ထဲမှာကြိုက်တဲ့ဟာတော့ရွေးရပြီးသား
First ulti that you use.
33ရဲ့ hero မရှိတော့ဘာကြံသေးတယ်
because you're collecting all those.
တော်တော်များကုန်သွားပြီ
Basically dealing double damage if there's a lot of action happening.
Sniper offlane ကွာထုတ်
It's not really kind of control and momentum.
တ proper ကင်တော့အမှ Jackie နဲ့တိုင်နေအကောင်ပြင်းမှာလို့မှာ
Just have double tanky side lane cores.
ကင်တော့3 1မယ်
Phoenix is behind you with Sunray. Invoker is at your true damage when it scales later on. I think
ခုချိန်မှာ Liquid ဝင်တာမလား
explosive and
0.4
annoying in laning
တန်
phase
တော့
is that hero and
CV ဝင်တာ
DP Bristleback at least comes to our mind. Low on the team fight, but just gives you incredible timings to play around early on. Is there any hero that we're missing?
Game 4အကြိုက်ဆုံးတစ်တစ်ခုပေးပါ lottery bet 1000ပေါက်ထားလို့
Yeah, well, offlane pool has been
share စော်မလို့
targeted.
Yeah, but also pretty wide.
1000
Even with
1000
these
ဆိုတော့
bans in
ဟာ
there, there's quite a few options. As we just
အဲ့
mentioned.
စမကျင်းတာပေါ့ဘတ်1000လုံးဝမရှိတော့ဘတ်1000ကျွန်တော်ဘတ်1000ထင်လို့ခင်ဗျာဘတ်1000ပေါက်ထားတာအော်ဘတ်1000ပေါက်1000မိုးပေါက်တာဒါမှမဟုတ်1000ပေါက်တာအဲ့ခုနလေ6000ဘတ်6000တော့ရှုံးတာလေအဲ့လောက်တော့မရသေးဘူး
Tidehunter and Tiny alone and
ချဘတ်1000ကို game 4အကြိုက်ဆုံးဟလားပေးမယ်ခဏလေးပေးမယ်
super difficult heroes to kill which will allow them to go
စလာလိုက်မြက်ပစ်လိုက်တော့နေတရီက
and
ကန်ကြာ hero မရှိတော့
Love the death prophet.
good pickup.
What the fuck
And also
ဘတ်တသိန်းလို့ပြောရလား
this hero has been used as a counter.
အော်ဟုတ်တာ1L ဆိုတော့1000တော့ဖြစ်တယ် double fat တဲ့ double fat ဆိုတော့လိုမှာမှန်
It is pretty rough.
Mickey ဝင်တာထည့်မယ်
Someone can make it work. It's definitely 33. A lot of the time when they were playing back on the old
ဘာလဲဟို
this is the
စုကြီးကစုကြီးဟောပါလား
that profit and melee position.
စုကြီးရတဲ့နောက်ဆုံးအမောကတသိန်းတာဟာဘတ်တသိန်းတာ
This time around it's
ဘတ်
going
တ
to
သိန်းရ
be
ရင်တော့
range.
မလောင်းနဲ့ bro ကျွန်တော်မဟုတ်ပေးလိုက်တာပဲရှ
You're
င်း
going
နေ
to be having enough with the addition of
လောင်းနေ
grenade, with the
wise ပဲရသွားလိမ့်မယ်
armor coming
ကျွန်တော်
up.
ပေးလိုက်ကျွန်တော်ရပါကျွန်တော်မဟုတ်စား
But they cooked pretty hard with the draft, and again, BZM is going to be playing on Alchemist one more time.
Mickey ပဲ
Yeah.
All about
Why
Mickey.
not? Even though I like Team Liquid's draft 3 times in a
Yeah,
row, I
yeah,
think they also
yeah,
should have won the
yeah,
third
yeah,
game.
yeah,
It just was the execution that was kind of lacking. I do prefer
developer
Tundra.
kind of invoker developer
In this game for Tundra, it's utilizing the Death Prophet to progress the map early on, but when the fights happen around 20 minutes, it's utilizing your BKB correctly. If you waste a BKB charge, if your aggression is disconnected between dyrachyo jumping and 23's positioning, sure.
Laser nip ထဲပေါ့နော်laser nip ပဲထည့်ပါ
incredible, but
0.6 ဆိုပေမဲ့
can ride the Death Prophet wave of aggression, BKB is good. It's looking even. I'm happy that we're looking at even draft, I feel.
I mean, yeah, that is always a nice thing. If Team Liquid's going to take this, we talked about their 3-man...
Slaughter Invoker needs to be
like Invoker needs
3
to be
for
protected. Problem is 2 of the supports, they don't have any kind of a stun, so if they already initiate onto Invoker, most likely he's going to die. They might be able to get some trade kills, but this mid lane, I think for our observers, it's going to be very easy to watch because I think from 6 to 10 minutes, it's just going to be constant action.
How about this Death Prophet? Is he going to make early moves to try and get a lot of map control, taking towers?
Take bot tower, take mid tower, and then keep on going.
Okay, let's find out how game 4 is going to play out. We're heading to Slacks first for a coach interview.
Absolutely, I am here with Moon, a man of confidence. Draft time, don't need it. Reserve time, go F yourself, okay? You guys pick your heroes quick. dyrachyo gets his hero first. All confidence, baby. You guys feeling it now?
Yeah, I feel like we got our heroes again. We lose one of these. So at least we're playing out here.
That's what I like to hear. Okay, now they tried to get rid of this Darkseer. This Darkseer lost 2 in a row. You managed to get it. You put the fear of God in them. They got rid of that for game 3. Got to feel a little bit more confident. Now they're starting to fear you guys a bit, eh?
Yeah. Felt like Darkseer wasn't the reason why we lost those games. There were other reasons why. I think we addressed it. And hopefully this game BZM pops off again sometime.
There it is. That's a smile, trying to contain himself. All right, give us the prediction. What do you think is going to happen? How are you guys going to be winning this game? Is it all BZM?
Yeah, Mongo ကရှုံးသွားတယ်
I think the last game
ဟောရှုံးသွား Vitality ရှုံးသွား
I got 0 runes. So
အခု mouse နဲ့ Vitality နဲ့ဆောင်းတယ် final
so now his whole supports would just run mid non-stop, suck him off, and we just gotta make sure.
ဟာရဘာကွက်လဲဘာကွက်လဲအဲ့ဘာကွက်လဲ
Absolutely. Well, Tundra just
အော်တော်သေးရပါ33ယူရလို့လီးပဲ Dyrachyo များယူရတာ
see where else we go in this one.
Thank you. Yes, we do see a first blood coming out for Tundra. BZM did not get the last hit, but still, very good start for Tundra. Again, we're going to see the Invoker for BZM again. He has less stuns than ever to set up for the Cataclysm.
He's got to have to play off of Concoction.
Yeah, or his own tornado, I guess.
Yeah, that's true.
He times it right. That one's really hard, but yeah, Sunshine Center here for game number 4.
Ha,
Cinder, what do you think of the lineups overall?
I was just gonna say, would you believe it, Shannon? It's been a good 2 months. Alchemist is back to first pick. It's amazing. I'm so happy.
You sound sarcastic. You know I'm happy. I love this hero.
Good.
It's
You're
great.
starting to read it.
I love this hero. They just need to make the support version better, Cinderin.
Yeah, you love giving Ags.
It's cool. Yep. I mean, I don't do it because I want to play the core, but I want to be gifted Ags for sure. 75 GPM, which is nothing.
ပေါ်လန်က Akimi နဲ့ Phoenix ဆို Phoenix က baby sitter အရင် strong တယ် Akimi က lane စင်ပြေတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ဟိုဘက်ကတိုင်းဟန်တိုင်းဖြစ်နေရယ် monitor လည်းရှိရယ်အဲ့တော့ Hero ကအရင် try လို့မရဘူး lane မှာ Akimi fan လို့ရအောင်လုပ်ပေးထားရင်အဆင်ပြေနေပြီအော်လမ်းမှာ Tiny နဲ့ Jackie တို့ပေါ့နော် strong ကြပဲပြောကမှာပေါ်လန်သေးသွားပြီ Tiny နဲ့ Jackie တို့ strong ကြပဲတစ်ဖက်က develop ဖက်ဝီပါဘာမှတိတ်လို့လို့မရဘူးသူ damage တွေတိတ်မတိုးဘူးအော် Jackie တို့ Tiny လေးကိုပဲကြိုက်ပေးရမှာပဲအလဲမှာကြောင့် Amber နဲ့ Invoker တော့ကျွန်တော်အမြင်နဲ့ပြောနေကြဘယ်တော့မှ lane နိုင်ကိုထုံးစံမရှိဘူးဗျဘလို hero နဲ့ပဲတွေ့တွေ့ lane မနိုင်ဘူးAmber ကိုပဲနည်းနည်းလေးပို့သဘောကျမှာဆိုတော့ Raid Melee အားတာချက်တစ်ခုတော့ရှိရယ် Sunstrike Key တွေအခြား lane တွေမှာယူလို့ရတယ်အဓိကတော့အပေါ်လမ်းပေါ့နော်ဒီ Unstable Cocotion နဲ့ Sunstrike ပေါ့နော်အောက်လမ်းတွေကကျတော့ Ski နဲ့ချမှာအခြား lane တွေကို Sunstrike ချပြီး Key ယူဖို့ကလည်းအောက်လမ်းကလည်း defensive ဆော့နေရတာအပေါ်လမ်းကလည်းခုနက Point တစ်ခါသေးရတယ်ပြီးတော့တိုင်းဟန်နာကြီးဖြစ်နေရယ်အဲ့တော့သုံး lane လုံးကို liquid ဘက်ကိုပဲကြိုက်ပေးရမှာပဲပေါ့နော်
They had a lot of time to counter it. as it was first picked.
တန်တော်ကသူတို့ရဲ့ ဆော့ပြင်းတဲ့ game plan ကရိုးရှင်းရှင်းပဲခုန game 3ကအတိုင်းပဲဆော့နေတာအားလီတိုင်းမင်းနေမှာသူတို့ဘာမှမလုပ်ချင်ဘူး dyrachyo နဲ့ပဲဆော့ကျင်တယ် dyrachyo တိုင်းမင်းနဲ့ပဲဆော့ကျင်တယ်အားလီတိုင်းမင်းနေမှာဘာမှမလုပ်ဘူး AC ပဲဆော့မယ် Saxa ရှော့သွားပြီ Sunstrike Insane အောင်ထိသွားပြီဆိုပေမဲ့လည်း Chris Ram ဒိုင်မင်းမလောက်သွားဘူးဗျကျွန်တော်ပြောရတွေ့လား lane စိတ်ဒီမှာအကောင်တွေကဒိုင်မင်းတိတ်မလောက်ဘူးလို့ဒါပေမဲ့တိတ်မလောက်ဘူးဆိုတော့လည်းထင်ပါဘယ်မှာကွာတက်ခက်တယ်ကွာဒီကဒါတော့ Insane ကတော်တော်ကြီး position အောက်သွားနော် position အောက်သွားတော့မှကျွန်တော်တက်နိုင်
It's 1 and 6 but 33 is 1 and 1 so he's the only
ထည့်လိုက်တာ brother ရွေးရှင်းရတာတွေ့လား white moon ထက်သေးသွားပြန်ပြီကြာဆက်ဆာပါထက်ဆင်းလာတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ဘာလို့ရမှာလဲတကယ်ကြီးဒီ save လိုက်ကြီးက crack and shade နှိပ်လို့ရနော်လက်ထက်မှာ boost speed နဲ့ထည့်လိုက်လား brother ထည့်လိုက်လားထည့်မထည့်ပြောပြီးရင်ခုန်ပေးရအောင်မနေ့ကလည်း bro ကျွန်တော်ပေးတဲ့တစ်ကိုရွေးရှင်းအနာကိုထည့်တယ်ပြီးရောနိုင်သွားတော့ပျောက်သွားတယ်ဘာမှမပြောကိုကတယောက်တည်းရင်ခုန်ပြီးခွေးဖြစ်အော်ဒီဘက်လက်ကြီးရပဲဒီဘက်လက်ကြီးရတော့ငါရင်ခုန်ပြီးခွေးဖြစ်
Jakiro helping out Mickey take off those bugs. Hero with no armor really doesn't like
100% win rate ပေါစီရဲ့မူရထား
It's funny how important this change to Jakiro has ended up being.
Yeah, it's true.
Like most people are kind of glancing over it and like, oh, that's kind of funny and cool that it does attack with both heads or whatever. Yeah, that'll probably have some uses here and there. It's really valuable in a lot of situations, it turns out.
That's why we love to see MKB and crit and everything on this hero.
Yeah,
more chance to
plenty of that. We've got so much of that.
In pubs, low-level pubs.
Yeah, we love those.
But that's the other thing though is it feels like Jakiro is in literally every
42 and ကိုတဲ့ back 9600ထည့်ထားတယ် today win တာ
game winning
win today နိုင်တာအကုန်ပဲဩ okay အဲ့တော့အဲ့ဒါက batting နိုင်တဲ့ဥစ္စာပေါ့ batting နိုင်တဲ့ဟာအကုန်ပေါ့ဟာ
Yeah, Muerta's been
lottery ပေါက်ထားတဲ့ဟာမပါဘူးနော်
I mean the calling is busted.
B တွေကတီးနေပြီဟုတ်တယ် B တွေကျွန်တော်ဒီမှာကျွန်တော်ဒီဘက် screen ကိုကြည့်နေဆိုတာ B တွေပွဲကြည့်နေ
Speaking of which, Boxy going to be using the tree line.
ကျွန်တော် mouse 6 round ရတဲ့ဟာထည့်ထားတယ် mouse 6 round ပဲအခုဒီမှာ 9-4 ဖြစ်နေပြီဘုံပလန်ထားတယ်
Yeah, now white
ဘုံပလန်ထားတယ် retake လုပ်ဖို့ကြိုးစားတယ်မရဘူးတစ်ကောင်တောင်းတယ်နှစ်ကောင်တောင်းတယ်သုံးကောင်တောင်းတယ်အဲ့ Apex Day 1ရပြီ Apex Day 1 9-5 ဖြစ်ပြီ Apex Day 1 9-5 ဖြစ်သွားပြီအဲ့တော့ Vitality Eco 6 round ရပါပြီ AC ပဲ
final person to discuss because we're not going to talk about Mickey apparently.
Easy.
Nisha
ခုန game 3မှာပါသွားတဲ့ဟာတွေပြင်ရပါပြီ
This you think is his best hero
Let's go ခွာပြီးပတ်တာဟိုဘက်ဒီပဲဟိုမှာ dyrachyo စောက်ယူလေ active caution တုံးတာတယ်နောက်ကနေ fire spray ပေးတာဆိုတော့ calling ကြားထဲမှာ silent ပြီးသွားတာမင်းကို keep ဖို့အတွက်အကြောင်းရင်းလုံလောက်နေပြီဘောက်စီကို key trade ကိုကြိုးစားတယ် gas mode တယ်ဘောက်စီ dash shot ရှိတယ် sunstrike လွဲသွားတယ်ဟိုမှာ white moon မှာထပ်သေးပြီ
That's 2 kills in this lane for Liquid.
It's flat out outplay it, but dyrachyo he also has to be careful with this. Like you got to throw that.
Liquid အဆင်ပြေနေရင် Mickey ကြီးရမှာဒါပဲ AC ပဲ ဒီက dyrachyo ခုနပွဲရလို့မျိုး game ကောင်းကောင်းမဆော့ရင်ပြီးရော dyrachyo ခုန dyrachyo အရင်ကောင်းသွားတာခုနပွဲရ dyrachyo KU က dyrachyo KU ကလို့အခု dyrachyo မလှုပ်နိုင်ဘူးဆိုရင်33 hero နဲ့ဘာလုပ်လို့မရဘူးပြီးတော့အဲ့တော့ Mickey ရဲ့ AC ပဲ free fan ပဲ32 set အချိန်ကျရင် Mickey ရိုက်ခွဲလိုက် Mickey KU ပါနိုင်သွားလိမ့်မယ်ဆိုရင် Mickey ဝင်နိုင်သွားလိမ့်မယ်အဲ့ကြရင် ကျွေးရှင်အနာဘူးကလည်းအရင်မြင်တယ်ဒီပွဲမှာ dyrachyo တော့မထောင်နိုင်သွားပြီတော့ဒီက guys အနာစစ်လုပ်ပြမယ်တန်တော့ Tundra ဖက်ပစ်လိုက်တဲ့အချိန်မှာကျွန်တော်ဘာလို့ liquid ကြိုက်သွားလဲကျွေးရှင်အနာကြိုက်သွားလဲဆိုတော့ခုနပွဲမှာ dyrachyo လိမ့်မှာအတကောင်တက်ခံရတယ် Z2 နဲ့ jungle တွေဝင်သွားတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ဒီကောင်လက်စစ်စားသွားတယ် lane ထဲမှာလက်စစ်စားသွားတယ်ဒီကောင်အဆင်ပြေ radiant 13မိနစ်နဲ့ရတယ်ဒကာထွက်လာတယ်ဒကာရတာနဲ့ BZN နဲ့ 11 လာဆော့ပေးတယ်အဲ့အချိန်မှာ33ကလည်းအောက်မှာအဆင်မပြေဘူးဆိုပေမဲ့ tower ချိုးလိုက်နိုင်တယ်ပြီးတော့ AC ပဲ dyrachyo နဲ့ပေါင်းပြီးတော့လိုက်ချလိုက်နိုင်တယ် dyrachyo 10တင်ပြီးသွားတယ်ပြီးတော့33 hero ကဟိုဖြစ်နေရပါလေ taxia ဖြစ်နေရ33ရဲ့ developer ကိုကြည့် first side နဲ့ကာယာထည့်နေကြကာယာ sense တို့ဘာလို့နဲ့ဆော့တဲ့ hero အဲ့တော့ developer က playmaker hero လုံးဝမဟုတ်ဘူးသူ့ကိုတုံးရတဲ့အားတချက်ကလည်းအရင်ကြီးမှအဲ့လောက်ကြီးမရှိဘူးအဲ့တော့ developer တွေကကျွန်တော် experience အတာနဲ့ mid ကနေဆော့မှကျွန်တော်တို့ကသဘောကျတာ offlane မှာဆိုရင်က तू က lane အတာနဲ့တင်မှာ service side ပေါ်နဲ့အတာဆော့တော့မှဒါ तू ကပစ်ကြတာကွာဗျအခု lane ကလုံးဝမတာဘူး tiny ခန့်ကြီးမှာ Jakiro နဲ့ အဲ့တော့ developer က gain လုံးဝမကောင်းဘူးအဲ့လိုအခြေအနေမျိုးမှာပြန်ထမ်းတင်ရမယ့်လူက BZN ဆိုပြီးတော့ပြန်ကြည့်တိုင်းလဲ BZN info က typically 2 slot item slot ပေါ့နော် first item နှစ်ခုရတော့မှစပြီးလှုပ်တာဒါပေမဲ့အခု liquid ကအပေါ်မှာ saber light ကစပြီးလှုပ်နေပြီ Mickey ရဲ့ AC fan နေရပြီပြီးတော့ Nisha Emma ဖြစ်နေတယ်နော် Emma ဆိုတဲ့ item hero တွေက item တစ်ခွက်နဲ့တောင်မှ timing ဝင်သွားတဲ့ hero မျိုးတွေအဲ့လိုမျိုး liquid ရဲ့ timing ဝင်လာပြီး snowball လာမယ် liquid timing ဝင်သွားတဲ့အချိန်မှာ Tundra ဘက်မှာပြန်ပြီးတော့ထန်းတင်မေးဖို့ရာက dyrachyo ဖြစ်သွားပြီဒီပွဲမှာ key player dyrachyo ဖြစ်သွားပြီ33မဟုတ်တော့ဘူးအဲ့တော့ dyrachyo အခုလိုမျိုးချိုးခံထားတာက Tundra တော့ကမကောင်း liquid တော့ကကောင်းတယ်အဲ့တော့ all about dyrachyo ပဲပေါ့နော်ဒီအချိန်မှာ dyrachyo ကြည့်နေဒီကောင် radiant timing 14လောက်ပေါ့နော်အလုံးစုံနောက်ကျရဆို15ထိပေးသွား15ပြီးရင် dagger BKB အခြား item slot တစ်ခုပေါ့နော်ကြိုက်တာထက်အဲ့ item နေနဲ့သူလိုက်ပြီးတော့ Tundra ဘက်ကိုချပေးနိုင်တာအဲ့ပေါ်မှာမူတည်ရယ် info ကတော့ပုံမှန်ကျွန်တော်ပြောလို့ပဲ A2 သွားရင်တော့မသွားရင်ခင်း scepter တန်းသွားတယ်ပြီးလို့ရှိရင်minus ရင်သွားတယ်ပေါ့ minus ပြီးလို့ရှိရင်ဒီမှာဆိုသူ minus ရင်သွားတယ်ပြီးလို့ရှိရင် A2 သွားမလားဘာလို့ဟိုဘက်က mobility hero ဖြစ်တဲ့ Nisha Emma ပါတယ်အဲ့တော့ Emma ကို A2 နဲ့ဖမ်းပြီးတော့ပညာ space ပေးလို့ရတယ်သူတို့ဘက်မှာဟို Saxa အနေနဲ့ A2 လိုသေးရဆိုသူရင်သွားပေးလို့ရတယ်ပြီးအပြာကြောင်ဒါမျိုးတွေနဲ့ပြန်ပြီးချပေးမှသာ Tundra ဘက်က liquid snowball ခံနိုင်မှာအခုဆို saber light ကအပေါ်မှာအရန်အုံးနေပြီနောက်4000နဲ့အလယ်မှာမတ်တက်လာရက်နေပြီအလယ်မတ်တက်လာရက်တဲ့အပြင် BZN fan မဲ့ jungle ထဲမှာမတ်တက်လာရက်ပြီး fan နေတာအဲ့ဒါက BZN အတွက်လုံးဝပြဿနာပဲအဲ့ဒါကိုပြန်ကြည့်ပေးဖို့ရက dyrachyo မလုပ်လို့မရဘူး33လာလောက်အောင်မှာ33က developer ကြီးဖြစ်နေဒီဘက်မှာကအဝေးကနေ spec ပေးလို့ကောင်းနေရှိရယ် slide of receiving chain ice bat ပြီး micro bite တွေပါတယ်နောက်ပြီး saber light gas mode တွေနဲ့33ကအရန် gain ဆုပ်လို့ကောင်းမှာမဟုတ်ဘူးအဲ့ဒါတွေပေါ်မူတည်ပြီးတော့နော် Tundra ကအများကြီးစနစ်ကြကြအဲ့ liquid snowball ကိုထိမ့်မရမှာမဟုတ်ဘူးဆိုရင်သွားပြီဟိုမှာ9ဖြစ်သွားပြီ easy ပဲ easy ပဲရပြီ
The top lane just went really well.
CS:GO live ဘက်ကကောင်းတယ်
Now Weaver and Phoenix
only
level 4 despite getting a wisdom. It's pretty bad luck.
Under 33, the silence not going to connect though.
အမေမှာ33နော်ကျွန်တော်ပြောရနော်33ဘာလုပ်လို့ရမလဲဆိုတာလေအဲ့တော့ Insania နဲ့လှမ်းနေရယ်အလယ်လန်းတာဝါလိုချင်တယ် liquid ကအရန်ကိုလိုချင်တယ်တိတာတယ်ဟန်တော့မဆောင်နိုင်ဘူး33ပေါ်မှာနည်းနည်းလေးကန်လေးရှင်းတယ်ပြီးရင် Rabbit ကြီးကင်ပြီးအလယ်မှာလာထိုင်ပြီးတော့တာဝါချိုးဖို့ကြိုးစားပြီးမှာ
The Forge Spirits.
Force Spirit ကိုတခါForce Spirit.
Annoying Nisha has to actually remnant in advance.
Game 1 game 2 game 3ကနိုင်ဖြစ်မှာတို့ဒီဘက်မှာလည်း Gangster တွေမြင်သွားပြီအတိုင်းကိုခေါ် Saber Light ကိုခေါ်มาသေးอ่ะတိုင်းကိုမခေါ် Saber Light ခေါ်มาဒီမှာ Disable မပါဘူးကြည့် Unstable ကိုရှင်းရလွယ်ရင်ကျန်တာတယောက်မှ Disable မပါဘူး Tornado လောက်ပဲBZN မခေါ်ပါဘဲနဲ့ Philo ကြီးသွား try ရင်တော့ TV ထောက်ပြီးပြန်ပါမယ်အကုန်လုံးက
He knows there's nothing canceling him except Invoker or an Alchemist stun. So if those heroes are showing, speaking of BZM,
forcing him back with the dead shot, but he's going to get searing chains. BZM completely surrounded.
အဲ့လိုချင်းနေမျိုးမှာ33ကပြန်ကြည့်ပေးရအောင်ပါကြည့်တာ33မကြည့်ပေးနိုင်ရင်သွားပြီ dyrachyo တော့ stat တွေသွားစားနေပြီအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်ပြောတဲ့အတိုင်းပါပေါ့နော်ဟိုအဲ့ဒီ mid game ကိုပြန်ထိန်းနိုင်မယ်လူက dyrachyo ဖြစ်သွားပြီ dyrachyo က key player ဖြစ်သွားပြီဆို dyrachyo ပဲဘောမမရအောင်မယ်33ကဖြစ်လို့ပဲနေ Nisha Tabaki easy အဖွင့်ရတော့လှနေပေါ့နော် Hero 91 နောက်ကတော့မပြတ်နေဘူးဆိုတာကဒီဘက်မှာ Archimage ကြီးပါနေလို့ Archimage ကလည်းတော့9000ကျော် fan လာနိုင်တယ်ဒီမှာ Active Coalition stand နေပြီ gas မုတ်လိုက်ပြီ Armor short ရပြီးသား dash shot နဲ့အဲ့တိုင်းမင်းကျိုးသွားပြီးအဲ့ stat တွေပဲပေးလိုက်ရဆိုရင်တော့ဒီပွဲက 80% လောက်ကတော့ liquid လက်ထဲရောက်သွားပြီ
This is spiraling out of control.
Mega
Nisha trying to get away. Crypt Swarm, okay. They do get the kill. Whitemon will take it. And the rest of Liquid just exiting after getting away with murder in the triangle.
It's such an insane net worth swing because that was a quad ancient stack, I think. And I think dyrachyo got almost 0 of them. So that's just the raw creep value. We're going to see the replay. How many camps is this?
And
2 golems.
4 at least, maybe 5.
It's 4 camps, right? I think.
Oh boy.
I think it was double golem and whatever prowlers. It was 3 or 4 stack, and he died and Tide stole it. So that was like at least a
ပင်မခံနေပါနဲ့မင်းကိုမလိုချင်တဲ့လူတွေရှိပါမင်းဘာလို့နေဦးမှာလဲဘာလို့အကောင့်တွေကိုဟောအရေးနိုင်လောက်လာတယ်အရေးနိုင်တာဗောကျွန်တော်ပြောနေတော့ကျွန်တော် analysis ဖင်ကန်ကြီးစိတ်ပေါက်နေရုပ်ဖြစ်နေအောင်လဲဇွဲရမလျှော့သေးဘူးတဲ့
top net
ဘယ်သူပြောတော့ဘယ်သူပြောကိုပြောတာ
Yeah.
လာတိုက်ခိုက်နော်လာတိုက်ခိုက်နော်
Really bad for Tundra. Scoreline not looking good. Net worth advantage against an Alchemist at 12.5 minutes.
အော်ဟိုကောင်ပြောတာအော်
on the Ember.
Not yet.
But he'll get a tower that'll help him. Working on the major layer standard stuff. Amazing against DP and Invoker alike.
I feel like a lot of this is going to come down to 33.
Oh,
with this EXO is already a ridiculous.
ကျွန်တော်ပြော 80% လောက်က liquid လက်ထဲရောက်နေပြီဆိုတော့တကယ်ပဲ Dota Plus ကလည်းသိတယ် 80% ပဲ
Well, Tundra, they got to
ကျွန်တော် analyze လုပ်မြောက်ရှော့မတွက်နေ
and try to play the way that you have in
ဒါပေမဲ့ liquid ကအခုချိန်မှာလုံးအောင်မှာနော်အများကြီး movement တွေထပ်လုံးမရမှာနော်အေးအဲ့ဒါမှဖြစ်မှာအဆင်ပြေနေတဲ့ tempo မ short ချလိုက်နဲ့သူတို့သွားနေ33ရှိတာ BCN လမ်းမဝပြီ
Oh no, BZM.
ဒါပဲ
Wrong place, wrong time. How dare you try to enter your own triangle at 13 minutes? Because Liquid are just waiting.
And they're going for the
Oh,
next
but
target.
they really
33
have
is
got
actually walking down the lane.
calling နေပါရှိမယ် Amber Spirit recommend နဲ့ဝင်လာပြီ Slab receiving chain silent မပါဘူး Avalanche Tiny ကိုပေးလိုက် Tiny ကိုပေးလိုက်ဒါပဲ Mickey တကောင်ရပြီ
This is a complete disaster for Tundra. And they
Mickey
lose
တကောင်
their tier 1
dyrachyo 0
as
okay အခုတ
well.
ည်းစတာနေပြီ
And
Let's
they
go
might lose both wisdoms too. And Whitemon is in trouble. Is he going to ravage this? No. that does not work like that, Saberlight.
If only.
Yeah, both wisdoms gone. Insania will control this one together with Mickey and
Western လုံးနဲ့ခုလုံးနဲ့ပေးလိုက်ရပြီ
Boxy.
Spiraling.
This is getting very, very snowbally. All tier 1s down. Got both wisdoms. Your tide is extremely farmed. And we've talked about this. There's been plenty of Liquid's wins where Saberlight doesn't necessarily get off to the best start, but still has big impact. This time he has an awesome start. What's the impact going to be like? The Night Stalker game that he had earlier in this series when he was off to a good start, he popped off. This is the makings of a repeat of that game on a different hero, but he loves to play aggressively, this guy. So when he has a lead, he's going to put it to use. Not going to just be sitting around farming a lot.
Yeah, not a very idle player, I would say.
Yep. Dagger almost complete now, 15 minutes.
Yep, and that is probably when they're going to turn it up to another level in terms of aggression.
It's perfect against Alk. That's what you want. If you can get ahead early and just constrict the map, even if Alchemist is farming, let's say you cut his farm by like 20% by taking out a couple of camps that he would have wanted, limiting his space, it's very hard to recover on that hero from a bad start, so... Nisha's just gonna keep chase. No, okay, he stopped.
Now, Radiance finally comes online for dyrachyo. 15 minutes in.
That's very slow on Alk.
နော်15မိနစ်ကျွန်တော်ပြောရနော်
On him right now.
Radiant 15မိနစ်
It's very slow.
15မိနစ်ပဲ
Yeah. Nisha with the damage amp, and the egg is placed. He's actually going to get it. Yeah, all right. Fire Spirit's working to Whitemon's advantage there.
That wasn't even close.
You do force the egg, though.
Yep.
Not much
Straight
defense
into
side
mid.
of
BZM was
Liquid.
not expecting this.
8 နဲ့ dash bar ဖွင့်လာပြီသား TP တဲထောက်တယ် Oh slide for 1 second နီရှာမျက်ခုံးပိတ်လိုက်တယ်နီရှာမျက်ခုံးပိတ်လိုက်တယ်
And it's all defense from Tundra. They just can't fight right now. It looks like that will be a Shadow Blade for, not yet, of course, but for Mickey eventually. Has the Echo
Standard.
Saber right now.
Goes for this basically every game. We have not seen very...
he also has 100%.
We haven't seen much deviation from Mickey in terms of itemization in this tournament. He has his heroes. He buys basically the same items every game. That's right. I mean, if it's a build that works for you and if it feels good every game, you don't have to be crazy creative. It's been a lot of it just feels like sticking to the recipe. You just keep cooking the same delicious cookies over and over.
Yep, until you're morbidly obese and then get diabetes. Then you got to tone it down.
That's called a patch.
That's right.
နော်ငါပြောတာနားမလဲဘူးလားဟဲ့ liquid ကောင်လေးနားမလဲဘူးလားလို့မင်းတို့ဒီလိုရှင်ဖန်နေအောင်မဟုတ်ဘူးလေမင်းတို့လောက်တာနေရလေဟိုကောင်လေးအဲ့လို split position လောက်တယ်မင်းတို့လိုက်ပြီးလောက်ခံမှာမဟုတ်ဘူးလေ အေးပေါ့ Mickey တိုင်မင်းစောင့်နေရလားဟိုဘက်က camera point နေပြန်ရှာနေပြီဒီမှာ Insania ကိုလိုက်ဖမ်းနေပြီလာတော့ လာတော့ Insania ကိုပေးမသိနဲ့ပေးမသိနဲ့
couple heroes out into weird positions and he's got some
Sunstrike ကြီးလွဲသွားတယ်မကီရောက်လာပြီနောက်မှာ Ravage ကောင်းတယ်ကောင်းတယ်ဒါကောင်းတယ်
Whitemon is dead. Can 33 at least get Insania? He does. But it's gonna life. A 3 for 1.
မကီရမှာကွာကီရ
Getting worse and worse for Tundra. Dyrachyo, another self-stun for the road.
Does Nisha see him? He does, but he can't go for it.
Now, what can Tundra do?
ကျွန်တော်ဘက်က camper point ရှာလို့မရတော့ဘူးလို့ကျွန်တော်ပြောတာ camper point ပဲတိတာအဲ့ camper point မရတော့ဘူး
We talked about the setup just not being there. It feels like a lot of the setup will come from the eventual items.
Yeah,
from Tundra.
I mean, you kind of have to try to play like they are right now and try to bleed as little as possible. I don't favor them in any type of fight, skirmish, team fight, whatever. It's just really hard. So they have to keep splitting, get Alk his BKB, get him his Blink, and then Invoker, like you said, the Ags. I think Alk, Blink, BKB, and Invoker Ags is a timing, but it's going to be tough to get there with this little map controls you have. It feels like you look at how aggressive the warding is from Liquid, and you have a couple of wards on the Radiant side for Tundra that Soxa has placed. But for those to be relevant, you have to force them back there first. Otherwise, they're just showing that, yeah, you know, Liquid still are on our side of the map.
Yeah. And the fact that they have so much map control, I mean, Liquid don't even need to go for Tormentor because it's kind of out of the way.
Yeah.
The fact that we're 19 minutes in and nobody's gone towards that area just speaks volumes of how this game has played out so far.
Yeah, it's pretty telling that they don't retreat. They might feel like going for Tormentor is a net loss because they give some control
on the other
back.
side, though, I was going to say, why not Tundra try to sneak it? That's the EXO. Oh my god, can they even do it? Can they do this?
Yes.
All right. They successfully get it. 33 with the shard. It's a good shard. That's an extra charge on Spirit Siphon, and it appears, I believe, unless they changed it.
Yep, that's correct.
That is a very high value shard. The fact that he got it, a little concerning. I guess
တန်ဒရာဂိမ်းပြီးစော့နေတာတန်ဒရာကိုဂိမ်းပြီးစော့နေတာ
That is good news.
Liquid
Unfortunately, 33 is the
မှားနေပြီနော်မှားနေပြီ
Yeah, he
debunked the myth.
Debunked it.
ဒါပဲမကီတကောင်ရပြီဒါပဲ nice
Out of here. Mickey and company can focus on the towers now, although they're going to TP, try to catch out 33.
They'll make it out close, though. Does escape, and this might open up some opportunities.
no အဲ့လိုမရဘူး
Trying to get a kill here on the Boxy.
ဘောက်စီကသေးတာကိုလက်စစ်ပေးသွားသေးတယ်နွားလေး
In the meantime, trying to burn up Insane. He's going to pop the Essence Ring with the dual breath to slow him down. Eventually, he will burn away from this Radiant, surely.
He has Glimmer. He's not going to die.
Mickey is here, though. Concoction is going to connect, but Mickey, the toss back, saves his position 5. Three kills away from the dream, ladies and gentlemen. We will forever remember this moment if Liquid can do it. I would say it's a very rare occurrence, but it's happened at least 3 times in this tournament.
There's been a lot of stuff.
So we'll pretend together that it's very rare indeed. And I think in that game we saw a pseudo comeback. I say pseudo, it looked like a comeback was going to occur, but then they slammed the door shut, of course, as they do from time to time.
Oh, this is a big find.
Silence. Saberlight is here as well.
BKB just arrived on the courier as they went on him.
Yeah, dead in the water now available for Tidehunter. He's shown that.
But it's an
As
instant
Nisha,
defensive one.
Knowing that the BKB is down for their position 1, will try to push the envelope. Soxa, oh, he time-lapses back.
Yeah, he kind of had to.
And he's dead.
He was going to die to a slide after the dust if he didn't do it, and then he's just dead regardless. But yeah, that's an instant first BKB use defensively for Dyrachyo. If you're getting any PA game flashbacks, that's kind of what happened for the first 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah.
Now, fortunately for him, he did have it there. It arrived as they went on him. Otherwise, he would have just died, which would have been way worse.
Clutch courier.
But it's still, it's a thin silver lining that you didn't die there. Because using this BKB for nothing and then getting your tower pushed in, losing your Weaver, is definitely not great either.
Yeah, we've barely seen Mickey this game. Showed up to a couple of skirmishes here and there. Top network in the game.
Showing up now.
Indeed, Dyrachyo.
Avalanche Ravage နောက် Supernova ဒီဘက်မှာ Mickey Killing Spree Sunstrike A2 စီပါပေးတယ် Cross Media ပါပေးတယ်နောက်က save စီပါရှိသေးတယ် Ice နဲ့ပြန်စိတ်ထားဆို Mickey Unstable Concussion နဲ့ short သွားပြီ Save Light ပြေးနေရတယ်ဗျLiquid ဘက်ကဆုံးရှုံးလေးရောနေတော့ရှိသွားပြီပေါ့နော် Slide of Face တော့ Recommend မှာထပ်ဝင်လာတယ် Syringe မှာထပ်ပေးထားတယ်ကျွန်တော် Dot Shot Dyrachyo နဲ့ HP ပြန်တက်နေတယ် Micro Bite Ice Bite နဲ့ 33 Split Side မှာစုပ်ထားတဲ့ HP ရောတက်နေတော့မယ် Save Light ပြန်ဝင်လာပြီ EMB ကြားထဲမှာ Nisha Save Light ကို Mana ကုန်သွားပြီဗျဒါပေမဲ့လည်း Tundra နဲ့ Set Light စီကအင်အားတော့မရှိတော့ဘူးအဲ့တော့ Mickey တကောင်နဲ့ပဲသူတို့ချိန်နေလိုက်ရပါတော့ 2 for 1 trade ဒီချိန်မှာ 2 for 1 trade ဆိုမဲ့ Mickey ရလိုက်တာတော့ Tundra ဘက်ကတော်တော်တန်နေပေါ့နော်ဘာလို့ဆိုတော့ Dot Shot သူတို့ play ရေးပေးပေးနေရမယ်သူတို့ trade လိုက်တာပေါ့နော်
In spite of that failed initiation and the counterplay from Tundra, you kind of come out with a draw. All things considered, with how that dive started out, I think you should be pretty happy with that result. That was a bit of an underwhelming go.
Yeah, they're going to try again. Saberlight, very tanky boy. Concoction can be full.
Concussion, stand on it. Guys, Sunstrike. Why moment ကြီးရပါတယ် A2 Sunray တောက်လျှောက်ထိုးရနေမှာ Save လိုက်တော်တော်နာသွားပြီဗျ Avalanche လာ3ပြည့်ဆိုမှ Mickey Dash ပါမိတိုင်းနေမှာ BKB တော့ရှိတယ်A2 ကိုတော့နည်းနည်းလေး BKB နဲ့ပြန်ကျူးလိုက်ရင်းနေပဲနောက်ကနေ Nisha ပြန်ရောက်လာပြီ Surface Saving Chain Invoke မှာ No Mana Toss ပါပြန်ပေးတိုင်းနေမှာ White Mode တကောင်ထက်ရတယ် Recommend နဲ့မှာတောက်လျှောက်လိုက်နေမှာ Dash ပါဖွင့်ထား Dash Shot ကလည်းနှစ်ကောင်လုံး Free ရလာရဲ့ဗျ Slide of Face ဆိုမှ BZN တော့နည်းနည်းလေး damage လိုနေသေးရဲ့အဲ့တော့ Ice Pack ကြားထဲမှာ Avalanche Toss dyrachyo BKB ကြီးရတယ် BKB ရော defensive ပြေးဖို့အတွက်ပဲဗျအော်များလိုက်တဲ့3 throw dyrachyo စောက်ခေါက်မှန်ဝိုင်းနေပဲရလာသမျှ advantage တွေပြန်ပေးလိုက်ရတယ်တတော်ဘက်ကကမ်းမချင်နေတာ Insania ပိုင်ပိုင်နဲ့အကုန်ညာအကုန်မဝိုင်း
These fights are once again kind of a draw. When you're behind and you're struggling, kind of, you know, it's like happy with this. You know, the graph is really the win expectancy stays at around the 80.
မကမ်းဘက်လောက်တော့တင်တယ်လောက်ဆို
The negative way of thinking about
Alchemy time ရလုံးဝတော်တော်ကြီးစိုးစိုးကြိုးလာ
You're buying time. The question is that going to be a big game changer? He'll be able to set up his own combo, of course, with the Atos. How many 4-steps is he playing against? I believe 1. Just the Muerta. Depending on the situation, maybe he can find some nice combinations.
That'll be a BKB for Nisha. 33. His BKB is about 700 away or so.
CS:GO ပွဲ GrandFinal ရှိပါသေးတယ်အဲ့ဘက်မှာပတ်မှာကျွန်တော်ဒီမှာတော်နိုင်သွားတယ်
Don't do that math.
အဲ့ 0.3 ဖြစ်သွားတယ်
You said 700, didn't you?
Yeah.
That's correct.
I think maybe now it's correct.
Yep. You had good foresight.
အေးကွာလေကွာတက်ဆက်ချက်မတက်ကျွေးရှင်းအနာလေးပြီး
Something they always have to worry about from Tundra's side is the fact that Tiny can just destroy your buildings in very quick succession.
Yeah.
One bad
Here we
fight
go.
in the face, and it could just be over.
And of course, it's got to be on everyone's mind right now, the Roshan. Tormentor is quite far out. Like we talked about, it was played very late this game by Tundra. I think they took it at like 18:30 or something.
Liquid အရင်ဆွဲနေတယ်
and just head into the pit.
Roshan က UV force ကတော့မတပေးနဲ့ invoke အချင်းကိုပေးစော်နေ
isn't very good at Roshan. So it might just be
အောက်မှာဆက်တော့ပြန်ချတယ်တိုင်ဟန်နာ
Nice tornado.
တို့တော့မိသွားတယ်
BZM will be able to
ကွတ်တီကခုံချလာတဲ့အချိန်ကြီး
He has the Agnes Scepter now, so Cataclysm online. We'll see how effective it is without the,
ခုံချတာတိုနေတော့မပြုတ်ချ
the most stuns in the world. No resources for that at the moment. At the very least, it requires them to reposition. I don't know. We're gonna see the Atos. This is a shield rune Nisha with EKB. Yeah, pretty fast on the trigger there.
That shot မှန်ထားတယ် recommend နဲ့ပဲအဆုံးသတ်ဖို့ကြိုးစားရဆိုမှ side စာနေတော့ဟိုလွတ်သွားပြီ Atos ဆိုပြန်ပြီးတာ
Didn't have time lapse. We'll get back to base as Nisha at half HP. Could be a good time for Tundra to fight here once 33 back. In the tree.
33ကဂျောင်ထဲမှာမှောင်မိုက်စွာရှောက်နေတယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့ပေါ်သွားပြီစောက်ဘောကြီး
That's a big wasted spell.
Feels real bad. You just lost your tower and used your biggest ult for absolutely nothing. They will try with the smoke play.
ဘာဖြစ်သွားလဲဘာဖြစ်သွားဒီ smoke ကမှရှုံးသွားတာ
for the side of Liquid to just avoid.
ဟုတ်တော့ရှုံးသွားတာ
Just walk over to a safe position on the map, chill there for 20-30 seconds, and then go make your own smoke play. And
Westbrook ကတန်တော်ဆောင်းချစ်တာပဲဟမ်ကျွန်တော်ဘက်မှာကြီးရော
calling the play off. They know it's never going to
တန်တော်တကောင်တသေးလေး movement တသေးလို့တာလေ
Liquid
Westbrook ကြီးအော်ကြီးပေးပလိုက်တာချက်ချင်းကြောက်စရာ
smoke soon enough.
Tiny with the Shadow Blade plus gem. If he finds anything.
Oh, they could.
Yeah, they checked Roche. That could have been a thing.
Nisha, no.
What? It worked. What? The gang actually worked.
ရှာသေးသွားတာဆက်စားမသေးဘူး Dylas တုံးလိုက်ရတယ် Silver Light EMP ထိသွားတယ် Silver Potion Secularism BGN Double Key ပဲ dyrachyo တောက်ချက်တွေပဲ line နေတော့ဝင်ဒါပေမဲ့ Sorry နဲ့ RP Sorry နဲ့ Robin ပြန်သုံးလို့ရတယ် Macro Byte ကြားထဲမှာ Sign နဲ့ Quad ပဲပြီးရတာ Hapon နဲ့မပြန်ဆွဲရဘူး dyrachyo နဲ့ down ကျွန်တော် Mickey ပဲဆုံးသက်ပြီးထားတယ်ဗျ Mickey TP ထောက်သွားပြီနောက်မှလည်း Ice ပဲ Macro Byte ကြားထဲမှာပဲ Sector နေတော့ Supply ဖြစ်သွားပြီဗျ
for Tundra despite having a number advantage. How much more can they get out of this? I can't believe they found Nisha.
I feel like that was a game of chicken, you know? Liquid are like, okay, Tundra aren't going to try. They know we're ready for it. So we can just go and take this wave. And then they actually did go for it. You know? It's just funny to see. Maybe a little bit of lapse of focus there from Nisha, but he gets caught. They get these couple of kills, but dyrachyo does end up being the casualty in the end as Mickey is hitting extremely hard already. And he almost had a flat-out perfect TP out as well. I think there was less than half a second left on his BKB when he got out of there. So would have been stunned up.
Into the pit, Liquid goes, knowing that, how long do they have on Exo now? Should be that long. 17 seconds. Nisha's going to show up as well, Soxa.
Yeah, he wants to scout it with the Swarm.
Get some little extra XP as well, of course.
This fight is still... It's definitely still hard for Tundra to take. Looks like they're not interested. At least dyrachyo is pretty far away. Maybe they want to poke.
They could go for a
BCN
doesn't really have that much mana right now.
Start,
that won't give him any mana.
Oh, this is awkward. Roche is so low, but the Swarm is being annoying.
Yeah, and the Sunray, they're
going to speed out Mickey over. No one tries to give a Giga. Ravish and Biancavida and Sasa Oma in Taliban. Sasa and second half. Remember, Bilia, the other one of the T1 or T1 is Sanya Toma, time back. Nisha will touch chasing. Dyrachyo in a Russia over. Try and gain him. Dyrachyo is go Kawabia. And now a BGM, BGM in Yard. Dyrachyo in ages hours of Mele. Ages Yabi, Bibi Mishiwa, Ages Yabi, South Boy. Dyrachyo. Concussion, Donare, just toss on the Sophia. David told you that I machine when I told you. A balance.
I mean, it's not a great result. Obviously, he's going to end up dying for this twice. But otherwise, Liquid get that Roche and they get the kills, except dyrachyo. So trading yourself away for an Aegis effectively, probably not that bad.
Always dyrachyo plays. Always something really random.
Mickey are Chalcon, dyrachyo at the corner, easy.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously, like you said, the fight went Liquid's way for the most part.
There's a 3-second BKB cooldown right now on Mickey, so he's kiting off to the side. But he's just hitting too hard. Like, this Death Prophet is not tanky enough. 10 armor. Really missing an armor item or defense item.
So sneaky biggy
with confidence that this is the way 33 should have built his hero this game either. The Sanj, Kaya, and BKB, I think maybe at least some value armor item would have gone a long way against these heroes.
Shiva's would have been epic.
Yeah, I don't know, how good is the Kaya Sanj in general here? I mean, the health regen is obviously great, don't get me wrong. It is a good item on Death Prophet. And if you are pulling a Sanj item, you kind of have to complete it.
Yeah, and I will say, I don't know if you can consider this greedy. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Third item, Boots of Travel. Finished recently. You think that's too much?
I think that's okay, but maybe it should have been the Shiva before Kaya Sanj, so opposite order. But now he's going to go for Ghost Scepter because he needs a cheap value item to try to stay alive against the Tiny.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's a really hard hero to itemize when you're not winning. Because Death Prophet has always been this equilibrium hero. Like, you're trying to take damage, but not too much. So, once you get pushed over the edge, it's also why Death Prophet's generally worst matchups are the ones that deal a ton of burst damage. Anything that has consistent damage or anything that outranges you is good.
Soxa, dead.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, I think historically, I'm trying to think of any other heroes. Maybe one of the best Yules carriers ever is Death Prophet. But this game, against Huerta, against the setup with Ice Path with this hero, it's just not going to be realistic because Insania will get his shard. can't remember. Did you like the Death Prophet pick this game? Did you give an opinion on that coming in?
I didn't give an opinion. I don't know. I think it's okay, but
Tornado, EMP, Insanius here though.
BZN တယောက်တည်းနေပြီးသွားလို့တာဆောက်ခေါ်ပါကြောက်ခင်းနေရိုက်ပါတယောက်တည်းနေပြီးသွားလို့တာ
Initiated on them. He walked into them.
They actually don't have the gem right now on Mickey.
Yeah, he
so
maybe assumed they could see him, but I don't think they could.
That's quite possible. 1 minute without him now.
Yeah, that's
See
true.
what they can do.
Well, you got the tiny.
Yeah.
I would say a lot. Tier 2 will be theirs. And that is the final tier 2 that Tundra will have in this game. Unless they had Tower Shaman that could summon them, of course.
Yeah, great idea.
Patch. And on to the tier 3s, Mickey will attempt. Already at half HP, fortification pop. Still got 30 seconds.
Offensive lift, they really mean it. They want to keep going. They buy themselves a couple of extra seconds without the backdoor protection with this offensive lift.
Without
Next
Invoker,
wave's coming in.
you have to give this up. There's no way you can fight. So that's a lane for Liquid. And they can surmise that it's very likely there's no buyback for BZM.
Tundra
Well,
is
even
even
if
not
he did,
open
maybe
line.
they give that up anyway. Now you got to worry about your second
ပြင်း
set.
လိုက်ကွာအဲ့လိုက်တော့အဲ့ဒါဆို
Fortification
8
is
တောင်
up again.
နော်ပွဲလေးပါတယ်တော့ကြည့်တာ
Gonna
ပါ
get
စစ်
the
ဖို့ပွဲ
tower
လေး
back away.
ငါလည်း spectator လောက်အောင်မယ်
Of
ပွဲ
course,
မ
in
ပြ
a
တော့
game like this, especially a grand
I like
finals,
that, no?
play it safe, go for the next Roche. And that is when Tundra
smoke ပြီး
absolutely
ပြန်လိုက်တယ်
have to do
Tundra
something.
ဒါ
They're trying to
Tundra
do
ရဲ့ဆောက်
something
ကျင်
now,
မယ်မြင်
4-man smoke, 37 Kraken shots. Wow! For beautifully done from Saberlight.
ပေါ်သွားပြီမိကေအရင်တွေ့ရ
Pop the smoke.
smoke break သွားပြီးတော့ရှင်းပြန်ဆင်းသွားတယ်
Flat out stun him and force
တ
him
လူ
to
ကြီးမှ
be
ကျန်
there.
တယ်
33 is the one with Gem.
Popped him. I think if you have a toss Alk and start swinging at him, he has to BKB. That would have already been a pretty big win there for Mickey with the vision he had. He had the high ground
That's
ward.
true.
I don't know what he was waiting for. Maybe he was hoping they would go further. Considering you broke a smoke, you kind of assume that they will retreat there, but maybe he just got caught by surprise, you know? He wasn't expecting anyone to come near, and perhaps he was looking somewhere else.
စားရောက်ပတ်နေနေစေးပါလိုက်က
By the way, he now has a shield.
ကြည့်ပါဦးမယ်
so
second now on it
Ah, that's fair.
they can tornado it off.
They can. They do have a dispel.
But
that's a very specific.
Liquid they're looking for the winning
yeah, unlike without it, where he's
so they're gonna stick
That's true. He's
together and push mid
see how big he looks.
smoking waiting for someone to poke out
smoked in the enemy
but no
base.
one showing so Mickey hitting the race barrack and there's someone TB it's 33 but this has side of by Avalatos 33 is gone for 70 seconds so no buyback melee Mega has to be lost from Tundra buyback how many checks one check okay now he got buyback he can buy back so Mickey has a shield on Seraphis, Syringe, and Valentos, Ice Bat, Sacks are gone for second 50. So Nisha taking the attention, so 33 buying back. Liquid have to give rest back. Don't dig, get off the high ground. This Murder has 2 gen, so because he has 2 eye, bro. You don't know channel on you, man. So
no, I think they probably feel rather
Invoker
confident he doesn't have it, but this
looking for his BKB, but there's no BKB for his time.
Think of it this way, you're very close to big items.
It's
So
already
you got
2
a lot
mega,
of
bro.
dead gold on your heroes.
You
You're
got no
18
time,
up,
bro.
about 12,000 of that is
Liquid
sitting in
waiting
player
for
inventory
ages.
right now. You go back for 1 minute.
Save a light.
Big items, and
You
then
have to
this
go,
fight is
bro.
just a ton easier. So why rush it to save a couple of minutes?
Guys, it's already 36 minutes. You have to end this game, motherfuckers. Go. Move.
Been there, done that.
Okay, tiny swiveling.
So that's a nice upgrade
They can
from
go
Mickey
now.
here.
Don't wait for the Roshan. Bro, there's someone betting tuition and let's go, bro, go. So Jackie got the dagger, so they can go high ground.
Bizarre numbers to look at.
Yeah, Alk is just a regular hero of this game.
Yeah, he actually is.
Never a good sign. Of course, if you went the other facet Syndra and bought Ags for everybody, you would have lost the game already, probably. So.
Tundra looking for someone to show up.
End with a liquid win. they have beaten all of Tundra.
That's Mickey.
Right?
But he got BGB.
So just be very fitting. They beat the Invoker, the Alk. They conquered them.
What are you looking for, Liquid? Go and now, motherfuckers. Hello, motherfuckers. It's already 38 minutes.
533 heroes this game. But you're right, Darkseer was the first of them. They have definitely leveled up throughout this tournament and started at a high one as well. Keep in mind, this wasn't like, oh, Liquid were almost out. They have just looked.
Okay, Liquid coming. Nisha got the Iron Scotty, so he can reduce HP region from 33 and dyrachyo. The Russian about to pop out in 230 seconds. Saberlight, he's farming his against Sabda. 800 go away.
Roche will be spawning. Insania is the ward for them.
Yep.
Better than picking a TA. You can just put your Jakiro in the pit, Cinderin.
Yeah.
Very efficient.
Tundra.
Smoke from Tundra absolutely has to go well.
Hail Mary. They know they can't give up Roche, so they're gonna try their best here to set up something.
Bama them lo win 3 minutes လောက်ချိန်ကုန်သွားပြီ Liquid ဟာ Russian ဆောင် Russian ချင်းရလဲဝေးရွယ်42အနိုင်ရောတမတော့သွားပြီချင်းနေ
Borderline unkillable in the burst as well. So maybe more
42အနာတမသွားပြီထင်ပါတယ် Liquid သရိုးတာပါဒါကြောင့်ကျွန်တော်လည်းမဆိုင်တော့ပါဘူး Liquid နဲ့ဆိုင်ပါပြီ Russian ပေါ်လာပြီလာဆိုင်တယ် dyrachyo execution နဲ့ဝင်လာတယ်ဒီရှောက်ထိရယ်ပေါ်ပြတ်သွားတယ် Saberlight TP ထောက်လာတယ်ပြန်ပြီး smoke တယ်နောက်ခေါက်ထပ်သွားအောင်လားမသိchemical range ကတော့ကုလုံးတက်သွားပြီစင်းဆိုင်မှာရတော့မယ်အဲ့တော့ဝင်လာပြီဆိုတော့နောက်မှာ Nisha နဲ့ attention နဲ့ဝင်ယူပေးတဲ့အချိန်မှာ Weaver နဲ့တော့တန်းတောင်းသွားပြီကြောင့် Mickey လက်ချက်တယ်ပဲ Mickey မှာ BKB ရှိနေတော့မှ Nisha နောက်မှာတော့ recommend နေနဲ့တောက်လျှောက် solo show တွေပြနေတယ် BZN တို့အာယုံနောက်ထားတာပြတော့ Whitemon Supernova High Ground မှာ3နိုင်နေပဲတက်ပြီး33နေတော့ down တော့မှတစ်ချက်33 no ပိုင်ပဲ second 90ကျော် guys ပါတက်မုတ်တိုင်းနေ Supernova High Ground က3နေ Ravage 3 man dyrachyo နဲ့ BKB ကြီးရဆိုမှတန်းတည်သွားပြီအဲ့တော့ Ultra K Rampage okay GG ခေါ်လို့ရပြီခေါ်လိုက်ပြီ42 and 9သွားပြီ easy Congratulations, Team Liquid. You have won the PGL Water Cheer Season 3.
Congratulations. What a display from Liquid. Champions again. Things were not going well into this tournament center with Saberlight. There was question marks, his fit. Then all of a sudden, something clicks. They do it.
It's just without a doubt they were the best team of this tournament. When we started it out, we were all talking about Spirit. They're going to be the final bosses. They looked amazing in the beginning of the Swiss, but they kind of lost some momentum along the way, whereas Liquid, they just kept it going, got better and better. Moon Meander, you heard him in the coach interview. These guys play everything. They have so much strategic depth on all of their players. Extremely difficult to draft against, and yeah.
Hey guys. AB ရဲ့ tomorrow watch ရှိလို့လားမဟုတ်ဘူးတော့မပေးပါဘူးဗျာမင်းစိတ်တက်ပဲရပါပါဒါပါခဏပါအားလုံး
That is a very bad matchup.
ဒီလိုကချင်းကောင်းရတာနော်
Scientific studies to understand why that is.
ဘိုင်ပါ
Against his former team, obviously going to be a bit disappointed, but still Tundra played extremely well in this tournament, as they have in recent memory. And you can see Liquid making their way to the trophy here, as I believe we can crown them the champions of PGL Wallachia Season 3.